Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 505, Chapter 505, The Madness of Emperor Roselle's Later Years. Chapter 505, The Madness of Emperor Roselle's Later Years. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Behind the grey fog, Klein immediately felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Wasn't Roselle a beyonder of the savant pathway? How did he later become the Black Emperor? This is too outrageous. But upon closer thought, given Roselle's demonstrated way of thinking, it wasn't impossible. At this time, Klein had not yet read the relevant diary entries where Roselle resolved to become the Black Emperor. Catilia stared at the Emperor. Few people know these hidden secrets. How would he know them? And why is his tone so certain? First covered her mouth in surprise. The great Emperor became the Black Emperor. She had read so many autobiographies about Roselle. How come no one ever mentioned this? Could it be that the great Emperor suddenly declared himself emperor and changed the Republic to an empire because he became the Black Emperor? Finally, she exclaimed, I never imagined that in the fifth epoch, just over 100 years ago, so many secret events occurred. Audrey also briefly lost emotional control, but as an spectator member, she quickly regained control of her emotions. Mr. Emperor, when did Emperor Roselle become the Black Emperor? Some of the biographies I've seen suggest that he was a member of the Church of Steam and Machinery. His pathway. Hobert smiled. Just as you imagined, Emperor Roselle jumped to a non-adjacent pathway. He did this because the pathway he was on, as well as the adjacent pathways, already had true gods, or were occupied by beings suspected of being true gods. If he wanted to become a god, he had no choice but to do so. Klein immediately thought, so that's how it is. No wonder historical records say that Roselle went mad in his later years. I thought it was like those powerful emperors in my memory, who would go crazy in their later years. I thought mad was just an adjective, but now it seems that it might have been stating a fact. First thought of the Blood Emperor mentioned at the previous gathering. Does that mean it's true that Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years? In that case, wouldn't he be in a similar state to the Blood Emperor? Hobert nodded. Perhaps he got his inspiration from the Blood Emperor. Klein was slightly stunned. I do have some impression of this. Roselle seemed to have talked about the Blood Emperor with Mr. Dorr before, and Roselle also claimed to have been inspired. But that diary entry was incomplete and didn't explain what kind of inspiration he received. Now it seems, it was inspiration on how to become a god. Then he thought, no wonder Roselle complained in his diary that for a beyonder, having a true god in their pathway is a huge disaster. It means that no matter how hard you try, you can't become a true god. I suddenly understand Roselle's despair a little. Don't you all think that the Blood Emperor doesn't care at all about his madness after becoming a god? Hobert smiled. In fact, there is a chance to regain sanity after becoming a god by jumping to a non-adjacent pathway. Catilia immediately asked, how to recover? Have children. If someone else had said this, Catilia would have thought the other party was joking, or a villain who liked to tell dirty jokes. But when the Emperor said this, and his expression looked very serious, Catilia nodded slightly and said, I understand. Hobert saw that Audrey and Furs hadn't understood, so he explained to them, let's use the Blood Emperor as an example. Theoretically speaking, the reason why the Blood Emperor is in a semi-mad state is that his original Black Emperor pathway characteristics conflict with the Hunter pathway characteristics he just consumed, so he exhibits a semi-mad state. Then, theoretically speaking, if the Blood Emperor successfully expels all the Black Emperor pathway characteristics from his body, the conflict of beyonder characteristics will disappear, and the Blood Emperor will also become normal. But this process is uncontrollable. You can only rely on probability to expel the excess beyonder characteristics from the body, and there is a considerable probability that you will also expel some Hunter pathway beyonder characteristics, but there is still a chance to become normal in the future. Audrey understood, so, Emperor Roselle used this opportunity to become a god, just to one day become a normal god. It's a pity that he failed. This is completely different from the mysterious and ambitious Emperor Roselle in her impression. Hobert smiled, not necessarily. He asked, does everyone remember the special characteristics after becoming the Black Emperor? Before anyone could answer, he answered himself, we said before that the Black Emperor has the characteristic of being able to resurrect. This pathway is somewhat special. Theoretically speaking, this is equivalent to a filtering process. After the Great Emperor is resurrected, only the beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway can return, and he will become a normal Black Emperor. Reminded by the Emperor, everyone thought of this. Klein immediately recalled, I remember when Roselle described the process of making the blasphemy cards in his diary. Roselle said that if his plan failed, these blasphemy cards would be the greatest reliance he left to his children. Perhaps letting himself die once was Roselle's plan. Audrey was very surprised. Could it be that the great emperor did not truly fall? Yes, he must not have fallen. Furs was surprised. Is that how the power of gods is used? Then the two of them thought of the creator at the same time. Could that be the resurrected Emperor Roselle? Catilia simply asked, is all of this, including the fall, the great emperor's plan? Then now, has the great emperor been resurrected? Hobert spread his hands. I don't know about that, but I think Emperor Roselle should have some plans for this. He explained casually, the reason I know this is because I understand the situation of the Black Emperor pathway better, but I have no way to understand the specific plans of Emperor Roselle. So the above answers, except that I can confirm that Emperor Roselle did become the Black Emperor, are basically my guesses. This time Hobert lied, because he guaranteed the accuracy of all the above information. Klein nodded secretly. It's already amazing to be able to make so many seemingly logical guesses through these clues. I remember only seeing one diary entry of Roselle mentioning the creator. I don't know if Roselle had more close contact with the creator later. Before Klein had time to think about this question, he heard the emperor continue. In addition, I can also be sure that the beyonder characteristics and uniqueness that Emperor Roselle obtained to become the Black Emperor came from the Twilight Hermit Order and were provided by Adam. Catilia was surprised again, that King of Angels Adam. Others were also surprised to varying degrees, but they soon vaguely guessed Adam's purpose. Hobert directly explained Adam's purpose. Yes. I guess that Adam invited Emperor Roselle to join the Twilight Hermit Order in order to use the trend of times created by the Great Emperor to advance. But Emperor Roselle did not develop according to the script set by Adam, and because Adam lacked a sequence 1 characteristic at that time, Adam failed to become a god that time. Catilia didn't expect, the Great Emperor was once a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. And Audrey recalled, I remember the Emperor mentioned this information, and Hermes. Hermes also seems to be a member of this organization. Klein thought of some information that the Emperor announced after the Backland smog event. He manipulated the world and asked, so Adam approached the lone royal family again. That's right, Hobert smiled, George III seems to be easier to control than the Great Emperor. He added, there is also such a rule for the resurrection of the Black Emperor. When Roselle becomes the Black Emperor, it means that Solomon has completely fallen. Catilia, who had not yet joined the Tarot Club at that time, asked with half-guessing and half-affirmation, now Adam is preparing to let George III become the Black Emperor. I remember the King of Loan seems to be only a sequence 5. Hobert smiled, Emperor Roselle wasn't even a beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway. Didn't Adam still approach him? Why did I say before that even if Trunsoist is not ready to become the Black Emperor, the 6 gods can use their authority to help him get ready? That's because in the eyes of a god, the requirements and preparations for becoming a god are not that difficult. Even the King of Angels Adam can use his authority to do many things. Catilia suddenly realized, oh no. Then the Great Emperor, then the Creator. Although she didn't say it too clearly, everyone understood what she meant. If George III becomes the Black Emperor, Roselle will completely fall. And the Creator is obviously not the resurrected Roselle, because if the Great Emperor was resurrected, then according to the information previously announced by the Emperor, there cannot be a second true god in the Black Emperor pathway. Audrey noticed, Miss Hermit seems to care a lot about Emperor Roselle's information. Although I am also full of curiosity about the Great Emperor, I am not as excited as she is. Furs was completely sighing about another thing. I didn't expect that so many secrets were hidden behind such familiar historical events. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that this matter is very far away from me, and it's also a bit unreal. Alas, I'm just a sequence 8 now, and although the potion is about to be completely digested, I'm still just a sequence 8, but I know so many secrets. Is this really good? Then she asked herself and answered, okay, this feeling seems pretty good too. After a brief surprise, Catilia completely fell into panic. Since she learned for sure in the Tarot Club that the Great Emperor could be resurrected, she had always held hope for this. But this hope was also extinguished in the Tarot Club. Hobert saw Catilia's worries. He joked in his heart, is this what is called doting on grandchildren? After a slight smile, Hobert said to Catilia, Hermit, although I don't know why you are so worried, I want to tell you that the Creator will not sit idly by and let such a thing happen. That's right, because the Creator wants to become the Black Emperor, George III will not succeed. As for Emperor Roselle, let's talk about this later. After he becomes the King of Angels and waits for the Fool to become half a great old one, Hobert believes that this problem may be solved. Hobert can't let go of the opportunity to become the Black Emperor, but he can find a way to save Roselle's life. Now Hobert still doesn't know what the Fool can do after becoming a god, and he doesn't know if there are any loopholes that can be exploited, so he can only take it one step at a time. The Emperor's comfort did not reduce Catilia's worries, but it made her realize her previous gaffe. Immediately, she thanked the Emperor and restrained her emotions. After this transaction, Audrey and Furs had the same shocking feeling as the previous gathering. Now, when they trade information about the behind-the-scenes of the Trunsoist Empire, they no longer have any feelings, they just feel that they have satisfied their curiosity. It's different from the feeling of going back to savor for a long time after each tarot club meeting. It has to be said that some information about Roselle once again subverted the cognition of the two ladies, enough for them to savor for a long time after the tarot club meeting. Even Klein, who claimed that no one knew Emperor Roselle better than himself, gained a lot. Even Catilia, who thought she knew many secrets of Emperor Roselle, also admired the Emperor's logic and reasoning. In her opinion, the information about Emperor Roselle is like the speculation about the Black Throne, the Emperor knows some clues and infers the whole picture from it. Alger, the hanged man, saw that everyone's emotions were heavy. He suspected that he had missed some key information. He shook his head slightly and put this matter behind him, and started a new transaction with the Emperor. I hope to rent your mystical item with the travel ability. I want to go to the island we explored together to hunt some beyonder creatures. Alger recently had time and opportunity, so he prepared to hunt some beyonder ingredients to earn some extra money. No problem. Hobert smiled. By the way, a friend of mine just got a mystical item with the travel ability. Are you interested in buying it? Well, the negative effects are not big. Hobert didn't plan to auction this kind of magical item with scarce and highly sought-after characteristics in the auction center, but he could sell it to the members of the Tarot Club to improve the strength of his allies. Alger was about to nod, but he finally smiled and said, I'll just rent it. No need to ask, it must not be cheap. After he collects the Sequence 5 potion formula and beyonder characteristics, he will consider this type of magical item. Hobert nodded, no problem, £100, no more than 3 days. Alger, deal. Catilia asked, Mr. Emperor, what are the abilities and negative effects of the magical item you mentioned? How much do you plan to sell it for? The abilities are only travel and opening doors. Hobert said, the negative effects are, the holder is prone to getting lost when entering the spirit world, but after trying up to 3 times, they will find their target. Also, the holder is prone to being late. After sealing it with Nation of Disorder, the negative effects are much smaller. Hobert added, as for the price, £12,000. This is indeed a significant discount, considering that a single traveler characteristic often sells for this price. The previous transaction with Alger was due to the sealed artifact formed from the traveler characteristic being unusable, resulting in a transaction price of less than £10,000. Catilia, I'll consider it. Even for a pirate admiral, over £10,000 is not a small sum. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 506, Chapter 506 Bernardet visits Jeffrey Town. Chapter 506 Bernardet visits Jeffrey Town. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The trade of magical items with travel capabilities initiated by Hobert ultimately failed to find a suitable buyer. Audrey originally had the idea of purchasing it, but she had recently traded for a lot of intelligence, and she couldn't come up with that much money at the moment. She could ask her father to reimburse her for a portion, but then she thought that if she disappeared from her room for 20 or 30 minutes, it would most likely be discovered by the maids, which would be very troublesome. In the end, she convinced herself, it's better to save the money to buy a mystical item that can change her appearance. The others didn't have such a large sum of money, so the trade ultimately didn't happen. Then the world requested a private conversation with the hermit, and Hobert, thinking of Klein's previous transaction with him to remove the corruption of beyonder characteristics, guessed that Klein was contacting the hermit to prepare for entering the eastern part of the Sonia Sea. That is to say, Klein is about to advance to Sequence 5. After the two people's private conversation ended, the tarot gathering entered the free exchange session. Audrey said first, I received a message that the vault of Barclays Bank was robbed of more than £50,000 in cash 3 days ago. This is already the 4th case of a large amount of cash being stolen in the last half-month, with a total loss of about £160,000. Emlyn exclaimed, this series of thefts hasn't been solved yet. Good heavens, £160,000. I wonder when the robbers will spend so much cash. If he had such a sum of money, he would definitely buy all the dolls he liked. No, he would definitely buy a doll-making factory. And buy a large showroom filled with dolls and the clothes they would wear on different occasions. According to the information I received, Audrey, who also got the news from the Bishop of Backland, said, this is definitely a case involving beyonders. It is said that a beyonder called a wraith is a major suspect, but unfortunately, no specific suspect has been identified yet. Hobert and Klein were both stunned. Hobert thought, could this be the source of the payment I received? Is this the method Miss Sharon mentioned for raising money? No wonder she said that as long as they had time, money wouldn't be a problem. I naively thought it was the time for them to sell their assets. Klein thought, speaking of wraith, I only know Miss Sharon. When the Emperor asked for Miss Sharon's contact information some time ago, I guessed that the Emperor, in addition to forming an alliance with the Temperance faction, would also deal with the spoils of war from the southern continent, which should contain a large number of beyonder characteristics. Could it be that Miss Sharon is continuously committing crimes to buy those beyonder characteristics? Catilia said, Wraith is a sequence 5 of the prisoner pathway. Beyonders at this level can, to a certain extent, do whatever they want. But even so, very few sequence 5 beyonders commit crimes like this continuously, because it is very easy to be targeted by the elite squad of official beyonders, and being caught is only a matter of time. Audrey nodded. I hope the case can be solved as soon as possible and the criminals brought to justice. Hobert thought, I hope the case will never be solved. After all, the stolen money is still with me. Or rather, whether the case is solved or not doesn't matter to me, but don't think about recovering the stolen money. After finishing the discussion of this matter, Klein announced the end of this tarot gathering. Above the grey mist, after finishing the members' sacrifices and bestowals, Klein returned to the real world, turned on the faucet, and splashed the cold tap water on his face, making him completely awake. After savoring the information obtained at the tarot gathering and resting for a while, Klein decided to volunteer at the hospital for a period of time to find an opportunity to act as a faceless. More than half an hour later, he pushed open the door and entered the Orvie Medical Relief Foundation, which is a charitable organization with the background of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, and one of its responsibilities is to provide trained volunteers to various hospitals. Arriving at the registration desk, Klein saw a female staff member flipping through a newspaper, so he lightly knocked on the table. What is it? The lady asked, putting down the newspaper. I want to volunteer. The lady looked up at Klein. Name. After clearly seeing the appearance of the person in front of her, her eyes froze, and the pen she had just picked up fell to the ground with a clatter. The newspaper in front of her happened to have a portrait, and that portrait was of the crazy and dangerous adventurer Gehrman Sparrow. The lady in her 30s trembled and said, You want to volunteer? Yes. Klein didn't expect that Gehrman Sparrow was already so famous. But you are an adventurer. Forget it, I'll change my face and clothes later and come back. Klein asked expressionlessly, Who stipulates that adventurers can't volunteer? The lady had an expression as if she was about to cry and blurted out, Not me. Sorry, I don't want to volunteer anymore. After saying that, Klein quickly left. The lady in charge of registration breathed a long sigh of relief. She quietly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Goddess, how could such a dangerous guy come to volunteer? I had already decided to hand over the form filled out by Gehrman Sparrow to the police station. Fainapotter Kingdom, west bank of Full Moon Lake. On the altar in front of Hobert, there were 3 beyonder characteristics that were obviously a little abnormal. 2 of them emitted a blue light, which Hobert had spent £7,000 to collect, 2 beyonder characteristics taken from the Death Hall of Kelvetua. There was also one that looked like a viscous liquid mixed with black, which was the marionettist beyonder characteristic that Klein had entrusted to be processed. The fee for processing the beyonder characteristics was £3,000. Hobert's earnings from selling intelligence at this gathering were £6,600 and 2 beyonder ingredients. With this addition and subtraction, Hobert also received £2,600 in cash. With that £150,000 transaction, Hobert didn't really care about these few £1,000s in cash. After waiting for a while, Hobert sacrificed the 3 beyonder characteristics and cash to the Nation of Disorder. After sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first summoned the marionettist beyonder characteristic. According to past experience, he crushed this beyonder characteristic. At the same time as the beyonder characteristic was crushed, a force with a viscous feeling appeared in the Power of Disorder. Hobert summoned a stone from the Nation of Disorder and attached this force to the stone shaped like a round cake. The colorful granite suddenly became pitch black and shiny, eventually becoming like a piece of black jade. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert learned the specific usage of this black jade. It contained the wrapping of the true creator. If you were to touch it in the real world without taking any protective measures, you would be immediately affected by the wrapping, and beyonders below the demigod level would lose control in 3 to 6 seconds. This was different from the Blessing of the Abyss that Forbody had previously extracted for Hobert personally. The whispers of the true creator were more like a broadcast of beyonder powers. Hobert reached out and summoned another piece of granite, covering half of the round black jade. As long as you held the granite side, you could use the black jade to attack actively. The number of active attacks was 3. After 3 times, the whispers of the true creator would be transferred to 3 different targets. This was equivalent to dividing the whispers into 3, but it could still easily cause low-sequence beyonders to lose control. The whispers had only been divided, but the overall power had not weakened. It would take a long time for the whispers emitted by this evil god to weaken. Then Hobert followed the previous method, crushing the 2 beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway and making detailed distinctions. Finally, he obtained 3 wind-blessed, 4 seafarer, 3 folk of rage, and 2 sailor beyonder characteristics. During this period, the marionettist beyonder characteristic had recondensed. In order to prevent Klein from having a burden when taking the potion, Hobert only brought the marionettist beyonder characteristic and the black jade to the real world. As for the 4 beyonder characteristics such as faceless, Hobert left them in the nation of disorder. That's right, all of this was for Klein's sake. Then Hobert thought happily, should I write to Leonard and discuss selling the seer beyonder characteristic? It wasn't until the evening that Hobert re-sacrificed the beyonder characteristics and the black jade to the fool. The next morning, Hobert summoned his 3 students again, inquired about their recent work, and then gave Selina and Dennis the opportunity to become beyonders. Selina chose to become an apprentice. Hobert didn't mention again that the potion formula for this pathway was incomplete, because after Furs reached sequence, Selina would most likely reach sequence as well. Moreover, apprentice was very suitable for Selina's current identity and she should be able to digest the potion quickly. Dennis chose Hobert's pathway without hesitation, so Hobert had a requirement for him, to learn Loanese on his own. After he could communicate fluently with Selina and Freya, Hobert would send him to a law firm in Backland to digest the potion. Then Hobert told them that he was going back to Jeffreytown and announced the way to summon his messenger, so that they could contact him with the messenger if they needed anything. Hobert planned to let them experience here for a period of time before calling them back. After explaining some official matters, Hobert left the West Bank with soldiers such as Seal and returned to Jeffreytown. After hearing the news, Furs came to the gate of the Lord's mansion to greet him. Today she wore a light yellow dress, and her clothes were indeed much lighter than the last time they met. Hobert jumped off his horse and opened his arms. My beautiful lady, have you missed me in the past week? Because there were many servants around, Furs was embarrassed to say anything, but smiled and looked at Hobert with a slightly blushing face. Donna on the side said with a smile, we all understand, this means I missed you. Hobert smiled and hugged Furs, kissed her on the cheek, and then pulled her back to the Lord's mansion. As soon as the group arrived at the study and said a few words, Alan came in to report, Lord, Madam, Knight Donna, the king's envoy has arrived. Hobert was stunned, the king's envoy. He thought, did the envoy go to the wrong place? He, Hobert, didn't seem to be very familiar with the king. On the contrary, Teuton on the other side often went to the king to inform. Alan affirmed again, yes, the king's envoy. Only then did Hobert change into the noble attire of a baron and come to the main hall to receive the envoy. The envoy, with a cold face, entered the main hall and proclaimed, in the name of the king. As he spoke, he opened an exquisite wooden box and took out a roll of parchment with a wax seal. Hobert was slightly stunned and quickly knelt on one knee before the envoy. The envoy proclaimed, Order, Baron Hobert Jeffrey, must arrive at the Alhambra Palace on the morning of March 5th to attend the National Day celebration banquet. Hobert was taken aback. The king wants me to attend a banquet. Then, he suddenly recalled his conversation with Christian and realized that this banquet was not simple. After finishing the proclamation, the envoy handed the roll of parchment to Hobert. Baron, please rise. We shall meet in Fainapotter City. With that, the envoy was about to leave. Hobert quickly stood up and smiled, Envoy, sir, please stay for lunch before you leave. No, thank you, the envoy said. I still need to proclaim the order to other nobles and officials. Watching the envoy leave, Hobert felt the parchment in his hand suddenly become heavy. Some arrangements need to be brought forward. He said to Alan, who was beside him, go and invite Bishop Simpson to come here. Alan said, my lord, Bishop Simpson returned to Fainapotter City 2 days ago to report on his duties. Hobert was slightly stunned before saying, I understand. Well, go and prepare. Tomorrow, I will inspect the territory newly conferred upon me by the king. Yes, sir. Returning to his study, Hobert found that Furs and Donna were both busy with their own affairs. He was about to have Archibald outside the door call for Seer when he suddenly felt something and looked towards the bedroom. As if sensing something, he pushed open the door to his room and saw a lady sitting on a chair. She had waist-length chestnut hair and a very well-proportioned figure, neither fat nor thin. She was wearing a white into-style shirt, paired with a dark jacket, a knee-length gray skirt, and a pair of long leather boots. This heroic lady was casually flipping through a magazine with her legs crossed. Bernardet. Hobert said with a smile, no, it's the Queen Mystic. He thought, others come to me in the study, or directly and openly have the butler report it. You're good, you directly appear in the bedroom. At least you should knock, right? Otherwise, it's easy to be misunderstood. Bernardet smiled faintly, I didn't expect you to become a baron in this way, nor did I expect you to get married so quickly. Yes, I'm married. You don't have a chance, Hobert said with a grin, as if retaliating. He clearly remembered being called naive by this little girl. Bernardet put down the magazine, it seems that married life has enlightened you. As she said this, her eyes suddenly became deeper, a depth that was fleeting. I heard that your place is a scenic spot. Won't you invite me to take a stroll around your territory? Hobert reached out his hand, please. Archibald at the door was slightly stunned when he saw the two people coming out together, followed by 5 male servants. Bernardet glanced at the male servants casually, and finally accurately looked at Archibald's true form. This made Archibald slightly stunned and subconsciously slowed down 2 steps, giving Baron Hobert and this mysterious and powerful lady enough space. Hobert introduced in a natural tone, "This is the former lord's manor of a viscount, but it has been abandoned for several years. I spent a lot of effort to complete the renovation. There are a total of 8 courtyards. That side is the front yard." Just as they arrived at the front yard, Donna happened to return from outside and saw Hobert strolling with a lady who was particularly well dressed, yet very elegant and beautiful. This lady's aura reminded Donna of Princess Ethel she had met before. She couldn't quite explain what that feeling was, but she looked very powerful at first glance. "Hobert." Donna greeted him. "Who is this beautiful guest?" Hobert opened his mouth, but suddenly didn't know how to introduce Bernardet. "Queen. It's okay to call her that in private, but it seems a bit obsequious to call her that in front of others." "Princess." "Ah, she hasn't been a princess for many years, she has been a big sister for many years." Finally, Hobert said, "Bernardet." Donna greeted, "Miss Bernardet, hello. You have such a wonderful aura." Bernardet smiled, "You are also very lovely." Hobert didn't want Donna to get involved, so he waved his hand at her, "Go and do your work." Donna pouted, "Why are you always playing around? You only know how to force me to work." After they separated, Donna suddenly remembered, "I saw Miss Bernardet in Backland. In that Inti-style restaurant." Hobert even went up to chat with her. Hee, luckily my sister-in-law wasn't there at the time." Hobert took Bernardet to the train station at the pier, but the train would not depart again for another 4 or 5 hours. This was when the privileges of the Lord were displayed. With Hobert's order, the boiler was quickly fired up, and after waiting for more than 10 minutes, the train started. However, this time, besides the train driver, there were only Hobert and Bernardet on the train. The two first sat down in the noble's compartment, but Bernardet felt that the view here was not good enough, so Hobert took her to the end of the train, to that small grandstand. Hobert began to point out the landscape again, except this time the person next to him was not furs, and he didn't put his arm around her waist. This area used to be a reed marsh. You probably can't imagine how desolate it was back then. Now, the functional organs of the town have been built here. That's the town government, that's the post office and telegraph office, and further over there are the security bureau, the tax bureau, and the court. The staff have now officially moved in and started working. After more than half a month of finishing construction and decoration, the functional organs of the town have begun to operate normally, but the flowers and plants that have just been planted in the yards of these buildings have not yet grown, and they look a bit bare. Bernardet listened quietly to Hobert's brief description, quietly looking at these brand new buildings, her expression becoming gentle. Woo. The train began to climb uphill, and gradually you could see the scattered old town area, and the new Jeffrey Town area under construction. The hospital and school are basically completed, Hobert continued to introduce. The hospital can be put into use next month, and the school will be later, probably in April. The plaza, commercial area, and residential area are also being built as soon as possible, but I estimate that it will still take 2 months to complete, which should be in time for this year's summer tourist season. Bernardet suddenly asked, "Where did you get so much money?" As the leader of the element Dawn, she was quite aware of the construction costs. Hobert smiled, "All thanks to the help of my family." Bernardet shook her head, looking at the crowded construction site. "If it really was your father's funding, you wouldn't have that sense of pride when introducing all of this." Looking at the territory that was completely different from when he first arrived, Hobert held the handrail with one hand and said, "Maybe it's because my skin is thicker." Speaking of which, Hobert and Bernadette's relationship was not particularly close, but in Hobert's impression, the queen mystic in front of him was quite special. Although Hobert looked like he was entertaining Bernardet as an old friend, Hobert naturally wouldn't tell the truth when it came to financial and other non-public issues. Arriving at the mountain, it was a pastoral scene. The spring planting had already been completed, and the seedlings of the crops had grown to the height of a calf. The farmland was full of people, who were diligently weeding. Many people were doing farm work while talking loudly. You could clearly hear joy and hope in their voices. The farmers here are very motivated, Bernardet concluded. Yes, maybe it has something to do with my abolishing the agricultural tax, Hobert said, sighing at the difference between the farmland on the east and west banks of Full Moon Lake. Although there were also many people in the farmland on the west bank, they all looked sad and gloomy, like zombies, with no enthusiasm for the land and crops under their feet. Bernardet glanced at Hobert, a landed aristocrat who voluntarily abolished the agricultural tax. That's right, you don't care about that little bit of grain income. You have higher ambitions. Hobert just smiled faintly. The train reached the highest point. Hobert and Bernardet got off the train, and the two walked to climb the highest peak. The entire hillside was uniformly planted with knee-high grass by Hobert. In the middle of the thick grass, there was a path more than 1 meter wide paved with gravel. On both sides of the road were wooden handrails without bark, separating the grass and the path. The spring breeze blew, and the grass rose and fell like waves, and the air was full of the scent of grass. At the top of the mountain were some wooden benches. Hobert invited Bernardet to sit on the bench. The scenery in front of her made the knowledgeable Queen Mystic feel physically and mentally happy. Full Moon Lake was already very far away from here, and the entire lake surface was in sight. You could even see half of the South Colson mountainous area from here. There was a sparkling lake surface in the mountains, which was originally pleasing to the eye. At this time, it was also the time when vegetation was growing wildly. As far as the eye could see, it was all pleasing green. There were also towns and villages dotted along the lake shore, and the surrounding mountains, magnificent and full of vitality, made people feel that their distance from nature had become very close. The two looked at the scenery in front of them quietly for a few minutes, and then Hobert suddenly said, "This beautiful scenery is very suitable for heart-to-heart talks. Tell me, what are you here for?" Bernardet leaned on the back of the chair. "I heard some news about the Creator. It reminded me of asking you to say hello to the Creator before. Did you deliver it? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 507, Chapter 507 Fur's Request. Chapter 507 Fur's Request. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert had guessed that Bernardet was coming to ask about this matter, and at the same time, he also guessed that Bernardet believed the Creator was her resurrected old father. The great Creator told me some things about the Black Emperor. Hobert still decided, I'm not acknowledging this daughter. The reason was simple. Bernardet could easily expose him. If, in a fit of anger, she did something like kill a servant of the Creator to vent her hatred, Hobert would be the one to suffer. Even if Bernardet considered the power of the Creator and wouldn't retaliate, the Creator's reputation would still be at risk of being tarnished. So, Hobert simply stated the matter clearly this time. I only just learned that the Queen Mystic is actually Emperor Roselle's daughter. Hope involuntarily flickered in Bernadette's eyes. But the Creator told me that you guessed wrong. He is not the resurrected Roselle. Hobert said decisively. Only when her father was mentioned would Bernardet, the leader of the element Dawn, show such obvious emotional fluctuations. She couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed, but then she asked, does the Creator know where my father is now? Hobert said, the Creator didn't say. He only said that your father was affected by some kind of corruption in his later years. Bernardet suddenly turned around, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. She stared intently at Hobert. What kind? The great Creator said that even knowing the source of that corruption, even for angels and below, would result in the same corruption, Hobert said. Although he had sealed away the relevant memories, he still remembered the precautions. Bernardet was clearly encountering this kind of information for the first time. After a brief shock, she quickly returned to normal and leaned back in her chair. How should I thank the Creator? Of course, she knew that such an important reminder must have a price tag attached. When I need you to thank me, I will take the initiative to find you, Hobert said. This time, he didn't borrow the lamp genie. Borrowing the lamp genie now wouldn't seem out of place. After all, the Creator understood the situation of the Black Emperor pathway so well, it was equivalent to telling Bernardet, I am a god of that pathway or a neighboring pathway. His knowledge of the lamp genie's existence wouldn't surprise Bernardet. But borrowing the lamp genie now would be useless. Hobert was just a Sequence 5. Apart from looking a bit like a god in certain areas, such as shattering Beyonder characteristics, he was just a mid-sequence Beyonder being at this time. If he encountered a being like the lamp genie, he would be seen through immediately. It would be better to wait until he was stronger before borrowing from Bernardet. Bernardet nodded slightly, saying nothing more, staring blankly at the beautiful scenery before her. After a while, she said, what a wonderful place. A good place to keep all bad moods away from me. Hobert smiled and said, you can come whenever you want in the future. Especially when you're tired. I'll tidy up a courtyard for you in the Lord's mansion. You can stay as long as you want. If you don't want that much trouble, do you see the construction site over there? The hotel there will be completed in another month or two, and there's also the villa area over there. Several buildings are ready to move into now. Bernardet took a deep breath. I'll come to rest for a few days in the summer, but I won't notify you at that time. Hobert smiled, no problem. If you're not well taken care of anywhere, you can come to me to complain. After discussing serious matters, the conversation between the two became more casual than before. They got up and chatted as they walked down the mountain. The train was waiting on the other side of the mountain. After Hobert and Bernardet boarded, the train slowly started again. Bernardet saw some buildings on the back of the mountain, one of which looked very grand and already had doors and windows installed, looking like it had been completely renovated. That side will be a large entertainment center in the future. Hobert continued to be the tour guide for this trip. The auction center that has already been built is specifically for auctioning extraordinary items. After the auction, there will also be gatherings for beyonders. If you have time, you can come and see if there's anything you need. Bernardet asked, are the auctions held regularly? There are small auctions on the 5th, 15th, and 25th of each month, and a large auction on the 29th of each month. Hobert very much hoped that a big figure like Bernardet in the extraordinary world could participate. Bernardet nodded. At midnight on the 28th, you can put the auction information on the wooden chair on the top of the mountain. If there's anything I need, I'll participate. Okay. Hobert thought to himself, as expected of the Queen Mystic. The way she obtains information is mysterious enough. He simply guessed that Bernardet had probably marked the location of the wooden chair on the top of the mountain so she could send her mysterious servant to take away the auction materials. After taking a train ride around the territory, Bernardet seemed to be in a good mood. Hobert then strolled around the lake with Bernardet. Hobert had Archibald prepare the grill, charcoal, and other items, then boarded a modified wooden boat and hired someone to row to the lake to fish. These wooden boats were originally used by the people in the territory for travel, but now that Hobert provided steam passenger ships, these wooden boats were almost useless. Decades ago, there were fishermen around Full Moon Lake. Later, after monsters appeared in the lake, no one dared to go into the water to fish anymore. It had been abandoned for decades, and now no one knew how to fish anymore. The key was that there were still some large fish and beasts in the underwater forest. Although they didn't dare to go ashore, the fish in the lake were only enough for their food. Even if they wanted to fish, they couldn't catch anything. Based on the principle of not wasting anything, Hobert modified these wooden boats that everyone didn't use anymore. Most of them were converted into small cargo ships, and one was converted into a small boat for fishing. Hobert planned to go to the lake to fish in the summer to cultivate his sentiments. At this time, this boat was used to entertain Bernardet. The two leisurely talked about some interesting stories of the mystical world, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Looking at the beautiful rivers and mountains around them, even though Full Moon Lake was still in full view just now, in the blink of an eye, the two were already boating on Full Moon Lake. Even these two beyonders on the boat felt that nature was truly amazing. During the conversation, Hobert realized that Bernadette's knowledge reserves were quite amazing. She was aware of most of the information that Hobert had released in the Tarot Club so far. On the other hand, just as Catilia admired Hobert's meticulous logic, Hobert's views on some events also gave Bernardet a similar feeling. Archibald, who boarded the ship with them, listened very carefully. Only now did he realize that Hobert was actually someone who could talk about ancient and modern events with a big figure in the extraordinary world. How could an ordinary sequence 5 have such a level? He thought this was the result of being influenced by the creator. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The construction site closed, and the workers went home talking and laughing. The two cargo ships docked at the port first hung large lights on the bow and stern. Gradually, the lights of the town lit up little by little, showing the vitality of this town. Because several cargo ships docked here every day, and two passenger ships full of tourists had come in the past 2 days, the town's restaurants and hotels became lively. Some workers would now appear in restaurants in groups of 3 or 5 for small gatherings. All of this showed that this town had a bit of nightlife. Lights were also hung on the wooden boat in the lake. Hobert had Archibald light the stove. He skewered the raw meat, smeared it with oil, sprinkled cumin and chili powder, and grilled it with a sizzle. Bernardet was slightly stunned. Your method of grilling meat is quite different from Desi's barbecue. Hobert had already learned that Emperor Roselle had only improved some dishes, and had no involvement in kebabs, hot pot, snacks, and the like. Thinking that there were no folk songs circulating in this world, Hobert couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor's life was really boring. It was precisely because he had done some research that he dared to grill meat in front of Bernardet. Otherwise, if Bernardet suddenly started calling him Dad while eating, it would be a waste of such good grilled meat. When boarding the ship, he also brought up a bucket of beer. Drinking beer, eating kebabs, and looking at the beautiful scenery of Full Moon Lake, Hobert's face was full of satisfaction, and Bernardet also enjoyed the food and scenery before her. After a few glasses of wine, the conversation between the two became more casual, and Bernardet was indeed a daughter taught by the Emperor. Many of her values were very much to Hobert's liking. Gradually, after she put down the airs of the Queen Mystic, Hobert actually had the illusion of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Previously, in Hobert's conversation with Klein, he had tried to find this feeling, but Klein was a bit like a taciturn gourd, and he pretended to be someone from this era very well. If it weren't for the fool holding the Tarot Club every week, Hobert would have suspected whether the Klein he met was Zhou. As the two talked, they talked about the situation in the northern continent. Hobert said, "You should also be aware that the countries of the northern continent now seem to be able to coexist peacefully, but they will inevitably have a war." Bernardet was slightly stunned. "As far as I know, the Faysac Empire has repeatedly provoked, but the Lone Kingdom has no intention of starting a war." The nobles and the wealthy are busy making money. Are they willing to fight? After all, war will cause turmoil. The key is that the money or resources in their hands are likely to depreciate or be subject to the military, which does not seem to be in their interests. It is precisely because of interests that they will fight. Hobert smiled and said, you should have been to Backland. The entire city, the entire loan, produces a large number of products every moment. Who are they going to sell to? The poor in Backland's East Borough? Or the natives of the southern continent? The main force that can afford these things is actually the citizens of the northern continent. But the problem now is that the products produced by the four countries are obviously surplus. Who is willing to accept the products of other countries? This is a fundamental contradiction in wealth. Now it seems that everyone is willing to coexist peacefully, only because everyone is not sure of putting the other to death. Bernardet nodded slowly. She suddenly recalled that when she listened to her father telling some truths before, her father could often grasp the key to the problem like this, and explain a seemingly ordinary but very important thing very thoroughly, changing some of her views. Immediately following, Bernardet realized that what she was seeing, the great change from a high level that would occur in Backland, could it be a war? Unfortunately, she could only see some blurry shadows and had no way to distinguish whether the upheaval was a war initiated by the Kingdom of Loan. At this time in the northern continent, the Kingdom of Loan possessed the strongest comprehensive strength, so Bernardet naturally assumed that it would be the Kingdom of Loan that initiated the war. Bernardet finished the beer in her glass. This is indeed a good idea, but it is difficult to prevent the outbreak of war. Her Sequence 2 advancement ritual required her to prevent a high-level disaster. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, having eaten and drunk her fill and gained a lot, Bernardet bid farewell to Hobert, transformed into a phantom in front of Hobert, and disappeared. Hobert burped and had Archibald row the boat to shore. The two marionettes were rowing the boat, and Archibald's main body, while tidying up, asked, Sir, I heard Seal at the pier this afternoon say that you are planning to take the soldiers to suppress bandits. Yes. Hobert had planned to take Seal and the others to suppress bandits last week, which was actually like a training exercise, but they encountered a riot and had to wait until now. Many crew members of the cargo ship said that they had seen bandits in the waters outside Jeffrey's territory, and that bandits even wanted to board the ship, but their wooden boats could not catch up with the steamships. Therefore, bandit suppression could no longer be delayed and must be carried out as soon as possible, lest a robbery really occur. Archibald smiled and said, I used to command the regular army of the Theosophy Empire, why don't you give me this job? Hobert was slightly stunned, looking at Archibald, you have commanded the regular army before. Archibald quickly and earnestly reported to Hobert, yes, because I really need a warrior pathway and a hunter pathway marionette. So I went to the southern continent, found a suitable target there, and turned a reaper into a marionette. It just so happened that the Theosophy Empire's colony was at war at the time, and I thought it was quite fun, so I played the role of that reaper and continued to fight the enemy. As a result, I got addicted to fighting. I stayed in the Theosophy military camp for a total of 8 years. I was originally a nobleman who went there to gild myself, but I actually became the military commander-in-chief of the Theosophy Empire in various colonies in the southern continent. I initiated and won the Battle of Yarrell. Hobert was stunned, because he had learned about this battle in his university course, Modern Brief History, which was a classic modern army battle. This course was also called Modern History, which was a course explaining the history of the last few decades and the current situation of the North and South continents. Archibald sighed and continued, unfortunately, the people of the Church of the God of Combat discovered my main body, and I had no choice but to give up that identity. But before I left, I gave the Church of the God of Combat a surprise and turned their archbishop in the southern continent into a marionette. Archibald's eyes flickered with light. That was the origin of his demigod marionette, and it was also the most glorious period of his life. Hobert smiled, pondered for a moment, and then said, all right, but even if a soldier is dying and cannot be saved, you cannot turn him into a marionette. In fact, Hobert knew very well that he had no problem planning a beyonder battle, but when it came to knowledge of guns and artillery, he didn't even have the most basic tactical knowledge, and would only lead people to charge forward. Don't worry. Archibald said, in terms of making marionettes, I will listen to your arrangements in everything. Hobert nodded, and the matter was settled. Returning to the Lord's manor, Hobert pushed open the bedroom door and smiled, beautiful lady, have you been waiting for me for a long time? I'm here. But immediately following, Hobert found that the atmosphere in the room seemed a little wrong. Furs was flipping through a magazine expressionlessly, without any response. Hobert was stunned, she was fine in the morning. He took a closer look at the magazine in Furz's hand. It was the magazine that Bernardet had flipped through before. He took off his cloak, sat next to Furz, and smiled, you also know that there are occasionally some strange guests in the territory now, but there is no way, I have to entertain them well. Furz saw the tiredness on Hobert's face, and her expression softened a little, but then she asked with a straight face, did you let another woman into our room? As soon as I entered the door, I smelled a faint scent of perfume. Fortunately, I didn't see a woman's hair on the bed, otherwise I. I would never come to this room and sleep on this bed again. Hobert cursed Bernardet in his heart, I knew it. Appearing in the bedroom is easy to cause misunderstanding. Wait, a dignified queen mystic, a sequence 3, wouldn't be able to hide the scent of perfume on her body. I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. This brat is doing it on purpose. I'll teach her a lesson for old Juan when I see her next time. Forget it, I can't beat her now. Not having time to think too much at the moment, he quickly put his arms around Furs and coaxed, you don't know how excessive the guest I entertained today was. She just likes this kind of prank and always says hurtful things. Hobert tried his best to portray Bernardet as a naughty child next door. Furs was also stunned, is she really an adult? Yes. I have similar feelings to you. Hobert smiled wryly, as soon as I heard you say the scent of perfume, I knew it must be her prank, because I haven't smelled any perfume for most of the day. If it weren't because I can't beat her, I wouldn't be so indulgent to her. Furs smiled and said, there are still people you can't beat. The atmosphere had eased a lot, and Furs gradually responded to Hobert's kisses and hugs. After a burst of passion, the two people talked about the affairs of the territory as usual. After talking about the auction house, Furs suddenly said, Hobert, promise me one thing, if you have another woman, don't bring her to our room. Hobert looked at Furs, who had a serious look on her face in his arms, I'm so busy all day long, wouldn't it be better to have some time to drink tea and fish on the lake? Do you think I have time to find another woman? Now is now, maybe you will have time in the future. Furs had heard Zio talk about those nobles' mistresses, and in this era, it was abnormal for nobles not to keep mistresses. In the relatively conservative kingdom of Loan, this kind of thing would not be discussed publicly. But in the Intis Republic, many nobles would compare their mistresses' charm, figure, and licentiousness. Nobles without mistresses either had financial problems or physical problems. Furs also knew that it was unlikely for the men in front of her, who had great achievements, to have only one woman in his life. She had already prepared herself mentally for this, but she also had her bottom line. Hobert knew that even if he swore to the gods now, Furs would not believe him. So he simply said, don't worry, I will protect our family. Furs was very satisfied with this answer and kissed Hobert as if it were a reward. The two people tacitly did not continue this topic. Hobert said, accompany me to inspect the new territory tomorrow. There is a manor that originally belonged to Viscount Wright. Let's go and take a look together. Furs agreed, okay. Early the next morning, after Hobert finished breakfast, he first used travel to watch a play on the west coast. Originally, he planned to give the young people who were being punished 2 days off after working for 3 days, but in the past few days, the ships of Geoffrey's territory were busy transporting building materials and some necessary supplies to the west coast, so the vacation time was postponed for a few days. Hobert wasn't so idle as to visit every village. He randomly looked at the reactions of 3 villages and a small town, and Hobert was satisfied to see the villagers' stunned expressions. The villagers in one village even thought they had seen a ghost and wanted to organize people to fight the ghost. Some people were even so frightened that their legs went weak and they sat on the ground. Looking at their yelling appearance, Hobert had a feeling of a successful trick. You guys caused a riot before, which made me worry for several days. Now I will also make you feel scared, and we can call it even. At this time, the grassroots civil servants sent down from each village began to loudly publicize some changes in Geoffrey's territory and some new policies of Lord Hobert. At the same time, Hobert also saw the scene of the young people who were being punished crying with their families. He saw parents holding their children's faces and looking at them again and again, and he saw young girls who had lost their lovers and regained them, and rushed out to hug them without being shy. Hobert's smile gradually disappeared. Losing and regaining makes many people wake up from numbness. As expected, only when you lose it will you know how to cherish it. He didn't continue to watch, but returned to the east coast, and set off from the Lord's manor around 9 o'clock, taking Furs and a dozen guards and servants to inspect the territory. This couldn't help but remind Hobert of the last time he inspected the territory. At that time, he only had one servant, Seal, and he didn't even have a horse when he first set off. Now the horse that Hobert is riding was still sponsored by Dennis's father, Grove. Moreover, during that inspection, the residents of the territory guarded against Hobert as if he were a thief. Now it's different. No matter where Hobert passes, the farmers in the fields respectfully greet this lord. Some people even invited Hobert to drink tea or wine under the tree. Regarding the act of drinking alcohol at noon, Hobert smiled and euphemistically criticized, it is easy to make mistakes when drinking alcohol at noon. I'd better have a few sips of tea. So, not long after the group came out, Hobert got off his horse and started drinking tea with the people farming in the fields. Through chatting, Hobert learned that some families in the village had become wealthy. Without exception, these families had large populations, many family members working on the construction site, and received more wages every weekend. Especially after the opening of the Lord's Manor direct sale store in Geoffrey's territory town, the workers who had money in their hands would of course buy some modern industrial products, which initially made the economy in the territory prosper. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 508, Chapter 508, The Origin of the Theosophy Order, Bonus 1. Chapter 508, The Origin of the Theosophy Order. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stones 300. Walking and stopping along the way, Hobert felt the enormous changes in the territory. The people were highly motivated in their labor in the fields and on the construction sites, creating more wealth than before. The key was that they themselves could get a considerable portion of the wealth they created. Many new houses had appeared in the villages, tall and beautiful, with red bricks and red tiles. It wasn't that the people here also felt that red was festive, but because the brick kilns in the territory could only produce red bricks and red tiles. More were houses that were half-built or under construction with the help of neighbors, relatives, and friends. That was hope, that was the future. But after arriving at the new territory, the situation changed drastically. The people here were indifferent and numb, there were few people in the fields, and the crops were growing far less vigorously than what he had seen in the morning. So the inspection speed was much faster, and in the evening, they arrived at the former Viscount Wright's manor. It had long been abandoned, with only the tall walls and huge lawn proving its former glory. Hobert had heard from the original servants of the Lord's mansion on the way that the scenery here was quite good, but when he arrived, it was already evening, and the surroundings looked like ordinary grassland. Wild rabbits had already made their nests here. Hobert shot a few casually while walking with furs. He handed one of them to a servant. "Roast it, I'll use it to entertain guests later. The rest are for you." While waiting for the roasted rabbit, Furs, who was already a little hungry and had started eating bread with jam, was still marveling at what she had seen and heard today. It was the first time she had felt such a strong sense of comfort. Hobert had brought about earth-shattering changes in the lives of the people, so they welcomed Hobert with their greatest enthusiasm and supported his rule. "This world has become accustomed to establishing rule through violence," Hobert suddenly said with emotion. "Perhaps this has something to do with the fact that the essence of this world is madness. Haven't the beyonders of the lawyer and arbiter pathways ever thought about making this world a better place, so that more people would support their rule?" A voice suddenly came from the darkness. They should have had someone think of that. A middle-aged man with a meticulously groomed beard and hair came out of the darkness into the camp, and the guards immediately pointed their guns at him. Hobert smiled and said, "That's my guest." Everyone did not relax their vigilance because of this, but only stopped pointing their guns at the other party. The person who came was Jonathan, whom Hobert had planned to meet during this inspection. Jonathan suddenly had several bullets in his hand. While playing with the bullets, he sat down opposite Hobert, but the problem is, they immediately realized a problem. What's the use of ordinary people's support? At this time, the surrounding guards realized that the bullets in their guns were gone. Jonathan casually threw the bullets in his hand at the feet of the guards. He originally thought that these guards would immediately bend down to pick them up, but who knew that they would load another bullet into their guns and stare at Jonathan. Seeing Jonathan's slightly surprised expression, Hobert smiled. "Didn't you expect that ordinary people could also look you in the eye so firmly? As long as someone supports them, they are not as servile as you think." Jonathan glanced at Hobert. "But they still have to rely on you, and ultimately they still have to rely on the extraordinary." Hobert took a deep breath. "Yes, that's a problem. In fact, if ordinary people are allowed to develop, they can also create weapons with destructive power comparable to gods, and they can also use their methods to land on the moon and travel through the sky." Jonathan smiled and shook his head. "Young people are still imaginative." Hobert also smiled and did not continue to discuss this topic. "How have you been lately?" Jonathan nodded. "The negative effects have all disappeared." Hobert grunted and said bluntly, "I've had some feelings during these 2 weeks on the West Coast. You people don't know what rule is. Hand over the governance of the East Coast to me, and I will make it more prosperous, and it will attract more people. I will still not interfere with religious matters. If you have conflicts with the Church of the Earth Mother and need me to mediate, I will come forward." Jonathan agreed to this very readily. "Okay." But then he added, "But I have a condition." "Speak. Talk to me about your faith." Hobert was stunned, looking at Jonathan. "It's the first time I've preached to a demigod." Furs was slightly stunned. She remembered that Hobert was a believer of the Evernight goddess in Backland, and after coming to the kingdom of Fainapotter, he became a devout believer of the Earth Mother. She couldn't help but think, did this demigod of the Theosophy order want to believe in the Earth Mother? In the previous battle, Furs had seen Jonathan from afar. Later, Hobert introduced him to her as a demigod of the Theosophy order. The Lord awoke from chaos and saw that the order of the world was so unbearable, that morality was no longer the standard for measuring whether a person was good, but money was. Violence filled every corner of this world and was whitewashed by gods and rulers. Vicious thugs lived a good life, while those who truly loved life and were kind toiled all day long and had no time to enjoy life. With Hobert's current eloquence, this kind of thing came almost without thinking, and like the Bible of various churches, it would start from human nature and on a large scale, expounding the core ideas. He continued, so the Lord sighed, humanity in the fifth epoch is more miserable than in the second epoch, at least in the second epoch, humans rarely killed and deceived each other. Therefore, the Lord intends to overthrow the existing order and establish a new order for the world. As he spoke, Hobert suddenly realized that he was actually connected in this way with the honorific name he had racked his brains to come up with before, but which was very devaluing. He didn't know whether his honorific name determined the cause he would pursue in the future, or whether the cause he would inevitably pursue in the future determined his honorific name in reverse. Jonathan was slightly stunned when he heard these words, your faith is easily at odds with all the gods. Furs also realized, isn't this the doctrine of the Church of the Earth Mother? But Hobert smiled and said, the God I believe in has already found an ally. It's just that ally is only sequence 6, no, almost promoted to sequence 5. Jonathan guessed, the Earth Mother. No. Hobert said, my relationship with Bishop Simpson is purely my personal behavior to develop the territory. Furs wondered, what is Hobert's true faith? Why haven't I ever heard him mention it? Maybe it's because I don't care much about the issue of faith. Mr. Fool may be my most devout faith, but now that I think about it, unless I have something to trouble Mr. Fool with, I have never performed daily prayers. No, this makes me seem too impious. I will perform daily prayers to Mr. Fool every day from now on, but it seems very troublesome. Well, 3 days, once a week for daily prayers. Jonathan was very curious, your unique way of developing the territory is not from the instructions of a god. No, as long as we develop according to his outline, he rarely interferes with the affairs of his blessed. Hobert was telling the truth. Jonathan fell into silence, and after a long while, he suddenly asked, do you know the origin of the Theosophy order? I've heard of it roughly. Hobert replied, the Theosophy order seems to be a branch of the demonist sect. Furs was stunned again. She heard such high-level intelligence in the real world for the first time. Jonathan asked again, aren't you curious why the main members of the Theosophy order are beyonders of the apprentice pathway? According to the information I have, after Mr. Dor of the fourth epoch fell, the demonist sect took the opportunity to harvest some of the beyonder characteristics of the Abraham family without the protection of angels. This was actually Hobert's guess. Furs sighed, Hobert knows a lot, he even knows Mr. Dor, but he doesn't know that Mr. Dor didn't fall but was sealed. Thinking of this, she felt somewhat emotional. As expected, the information obtained at the tarot gathering is very high-end, and it is a secret that most beyonders do not know. Mr. Emperor knows so much. Mr. Dor did not fall, he was just sealed, Jonathan corrected. Furs, who was cutting off a rabbit leg and eating it, smiled slightly, as expected. Jonathan then said, I don't know how much you know about the history of the fourth epoch, but what I can tell you is that when Mr. Dor was first sealed, the power of the demonist sect was basically in the southern continent, and they had no time and space to deal with the beyonders of the Abraham family. Hobert was slightly stunned, that's right, I didn't think of this before. Jonathan continued, after Mr. Dor was sealed, the Abraham family split once. They split with the Tamara family. Do you know the Tamara family? Yes. Hobert nodded, I've killed many people from this family. Jonathan was slightly stunned. What was that supposed to mean? Hobert smiled, you go on. Jonathan cleared his throat, at that time, the Abraham family and the Tamara family often intermarried. Some relatives of the Tamara family and the Abraham family advocated joining the Tamara family, while many other clansmen planned to maintain the independence of the family and be ready to welcome the return of Mr. Dor at any time. This was the first split of the Abraham family. But the members who joined the Tamara family soon ushered in the second split. The reason for the split was very strange. It was said that the god found by the Tamara family to exempt the clansmen from the curse had problems, and the Tamara family desperately wanted to cultivate a planeswalker for some reason. I need to explain to you the curse of the Abraham family. I've heard of that curse, Hobert said, is it that you hear some maddening whispers during the blood moon? Furs also nodded, I am a victim of this curse. Jonathan sighed, you know a lot of secrets. He thought again, and felt that this seemed to be taken for granted. After all, Hobert had an organization behind him, and a god. Jonathan showed a puzzled expression. In theory, the Tamara family helped find a god who could help the clansmen avoid the curse, and cultivated a planeswalker, all of which were good things. But I don't know why the clansmen still split at that time. Well, only a few people know the inside story of this matter, and those few people do not include me. After the split, our elders contacted the demonist sect and received the protection of the primordial demonists. But because our ideas are so different from the demonist sect had to establish the Theosophy order. Hobert tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Jonathan. I didn't expect there to be so many secrets. Jonathan shook his head with the rabbit meat and said, didn't you hear the problem? The primordial demoness is well, okay, she is not a righteous god. What I find strange is, why did those elders who have passed away join the demoness sect? What is the difference between this and the previous problematic god? Furs was slightly stunned, she didn't expect there to be other branches of the Abraham family. Hobert sighed, choosing the lesser of two evils. He said, have you ever thought that perhaps the god found by the Tamara family could cause you more harm than the primordial demoness? I have thought about this question, but I really can't figure out what harm can be greater than a god in a bad state. Jonathan asked, somewhat confused. Hobert knew very clearly that there was. But he forgot what it was. He still remembered that some memories that could not be carried outside were sealed by himself in the nation of disorder, so he did not delve into it. Jonathan did not continue to dwell on this issue, but said again, some of the high-level members of the Theosophy order are from the demoness sect, and some are saints of the Abraham family. Currently I know that 3 saints of the Abraham family have been completely influenced by the primordial demoness and have begun to fanatically believe in the primordial demoness. And I and the other 2 demigods of the Abraham family still remember the agreement with the demoness sect a long time ago. The primordial demoness helped us avoid the curse, and we helped the demoness sect do some things that they were inconvenient to come forward to do. But there are still too many clansmen of the Abraham family who have been corrupted. They have been completely brainwashed by the demoness sect, and believe that killing a person is helping them be liberated. He sighed. I have also been affected to some extent. For example, at certain times, my subconscious will think that I am a woman, or I will feel the irresistible charm of the primordial demoness. If there is a chance, I don't want to continue to be influenced like this, and I don't want the clansmen to be immersed in the bewitchment of the demoness sect and completely become vassals of the demoness sect. Hobert probably understood Jonathan's appeal. There is a group of Theosophy order members with Jonathan as the main leader who hope to break away from the Theosophy order. The rift between the Theosophy order and the demoness sect, or rather the rift within the Theosophy order, is deeper than I thought. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 509, Chapter 509 Captain Dunn decides to stay. Chapter 509 Captain Dunn decides to stay. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Furs, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask, Mr. Jonathan, I'm curious, since you want to obtain some protection, why don't you seek refuge with the Orthodox churches? Because the Mr. Door we believe in is sealed by one or some of the 7 gods, Jonathan explained. Almost every member of our clan has a premonition after advancing to astrologer that one day Mr. Door will definitely break free from the seal and return to the real world, so it is impossible for us to believe in our enemies. Furs nodded, I understand. She thought to herself, I know this, Mr. Door is sealed by the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms. Then she thought, the Abraham family members of the Theosophy order are stronger than Teacher Dorian's members, but they are also more radical. However, Hobert thought, I knew before that the doctrine of the Theosophy order believes that the spirit is the essence of human beings, and the body is just a cage that binds the spirit. Knowledge must be obtained through spirituality, so that the spirit can gradually be freed from the body, and after layers of trials by the stars, it can finally break away from the material world and return to the purest and most real self, to obtain eternal salvation. But I didn't study it carefully before. At first glance, this doctrine seems to be the acting reference for the Rose School, or the prisoner pathway. But on second thought, this doctrine is not really related to the demoness sect. Your words just reminded me that they have always believed in Mr. Door, so the doctrine of the Theosophy order can also be regarded as a description of the growth process of the Door pathway beyonder, or simply a description of Mr. Door. Your previous remarks were very misleading. Jonathan said to Hobert with a smile, let us convince a large number of members of the Theosophy order, and even many members of the demoness sect are deeply convinced of your theory. Hobert's previous remarks on another interpretation of the witch pathway potion and the proposal to actively move closer to the Orthodox Church were indeed very misleading. Jonathan made full use of this, which was equivalent to screening out those members who were unwilling to continue living secretly, and these were members with similar ambitions to Jonathan and others. Finally, Jonathan said meaningfully, the only thing we lack now is protection. Of course, Hobert understood that Jonathan meant, can the God you believe in give us such protection? He said, I will report this matter. The implication is, I can't decide whether to accept you or not, I will report this to the Creator. Jonathan gave an and said, I'll wait for your news. He finished the rabbit meat in his hand, took out a towel and carefully wiped his hands, then got up to leave. Hobert sat by the campfire in silence, considering whether to accept Jonathan's group. Accepting them would add at least 3 demigod-level combat powers, but they would also have to face the anger from the demoness sect, and there might be angel-level battles again. If he didn't accept them, it would be easier, but Hobert felt it was a pity, that was 3 demigod-level combat powers. Another question is, I don't know if the Creator can isolate the curse of Mr. Door. This must be tested first. If Jonathan comes with the team and finds that the Creator can't help them at all, it will be embarrassing. After thinking for a while, Hobert felt it was necessary to accept this power. For the evil gods related to rulers, they will eventually establish their own country. At that time, the extraordinary power in the country cannot be supported by the Balk family alone. It is necessary to unite all forces that can be united to form the extraordinary forces of one's own country. If you dig into the Orthodox Church, you are just asking for death. You can only unite the descendants of angel families like the Abraham family, but these families have more or less problems. For Hobert, the risk of solving these problems is great, but these problems are also an opportunity. As long as he helps them solve the problems, he can exchange them for their loyalty. Finally, Hobert decided that helping is helping, but don't worry about this matter, you can wait until you become a demigod before talking about it. After eating a few bites of rabbit meat, Hobert and Furs returned to the tent they had set up to rest. Furs really wanted to know Hobert's belief, but she also knew that this should be a very private matter. If there were confidentiality requirements like the Tarot Club, it might embarrass Hobert. So she decided not to ask first. Based on her understanding of Hobert, he would definitely tell her if he could. Only when the two of them were intimate did Furs put aside this question and become focused. Being intimate in the wild gave the two of them a new experience, allowing them to wholeheartedly enjoy the joy of this moment. After a burst of passion, the two hugged each other and chatted as usual. Hobert suddenly said, "Regarding my true belief, I didn't mention it to you before because I had an oath that I cannot reveal the existence of that great being to members outside the family unless it is for evangelism." Furs nodded lightly. "I knew it was like this. But it's different now." Hobert lowered his head and kissed Furs on the forehead. "You are now a member of our family, and you may need the protection of that great being for a period of time." He said, "You should have heard of the Blood Emperor, right?" "That's right, it's the Blood Emperor, who established the Tudor Empire in the Fourth Epoch. Christian is a descendant of the Tudor family. Now you know where Angus, this cousin, came from, right?" "That's right, they are all members of the same family." Furs was a little surprised. She hugged Hobert's waist to feel enough reality. "When I was trading information about the Tudor Empire in the Tarot Club, I felt that these people and things were so far away from me, but I didn't expect them to be so close." This made her involuntarily think of the Emperor in the Tarot Club. After thinking about it carefully, she felt that the Emperor was quite similar to Hobert in figure. But the feeling was different. Hobert made people feel enthusiastic, focused, and occasionally a little bad, while the Emperor gave people a feeling of mystery, erudition, and loftiness. Then she thought, "I remember the Emperor said that he had many colleagues from the Tudor family. Could it be that Hobert believes in the Creator?" Furs probably couldn't imagine that the reason why Hobert said that at that time was to make his words at this moment more credible. Only Hobert continued, "Our family believes in a great God named the Creator of human order." Furs hugged Hobert's arm even tighter. "It really is like this. But don't mention this to other family members for the time being, because this is not something that can be discussed in public." Hobert also said, "You also heard the order conveyed by the king's messenger. I will leave the territory this Saturday or Sunday to attend the National Day celebration next Monday. When Father came to Jeffreytown before, he reminded me that something big was going to happen in Fainapotter City. I guess this big event is likely to happen on National Day. Starting 2 weeks ago, I have asked Philip to set up a company to divide and reorganize the industries in the territory to deal with possible accidents. After this inspection, you will start to ask about these company accounts. Although I won't let you do the accounting, you have to have a general idea. You must be careful during the period you stay in the territory. I will leave Archabald to protect you and rearrange the Traveler's Gate for you. You must ensure that you can escape back to Backland at any time. If you encounter difficulties or dangers that cannot be solved, you can pray to the Creator and ask for his help." Furs said with some worry, "You're just going to attend a banquet, what danger could there be? Could it be that your investment in the territory is too large, making the royal family jealous? If not, just give them these industries, it's just money, there's no need to take risks. In the eyes of the royal family, my investment in the territory may be the most inconspicuous problem." Hobert patted Furs on the back to comfort her. "Don't worry, with Father around, I won't be in too much danger, but I guess my baronial title may be lost." "Just lose it, it's just a title." Furs said anxiously, "Is there anything I can do to help you? Just stay in the territory for me." Hobert said with a smile, "Don't worry, you know I have a travel magical item, no place can trap me." Furs felt a little relieved. "I really want to advance as soon as possible, so that I can share some of the pressure for you." Hobert pinched Furs's nose. "Didn't you participate in the battle against the demons before? You've already helped me a lot." He also said, "Don't worry, after going to Fainapotter City, I will first go to see Bishop Simpson. In critical moments, the Earth Mother Church will also provide necessary help and protection, so you don't have to worry at all." Furs then understood that Hobert had been preparing for this moment for a long time, which made her feel a lot relieved. At the same time, she secretly encouraged herself to advance as soon as possible. "In that case, I can help Hobert, and he will discuss such problems with me again, instead of leaving all the pressure to himself." In Hobert's comforting voice, Furs fell asleep with worries, and Hobert also fell asleep. Close to midnight, Hobert was awakened by the sound of prayer. Who is so sick? After cursing in his heart, Hobert pretended to be in a hurry to urinate, came outside the tent and entered the nation of disorder, and saw again in the pool in front of the iron throne that there was a strange star. Spreading his spirituality over, this time it was a man wearing a Lone-style court-guard uniform praying to him. This time Hobert was not as surprised as last time. He realized that someone was indeed testing him. The other party was likely a member of the lone royal family. Was it George III? Hobert thought for a while and decided not to pay attention, because if the other party was just testing him like this, it would be impossible to find him, so there was no need to worry for the time being. Hobert, who had returned from outside the tent, meditated for a long time before falling asleep again. The next day, they continued to inspect, and Furs finally understood why the people loved Hobert so much. Without his actions in the past 6 months, it is believed that the area around Jeffreytown would be as poor as these mountain villages. At noon, the group returned to the manor where they had set off in the morning. At this time, Hobert realized the scenery of this manor. As far as the eye could see, there were low hills, and the undulating ground was covered with green grass, interspersed with some wildflowers. Among the flowers and plants, various insects were already busy. There were no magnificent scenes, nor were there any novel landscapes, but seeing such a scene made people feel very happy. Furs asked the servants to put the recliner on the grass. She basked in the sun comfortably, watching the spring wind and clouds, and watching Hobert riding a horse and having a great time. This place is indeed very suitable for riding horses. On horseback, there is a sense of conquering the land in front of you. After riding the horse for a while, the gloom in Hobert's heart these days was swept away. He said to the guards and servants, "Go back at 3 o'clock in the afternoon." After speaking, he lay on the recliner next to Furs. This manor must be well renovated. Furs suddenly said, "I want this manor." Hobert smiled and said, "It's yours. You have to treat me well when I come here as a guest in the future." "I'm not kidding." "I'm not kidding either." Hobert smiled and said, "I'll ask Philip to go through the formalities when I go back, strip it from the Lord's mansion's property, and then transfer it to your name." Furs smiled sweetly. "Hobert, you are so good." Hobert smiled and pinched her face. Furs rarely made such a request, and of course he had to try his best to satisfy it. Furs looked at the blue sky and held Hobert's hand. "I really want to stay here forever and not go anywhere. We will see more beautiful scenery than here in the future." "No," Furs suddenly said, "the scenery here is enough for me. If I see the more magnificent scenery you mentioned, I will be greedy." Hobert was slightly startled, turned his head and glanced at Furs. "We can't stay here forever." "I know you can't stay here forever." Furs smiled happily, "But I will stay here and keep thinking of you, and when I miss you, you will happen to miss me and appear in front of me." If it weren't for that curse, if it weren't for wanting to help Hobert, she wouldn't have any motivation to advance. Hobert gave an and smiled. "You can live however you want." The two smiled at each other and continued to enjoy this wonderful time. But such a time is ultimately short. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the group embarked on their return journey and returned to the Lord's mansion in the evening. After dinner, Archibald and Seal reported to Hobert their first bandit suppression results. They successfully defeated a group of more than 30 bandits on the east bank and seized a lot of spoils. Just like the bandits in Jeffrey territory before, these bandits, to a certain extent, were the rulers of that territory, so they would have a lot of property. Hobert inquired about the details of the engagement, and Seal provided a comprehensive report. Archibald, with his extensive experience in leading troops, had made remarkably accurate judgments about the enemy. How to lure the enemy. How to set up the ambush. Everything was meticulously planned in advance, leaving the enemy disoriented. With only 7 or 8 soldiers injured, they managed to kill 12 enemies and capture over 20. Those 20-odd individuals were all sent to the construction site, where they would face a life of hard labor, of course. Hobert was finally relieved to entrust the task of suppressing the bandits to Archibald. He also instructed Seal to bring forward the 2 soldiers who had performed exceptionally well in the battle. After commending them, he promised to help them become beyonders. Hobert only mentioned the 3 pathways of hunter, warrior, and sailor for them to choose from. On Friday morning, April, who had an appointment with Hobert, arrived at the front yard side hall with 2 servants carrying a wooden box the size of a coffin. After closing the door, only Hobert, April, and the wooden box on the table remained in the side hall. Hobert opened the coffin-like wooden box, revealing a tall man with a prominent nose lying inside. He looked exactly like Dunn Smith, except his hairline wasn't receding, and his hair appeared lush. Hobert smiled. "You even cured his receding hairline." April was slightly taken aback. "No wonder. When this body was first refined, it didn't have much hair. I thought I had made a mistake somewhere. The reason it's so thick now is because I found a way to make it grow." Hobert stroked his chin and said, "This is good news for middle-aged men. Then he asked, is it just a matter of merging the soul with this body? It requires the consumption of one life stone each year, April explained. Moreover, this body will also age, lasting about 60 to 70 years. When that time comes, even using life stones will have no effect. You can only refine a new body, provided that his spirit body hasn't weakened, otherwise, it won't be possible to merge again. Also, the fusion process must be performed by me. Hobert nodded. Wait a moment, I'll go get his spirit body and be under characteristics. Quickly arriving at the study, Hobert excitedly sacrificed the spirit wine glass to the nation of disorder. He went behind the iron throne and opened the stone coffin hidden there. Inside lay Captain Dunn's spirit body and spiritual body, sometimes illusory, sometimes solid. Hobert had been sealing the stone coffin with the power of order, so there was no loss of spirituality in the spirit body. Hobert carried the stone coffin to the side of the pool in the hall, stood it upright, and picked up the spirit wine glass. He suddenly felt a little nervous. What if Captain Dunn didn't want to be resurrected? What if? Never mind, let's wake him up first. Injecting spirituality into the spirit wine glass, invisible ripples spread throughout the hall. Captain Dunn in the stone coffin suddenly opened his eyes. He was first a little dazed, then saw the clear pool, the spacious hall, the bronze giant door on one side of the hall, and the high iron throne. Finally, Dunn's eyes, like deep lakes, looked at Hobert in front of him. Hello, Captain Dunn, Hobert smiled. It's good to see you again. Dunn's memory was still from the operation intended to stop the descent of the true creator. He looked down and didn't find any wounds on his body. I remember, I seem to be dead. Hobert thought, if I say, Captain, you're mistaken, would I be able to get away with it? You did not have any vital signs at the time. Hobert decided to tell the truth. I took the liberty of preserving your beyonder characteristics and soul. Dunn pinched his chin and pondered for a few seconds before asking, then, our mission. You saved Tingen. No, we saved Tingen. Dunn scrutinized Hobert. You seem to be more than just an external member of the Nighthawks team. That's right, Hobert smiled. But one thing I want to explain is that I am a favored one of the goddess. Right. Then Hobert confidently said, that's right, I am a favored one of the goddess. I have received instructions directly from the goddess. Hobert could feel that Dunn was very wary of him. Dunn asked, then, Mr. Favored One, this is obviously not somewhere belonging to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, right? No, Hobert replied. I asked a great existence to help me protect your soul to prevent the loss of spirituality. Why do that? Because I don't want you to die. Hobert spread his hands. Or rather, you shouldn't have died. You saved a city. Is that all? Klein and Leonard also didn't want you to die, and neither did Miss Daly. She especially didn't want you to die. Hobert forced a smile. I don't know if you can imagine Miss Daly being heartbroken and drowning her sorrows in alcohol every day. Daly was indeed heartbroken, but Hobert didn't know if she was drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Dunn fell into a long silence. He was pondering, and also weighing things. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind, but I'm already dead. He looked at Hobert and smiled, putting down most of his guard. I've seen too many beyonders who are unwilling to accept their death. I don't want to become like them, so. Hobert was slightly stunned, but then he changed his persuasion strategy. Captain Dunn, the world needs you. Moreover, I found a classical alchemist to refine a body with a lifespan of 60 to 70 years for you. You won't become a wraith, and your state will be as normal as before. Oh, right, I also specifically told that classical alchemist to cure your hair loss. Dunn didn't pay much attention to the last two sentences, but asked with a smile, I'm not some important figure, why would the world need me? You're wrong, Captain Dunn. You are a vanguard of justice, a protector of the people, and a sword to punish the forces of darkness. Hobert said emotionally. The forces of justice in this world are so few. Your death will be a major loss to the forces of justice and will allow more evil forces to breed. Yes, this world may not need you, but the kind people who are forced into a corner by the dark forces need you, and the ordinary people who have been persecuted by the dark forces need you. Please stay and help them. The hall fell silent again. After a long while, Captain Dunn suddenly asked, what do you need me to do? Hobert took a deep breath. Colleagues and friends had not been able to make Dunn decide to stay, nor had his lover made him decide to stay. He was staying for the sake of justice in his heart and the people who needed his help. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 510, Chapter 510 Resurrection of Captain Dunn. Chapter 510 Resurrection of Captain Dunn. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. At that moment, Hobert briefly described his recent experiences. Overall, there are a large number of people in my territory who have been spiritually corrupted by demons, and some followers of the Theosophy order. As for the members of the official Beyonder organization I just formed, they have no problem killing people, but they have no experience in dealing with Beyonder events. I hope you can teach them how to handle Beyonder events. Also, in the southern continent, there is a newly formed official Beyonder organization that also severely lacks similar experience. They need an experienced person to guide their work. Captain Dunn crossed his arms and smiled. It sounds like your organization is not an evil secret organization. Hobert smiled. It is a secret organization, but not evil. I never thought that after cracking down on secret organizations for so many years, I would become a member of a secret organization myself. Captain Dunn finally made up his mind. Okay, I'll go with you and see if I can help. He added, but if I find that you are lying, or if my own condition is abnormal, I will still end my life immediately. For the sake of our fighting together, don't stop me. Hobert smiled. Don't worry about that. Well, I'll store you in the spirit wine glass first, and then return to the real world to set up the altar. Wait a minute, Captain Dunn suddenly said, you just said that your territory is in the Fainapotter kingdom, right? Yes, I will prepare Fainapotter's Highlander language charms for you, so you don't have to worry about language problems. Just as Hobert was about to pick up the spirit wine glass, Dunn said again, I forgot to ask just now, you said that the composition of the official Beyonders in your territory is very complex. How complex is it? Hobert was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that even as a spirit body, the captain's memory was still so excellent. At that moment, he explained the origins of Angus's first squad members and Helen's second squad members. Hobert picked up the spirit wine glass, waited for a few seconds, and after confirming that the captain had no new questions, he injected his spirituality into the wine glass, attached Captain Dunn's astral body and mental body to the wine glass, and picked up Captain Dunn's Beyonder characteristics. Captain Dunn was able to see and hear Hobert's actions and voice in his current state, so Hobert pretended to thank the empty throne, and requested that the wine glass and Beyonder characteristics be bestowed upon himself. Immediately afterwards, Hobert respectfully placed the two Beyonder items in his hand in front of the Iron Throne, and then his figure disappeared and returned to the real world. After setting up the bestowal ceremony, Hobert re-entered the Nation of Disorder and bestowed the wine glass with Dunn's spirit body and the Beyonder characteristics of Nightmare upon himself. When he was sucked into the bronze door, Dunn in the wine glass vaguely saw a tall and solid figure sitting on the Iron Throne, but before he could see it clearly, after a dizzying experience, he arrived in the real world. Hobert brought the wine glass and Beyonder characteristics to the front yard and handed them to April, who was waiting there. April first pinched the wine glass to feel whether the spirit body inside was complete, and then held the Beyonder characteristics of Nightmare and placed it under the ribs in the direction of the heart of the body. The skin of the body slowly separated up and down, like a mouth suddenly opened, and swallowed the Beyonder characteristics. A few seconds later, the body gave people a sense of tranquility, but immediately afterwards, the body trembled, and one after another finger-sized fleshy bumps grew on the body, but these fleshy bumps disappeared quickly. But then they grew out again, and then disappeared. Hobert was stunned. Is this a precursor to losing control? April explained unhurriedly, don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon, just like an ordinary person suddenly taking a Sequence 7 potion. She said to the wine glass, after you enter this body, the connection established with the spirit world when you originally digested the potion can be re-endowed to this body. As long as you don't die from losing control, these symptoms of losing control can disappear immediately. Okay, get ready, I'm going to integrate your spirituality into the body. April stretched out her hand and scratched the skin on the front chest of the body with her not-so-long nails. But there was no bleeding, and there was no color of muscle, but a gray-black gap appeared, with something like a thick gray-black liquid inside, as if they would flow out in the next second, but they never flowed out. Then these liquids suddenly changed color and turned white again, also about to flow out, but they couldn't flow out. April casually explained, black represents the Beyonder characteristics just now, and white represents this blank-like body. As she spoke, she brought the wine glass to the front of the gap, injected spirituality, and Captain Dunn's spirit body and mental body were injected into the liquid that was sometimes black and sometimes white. April's movements suddenly became faster. She threw the wine glass to Hobert, and took out a piece of metal with yellow, blue, and red colors intersecting from her pocket with the other hand. She held the metal block with both hands, and a brilliant light emerged from the metal block, covering the entire side hall, giving all the objects here, including the walls and the ground, an unspeakable sense of sanctity. The liquid on the chest of the body seemed to be sucked out by some suction, and then formed a vortex. The black representing the Beyonder characteristics, the white representing the body, and the gray representing Dunn's spirit body were all stirred together. The metal block also floated up and came to the top of the body. It gave the three liquids the power to rotate, causing them to stir and stir. At first, the three colors could be distinguished, but later they were stirred too finely, and the three colors seemed to become one color. And the light on the metal block gradually dimmed, and finally it became an alloy of iron and lead, with no color on the surface. The thick liquid that had been stirred into one color fell back into the gap in front of the body's chest. Those liquids no longer changed color but always appeared gray. April reached out to catch the falling metal block, leaned down and gently wiped the front chest of the body with her fingertips, and the gray-black gap disappeared. She smiled. The spirit body is very well integrated with the body. Hobert asked, in that case, is he completely alive? There is still one last step. April put away the metal block and took out a crystal-clear, crystal-like colorful stone from her pocket. This is a stone of life. April placed it on the forehead of the body. After taking her hand away, the stone slowly rotated by itself, emitting colorful light, and the entire side hall was filled with the breath of life. A few seconds later, the color on the stone of life was dull and no longer like a crystal, but merely like an ordinary stone painted with color. As the stone fell to the ground, the body also opened its eyes. He sat up abruptly, staring at his hands in a daze. Hobert, who was on the side, asked, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel anything." Dunn looked at Hobert with deep eyes. "Just now, was our conversation a dream?" Hobert was very satisfied with this effect. Dunn himself couldn't distinguish what was different between this body and the original body. As for him not being able to distinguish what is reality, what is a dream? Nightmares basically have this problem. April, who was on the side, was very satisfied with her work, and then she said, "The first stone of life is a gift, and each stone of life after that is worth 3,000 gold lire." "No." Hobert smiled. "The cost of refining the body cannot be given to you, but the money for the stone of life must be given to you." He shouted outside, "Alan, get 5,000 gold lire from Philip." Hobert smiled and said to April, "You must accept this money. I hope you can share my joy." April smiled slightly and did not decline any further. After getting the money, she said, "I'll come to see you again in a few days. I may be going to Feinapotter City in a few days." Hobert explained, "But furs will be in the Lord's mansion." April nodded and left quickly. Hobert looked at Captain Dunn, who was walking back and forth. "How do you feel now?" "I seriously suspect this is a dream." Dunn frowned slightly and said, "I remember Klein said that you are quite frugal when it comes to spending money. Why were you so generous just now?" Hobert was dumbfounded. He had only been to Tingen for a few days. How did Klein come to this conclusion? Could it be because I didn't take the initiative to pay the fare when I took the bus with him? "Please, you can get reimbursed, okay?" He solemnly said, "Captain, you remembered it wrong. Klein is the stingy one." Successfully resurrecting the captain was a huge encouragement to Hobert. Before, he always felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult to change the established reality. After Captain Dunn was resurrected, Hobert became full of confidence. If he encountered something similar to preventing the true creator from descending or the Backland smog again, he would not hesitate to participate and do his best to strive for a result that he was satisfied with. After letting Alan settle Captain Dunn, he quickly wrote a letter to Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, hoping to get a permanent charm in the Feinapotter language as soon as possible. And he put 60 gold lire in banknotes in the envelope. The extra money was considered the cost of expedited production. Edwina replied at lunchtime, so in the afternoon, Captain Dunn, dressed in Feinapotter-style clothes, began to chat with the guards of the Lord's mansion. Having heard that the scenery here was good, he also took a train ride from the pier to enjoy the scenery of the territory. However, Hobert wasn't as leisurely as Captain Dunn. He was making the final arrangements for the territory. First, he recalled Conrad. While Archibald and the others were suppressing bandits in the front, Conrad had to establish effective rule in the rear until the entire East Bank was brought under the rule of Geoffrey's territory. Because of the experience on the West Bank, Hobert didn't need to personally direct this time. He could leave it all to Conrad. And the situation on the West Bank was now stable, so Corwin could just keep an eye on it. Next, Hobert spoke with Philip, Roy, Angus, and others separately. He also summoned the 10 villagers who had been selected earlier and wanted to become doctors, and chose 3 people from them, giving them the apothecary potion. Of course, he couldn't just let them start working like that. There was a beast tamer in the territory's church, and Hobert paid this beast tamer to give the 3 apothecaries some lessons first. Then, Hobert asked Mr. Fool to contact Moon Emlyn, claiming that he wanted to buy some herbal formulas from him. As for the money, it would be deducted from the previous debt. Although after becoming an apothecary, one possessed relevant knowledge of herbs, herbal formulas were an experiential thing. Obtaining the formulas could save a lot of exploration. Soon, Emlyn sent Hobert over 30 chained formulas through sacrifice and bestowal. Emlyn wrote on the first page, "For herbs without specific dosages, it depends on the extent of the disease, the patient's physical condition, and other factors. Apothecaries have the corresponding beyonder abilities to accurately do this." Hobert quickly glanced through it. Almost all common diseases were covered. Perhaps this thing was worthless within the Sanguine clan, but it was of extremely high value to Hobert. So, the remaining hundreds of pounds between him and Emlyn, the debt agreed to be repaid with potions, was written off. Finally, Hobert called in Seal and told him to pay attention to the warriors who performed outstandingly during the subsequent bandit suppression. When the bandit suppression mission was over, he would give 3 to 5 more soldiers the reward of becoming Beyonders. After finishing everything in the territory, it was already Saturday morning. After lunch, Hobert took Dunn to the Special Operations Division's courtyard. The 30-plus members who had been notified earlier gathered in the conference room. Unlike the coldness they showed during their first meeting, everyone immediately stood up to welcome Hobert when he entered the room. Hobert greeted everyone with a smile while walking with Dunn to the head of the conference table. "I believe you've all heard," Hobert said, and the conference room immediately fell silent. He said, "I've invited a teacher for you from the Nighthawks. This is Captain Dunn." Everyone applauded in support. Captain Dunn's greatest achievement is leading 2 low-sequence members to stop the descent of the true creator. Wow, many people exclaimed, and the applause for Captain Dunn gradually became more enthusiastic. Hobert smiled and said, "A mature official Beyonder system allows you to exert more powerful combat power. In the near future, the entire South Colson area will be under our jurisdiction. As a qualified official Beyonder, you must learn how to handle cases and have a rigorous system. Okay, I'll just say so much. Now, let's have Captain Dunn give us a lecture." Amid everyone's warm applause, Hobert quietly left the conference room and stood outside the door, listening to Dunn's lecture. "Your lord was a little wrong just now. At that time, I was leading 3 members to stop the descent of the evil god. The 3rd member is your lord, Hobert." Wow, this time, even more people exclaimed. "It is because he knows enough about official Beyonders," he said with a serious face, "and also understands that these systems are written with blood and tears by generations of official Beyonders, so he hopes that you can master these things and become qualified official Beyonders as soon as possible. Today is my first meeting with everyone. Let's first discuss a few common misconceptions that official Beyonders often encounter when solving Beyonder cases." Hobert watched Dunn passionately explain the precautions for handling cases in the conference room, and a smile appeared on the corner of Hobert's mouth, revealing a gratified and satisfied smile. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 511, Chapter 511 Princess Ethel's Invitation. Chapter 511 Princess Ethel's Invitation. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Fainapotter City, Wanna District. Hobert searched back and forth on the street several times. "It seems to be here." He stepped into the doorway. The male servant sweeping the floor saw Hobert and asked politely, "Who are you looking for?" "Looking for your butler." Hobert had forgotten the name of his butler in Fainapotter City. Seeing Hobert's extraordinary bearing, the male servant asked politely again, "May I ask who you are?" "Baron Hobert." The male servant was stunned. "A familiar name, please wait a moment." 2 minutes later, the butler and the male servant walked out quickly. The butler also clearly recognized Hobert after a few glances before saying, "Your lordship, we have been waiting for your return." The male and female servants in the yard all looked over. It had been more than half a year, and this was the first time they had seen the owner of the mansion. Only then was Hobert sure, "This is my mansion." He had only stayed here for 1 night in total before, but so far, he had already spent 6,000 gold salas for this mansion. Half of it was for daily expenses, and the other half was for repairs. Hobert also knew that this kind of repair was purely a waste of money, because he wouldn't stay here for more than a few nights throughout the year. However, this kind of repair was an attitude, proving that Hobert valued the king's reward, so he went to repair it. And the cost of repairs could not be too high, as that would be equivalent to expressing dissatisfaction with the king's reward. The act of repairing was not only to show his attitude towards the king, but also to tell the nobles that Baron Hobert's financial situation was very healthy, so as to avoid rumors in the noble circle that were detrimental to Geoffrey territory. Hobert knew that this group of nobles didn't have any serious business to do all year round, and they were the best at spreading gossip. Repairing the baronial mansion was an easy task, but it could shut their gossiping mouths, so Hobert was barely willing to spend this money. Most of these expenses were paid by Dofus, and Hobert later returned the money to Dofus. Hobert sat in the living room for a while and then said to the butler, "Prepare a carriage for me." His carriage also came from the king's reward, and he had only ridden it once so far, while the coachman had been on duty for more than half a year, and today was the first time he had driven the carriage. The coachman, who had nearly 10 years of driving experience, felt a little unreal at the moment he sat in the driver's seat, and he found that he was even a little rusty in how to drive. More than half an hour later, Hobert arrived at the Life Cathedral. After praying devoutly to the emblem of life in the front row, Hobert asked the priest to help him find Bishop Simpson. More than 20 minutes later, Bishop Simpson, with a happy face, came out from the back. "Hobert. Is it really you? I thought the priest had made a mistake. Are you here to attend the National Day banquet?" "Yes," Hobert said with a smile, I received His Majesty the King's invitation. He felt the change in Bishop Simpson's temperament. If he guessed correctly, he was already a demigod. Let's talk in the back. Simpson invited Hobert to a room in the backyard of the church. There were many reception rooms in the backyard for important believers, and the furnishings were all similar, with a table and a few chairs, and a copy of the Life Bible on the table. Hobert first congratulated Simpson, and then asked, becoming a demigod, what changes do you feel? I don't feel much change, Simpson said with a smile, but some of my original abilities have changed a lot. For example, the healing at sequence 5 level can only treat physical injuries. And the healing after promotion can also treat some mental corruption or trauma. Hobert was stunned. The healing at sequence 5 level could have such abilities. His healing fork could treat mental damage, but this kind of damage was only useful if treated immediately. Like the residents on the west bank of Full Moon Lake, the accumulated mental damage could not be treated. Hobert was sure that the beyonder characteristics of making the healing fork were definitely in beyonder characteristic of sequence 5 level. He also thought of April's current state, which made him seriously doubt whether there was something wrong with the beyonder characteristics of the healing fork in his hand. But now was not the time to think about this issue. He just thought about it briefly and continued to chat with Bishop Simpson. After chatting for a while, Hobert took out a small wooden box. This is a gift I brought you. Simpson opened it with a smile. Why are you being so polite? Open it and take a look, I believe you won't refuse. Simpson recognized it at a glance, blood crystal of the four-clawed white antelope. The thing in the box was the sequence 6 level beyonder material that April had sold before, and it was the planter S material. Hobert smiled and said, this isn't beyonder material I just received. I could only use the sealed artifact to identify it as a material from the planter pathway. I didn't even bargain at the time, and bought it directly. Simpson closed the lid of the wooden box. I'll have the priest go. This is a gift from a friend, Hobert said with a smile. If you plan to give money, then you're being too polite. Simpson was slightly stunned. Just say what's on your mind. They were already deeply connected together in a relationship of interest, which was more reliable than ordinary friendship, so Hobert didn't beat around the bush. After the auction house in Jeffrey territory is built, it will be beneficial to everyone. In the future, if you encounter beyonder materials and beyonder characteristics of the planter pathway, I will definitely help you buy them immediately. Bishop Simpson nodded. No matter how much money you spend, I can make it up to you. Hobert smiled and said, however, I have received relatively reliable news that the royal family is preparing to use tough methods to seize my property in Jeffrey territory. So during this period, I have sorted out and reorganized the property in the territory, and established 3 companies. I hope these 3 companies can be protected by the church. That's simple, Simpson said. You donate a sum of money to the church in the name of the company, and I will apply for a devout and friendly believer title for you. I will take care of the formalities for you, and I will get it done for you next Monday. Hobert clapped his hands. That's really great. These £2,000 were not spent in vain. I also brought you something, Hobert said with a smile, but I think you should present this thing to Archbishop. Simpson took the wooden box that Hobert handed over. As soon as the wooden box was opened, a ray of morning light shone out from the wooden box. A light yellow, goose-egg-sized object covered with holes was slowly beating inside, like a very energetic heart. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing, so Bishop Simpson's gaze turned to Hobert. Hobert smiled and said, this isn't beyonder characteristic of a demon hunter. I plan to give it to you. Simpson suddenly thought of Utravsky in Backland. Thanks to the materials provided by Hobert, this mother's chosen had been promoted to guardian. Hobert was not giving away beyonder characteristics, he was clearly giving the Earth Mother Church a demigod. Simpson closed the box and immediately said, I'll take you to see the Archbishop. Okay. Arriving at the Archbishop's office, Gabriel quickly got up and smiled when he saw the beyonder characteristics. Baron Hobert, thank you for your contributions to the church all along. The church will never forget everything you have done. Hobert also smiled and said, this is all as it should be. After all, I am a devout believer of the Mother Goddess. Then we must give something back to show the power of faith. Seeing that the groundwork was almost laid, Hobert said, no matter when or what happens, I will always be a devout believer of the Mother Goddess. Gabriel also said, we have a lot of protection measures for devout believers, but the premise is that you are within the territory of the Phaenopotter kingdom. Hobert smiled slightly. Thank you for your help. The Archbishop's reply was very satisfying to Hobert. He was saying, as long as you are in the Phaenopotter kingdom, we can protect you no matter what dangers you encounter. After all, he had given the Earth Mother a demigod, and the value of this was immeasurable. After chatting for a few words, Hobert said goodbye, and Simpson personally sent him to the entrance of the church. After watching Hobert's carriage leave, Simpson returned to Gabriel's office. Your Excellency. Gabriel looked at the small wooden box sent by Hobert thoughtfully and said, what kind of danger will he encounter that requires the church's high-level protection? Simpson briefly described the conversation between him and Hobert just now, and Gabriel asked some questions about Geoffrey territory, and then immediately made a judgment. I am afraid that the royal family is not just trying to seize Hobert's property. Gabriel said, as far as the South Colson area is concerned, protecting Hobert is beneficial to us. He thought for a while and then said, you will return to the church in South Colson next Monday. Since it has begun to prosper, let it continue to prosper. Yes. Hobert did not return to his mansion but went directly to Christian's mansion. Mona was very happy to see Hobert. After chatting for a while, Christian got off work, Tyrone got out of school, and the Earl's mansion gradually became lively. After dinner, Christian called Hobert to the study, and the father and son talked about the current situation in the northern continent. When Hobert said goodbye, Christian smiled and said, the National Day celebration is a big event. Prepare well tomorrow and go to the banquet with full energy the day after tomorrow. Hobert immediately understood. Sure enough, the National Day celebration was the big event Christian mentioned before. The next day, Hobert first went to school to see his younger brother, Tyrone, who was studying at Fenapata University, also one of the top universities in the country. Then he went to Christian's mansion again and had lunch with Mona. In the afternoon, Hobert returned to his mansion, intending to stay home and prepare. He first readjusted the sealed items he was carrying. He had a limit of 2 level 1 sealed items, and he finally chose 1 to 102 and 1 to 106. The former summons monsters based on the enemy's level, and can summon monsters at the saint level at most. The latter has a good group attack skill, wiping out large areas of those below the demigod level. As for level 2 sealed items, Hobert only planned to bring the Traveler's Knife, Spirit Wine Glass, Healing Fork, and Zombie Spoon. Then, Hobert prayed to the Fool again, asking for another leave of absence. He didn't know what would happen tomorrow, so it wasn't a good time to attend the tarot gathering. Just as Hobert was recuperating in the Lord's mansion, he suddenly received an invitation from Princess Ethel. This surprised Hobert. The butler who delivered the invitation did not leave immediately. His meaning was obvious: prepare and leave quickly. Hobert was about to change into his baron's formal attire, but then he thought that the invitation was for a regular banquet and didn't need to be so formal. In noble banquets, there are different specifications for invitations for different occasions, and the wording is also different. The wording on the invitation sent by Princess Ethel was similar to a private gathering of a few colleagues or friends. Of course, when members of the royal family send out such invitations, it only shows that they value a certain guest, and you can't really treat the princess as a colleague. But it also meant that it didn't need to be so formal. So Hobert wore a suit that was more casual, and followed the butler's carriage out of the city. He met Princess Ethel at a manor outside the city. She still had short hair and was dressed even more casually than Hobert, in a cotton white shirt and light-colored pants. Ethel's temperament was such that even in such casual attire, Hobert felt a sense of a mature woman. She looked at Hobert coldly and said, I heard that you arrived in Fenapata City yesterday. Do you know anyone here with a higher status than me? Hobert was slightly taken aback. These words were obviously criticizing him for not visiting her sooner. This was actually an oversight on Hobert's part. After arriving in Fenapata City, he was preoccupied with how to get protection from the church and how to face the dangers that might occur tomorrow. But publicly and privately, and in terms of etiquette, Hobert should have visited Princess Ethel as soon as possible. After all, she had condescended to attend Hobert's wedding and read out the king's blessings and rewards at the wedding. If it were another baron, he would often find reasons to visit. But Hobert was different. He had come to Fenapata City, but he hadn't taken the initiative to visit Ethel. Fortunately, Hobert had a thick skin and immediately found a reason. Your Highness, I have long wanted to visit you, but this time I came to the capital at the invitation of the king to attend the National Day celebration. If I were to visit you for personal reasons first, I'm afraid some would say that I am disrespecting the king's orders, so I plan to visit you immediately after the celebration. Ethel coldly oomphed, don't let it happen again. She was obviously satisfied with this reason. The layout of this manor was not luxurious, but it was full of martial spirit. There were many suits of armor standing in the corridor, and many cold weapons and firearms hanging on the walls. Hobert wouldn't be surprised if this was the manor of a warlike prince, but it was the manor of a princess. Ethel, who was walking in front, casually introduced, this is the manor my grandfather gave me. It is said that it was actually a castle more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, the kingdom of Fenapata had not yet been established, and there were occasional wars here, so there are some armor and weapons. What she didn't say was that she rarely used this manor to entertain guests, and only a few of her confidants were qualified to visit here. Hobert recalled Christian's introduction to Ethel. It seems that her grandfather's title also has a long history. The restaurant had 2 windows, one facing west, where you could enjoy the sunset, and the other facing the garden, where you could admire the beautiful flowers and plants. Dinner was authentic Fenapata-style cuisine, each dish with a strong olive oil flavor, and they also liked to use garlic and onions as seasonings. 6 out of 10 dishes in a noble dinner were seafood, because the kingdom of Fanapotter had a long coastline, which meant that the kingdom had a rich supply of seafood as food. But Fanapotter City happened to be inland, and if the transportation was a little slow, the seafood would not be fresh. Only nobles and wealthy merchants were willing to spend a lot of money to transport seafood by express train, and most of the middle class in the capital could only eat some pickled seafood. After the dishes were served, the two began to chat about the recent situation in Jeffrey territory, and the atmosphere of the meal gradually became harmonious, and Ethel's tone was no longer so cold. After dinner, Hobert accompanied Ethel for a walk in the garden. In fact, Hobert hated such socializing. He could do whatever he wanted in his territory, but in front of Ethel, he had to appear very well behaved and respectful. "Come to Fanapotter City next year," Ethel said suddenly. Hobert was slightly taken aback at first. This was a normal reaction, because they were just talking about the kingdom of Fanapotter's railway network, and he didn't understand why Ethel suddenly said this. Then he realized that this was the purpose of Princess Ethel's banquet. "My territory has not been built yet. Half a year is enough for you to build your territory and sort out all the problems in the entire South Colson area." Ethel looked at Hobert with a very dignified gaze. "I know you have this ability." However, for Hobert, who was also Sequence 5, Ethel's dignified aura didn't work very well. "I have nothing to do in the capital," Ethel said boldly. "You can choose any department in the capital. As soon as you come to the capital, you will be the deputy of an independent department. Within 3 years, I will support you as the head of the department, and within 5 years, you will have the opportunity to obtain the qualifications of a member of the upper house." Hobert gave a thumbs up in his heart, and sighed at Princess Ethel's generosity. This was the way to do great things. So even though Hobert knew that his life might change dramatically tomorrow, he still asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Help me accomplish a major task." Ethel smiled. "After it's done, you will at least be ennobled as a count." Hobert suddenly realized that this princess might have thoughts of fighting for the throne. "Why did you choose me? Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secret?" "I have been using the concealment ability during our conversation," Ethel said. "Even if you are Sequence 5, you will not have the idea of talking to others about this. Unless you encounter an opponent at the angel level, even if you are hypnotized by a beyonder of the spectator pathway, or spiritually connected, after death, you will keep our conversation a secret." As expected of Princess Ethel, she must have this political literacy. Hobert smiled, saying, "That sounds unlucky." Princess Ethel shook her head with a smile. "Do you still care about what is lucky or unlucky?" He might not care at other times, but something big might happen tomorrow, and Hobert still hoped to have a good start. Then Hobert thought, Princess Ethel didn't receive the notice that something big might happen tomorrow. Princess Ethel continued with her hands behind her back. "As for why I value you so much, the reason is very simple. You are outstanding. Several of my capable subordinates are basically soldiers, and they lack political literacy. They are somewhat weak in terms of administration or government affairs. Another reason is, of course, because I know your background very well and you will not be someone who is against me." Ethel's eyes became deep, and Hobert of course understood what she meant. "Not only is your background in the noble circle simple, but you also represent the power of the Creator, and you are likely to be a strong ally." Hobert realized that he was so good. If he were Princess Ethel, he would definitely win over someone like him. "The conditions are very generous, and I am inclined to agree," Hobert said truthfully, "but this is such a big matter, I still have to go back and consider it, and give you an answer after tomorrow's banquet." If there were no changes that might happen tomorrow, he would really be inclined to agree. Going all the way up like this, he would be confident of winning the throne of the kingdom of Fanapotter in a few decades. But he also didn't want to be under someone for a long time, and when he thought of the doomsday more than 10 years later, this idea only appeared for a short while, and was rejected by himself. "Although this method is safe, everything I get in the kingdom of Fanapotter is likely to become a constraint on me, affecting my development of my own power." Princess Ethel nodded in satisfaction. "Good." She added, "I heard from the intelligence department that the kingdom of Loan has sent a large number of spies during this period. Although they are not aimed at you and your father, you still need to be vigilant at night." Hobert was stunned again. "Thank you for your reminder. In addition, don't interfere with any other business at tomorrow's celebration ceremony." Ethel reminded again, "Kneel when you should kneel, bow when you should bow, and after drinking and eating, honestly return to your mansion." Hobert thought, "She knows that something big will happen tomorrow. I'm just here to go through the motions." Hobert smiled. After saying goodbye to her, Hobert was on the carriage back, really unable to figure out what Christian would do tomorrow. But Hobert knew very well that following Christian would definitely lead to good opportunities. Because he had 1 to 106, Hobert wasn't afraid of being attacked and rested well that night. Early the next morning, Hobert took the carriage bestowed by the king to Christian's manor, preparing to go to the Alhambra Palace for the banquet with his father. When he arrived at the mansion, Christian was just about to leave, but his face was pale, and there were obvious bandage marks under the clothes on his chest. He swayed as he walked, leaning on Mona as she helped him towards the carriage. Hobert thought to himself, you told me to conserve my energy. What did you do last night? He quickly greeted him. Father, are you injured? Christian smiled and said, last night, I led a team to eliminate several lone spies. I didn't expect them to have a very powerful sealed artifact, and I was accidentally injured as a result. Don't worry, you know my body well. I'll be fine in 3 or 4 days at most. For Christian, a demigod, to be injured and unable to use beyond her abilities to heal immediately, it was enough to show the power of that sealed artifact. Mona glanced at Hobert. Be careful. Hobert nodded. It seems that today's plan remains unchanged. The father and son arrived at the Alhambra Palace. As soon as they entered the palace gate, a court earl said to Christian, Earl Christian has contributed to thwarting the lone spy's plan. The king has granted special permission for you to rest in the side hall and come out to participate when the celebration begins. Hobert was stunned. Christian's injury might be part of his plan. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 512, Chapter 512, Descendants of the Blood Emperor. Chapter 512, Descendants of the Blood Emperor. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Stepping through the gates of the royal palace, Hobert, who was supporting Christian, felt a sudden discomfort, realizing he had entered the area of influence of a sealed artifact. Hobert saw guards at the entrance requesting everyone to temporarily deposit their weapons for safekeeping. A nobleman surrendered his weapon but was stopped again by a guard. The nobleman had no choice but to hand over his mystical items as well. Clearly, within the range of the sealed artifact, the guards had a way of detecting the mystical items hidden on the attendees. However, the mystical items Hobert carried were sealed within the Crystal of Order. Unless the rank of the sealed artifact exceeded that of a Sefirah, it would be impossible to detect his mystical items. At this moment, the Alhambra Palace was bustling with activity. Those who could enter the palace for the banquet were nobles, parliamentarians, high-ranking officials, and members of the royal family. In Founders Square, there was an even grander celebration, mainly attended by merchants and commoners. It was said that in previous years, the celebration was presided over by the king, but this year it was the crown prince. When the court earl announced the king's special decree, the surrounding nobles and parliamentarians all heard it. For a time, some were envious, and some were jealous. Hobert thought to himself, Ferdinand too is a professional king. He has given Christian favor and honor, but also isolated him again, forcing Christian to rely solely on the crown. The court earl led the father and son through a side door to a relatively secluded side hall. The court earl was very thoughtful, arranging for 2 male servants to attend to Christian. After chatting and laughing for a few moments, the court earl politely took his leave. Christian seemed exhausted. He sat in a chair to rest for a while, checked his pocket watch, and took out a small incense burner from his pocket, handing it to Hobert. This is a medicinal incense bestowed by the king. It has a pain-relieving effect. Light it. The 2 court servants were about to come over to help Hobert light the incense, but Hobert, accepting the incense burner, smiled and said, I can light it myself. He opened the incense burner and saw only a brown, egg-sized fruit inside, with no medicinal incense at all. Hobert confirmed Christian's intention, turned his back to the 2 servants, took the fruit out of the incense burner, and infused it with spirituality. As Hobert expected, the incense burner was actually a vessel for sealing the fruit, and also a means of avoiding detection by the sealed artifact that enveloped the entire palace. The moment he held the fruit in his hand, he felt an extraordinary power. The instant spirituality was injected, the fruit levitated, its skin peeled away, and inside was a pure black flower bud. The flower bloomed rapidly, and black light instantly covered the entire side hall, a sense of tranquility filling the heart, as if the place had suddenly entered night. The 2 servants, seeing this scene, were about to run out, but were intimidated by the majesty emanating from Christian. With a thud, they knelt on the ground together. Before they could beg for mercy, Christian twisted off the handle of the chair, broke it in half in his hand, and threw it seemingly casually, but accurately hitting the heads of the 2 servants. As if struck by a blunt instrument, a large hole was smashed into each of their heads, and they fell to the ground, quickly losing their breath. Christian changed his previous languid demeanor, stood up from the chair and unbuttoned his shirt. There were indeed bandages on his chest, but there were no wounds inside the bandages. Instead, a small bottle, a pen, and a small box were hidden in the bandages. The inner layer of the bandages was coated with a thick black liquid, which could obviously also shield against the sealed artifact's ability. The small bottle contained a starlight-emitting, silvery white liquid. Each time it was shaken, it was like starlight twinkling. Christian slowly put on his clothes. It's not easy to deceive Ferdinand too. Hobert glanced at the flower that continued to emit black light. So, last night's events. Of course, it was all staged by me, Christian said with a smile. A few spies, how could they hurt me? He opened the small bottle, and starlight filled the air, echoing the white light of the flower. Christian dipped the pen into the liquid in the small bottle and came to the center of the side hall, drawing a magic circle as he said, "That flower is a sealed artifact that can create a small, hidden space. Even angels will find it difficult to discover us. We can speak freely in here." Hobert stood aside and asked, "So, what's the big event happening today?" "Catilia, the angel we saw when we were ennobled," Christian said with a smile. "He is preparing to try to accommodate the uniqueness of the arbiter pathway today, on National Day, amidst the people's remembrance of him." "Well, I believe I don't need to explain to you what uniqueness means, right?" Hobert nodded. "The people's remembrance, is that the ritual he needs?" "No, it will make his state very stable, creating good conditions for accommodating the uniqueness," Christian explained. "Of course, the people's support for him is also crucial to him." Hobert nodded. "The people participating in the celebration will act as anchors, and everyone's support for Catilia should be related to the Godhood ritual, or simply be part of the ritual. In such an atmosphere, his success rate in accommodating the uniqueness may be higher." He then asked, "Then your treason?" "About a year ago, the military obtained a secret intelligence from a high-ranking Fasak Empire spy." Christian explained the whole story in detail. This intelligence indicated that the Church of the God of War was going to hand over something very important to the Phaenopoda royal family. After our investigation, we finally determined that the Church of the God of Combat was actually preparing to give the Trunsoist Bronze Book to Catilia. After I learned of this intelligence, I realized that the opportunity one had been waiting for had come. So I risked seeing the king, and George III hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing to my plan. Before defecting, although I was mostly acting for the Phaenopoda Kingdom's ambassador, some things were not acting, such as the royal family's suppression of me. I knew that because of the Rex incident, if there was no opportunity, I would have no hope of using the lone royal family to advance to demigod in this lifetime. So I suggested that the royal family suppression might as well be more obvious. In addition, the beyonder ingredients for advancing to demigod were indeed obtained by myself. This is enough to show my ability, and it is also the reason why George III is willing to cooperate with me. He changed direction and continued to draw the magic circle. The royal family's increasing suppression of me naturally attracted the attention of the Phaenopoda ambassador. Recruiting officials or officers is also one of their important tasks. Ambassador Tim quickly approached me. The subsequent events were logical. My secret contact with people from the Phaenopoda embassy was reported, and then I had to defect. In order to attract the attention of the Phaenopoda royal family, I exposed the fact that I had advanced to demigod during this process. After arriving in Phaenopoda, I showed my talent, and then captured a batch of lone spies, showing my hatred for lone spies. Then you also know that I was highly valued by Ferdinand II and gradually gained his trust. All of this is for today. I can have enough space and time to build this magic circle within the range of that grade 0 sealed artifact. This is very crucial. If this magic circle is outside the range of the sealed artifact, our raid will be noticed by the Catilia family from the beginning, and my plan will have almost no chance of success. At this time, the magic circle had been drawn, and the starlight liquid had just been used up. Christian threw the pen and bottle aside and stretched comfortably. Hobert asked, "In other words, our treason is just part of the plan." "That's right. But we have already killed a prince. If we return to Lone, George III." Christian smiled and said, "When I told him that I had to kill a prince to gain the trust of the Phaenopoda royal family, he agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, we can push this matter to the Phaenopoda people. I can even catch a Sequence 5 hiding in the Phaenopoda embassy to close the case. Only then did Hobert remember that George III did not care about the life or death of his children. He pointed to the magic circle again and asked, "Then what is this magic circle for?" Christian glanced at his pocket watch again. Perhaps it was not yet time, so he put the pocket watch back in his pocket. "In a while, Lone's protector William Augustus and Duke of Southfield Link Augustus will use this magic circle to come here. There may also be a few royal demigods. One of the abilities of the sealed artifact that surrounds the Alhambra Palace is to prevent the entire palace from establishing normal connections with the spirit world, so abilities such as teleportation, travel, and underworld gate cannot be used here at all. But it cannot prevent descents from the astral world. After I build this magic circle, they can first enter the astral world and then descend here accurately." Hobert thought to himself, "Fortunately, it's just going to the astral world. If it were transiting through the cosmos, then that seems very dangerous." Because the relevant memories were sealed by himself, Hobert only knew at this time that the cosmos was very dangerous. The astral world is the location of the gods' kingdoms, which is still within the protection range of the barrier. In Hobert's concept, the astral world is probably the distance from the outer layer of the atmosphere to low Earth orbit, while the cosmos is outer space beyond low Earth orbit. Hobert asked again, "What is your purpose in doing this?" Christian smiled and said, "I said before when I left Backland, what the lone royal family owes me, I will always take back." Hobert was slightly stunned. He remembered that the sentence that followed was, "Retrieve it in a way you wouldn't expect." Sure enough, it was unexpected. If the plan succeeds, when I return to Backland, I will be a duke, with a hereditary seat in the upper house, and a chaos hunter beyonder characteristic waiting for me. Christian smiled. The arbiter pathway is too tightly controlled by the two royal families. It took me more than 10 years to get the opportunity to advance to a demigod, but from what I know, this may be the highest sequence I can reach without any special opportunities. If I want to continue to advance, the only way I can think of is to kill a sequence 3 member of the royal family, or kill the head of the Tudor family. But I am not confident in either case, so I have been staying in the lone military, looking for opportunities. Hobert vaguely saw a hint of excitement and madness in Christian's eyes. He suddenly realized, this is a descendant of the Tudor family. Usually, they appear steady, resourceful, and have excellent emotional control. But when the opportunity comes, they will gamble everything like gamblers, with the courage to burn their boats. Such people are the type who plan to kill the person in front of them tomorrow, but can still call them brothers today. But deep down, they are sentimental people. As long as they recognize someone as a friend, they will show their very reliable side. He felt that Christian in front of him was a replica of the Blood Emperor. At this moment, his temperament was very similar to the impression of the Blood Emperor in Hobert's mind. In the end, Hobert couldn't help but admire Christian's perseverance and his bold plan. He took a deep breath. What do you need me to do in a moment? This array only allows entry, not return. After we begin the action to destroy Castilia's containment of the uniqueness, it will definitely attract most of the attention within the royal palace to us. At this time, you go and find the sealed artifact that protects the royal palace. Christian said. I only secured the title of Viscount for you, but if you can hand over that sealed artifact to the royal family, you will definitely get the title of Earl. Of course, that grade 0 sealed artifact is worth much more than an earldom. You can also choose not to hand it over, but you will have to leave the northern continent with the sealed artifact and be careful of the pursuit from the Lone and Fenapata royal families. You can choose for yourself regarding this. If you successfully control the sealed artifact, ignore us and immediately use travel to leave here, so that everyone can evacuate quickly. If you feel it's too difficult, then find your own way to leave the royal palace and ignore us as well. Hobert nodded. I understand. Today, he also had to go crazy with Christian to have a chance to get the title of Earl. Christian pointed to the black flower and said, remember to take it with you when you leave. The incantation to put it away is secrecy. It can make it easier for you to get rid of the pursuit of demigods. Hobert nodded. Christian, as always, had thought of a way out for him. Although today's action is quite risky, there are still ways to escape. Christian looked at his pocket watch again. Get ready, it's almost time. He took the small wooden box that he had just hidden in the bandage. Inside was a dazzling small crystal ball, and countless insects seemed to be crawling inside the crystal ball. Christian smiled and said, this isn't beyond characteristic of a secret sorcerer. The royal family is really going all out this time. If those adults don't pick it up later, remember to take it away. Hobert nodded vigorously. It would be great if he could earn a demigod level beyonder characteristic. Christian placed the beyonder characteristic in the center of the array, then touched the ground with both hands and injected his spirituality into the array. The array immediately emitted a starlight-like brilliance, and the entire side hall became magical. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Hobert betrayed his country again. Chapter 513, Hobert betrayed his country again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The brilliant light on the array solidified into starlight floating in the air, mixed with the black light emitted from the black flowers, as clear as the night sky. Seeing that the array was operating normally, Christian knelt on one knee in front of the array and devoutly recited. Sword of Order. The embodiment of rules. The master of all laws. The protector of the kingdom of Lone. Your loyal follower begs for your attention and dissent. After the incantation was completed, the starlight in the array exploded, and in the colorful light, the colored light actually had a misty feeling. Then a vortex appeared in the color, and it quickly expanded, eventually forming a phantom door. Suddenly, a somewhat illusory figure appeared in the door, and this figure quickly solidified. A middle-aged man with a cloak, black hair, blue eyes, a square face, and a dignified temperament walked out of it. The whole process was like a person coming from the distant void to the real world. Then 4 people walked out of the phantom door one after another. The second person was a slightly arrogant old man. His black hair was mixed with a lot of silver threads, and he had no beard on his face. This was Duke Blink Augustus of Southville. Hobert was familiar with the third person. He had a long face and wore a white wig on his head. Most importantly, he was wearing a dress, a cloak, and extremely long shoe tips, which were out of touch with the current era. Hobert could be sure that this was the person who hosted the Beyonder gathering in the Mercenary Club, and should have the level of Sequence 3. Of the remaining two people, one was a lady in a black dress, and the other was a handsome man with black hair, golden eyes, a neat dress, mature and refined. The Sequence 3, Chaos Hunter, who hosted the Beyonder gathering and whose dress was out of touch with the contemporary era, was Grave Augustus. The other two were Georgina and Celt, both outstanding members of the royal family saints. Of course, the first to come out was the protector William Augustus. He examined Christian and his son, who were kneeling in front of the magic circle. Christian lowered his head. Your subordinate is here. You did a good job. William said in a dignified tone, according to your agreement with George, there is a duke title in Backland, and an Beyonder characteristic of Chaos Hunter is waiting for you. Then he said to Hobert, child, you should be Hobert, right? In Backland, there is also a Viscount title waiting for you. This was to reiterate the benefits they could get before the war. The people behind William were all members of the Augustus family. Of course, they did not want an King of Angels to appear in the Phainopota royal family, so of course they would fight with all their strength. So before the upcoming battle, William wanted to make a final effort to win over Christian and his son. Christian and Hobert said respectfully together, thank you, Protector. Get up. William said. Christian got up and said, I will lead the way for you, and my son will stay and wait for an opportunity to control the sealed item in Alhambra Palace. No need to lead the way. William looked outside the door. I can feel where Catilia is. You guys try to keep up with me. After saying that, he walked in the front and left the secret space. For a moment, the nobles and senior officials who came to participate in the celebration trembled unconsciously, which was a fear and tremor from the depths of their souls. But they looked around and found nothing was wrong. William led an angel and 4 demigods, and swaggered through the front hall, which was the most crowded at this time. It wasn't that no one noticed them, but everyone was afraid to look William in the eye, or even look in his direction. After William and the others passed by, everyone realized that something was wrong, and they discussed what big shot had just passed by. William and others also discovered that there was not a single demigod-level figure in the front hall, which showed that Catilia was also prepared. Of course, there would be preparations. It would be strange if the Catilia family had no preparations for such a big event. Christian, who was following behind William and the others, found that although his steps were normal, every step seemed to be able to walk more than 20 meters. This was because William stipulated, for members of his own side, the distance in front of them was shortened by 1/20th, so one step was equivalent to the previous 20 steps. They only took about 20 steps and came to the remote area of the palace. In front of a seemingly ordinary hall, William stopped, and his majestic aura soared. Philip Catilia was Philip I, the founder of the Phainopota kingdom. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked slowly out of the hall. He had black hair, a black beard, and a face full of stubble. He wore a black felt hat and looked very easygoing. It was Philip I whom Christian and Hobert had met before. He was still holding the Trunsoist brass book in his hand, standing in front of the hall and also exuding a majesty that made people dare not look directly at him. William, you really came after all, but your speed is faster than I expected. William sneered, Philip, your tricks are still so naive. So easy to see through. They were not only old rivals, but also former colleagues, so they called each other by their names. Philip I glanced at Christian, so a little mouse came into Alhambra Palace. Christian noticed that about 1/5 of the brass book had been integrated into Philip I's chest. William, or rather William I, suddenly drew a silver rapier from the air. Without rushing forward, the distance between him and Philip I quickly shortened. The battle suddenly began after these two old rivals simply reminisced. Duke Dlink of Southville stepped forward to prepare to flank Philip I. A young man in Phainopota-style leather armor came in from the side door of the yard. Dlink, we meet again. He was Chester, the angel of the Catilia family. He became an angel in the war when he was very young, so he still looks young at this time. The last time the two fought was in the War of the Violated Oath, more than 600 years ago, and they were also old rivals. Chester loudly proclaimed his law, this is the palace of the Phainopota kingdom, and the power of the Phainopota people should be enhanced. Dlink also proclaimed his law, for the sake of fairness, the side with fewer people should have their power enhanced. The reason why Dlink has such a law is because the saints of the Catilia family, who had been waiting nearby, came to the courtyard one after another, and the battle at the saint level immediately broke out. After Chester proclaimed his law, a silver-white sword appeared in his hand. This was the Sword of Order, a skill that could only be possessed after becoming a balancer. At the level of balancer, they themselves represent order, and the Sword of Order is a physical weapon composed of the power of the balancer to control order. In the blink of an eye, Chester appeared in front of Dlink. Old thing, I guess you are too old to walk. Dlink's Sword of Order also appeared instantly, blocking Chester's attack. Little guy, you are still so rude. Then he shouted loudly, Chester Catilia does not respect the elderly and should be punished. A solid black leather whip appeared in the void, with sharp barbs, and lashed towards Chester's back. Chester's body flashed with silver-white light, resisting the attack of the leather whip. He retaliated in kind. Dlink Augustus, invading Alhambra Palace, should be punished. A thick wooden stick appeared from the void, with a sharp axe at the top of the stick. This specially shaped wooden stick smashed towards Dlink, but it was also blocked by the silver-white light emanating from Dlink's body. These two old rivals are too familiar with each other, and their battle is impossible to determine the winner in a short time. The four demigods on the lone side are only responsible for blocking the demigods of the Castilla family who hold powerful sealed items. Dlink's eyes glanced towards William I. The key to this battle is still with the two firsts. Fortunately, the process of Philip I integrating the uniqueness has already begun, and his current state is very unstable. If he is lucky, he can not only stop the enemy's intentions, but also seize the Trunsoist brass book. After William I and others left, Hobert couldn't help but smile. These adults really didn't take away the beyonder characteristic of secret sorcerer. It's not that they don't value this beyonder characteristic at the demigod level, but they all have sealed items with strong negative effects on their bodies at this time. It is not a wise move to bring in beyonder characteristic with divinity. Now they have more important things to do, and this beyonder characteristic is not that important compared to that matter. Hobert deformed the fire lacquer seal on his waist, wrapped the beyonder characteristic of secret sorcerer, and then put it into his pocket. If no one asks him for it later, he will of course pretend not to know. It's public property, so don't take it for nothing. After waiting for a minute or two, Hobert estimated that the battle had already begun, so he came to the black flower and said in ancient Hermes, "Secrecy." The flower retracted and turned into a goose egg-sized fruit again, the black light disappeared, and the state of secrecy no longer existed. Hobert cautiously changed the shape of the watch key on his waist and wrapped the fruit. In this way, in the eyes of the sealed item in Alhambra Palace, Hobert has no magical items on his body, and will not pay attention to him. Taking a deep breath, Hobert ran out of the side hall and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" By now, the outside was already in chaos. Although the battle between Chester and Dlink was of a high level, it didn't seem to create much commotion. However, the battle at the Saint level felt like they couldn't hold back their strength. Just now, a door flew over from the battlefield, turning several nobles into minced meat. Even without Hobert shouting, they knew there was an enemy attack. Hobert dared to run out and shout so openly because he guessed that his and his father's identities couldn't be exposed so quickly, at least not everyone knew they were betraying the country for the second time. The last time they betrayed the country, Hobert just went through the motions, but this time he had a substantial mission, which made Hobert somewhat excited. After joining the chaotic crowd, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief, as this way no guards would notice him. The momentum of the battle over there grew larger and larger, and everyone basically felt the pressure from the Beyonders, so people began to run out the door one after another. At this moment, Hobert suddenly shouted, "You fools! Protect the king! Now is when the Fainapotter kingdom needs us the most." He judged that the sealed artifact was likely near the king's current location, because such an arrangement could form an effective response. Ferdinand II and the sealed artifact both needed protection now, and if the two were not far apart, the manpower to protect them could support each other. But it was definitely not Ferdinand II in control, as that would be too dangerous. Many nobles were scared out of their wits and didn't want to stay here for a moment. Ignoring Hobert's calls, they continued to run outside. But some nobles and officials realized that this was indeed an opportunity to show themselves, but they would not remind those fools who only knew how to escape, and instead spontaneously went to the king's bedroom. After shouting twice, Hobert followed the crowd forward. He didn't know where Ferdinand II's bedroom was and needed these opportunists to lead the way. The battle over there became more and more intense, and occasionally walls, wood, and corpses flew over, either smashing down several walls or killing and injuring several people. Hobert sighed, "This is as exciting as charging forward in the face of artillery fire." Some people obviously wanted to retreat, but most people's eyes were still firm. For opportunists, such an opportunity only comes a few times in a lifetime. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it was about to rain, and then lightning struck the ground one after another. Hobert guessed that it should be the sealed artifact used in the battle over there. Arriving at the bedroom area of the Alhambra Palace, it was already in chaos. Except for the guards who were still holding their posts, the maids and eunuchs were following their masters to safe places to take refuge. Following the crowd, Hobert arrived outside the Kasha Hall where Ferdinand II was, but was blocked by the guards who were waiting in full force. The nobles shouted to protect Ferdinand II. After a while, a eunuch came out and shouted, "The king has ordered, you protect the bedroom from the outside. After this battle is over, everyone will be rewarded." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ferdinand II let everyone stay, their actions to risk protecting the king would not be buried. Hobert had already retreated to the back of the crowd. He noticed that there were also many guards guarding a palace not far from Ferdinand II's bedroom. That should be his target. He reached into his clothes, preparing to take out the two Grade 1 sealed artifacts. It was no longer possible to use the crowd to conceal his tracks in the next action. He would be exposed the moment he acted, so the next attack must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Boom. Just as Hobert was about to act, a silver object smashed half of the Kasha hall. The silver-white object did not decelerate at all, passing through the crowd and smashing into a palace behind everyone. Everyone opened their eyes wide, stunned by the scene in front of them. It turned out that wherever the silver-white object passed, whether it was an beyonder or an ordinary person, they were smashed to pieces, forming a passage of blood, broken limbs, and internal organs. The people on both sides of the passage were splattered with a lot of blood. Ah! It was unknown who shouted first. The nobles scurried away with their heads in their hands. Most of them had never been on a battlefield. Even if they went to the army, they were just there for gilding. Where had they seen this scene? Even the palace guards were a little shaken. Under the loud scolding of the captain of the guard, they hurried to check the situation in Kasha Hall. Even Hobert, who had committed so many murders, felt a little nauseous at the sight of this scene. However, this created an opportunity for him. He also pretended to be frightened, twisting the direction in which several nobles were fleeing, and ran towards his target. While running, he glanced at the palace where a wall had been knocked down by the silver object. If he was not mistaken, the silver object was a person. Sure enough, Hobert saw the ruins formed by the collapsed wall being lifted, and a figure emitting a silver-white light appeared. It was Celt, who looked mature and refined, but at this time, his originally straight dress had been broken. At this time, a ray of dawn appeared in the Kasha hall that had been smashed, and a majestic and tall figure covered with a layer of golden illusory armor appeared there. Just looking at the silver-white rapier in his hand gave people a feeling of being stabbed. After a brief accumulation of power, the warrior holding the silver-white rapier rushed towards Celt, and behind the warrior, there was also a demigod of the Catilia family wearing a Feinapotter-style costume, confinement. This confinement was used on Celt. Celt reached out his hand, and the ring on his hand emitted a brilliant light. At that moment, the dawn armor and silver-white rapier on the warrior appeared on him. A high-level sealed artifact of the Marauder pathway. Hobert thought in his heart. He guessed that this sealed artifact might have come from the spoils of the War of the Four Emperors, because at that time, both the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire had great nobles of the Marauder pathway. Hobert did not continue to watch the battle. In case any of these three demigods got anxious and showed the state of a mythical creature, then even if he gouged out his eyeballs, it would be useless. Finally arriving at the target palace just now, Hobert suddenly thought, why would a demigod of the warrior pathway participate in the war? Dlink glanced at William I over there. His eyes narrowed. The situation of William I suppressing Philip I and beating him was completely different from what he had imagined. A middle-aged man who looked a little thin was using the scarlet sword in his hand to block William I's attack. Alexei Einhorn. Of course, Dlink recognized the middle-aged man in front of him. This was the first emperor of the Fasak Empire, a conqueror. At the end of the fourth epoch, Dlink and the others called him Little Einhorn. With the support of the gods, he became the emperor of the Fasak Empire and gave himself a local-style name. Everyone had forgotten his original name. Philip I on the edge of the battlefield smiled and said, William, since I knew you would come, wouldn't I have made some arrangements? Wait a little longer, and when I merge with the Trunsoist brass book, you won't be able to leave today. William I sneered, of course I guessed that you had made some arrangements. Hee hee. Little Einhorn, when did you become Philip's lackey? Alexei had a crimson fireball in his hand. William, I still remember that you once showed your love to the queen. William I, who had always been quite majestic, had a calm expression, but at this time, the hand of order had a distorted expression. Bullshit. In a fit of anger, he crushed the talisman that he had been holding in his hand for a long time. A ball of lightning exploded in William I's hand, and then he shouted at Alexei, death. The silver light of the sword of order in his hand became more and more intense, as if it could kill Alexei with one blow. Even Alexei, who was also Sequence 1, had to deal with it carefully, throwing the fireball in his hand towards William I. However, the silver light around William I made the fireball slide open. This small fireball floated all the way to the saint battlefield before exploding, and the saints were caught off guard and were blown away one by one. The seemingly ordinary fireball had the power of a missile. At this time, the angel from the Fasak Empire, Awatoma Einhorn, also slowly walked out, preparing to besiege Dlink with Chester. Suddenly, he looked at the sky. It was still sunny just now, but now it was covered with dark clouds. Awatoma was a little strange, he had not used his weather-related abilities. Crack! A thick lightning bolt fell and landed in the center of the battlefield. The lightning dissipated, and a middle-aged man wearing a Storm Church robe appeared there. This person was Pope Guard II of the Storm Church. During that time, William I had quietly changed the rules here. The barrier formed by the Grade 0 sealed artifact had a brief loophole, and the helpers he had invited could directly arrive at the battlefield within the next half-minute. But once half a minute had passed, the power of the Grade 0 sealed artifact would repair the loophole. After Guard 2 arrived at the battlefield, he simply distinguished it and rushed towards Awatoma. The air around him was stirred, forming a wide range of wind blades. The surrounding trees, walls, and several guards who were running away were all cut down by the wind blades. They were blown into the sky by the strong wind and smashed towards the distance. The saints even ran away quickly, looking for a new battlefield that would not be affected by the battle between the angels. Awatoma stomped his left foot forcefully, and within hundreds of meters, raging flames instantly erupted. The fire grew larger and larger with the wind, forming a solid wall that blocked the wind blades. Crack! Thick lightning bolts fell continuously. Clyde Wells, the dean of the Holy Wind Cathedral, arrived at the battlefield soon after. Behind him, several flashes of lightning indicated the arrival of saints from the storm church to provide support. In the raging flames, a small tree that had not been ignited suddenly began to grow wildly, transforming into a towering tree in the blink of an eye. Crack! The tree split open, and Roland, the Pope of the Earth Mother Church, who had planted a seed in this tree long ago, emerged from it. Several saints followed behind him to provide support. Once they were all out, the towering tree quickly withered and was immediately engulfed by the raging flames. Roland's goal was very clear, the dean of the Holy Wind Cathedral, Clyde Wells. Whoosh! A violent roar suddenly appeared in the sky. At some point, a fiery meteorite pierced through the dark clouds and crashed into the Alhambra Palace. Several coughs echoed from the intense flames of the meteorite's landing. An old man leaning on a cane walked out. He was Demp Solon from Intis. On the other side, a twilight-like glow covered the fire in the courtyard, and Larian, the chief shepherd of the God Combat Church, joined the battle. So many Beyonders had suddenly gathered in the Alhambra Palace. The reason why the people in the palace, or in the city of Phaenopotter, had not turned into lunatics and monsters was because none of them had manifested the form of a mythical creature. Most of the Beyonders were only there to help. Whether William I and Link could stop Philip I from accommodating the Trunsoist brass book was the key. At this moment, Philip I had already accommodated one-third of the uniqueness. Currently, his condition remained good. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 514, Chapter 514, The Attack of the Ancient Death God. Chapter 514, The Attack of the Ancient Death God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Inside Phaenopotter, the celebration continued, with people listening to the Crown Prince and officials recount the founder's achievements in establishing the Phaenopotter Kingdom, commemorating this hero from over 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the emotional resonance of hundreds of thousands of people converged upon the Alhambra Palace, focusing on Philip I, who was sitting motionless on the ground in the midst of the angel-level battlefield. This gave him a tremendous boost. Simultaneously, because the Alhambra Palace was currently shrouded by a Grade 0 sealed artifact, those outside the palace were mostly unaware that an angel-level battle was taking place within. However, looking through the barrier formed by that sealed artifact, one could see that half of the palace had already been reduced to ruins. On the angel-level battlefield, Alexei and Akhmatova from the Faysak Empire, Guard 2 and Clyde from the Storm Church, and Demps, who seemed to be in poor condition, had made outstanding contributions to the destruction of the Alhambra Palace. Hunter Pathway Angels often incinerate several palaces with a single stomp. The flames they summoned at this time were far from simple fire, these flames could even burn angels, and stones would instantly turn to lime upon contact. Flames at this level had already reached an abstract state, essentially skipping the combustion process. As soon as they touched something, the next second it would be completely burned. Guard 2 and Clyde's main abilities were lightning and storms. The hurricanes they casually stirred up could destroy a building and send it swirling into the sky. The hurricanes also carried sharp wind blades, often scraping away a layer of topsoil with a single gust. The destruction of the palace was mainly the work of angels from these two pathways. The guards and attendants who didn't manage to escape mostly died from the flames and hurricanes. At the same time, many red trees rapidly grew amidst the raging fire, their trunks and leaves all red, able to withstand the baking heat of the flames for a short time. These large trees swayed back and forth in the hurricane, blocking most of the wind blade attacks. Over there, silver-white light and twilight-colored light echoed each other, the silver-white light coming from the battlefield of Dlink. The twilight light came from Larian, the Glory, who joined the battle last. At Sequence 2, he began to master the power of twilight, causing everything under its rays to become dilapidated and aged. The most crucial battle between William I and Alexei was difficult to resolve for the time being. Having reached the Sequence 1 level, William I could use most of the Arbiter Pathway's abilities without speaking, but Alexei could block or evade abilities like Deprivation and Execution with his own powers. What actually caused significant damage to the opponent was the Sword of Order in William I's hand and the Crimson Sword in Alexei's hand. William I quickly calmed down. While fighting his opponent, he took out a crystal scale and threw it towards Philip I. The scale shattered, revealing a crystal figure. Upon closer inspection, it looked exactly like Philip I, except it didn't have the brass book in its hand. The Mercury figure reached out to Philip I, and Philip I's power rapidly flowed towards the Mercury figure. This one-time magical item could balance half of an enemy's power onto itself, until the power within the enemy was the same as that in the crystal figure. Philip I covered the brass book with one hand and took out a crimson dagger from his chest with the other. He seemed to throw it casually, but it hit the crystal figure's head directly. Crack! The crystal figure cracked and shattered into pieces. This dagger was only a grade 1 sealed artifact, but under the circumstances where Philip I had granted it a rule-based convenience, it happened to be the nemesis of the crystal figure, so it shattered the crystal with one strike. He smiled slightly at William I, and the brass book was once again integrated into him, with nearly 2/3 entering his chest. After seeing the demigods of the warrior and arbiter pathways besiege Surt, Hobert realized that today's battle might not just be a fight between the Augustus family and the Castilla family. Immediately, he decided to take action and complete his mission as soon as possible. Hobert was slightly stunned. Ethel, dressed in a military uniform and looking heroic, opened the window of the building Hobert was about to attack and called out to him. "Princess." Hobert rushed over, taking advantage of the situation. "Princess, save me." Ethel waved her hand, and the guards didn't stop Hobert. "How did you run over here?" A crack opened in the palace gate, and Hobert quickly squeezed in. I came to protect the princess and the king, but I didn't expect a battle of saint-level proportions to break out. Didn't I tell you not to meddle in other people's business?" Ethel shook her head with a smile. "See if you dare to have such opportunistic thoughts in the future." "I won't dare again." As Hobert spoke, the corner of his eye surveyed the interior of the palace. The first floor was a hall, and there were no guards at the stairs leading to the second floor, and there was no movement upstairs. In the center of the hall, there were several chairs, but only 2 people were standing and sitting, a man and a woman, both displaying full majesty in their gestures. In the distant corners of the walls and by the windows, there were more than a dozen men and women, either in military uniforms or formal attire, all staring intently outside. Seeing their posture and the direction of their defenses, Hobert immediately realized that the sealed artifact was not here. And these people in the palace, the 2 in the middle were demigods, and the others were all sequence 5. Even if the sealed artifact was here, Hobert would have decisively fled, because there would definitely be no chance. Ethel looked out the window and said, "Hide here and go back after the battle outside is over." "Thank you, Princess." As the 2 talked, Hobert pondered, are these people all protecting Princess Ethel? Although Ethel fully deserves this level of protection, the timing is wrong. The 2 families outside are fighting a battle of life and death. Wouldn't it be better for these 2 demigods to go outside the palace to participate in the battle? Hobert immediately realized, Ethel is here for a reason. At this time, Ethel seemed to suddenly remember, "Where's your father?" "He first went to protect the king." Hobert thought, that was close, I almost said the wrong thing. Ethel doesn't seem like a princess at all, she's simply a sinister and experienced politician. Theoretically speaking, Christian is injured and should leave as soon as possible when encountering such a dangerous situation. So Hobert initially wanted to say, he went back first. But if he said that, he would definitely be exposed immediately, because this is a good opportunity to show loyalty to the king. How could Christian miss it? Protect the king. Ethel frowned and scrutinized Hobert. Hobert nodded, yes. Ethel took a step back, and a clear look of vigilance suddenly appeared in her eyes. The king is not in the palace at all. Hobert was first a little surprised, but then he thought that wasn't it normal. In such a dangerous operation, how could the king be left in the palace? Then why are there so many guards at Cassia Hall? Hobert suddenly thought, the sealed artifact is in Cassia Hall. Ethel is just a trap here. If you follow normal thinking, it is known that people from the Augustus family will definitely come to prevent Philip I from accommodating the uniqueness, and if they want to break through the barrier shrouded in the Alhambra Palace, they need to find the sealed artifact first and turn it off, so that members of the Augustus family can quickly appear in front of Philip I. In this kind of surprise attack, giving the opponent no time to react is the key, so whether the first batch of attacking forces appears inside or outside the barrier is very important. Then guarding the sealed artifact becomes a very important task, and Ethel is likely to be the commander-in-chief guarding the sealed artifact. Moreover, the force searching for the sealed artifact must be a small elite force. If there are too many people, the target will be too large, giving the Castilla family enough time to react. Ethel has set up a very clever trap, because according to normal thinking, the attackers of the sealed artifact, after seeing that Cassia Hall and this palace are heavily guarded, will think that the king will never personally hold the sealed artifact, nor will he stay with the sealed artifact. Then they will definitely choose to attack Ethel here. As long as the raiders appeared, Ethel could concentrate her strength to annihilate them, buying more time for Philip I, while ensuring the sealed artifact remained safe. However, they didn't expect that Christian wouldn't play by the rules at all, directly using a ritual to have William I and the others descend inside the barrier, rendering Ethel's traps useless. To protect the sealed artifact, the power here was not withdrawn. Having figured this out, Hobert understood where he had misspoke. If Christian knew that Ferdinand II was not in the palace at this time, then Christian should probably know Ethel's plan. This was obviously impossible. For the sake of secrecy, this plan might only be known to members of the Castilla family, and members below the demigod level would only know their own tasks. Only demigod-level members would know the general outline of the plan. Since Christian didn't know where Ferdinand II was now, then he should be with Hobert. Why was only Hobert seen, and not Christian? Ethel didn't pay attention to this question at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she definitely felt something was wrong. Hobert smiled. My father went to the bathroom. After figuring out the above questions, Hobert knew that it was too late to say anything now. Ethel was not someone who could be easily fooled. Ethel took another step back. The king values your father very much, and I also intend to value you. Why would you do something to betray the royal family? One of her hands was already on the gun holster at her waist, or are you betraying the country just for today's action? It must have been you father and son who let that group of lone people in, right? Hee, good move. You actually spent hundreds of thousands of gold lire in the territory to make me lower my guard. The others in the palace also noticed that something was wrong here, and they began to approach this side seemingly inadvertently. Hobert spread his hands. Okay, I don't want to lie to you. The fighting outside was already like that. What was the point of lying? We did let the people in. Hobert said. Traitor. As she spoke, Ethel was about to draw her gun, but the qualities of an excellent politician made her not act immediately, but suddenly ask in a low voice, is this also the intention of the Creator? If you tell the truth, I can let you go. No, this is just our personal behavior. Hobert smiled. It's just that the Creator also doesn't want anyone to accommodate the Trunsoist brass book. But the Creator still doesn't intend to interfere in this matter, because he knows that the Augustus family will definitely not let such a thing happen. This was the truth. Hobert was worried for a while when he learned that Philip I had obtained the Trunsoist brass book. But later he thought, I'm just a sequence 6, at that time he was still sequence 6, even if I'm worried, I can't solve the problem, and it's still early before the uniqueness of the justiciar is used, so let the Augustus family worry about it. Ethel used her ability and came to the conclusion that Hobert was not lying, I know. Then she said to her subordinates who were approaching, kill him. Hobert was stunned. Didn't you just say you were going to let me go? Yes, I will let you go, but my subordinates want to kill you. What does it have to do with me? Hobert took a step back towards the wall, and suddenly smiled. You are even more cunning than a lawyer. Then he said to the surrounding sequence 5s, the princess is joking with me. I just didn't agree to the princess's request to serve her in bed. Now I've figured it out, I agree. Hobert said these words with a relaxed face and a bit of flattery. Everyone around was stunned and stopped in their tracks together. Everyone knew that Princess Ethel had exceptionally attended a baron's wedding, and many people had long been wondering if there was something hidden in it. So the first reaction of the people around was, let's wait and see. Seeing that everyone was misled by Hobert, Ethel said coldly again, kill him. Hobert took another step towards the wall, still smiling cheekily, Princess, don't make trouble. Have you forgotten how comfortably I served you at your manor in the suburbs last night? You also told me that the manor was a castle more than 1,000 years ago, so there are so many armors and weapons. These words made the surrounding people stop again. They all knew that Princess Ethel had a large manor in the suburbs, and only those who were very trusted by Ethel were qualified to enter there. According to the descriptions of those who entered, there were many armors and weapons hanging in the corridors and rooms of the manor. So everyone had the same thought, what if the princess is just angry for a while, and I kill her male favorite? If the princess remembers this male favorite in the future, wouldn't she hate me to death? I can't act first, let others kill him. Everyone was determined to do this, so no one came forward. Of course, there was another reason why they didn't come forward. Hobert was retreating in the direction of a wall, not towards a window, which also made everyone psychologically feel that Hobert couldn't escape. A baron, who rose to power through such shady means, should not be very strong. As for the two demigods, they could sense Hobert's approximate strength, but they both tacitly didn't come over. On the one hand, the family members at the sequence 5 level were enough to kill a Hobert, and on the other hand, they were unwilling to do this kind of dirty work. But Ethel knew that this shameless guy in front of her was also a sequence 5. How could a wall stop him, kill him? Quickly. Even at this time, Ethel was still unwilling to break her promise. Keeping her word only accounted for a small part of the reason. The main reason was that she planned to leave room between herself and Hobert. She had a hunch that the outside was already in chaos, and Hobert had the possibility of escaping. She knew that even if she acted in time, it would be difficult to stop Hobert, so it was better to simply pretend that she would never break her promise. Only then did the surrounding people realize that the princess really intended to kill someone at this time. But Hobert had already created enough space between himself and everyone. Knight Hant, whose eyeballs had been pressed back into his sockets, but still looked a little awkward, appeared in front of everyone. Almost at the same time as shouting the summoning incantation, Hobert slammed his shoulder against a wall. Amidst the flying dust, he shouted as he ran out, "Hant, stop them for a while." After hearing Hobert's order, the silver-white light on Hant's body and sword shone brightly, and he actually took the initiative to attack the Sequence 5s who rushed over. Ethel watched as the Sequence 5 level imprisonment and punishment were directly picked open by Hant's sword, and was surprised that the helper Hobert summoned was so powerful. Fortunately, the two demigods noticed something was wrong in time: exile. The female demigods, Exile, expelled Hant from the palace. Just as several Sequence 5s were about to chase, Ethel said, "Don't chase, immediately support Kasha Hall." Their main task was to protect the sealed artifact, not to kill traitors. Although Hobert's last words made Ethel very annoyed, she still remained calm. Considering that Hobert might have guessed where the sealed artifact was, it was still most important to ensure the safety of the sealed artifact. The escaped Hobert ran wildly in the palace. At this time, the outside was already very empty. Those who should have run had already run, and those who hadn't run were dead. Without thinking, Hobert immediately ran outside the palace. He wouldn't naively think that Ethel would only arrange a few Sequence 5 forces at the sealed artifact. With Ethel's character, there would be at least 3 demigods at the sealed artifact. Going there would be courting death. It was better to escape quickly while no one was chasing him. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, causing Hobert to roll several times in the air, and finally slammed heavily into a wall. Hobert first felt pain all over. He found that his body was covered with thin cuts. At the same time as falling to the ground, Hobert quickly used a healing spell on himself. Lying on the ground, Hobert saw several people wearing the robes of the Storm Church flying towards this side. He inadvertently glanced at the 2 people at the head, and immediately felt that his spiritual body had been attacked like a heavy hammer. Even if the angels didn't show their mythical creature state, just the aura they exuded could cause damage to spiritual bodies below the demigod level. Hobert quickly turned his face away. He saw Christian. At this time, Christian was a little embarrassed, and his chest was really seriously injured this time. He reached out and pulled Hobert up. "Run, Catilia is about to merge with the uniqueness." Time returns to a minute ago, on the angel battlefield. William I's attack was defused by Philip I, putting William I in a dilemma. He and Alexei were old rivals, and he knew it would be difficult for him to win in a short time. But his side was short one angel. If someone could help him slightly delay Alexei, he could continuously attack Philip I, preventing the other party from focusing so intently as they were now. Just then, Blink suddenly rushed over and attacked Alexei without saying a word. William I glanced at the battlefield and saw that Christian was blocking Chester. However, a demigod, even with the help of sealed artifacts, was no match for an angel. Christian was knocked away by Chester's sword, a long wound appearing on his chest, revealing even his heart and lungs, but he still immediately got up and attacked Chester. If he didn't rush up quickly, it would be difficult to hold back this angel. William I, who was attacking Philip I, had already realized that it was Christian who had taken the initiative to block Chester, which gave Blink the opportunity to block Alexei. At this moment, William I had already made a decision. Regardless of whether this operation was successful or not, as long as Christian could return alive, he would grant him the promised dukedom and beyonder characteristics. Philip I quickly rolled away, dodging William I's attack. Deprivation. William I deprived Philip I of the power to possess the brass book. Order. Philip I quickly used the power of order to resist the power of deprivation, but the brass book, integrated into his chest, still retreated a little. Philip I quickly drew a silver-white long sword from the void and slashed it in front of him, and a layer of film-like substance appeared between him and William I. This separated the space between himself and William I. The long sword in William I's hand flickered with silver-white light. He slashed at the membrane, and the membrane was pierced, merging the 2 spaces again. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Philip I pressed the brass book against his chest again, and the brass book entered a little further. Taking advantage of this opportunity, William I stabbed Philip I with his sword. Before he could reveal a triumphant smile, he found that his sword of order had disappeared. Philip I smiled and said, "Actually, I've been waiting for this opportunity." Then William I found himself involuntarily being sucked towards the brass book. To be precise, the beyonder characteristics of the hand of order in his body were leaving him and flying towards the brass book. Philip I no longer had the embarrassment he had just had, but said calmly, "After more than half a year of thinking and exploration, I have discovered many uses of uniqueness. For example, now, for beyonders of other pathways, the brass book is only considered a high-level level 0 sealed artifact. But for me, of the justiciar pathway, even if I haven't completely integrated uniqueness, it can make my power much stronger. You are no longer my opponent. Philip I smiled and said, the reason why I didn't show my power from the beginning is because I discovered that when I hold the brass book, as long as you are close enough to me, I can use the brass book to attract the beyonder characteristics in your body. This is an enhancement to the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. The brass book in my hand allows me to make small adjustments to the basic laws of this world in a specific area. Don't worry, you won't die. I most likely can only absorb the characteristics of your hand of order. You may still be an angel, but I will be only one step away from justiciar. William I struggled hard, but found that his struggle was of no use at all. He gritted his teeth, and the ring on his hand shattered. 2 mercury snakes, head to tail, appeared in his 2 pupils. William I returned to a few seconds ago. His fate and time were briefly restarted. At this time, he was about to stab Philip I. Because of the memory just now, William I immediately retreated a distance to the rear. He breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the beyonder characteristics in his body stabilize. Philip I secretly said it was a pity, but it would not be normal for William to not have a life-saving sealed artifact on his body. In fact, he didn't tell the complete truth just now. His current power is stronger than William I, but using his abilities now will affect the process of integrating uniqueness. So he wouldn't easily take action. Even so, William I was unwilling to stay here for even a second longer, no chance. Go. The angels and saints on the lone side were all stunned, and retreated from different directions while fighting. For these angels, they had to leave the barrier before they could use their respective abilities to leave Phaenopotter City. The angels and saints on the Phaenopotter side did not chase after them closely, but symbolically followed behind and chased them. After all, they were here to help, and helping to this extent was enough. Only Chester sneered at Christian's corpse, overestimate yourself. Then, leading the members of the Catilia family, he chased after the fleeing members of the Augustus family. Soon after he left with his men, the ring finger of Christian's left hand quickly became shriveled, and finally fell off his palm. Christian took a sharp breath and sat up from the ruins. He took a simple look around and, seeing that no one was paying attention to a dead demigod, he crawled up and ran away. The ring finger of his left hand came from the gift of his friend Rex. It was a one-time miraculous item that was difficult for even the gods to detect, and it could miraculously resurrect a person once. What Christian couldn't understand was that Rex clearly had such a miraculous item, but he still died. But now is not the time to think about this. He ran desperately, and the surrounding angels and saints were already preparing to leave, and no one paid attention to the seriously injured, imperative mage. On the way to leave the palace, Christian met Hobert. Hobert was slightly startled after hearing Christian's words, failed. Christian nodded, a mouthful of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Because the people of the Catilia family were not chasing in this direction, he still had time to explain to Hobert. Philip I also has his own plans, which are almost some calculations on the surface. Just like William I must come to stop Philip I, and Philip I also knew that William I would definitely come, these are all things on the surface. The only uncertainty is, which helpers can both sides find. Hobert ran while looking back. In the distance, he seemed to see Philip I sitting on the ruins, the brass book on his chest already integrated for the most part. No. Hobert suddenly realized that he couldn't just leave like this, otherwise it would be a huge hidden danger in the future. In case he had to jump to an adjacent pathway in the future, he would be suppressed to death by Philip I. It would not only be as simple as losing a way out. It may also cut off his path to becoming a god. Buy me 20 seconds. Hobert said to Christian. Christian looked at Hobert running into a palace that was still relatively intact, by 20 seconds. Then he shouted, by 20 seconds. There is still hope, everyone, help by 20 seconds. Although the people of the Storm Church who were retreating in the same direction as him heard Christian's shouts, they did not intend to pay attention, and flew over Christian's head one by one. Christian looked at Awatoma and Roland, who were chasing slowly from behind, and several saints from the Earth Mother Church. They could catch up in at most 10 seconds. Something had to be done. In his eagerness, Christian suddenly had an idea. Are you afraid of the angels of the Phaeac Empire, afraid of the people of the Earth Mother Church? If it were someone else, they would definitely ignore Christian's instigation. But how could the people of the Storm Church stand this? Guard 2 led the people and rushed back. When passing by Christian, the Pope snorted coldly, who is afraid of whom is not necessarily true. Awatoma and Roland were stunned. What are these irritable old men going to do? The angels who were retreating from other directions were also stunned. Why did they launch a countercharge? Could it be that the people of the Storm Church have other tricks up their sleeves? So at the edge of the palace, everyone stopped the process of retreating and chasing, except for Dlink and Chester who immediately fought again. Everyone else was watching here. William I noticed that Christian was waving his hands and shouting towards this side. With a wave of his hand, he amplified Christian's voice, revealing that he was shouting, "Wait a little longer, my son has a way, he hasn't given up yet." William I frowned, "Nonsense. What good would it do if a sequence 5 hadn't given up?" Just then, all the angels seemed to sense something and looked towards the sky together. Even Philip I looked up, a sense of foreboding rising in his spirituality. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining on the ruins, not far from Philip I. The entire royal palace suddenly fell into an unspeakable silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Rumble. A torrent of power, sounding like thunder, poured down from the sky. The ray of sunlight illuminated the ground, revealing a giant bird. Its body was covered in constantly burning black flames and feathers made of illusory, mysterious patterns. Its eyes were deep black, but within them seemed to be layers of illusory doors overlapping within the darkness. All the light around it seemed to be veiled in a thin black gauze, turning grayish-white. Sadness, everyone, including the angels, felt the sorrow that death represented. They all missed their fallen comrades, friends, and relatives. This giant bird, a good 7 or 8 meters tall, looked down upon everyone present, upon all the angels. It was the corpse of the ancient death god, released by Hobert and charged with the power of the nation of disorder. All the saints who accidentally met its gaze suffered irreversible and severe damage to their spirit bodies. The angels turned away, not daring to meet its eyes. All the corpses in the royal palace moved in unison, sitting up from the ruins. After piously kneeling on one knee towards the corpse of the ancient death god, they stood up and sought out living things to tear apart. Uga. The corpse of the ancient death god let out a strange screech. Illusory doors appeared in its all-black eyes, and Alexei and several other saints nearby instantly vanished without a trace. Only then did everyone realize, this was a true god-level existence. Meanwhile, in the nation of disorder, Hobert sat weakly on the iron throne, leaning against the back of the chair. Just now, he had injected the power of the nation of disorder into the corpse of the ancient death god. He swore he had only injected a little bit. But the entire power of the nation of disorder suddenly surged, like the rushing current of a maelstrom, violently pouring into the corpse of the ancient death god. At that moment, Hobert was somewhat panicked. For the first time, he had lost control over the power of the nation of disorder. Almost instantly, the corpse of the ancient death god before him rapidly expanded, its body erupting with black flames. It tilted its head and glanced at Hobert on the throne. In that instant, Hobert quickly threw it into his own star. Although he had only been glanced at for a moment, Hobert felt that his spirit body had suffered considerable damage. Fortunately, he was the master of the nation of disorder and had the protection of its power, otherwise, his spirit body might have been instantly sent to the underworld or shattered by the other's gaze. Immediately afterward, Hobert realized that the other party was intelligent, or rather, intelligence might not be the right word, it was madness and chaos, mixed with a trace of wisdom. This feeling was very similar to Hobert's impression of the ancient gods. He suddenly thought, could he have awakened the ancient death god just like that? Then he shook his head with a laugh, how could it be so easy? Immediately, Hobert had a bold idea, could a part of the ancient death god's consciousness be preserved within its corpse? At the level of gods, it was impossible to imagine them using human concepts. Perhaps their consciousness was powerful enough to persist in their corpses for a long time even after their fall. Perhaps their corpses were the embodiment of their consciousness. Then Hobert realized, this was the residual will. But now was not the time to think about this in detail. Hobert took a deep breath and extended his spirituality to the star representing him. He saw the corpse of the ancient death god wreaking havoc. The angels present were able to stop it together, but these angels belonged to 2 different camps, and most of them were just there to help. Apart from the 2 angels from the Catilia family, the other angels did not care much whether the corpse of the ancient death god ravaged this land. So for a time, they did not form an effective blockade. Through true sight, Hobert found Philip I, who was holding the brass book and dodging the attacks of the ancient death god's corpse. Under the gaze of true sight, Hobert discovered a small black spot on this uniqueness. That black spot seemed to resonate with the power of the nation of disorder and was slowly growing larger. The brass book was indeed marked by the nation of disorder. So Hobert pointed at the brass book through true sight. Boom. In the illusion, something seemed to explode. The brass book was immediately covered by a layer of black, illusory light. In the real world, Philip I first felt someone staring at him, and then the brass book was no longer under his control, quickly retreating from his chest. Philip I tried to hold onto the brass book, but it was useless. The surface of the brass book was covered with a layer of black light, which caused Philip I great pain and even made it impossible for him to stand, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The brass book slipped from Philip I's hands and fell to the ground, like a small iron bead attracted by a magnet, floating towards the corpse of the ancient death god. Philip I weakly reached for the brass book, but ultimately failed to grasp anything. At this moment, there was a rectangular hole in his chest, revealing his heart beating, glug glug, and his 2 lungs, which had made way for the brass book and were now severely deformed. Originally, the brass book had become part of his body, but now that the brass book suddenly left, such a large void appeared in his chest. At this moment, the flesh and blood in this void seemed to be stained with a layer of black frost, looking extremely hideous. On the other side, the layer of black light disappeared into the brass book, making it look a little older. Just as it was flying towards the corpse of the ancient death god, it was grabbed by a hand. The owner of this hand was Larian, the high priest of the God of War Church. Obviously, Philip the first process of integrating with the uniqueness had failed. He wanted to take the brass book back to the church. But after only a few steps, Larian threw the brass book to the ground, as if dealing with a scorching hot iron block. The brass book opened on its own, and a line of text appeared on the first page. The Trunsoist brass book belongs to the master of the nation of disorder, no one else may possess it. Larian was somewhat surprised that the brass book had acquired living characteristics. Immediately, a rich, twilight-colored light appeared around him, enveloping the brass book, and the brass book slowly closed. Larian quickly picked up the brass book and left, not knowing how long his seal would last. Hobert on the Iron Throne saw all of this, but even if he deployed the 100-eyed devil monarch and the Holy Infant King, it would be difficult to seize the brass book in a short time. The key was the 2 angel-level combatants, who could easily end up fighting the corpse of the ancient death god. So Hobert did not stop them, because he knew the subsequent trajectory of the brass book. The God of Combat Church would reapply a certain seal to the brass book. After the War of the Gods ended, Larian would escape with the brass book and be encountered by Klein. There would be many opportunities to obtain the brass book in the future, but that was something to consider later. Hobert tried to retrieve the corpse of the ancient death god, but seeing that it was impossible at this time, and knowing that the corpse of the ancient death god could not last long, the power of the nation of disorder would completely dissipate, and there was the protection provided by the sealed artifact in the Alhambra Palace, he simply decided to let it be. He returned to the real world somewhat wearily. Now, escaping was the most important thing. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 515, Chapter 515 The Earth Mother's Grudge. Chapter 515 The Earth Mother's Grudge. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Ugh. The ancient death god's corpse let out another strange cry, opening its mouth to spew a mouthful of black flames. These flames spread across the ground like spilled water, instantly dyeing the surrounding, unextinguished fires with an ink-like color. Larian, who hadn't managed to escape far enough, was immediately covered in the black flames, along with his twilight colors. Larian's body rapidly aged, his skin quickly becoming covered in wrinkles and age spots, oozing rotten liquid. In the blink of an eye, he aged to the point of almost vanishing. Then, he truly turned into rotten liquid and completely evaporated. At the same time, Larian's blurred figure, draped in twilight colors, appeared outside the palace, beyond the range of the sealed artifact. Immediately afterward, that blurred figure completely disappeared, instantly appearing in the spirit world. The blurred figure quickly solidified and eventually returned to normal. Holding the brass book, he strode swiftly through the spirit world, quickly fleeing the Phaenopotter kingdom. Larian escaped, but around the area where he had just fled, several saints and some unfortunate beyonders caught in the black flames suffered. Amidst their painful screams, they either lost control and transformed into monsters, or were ordered, their beyonder characteristics forcibly separated from them. They first became ordinary people, then suffered severe corruption, dying in agony. Or they were directly turned into undead creatures. Even the saints were not spared. At the edge of the battlefield, Hobert emerged from the nation of disorder, with Hunter having caught up and waiting by his side. Hobert said, "There should be some beyonder characteristics outside. You can take 1 or 2 as a reward for this summoning." "No," Hans suddenly said, "I still don't want a reward this time. I only hope you'll promise me one thing." "What is it?" "Help me find my beyonder characteristic." Hunter suddenly looked outside, nonsensically saying, "I just saw Larian. He's an angel now." There was no time to ask for details. Hobert immediately agreed, "No problem. We'll talk in detail when we have time." Hunter nodded, ending the summoning. Hobert wiped away the altar on the ground with his foot and immediately ran out of the palace. Just before exiting, his spirituality warned him to walk with his head down, only looking at his feet, and never raising his gaze. After walking a few steps, Hobert saw Christian, who was also looking at the ground. He excitedly asked, "Where did it come from?" Hobert told the truth, "This is the sealed artifact from the ruins in the suburbs of Backland." "Good, good, good." Christian spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm in his excitement. Hobert quickly supported him. "Let's get out of here." Even at the edge of the battlefield, even without being attacked by the ancient death god's corpse, Hobert felt his spiritual body being crushed by immense pressure. The two supported each other, struggling to walk out. At this moment, the group of irritable old men in the air also reacted. They were scared, and quickly ran away. William I hesitated, rationally giving up the idea of attacking the weakened Philip I, and continued to run with his family members. He could feel that the giant bird had a strong power of order, which felt like an insurmountable mountain blocking his path. Other angels also began to retreat. Helpers at the angel level, such as Awatoma, also began to retreat. Especially Awatoma, although he knew Alexei would be fine, he still had to quickly find a way to guide Alexei back. The ancient death god's corpse began to chase the angels. At this moment, a dense layer of vines suddenly grew around it. The vines clung to its corpse, quickly covering it and forming a small green hill. Pope Roland of the Earth Mother Church took action. Unlike Larian, the people of the Fanapotter kingdom were basically all believers of the Earth Mother. She certainly couldn't allow the ancient death god's corpse to wreak havoc on this land. However, the green vines quickly became stained with a layer of black. Immediately afterward, a layer of yellow liquid quickly covered the already blackened vines. Some vines grew eyes and feathers with yellow, viscous liquid. An aura of extreme fear quickly spread, even the angels were shocked by this aura. At this moment, the ancient death god was the underworld. The brand of the underworld quickly covered this land. The bricks in the ruins turned into stones emitting a pale white light, and all the creatures around began to grow feathers with mysterious patterns similar to those on the ancient death god. Large trees rose from the ground, blocking the spreading pale white light, but these dense forests of trees were crumbling, on the verge of being pushed over. At this moment, Chester, radiating silver light, appeared between the trees and the ancient death god's corpse. The pale white light on the ground was neutralized by the silver light, and many white stones turned back into bricks in the ruins. The circle of trees finally managed to block the spread of the pale white light. Roland seized the opportunity and grabbed fiercely towards the ancient death god's corpse. All the vines, whether mutated or not, quickly withered. The spirituality, power, life, and nutrients in that area quickly disappeared. Soon, the area was filled with desolation. Roland could feel that this godlike existence was supported by a force. As long as that force was absorbed, it might return to the spirit world on its own. Ugh. But the ancient death god's corpse showed no signs of weakening. It broke through Roland's seal, and was about to gaze at Roland to send this annoying fellow away, but Chester stood in front of him, banishment. Chester also did not expect that his banishment seemed to have hit an iron wall. The angel-level banishment not only did not push the ancient death god's corpse away, but Chester took several steps back. The ancient death god's corpse, breaking through the seal, suddenly opened its wings. The mysterious patterns on its wings suddenly flowed, forming an abstract giant bird pattern. This pattern was not particularly beautiful, but it made people unable to look away. Chester stared blankly at the pattern for a few seconds, and an unprecedented coldness swept through his body. He had long forgotten what cold felt like. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. His and Roland's spirit bodies were separating from their bodies, uncontrollably walking towards the pattern under the wings of the ancient death god's corpse step by step. Chester began to struggle, but he despairingly found that he could not control his spiritual body at all. How could he prevent his spirit body from advancing towards the end of all living souls? How could he stop the process of death? Fortunately, a film-like structure suddenly appeared in front of the two angels, separating them from the space of the ancient death god's corpse. The two angels seemed to have come back to life, but they still felt stiff and trembled, unable to exert any strength. They looked aside and saw Philip I, whose condition was not good, covering his chest with one hand and using the silver sword in the other to separate them from the enemy. At this moment, the ancient death god's corpse suddenly rushed forward, directly breaking through Philip I's separation. It flapped its wings, and the three angels in front of it were blown away. One of these three angels was not in good condition, and the other two still seemed to be in an ice cave, stiff, so they failed to dodge the blow of the wings. Even the bodies at the angel level were torn apart by this blow. Drops of blood fell on the ground, causing different reactions in the surrounding ground. Roland's blood caused the surrounding ground to quickly grow clusters of plants. These plants had flowers and grass, as if a flower bed had suddenly grown. Then the plants quickly withered, rotted into soil, and then began the growth process again. Before the spirituality of this drop of blood was exhausted, it would keep repeating this process of growth, blooming, and withering. Philip I's blood caused the bricks, vegetation, limbs, etc. on a small piece of ground to come to life, spontaneously gathering together and piling up into several piles. Each pile spontaneously began to do a more detailed classification. This was visible ordering. The temperature, humidity, oxygen content, etc. in that small area were changing. The effect of Chester's blood was similar to Philip I's blood, but the range was smaller. They struggled to get up, preparing to continue to block the ancient death god's corpse. but suddenly found that the ancient death god's corpse was flapping its wings. It was about to fly out of the palace, out of the range of the sealed artifact. The three angels were somewhat desperate. Phanepotter City would disappear from the map today. Hobert felt that this was the most difficult trek in his life. The immense pressure from behind made every step he took very difficult. The saints of the Storm Church in the air were also forced to fall to the ground. Guard 2 waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that blew several saints and the Hobert father and son out of the palace. The hurricane threw Hobert around as if his whole body was falling apart. He struggled several times to sit up from the ground, supporting Christian, who was about to faint, and preparing to use travel to leave. Suddenly, Hobert felt something. He looked at the sky where the dark clouds had completely dispersed, as if infinite vitality was descending from the sky. But Hobert had no time to think about it, and took Christian into the spirit world. In the palace, just as the three angels were desperate, the ground suddenly trembled slightly. They looked at the ground, as if some huge force was about to drill out. Whoosh! A huge bud emerged from the ground. The bud initially appeared light green, with two cotyledon-like leaves on top. The three angels present were stunned. This is a bean plant. But it was too big, several times thicker and taller than towering trees. The bean sprout grew rapidly, growing layers of leaves upwards. The branches that grew out were like ropes, entangling one leg of the ancient death god's corpse. The three angels finally recognized that this was a beanstalk. It grew rapidly, quickly binding the entire ancient death god's corpse. Then the earth seemed to give this beanstalk immense power, pulling it down, and the ancient death god's corpse was dragged back to the ground. Ugh! The ancient death god's corpse spat out a mouthful of black flames at the beanstalk. The beanstalk was burned off and quickly withered. But immediately afterward, 3 more beanstalks grew out of the earth, firmly entangling the ancient death god's corpse. At this time, the 3 angels next to them noticed that the volume of the giant bird in front of them was shrinking, which made them immediately realize the power supporting this existence was about to run out, or that power was almost consumed by the Earth Mother with beanstalks. That's right, they could clearly feel that just now, the Earth Mother had completed the process of divine descent. Regardless of the reason, the ancient death god's corpse was still shrinking, and was finally pressed to the ground by 3 huge beanstalks. Whoosh! The earth cracked open, and the huge figure that had wreaked havoc in Alhambra Palace completely disappeared. The 3 angels looked at each other, and then looked together at the palace that had almost completely become ruins. Only Ethel and some other survivors were fighting against the undead creatures. Philip I sat on the ruins and suddenly smiled, failed. Not only did he fail, but although his chest had healed, a lingering black spot appeared. In theory, angels can block the corruption of the nation of disorder, but if they actively open their arms and welcome corruption, they will still be corrupted by the nation of disorder. At the same time, in an uninhabited valley in the western suburbs of Phanepotter City, 3 huge beanstalks suddenly grew out of the ground. The 3 beanstalks tightly chained something that looked like a giant bird. The greater the power inside the ancient death god's corpse, the faster it dissipated. At this time, although it was still struggling, its size was only 2/3 of its original size. The 3 beanstalks grew bigger and bigger, as if to soar into the sky. No matter how the giant bird struggled, the leaves that looked a bit like palms completely covered the ancient death god's corpse, and then layers of soybeans grew on the outside, and then layers of golden wheat grew on the outside. Finally, there was a layer of vines with beautiful flowers, and all the plants filled the entire valley. Except for the more lush vegetation, there was nothing different here from anywhere else. In the wilderness of the suburbs of Backland, the figures of the Hobert father and son rolled out of the spirit world. Hobert lay on the weeds, looking at the sky and suddenly laughed, the laughter getting louder and louder, and finally turned into a burst of laughter. Just now, he had successfully prevented Philip I's intention. The uniqueness of the justiciar pathway was completely corrupted by the nation of disorder. Except for him, unless there was support from the outer deities, no one else would want to accommodate that uniqueness. After laughing a few times, Hobert felt that there was northwest comfortable place from his spirit body to his physical body. Originally, only his spirit body suffered injuries, but that final blow from the hot-tempered bro almost caused Hobert to suffer internal bleeding from the fall. However, Hobert was still grateful for that blow, because at that time, his legs already felt cramped, and he couldn't take another step. Even if it was just the corpse of an ancient death god, the pressure it emitted couldn't compare to that of a true god, but it was still god-level pressure. As a sequence 5, it was already good enough that he didn't directly kneel on the ground. Hobert rested for a while before sitting up to check on him. Christian's spirit was also much better than before, but his wound was still so gruesome and still bleeding. Just as Hobert was about to use healing, Christian reached out to stop him. This is a wound caused by an angel, the order at the wound has collapsed, and ordinary healing is useless. Although he was resurrected, some of the injuries that Chester had inflicted on him remained. Only then did Hobert realize that Christian's injury was very serious this time. Then what should we do? Christian didn't answer, as if the question had stumped him. In fact, this question wasn't that difficult, but he didn't want to reveal the answer just yet. The Earth Mother Church definitely had a solution. However, they had just fought with the Earth Mother Church, so of course, they had to wait and see before trying to contact them. Fortunately, Christian was already a demigod, and although the wound was difficult to heal, he wouldn't die anytime soon. Christian took off his tattered coat and took out some bandages from his pocket. While Hobert was helping with the bandaging, Christian smiled helplessly. In the morning, I was putting on an act of being injured. I didn't expect to be really injured so soon. After covering up the gruesome wound, Christian changed into a new set of clothes. From the outside, except for being a little pale and missing a finger, he didn't seem to be injured. Hobert took out the fruit that could create a hidden space, as well as the secret sorcerer beyonder characteristic. They're all yours now, Christian said with a smile. Consider it a reward for your performance in this battle. Well, if anyone asks about this beyonder characteristic, just say you lost it in the battle. I think with your contributions today, no one will continue to ask. In addition, you will definitely get the title of Earl. I'll discuss with the royal family to see if I can get you a fief. But even if you have a fief, don't expect it to be in the northern continent. A smile also appeared on Hobert's face. It seemed that the harvest this time was really not small. Next, I'll lead the way, Christian said. Let's go and meet up with Dofus and the others. The father and son entered the spirit world again and soon appeared in a lone royal family manner. Mona, who had arrived earlier, saw that although the father and son were very tired and their spirits weren't very good, they didn't seem to have suffered any serious injuries, so she was relieved. Feynapotter Kingdom, Source of Life. Pope Roland personally held a ceremony to pray to the Earth Mother for strength to heal the corruption suffered by several demigods in the previous battle at the altar. As the Pope, the relevant rituals held by Roland could directly communicate with the Mother Goddess. The oracle obtained in this way did not need to be confirmed by the blessed. Unfortunately, only the 3 angels in the church could use this method. After this kind-faced Pope finished chanting the honorable name and the spell of supplication, a rich life aura suddenly appeared on the altar. The altar was immediately covered with golden wheat, soybeans full of fruit, and sweet potatoes with long green vines. In the center of the altar, a virtual light sphere appeared. This light sphere emitted a sacred light, and there seemed to be a holy figure in the rich light. Several demigods were completely prostrate on the ground, and Roland had already knelt on one knee, lowering her head and saying, "Loving Mother, you saved the entire Feynapotter city today, and the believers will always remember your benevolence. But I still can't figure out what kind of enemy we face today." A sacred female voice appeared on the altar. That was the corpse of an ancient death god, but it was used by people with ulterior motives. It has now been sealed by me. Roland thought to herself, as expected, it is a god-level opponent. She respectfully said again, "Praise your power." In this battle, the 5 bishops who participated in the battle were corrupted to varying degrees. I pray that the Mother will once again show your power and help them through this crisis. But that sacred voice said, "Go find Hobert." Everyone was stunned. Except for Gabriel, everyone was wondering who Hobert was. Roland thought for a while. Among the Beyonders, in the entire northern continent, there was indeed no big figure named this name, Great Mother. Who is Hobert? He caused the trouble, let him solve it himself. Then, the light sphere in the center of the altar disappeared, and the surrounding wheat, soybeans, and other crops also disappeared. Roland immediately understood that the Mother's oracle must have a clear direction. She stood up and said to the demigods behind him, "Go and inquire about Hobert's information." "Your Highness," Archbishop Gabriel said, "I know this Hobert." Then he briefly described Hobert's friendship with the blessed Utravsky, as well as Hobert and Simpson's recent actions against the demon forces, and of course, Hobert's delivery of the hunter beyonder characteristic the day before yesterday. In other churches, the Pope and the Pontiff refer to the same person, but the Earth Mother Church is not the same. The Pope is the Pope, and basically sits in the source of life. The Pontiff is more like the Foreign Affairs Pope. Generally, Roland comes forward for any external actions. Roland knew about 2 of the 3 things Gabriel mentioned. After all, the battle in the southern Colson area alarmed the Pope, and the Pope rarely took action to help clean up the mess. Afterwards, Roland, who had other things to deal with at the time, heard a brief report from her subordinates. The Church also routinely reported to Roland when it obtained a useful demigod-level beyonder characteristic. However, such reports were very brief, and even omitted Hobert's name. Roland nodded and said to Gabriel, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. Go contact Hobert and help your colleagues solve the corruption they've suffered." "Yes." Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. For safety's sake, first simply hid in Baron Felix's mansion on the west coast. Baron Felix tactfully went to stay at his manor temporarily. But Furs found it difficult to sit still in the Baron's mansion. Several times she came to the mountain to look out at the town of Jeffrey on the other side. This mountain is behind the Baron's mansion. Climbing to the middle of the mountain, you can see the Taz River and most of the town of Jeffrey. Being able to see the town of Geoffrey at this time was a great comfort to Furs. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Hobert's messenger delivered a letter. Furs quickly opened it and read it. When she read, "I have arrived in a safe place," she finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the following content, Hobert first reminded Furs not to continue living in the Lord's mansion, and immediately move to the Earth Mother Church's church, or live on the west coast. Furs smiled slightly. "I had already thought of this. Although she is now the Lord's wife, the vigilance she developed in Backland is still there." Then Hobert briefly said a few words about the encounters in Fainapotter City, focusing on telling Furs that their previous treason was to complete the lone royal family's mission, and now the mission has been completed, and he has returned to Backland. Furs was a little worried. What about Geoffrey territory? What about the people who followed us here? Fortunately, in the letter later, Hobert explained that the three companies have now been protected by the Earth Mother Church. The royal family will at most send people to try to take back the governance, but there is no need to worry, because Hobert has already issued relevant orders to Conrad and the others, so Furs doesn't need to worry about it. Furs knew about Hobert's establishment of those three companies. In fact, Furs is still in the territory now to stabilize people's hearts. As long as she is there, everyone can work with peace of mind. At the end of the letter, Hobert said that he would not be able to return to the territory for a few days, and asked Furs to go to Bishop Simpson if she encountered any difficulties. This bishop is now a demigod. The stone in Furs's heart finally landed, but Hobert did not explain in detail what he had experienced today in the letter, which made Furs start to worry about whether Hobert was injured. She wrote a reply, asked the messenger to send it out, and after paying for the donuts, it was time for the tarot gathering. Arriving above the grey fog, in the giant-like hall. When Justice Audrey began to greet everyone, everyone realized that Emperor was absent from this gathering again. Audrey, who began to greet, was not as calm as last time. Hobert wouldn't have been involved in the Fainapotter City incident, would he? She quickly looked at Furs and judged from her body language and vague expressions that Furs was a little worried but not anxious. Finally, Audrey concluded, Hobert was indeed involved in that incident, but he had escaped danger. She breathed a slight sigh of relief and continued to greet. Hangman Alger pinched his chin and pondered. Emperor has been frequently absent from the tarot gathering during this period. Could he be busy with something big? Alas, when will Mr. Fool give me an important task? Let's work hard to improve myself first. Furs looked at the empty seat and fell into deep thought. Emperor did not participate in the gathering again, and did not. Although the others had some ideas, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Emperor had been absent once the week before last week, which was not new. After Audrey finished greeting, she tried her best to calm her emotions and let herself patiently wait for Mr. Fool's reading time to end. After 2 more rounds of transactions, she finally came to the free exchange session. She looked very calm on the surface. I got a message at noon that something big happened in the capital of the Fainapotter Kingdom today. Catilia recalled, today seems to be the founding day of the Fainapotter Kingdom. Was there a stampede? Furs sat up straight and listened carefully to Miss Justice's narration, because she realized that Hobert must have participated in this matter. No. Audrey said, it is said that there was a fierce beyonder battle in the royal palace, and the entire Alhambra palace has basically become a ruin. Everyone was a little surprised, especially Furs. Hobert said it so lightly in the letter, I thought it was just an assassination. Did they blow up the palace while assassinating Ferdinand too? Emlyn asked curiously, Miss Justice, are there any more detailed information? It sounds like there was a very high-level beyonder battle. Audrey smiled and said, I don't know too much detailed information either. I only know that the Castilla family suffered heavy losses. Now the lone meeting is discussing whether to take the opportunity to send troops. However, Earl Hall believes that the civil service examination is about to begin, and some reforms in the past 2 years have reached a critical moment, so it is not suitable to start a war at this time. However, Audrey did not intend to announce this information about the Lone Kingdom's parliament unless others asked. Audrey added, the details of this matter will be published in major newspapers tomorrow, and everyone will know what happened then. Klein behind the grey fog said to himself, involving such beyonder events, especially such high-end beyonder events, you will definitely not see the truth from the newspaper, but you can see a story written by reporters. Because there was no emperor to trade information, this tarot gathering was very short. After Furs returned to the real world, she paced back and forth anxiously. Fortunately, around 3:30, Hobert's letter was delivered again. She didn't have time to get the scissors, so she simply tore open the envelope herself and pulled out the letter with 2 fingers. This time Hobert said it in more detail in the letter, but Hobert only said that his task was to find the sealed artifact, but his task failed, and he summoned a helper to escape. Hobert did not mention what happened afterwards, only saying that he ran all the way and met Christian, and the two escaped together. Furs thought about it with the letter and it was right. If a royal palace could be turned into ruins, then it must be a demigod-level battle. Hobert must have been wandering on the edge of the battlefield to successfully escape, which also proved that he did not participate in the most intense battle. At this time, Fir suddenly felt something. She quickly went up the mountain and looked again in the direction of Geoffrey territory. As soon as she reached the middle of the mountain, Fir saw someone suddenly appearing in the sky above Geoffrey town. Archibald and its marionettes, who were far behind, immediately walked 2 steps quickly. "Madam, please come back with me. If you continue to look out, it will be easily detected by the other party." Firs picked up the telescope and saw that Bishop Simpson appeared in time, so she let go of her heart and followed Archibald back to the Baron's mansion. In the sky above Geoffrey town, the sudden appearance of Buck Catilia was seen by many people. He shouted loudly in midair, "In the name of the king, revoke all of Hobert's titles and rewards. From today on, I am the chief administrator of the entire southern Colson area. Now I order you to arrest Hobert's family and confidants." Before he could finish speaking, Bishop Simpson, who had rushed from the church, said from afar, "Counselor Buck, I didn't expect to see you here." Buck sensed the aura emanating from Simpson and suddenly realized that Simpson was also a demigod. Buck descended from midair and said politely, "Bishop Simpson, it's wonderful to have you here. This will bring many conveniences to my future work." He thought as he spoke, when did Simpson become a demigod? How did I not receive any news? I hope he doesn't interfere with my upcoming purge. The king was furious upon learning that Christian and Hobert were traitors. Christian's family had already fled. In a fit of rage, the king killed several of Christian's close colleagues to vent his anger. At the same time, amidst his busy schedule, he ordered Buck to the South Colson area. It would be best if he could find Hobert's family, but if not, he should kill all of Hobert's confidants and take over the governance of the South Colson area. "This place is a little different from other places," Simpson said with a smile. Buck was taken aback. "How is it different?" Simpson didn't answer directly but said, "Let me take you to the Lord's Manor first." The way to the Lord's Manor led through the relatively bustling Geoffrey Town street, and it was the time when people were getting off work, so there were many people on the street. Buck's sudden appearance in midair had given everyone a great shock, so the people on the street couldn't help but pay attention to the newcomer's every move. This was exactly the result Buck wanted. Only by intimidating these farmers and workers and keeping the people of South Colson in a state of fear would they obey him. Before he came, he had inquired about the intelligence here, knowing that a demigod here was enough to scare all the beyonders in the territory, so he didn't have time to bring his staff and subordinates and rush to see if there was a chance to catch Hobert's family. Buck estimated that after his shout just now, the news would spread throughout Geoffrey territory tonight. Everyone knows that after Hobert's title is revoked, many people will come to inform on him, and Hobert's confidants will be spontaneously escorted to him. Of course, this was Buck's misunderstanding of Geoffrey territory. He didn't know that Hobert had already included the east bank of South Colson and most of the west bank in his territory. In addition, meeting Simpson as soon as he arrived in Geoffrey Town made Buck a little suspicious of the accuracy of his intelligence. At this time, a young man on the street boldly asked, "May I ask, why was the Baron's title revoked?" "He is no longer a Baron," Buck said, exuding an aura of majesty. "He attempted to assassinate the king. He is an unforgivable criminal." Buck's majesty made the young man who asked the question lower his head, not daring to say anything more. Buck pursed his lips and smiled. He was about to move forward when he clearly heard someone behind him say, "Damn king, it was just an attempted assassination, not a real assassination. Why revoke the Baron's title?" Bishop Simpson quickly smiled and said, "They're just joking, don't take it seriously." Can such words be said as a joke? Buck turned around to kill someone to establish his authority. Bishop Simpson pulled him and said, let's go, look, that's the Lord's Manor." Buck struggled twice but couldn't break free, so he had to follow. Otherwise, it would greatly affect his prestige if everyone saw him being dragged away by Simpson. The two quickly arrived at the gate of the Lord's Manor. Buck stepped forward and kicked the door open. "Everyone inside, come out with me." It was already dark, and there wasn't a single light in the entire Lord's Manor, which looked inexplicably desolate. Only 2 yellow dogs were frightened and woo-wooed before running away with their tails between their legs. Buck was stunned. "Where are the people here?" "They all fled with Hobert," Simpson said. "Well, people can escape, but the properties here can't escape." Buck sneered. "All of Hobert's assets have been confiscated." "Okay, this Lord's Manor is yours." Buck seemed to realize something was wrong. "What do you mean?" "Those construction sites under construction. Those are the assets of a real estate company," Simpson said. "That real estate company must be..." Simpson interrupted again. "It was opened by devout and friendly believers of the Earth Mother Church. Coincidentally, I brought the relevant document signed by the Pope." As he spoke, he held up a document and waved it in front of Buck. Buck sneered. "Do you know what this means?" "It means that the king will not create conflicts with the Earth Mother Church over such trivial matters," Simpson said indifferently. Buck wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a little unsure, because the failure at the Alhambra Palace today forced the royal family to rely on the Earth Mother Church for a long time to come. He took a deep breath, Then I have to symbolically confiscate some property and kill a few of Hobert's confidants to appease the king. You have to give me an explanation. Simpson pointed to the Lord's Manor. Isn't this your explanation? Indeed, only this Lord's Manor is under the Lord's name. And Hobert only had those 2 dogs as his subordinates, but unfortunately, they were scared away by you just now. Buck clenched his fists. Is there anyone who takes dogs as subordinates? Yes, there are. Who? Hobert. I. Buck raised his fist but then lowered it. Because he saw that many people were coming towards the Lord's Manor with lanterns. Buck sneered, the people who are reporting Hobert's confidants are here. I don't need Bishop Simpson's help, I can find them myself. Simpson smiled slightly and said nothing. Buck stood at the gate of the Lord's Manor, waiting for the people with lanterns to arrive. But he soon realized something was wrong, because there were too many people coming. So Buck said, I know how you feel now. Don't worry, as long as you tell me some of Hobert's confidants, subordinates, or subjects who have received Hobert's favor, the king will pardon your sins. Speak one by one, don't worry, you all have a chance. But everyone just stood there quietly, holding lanterns and looking at Buck, making Buck take a step back slightly. Speak one by one, who wants to speak first? A middle-aged man stepped forward. May I ask, where is the Baron now? Buck was stunned for a moment before he realized that the Baron he was referring to was Hobert. He has defected. Then Buck once again used his power to make himself look full of majesty, not allowing any provocation. Hobert is no longer a Baron. Everyone was forced by Buck's majesty to lower their heads and take a few steps back, but in the process of retreating, someone still asked, why would the Baron try to assassinate the king for no reason? Yes, it must be the king's problem. Buck had already become murderous. I think you are all Hobert's confidants. Perhaps, Simpson smiled, but they are also believers of the Earth Mother God. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to be harmed in any way. He paused and said, I told you long ago, this place is different from other places. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 516, Chapter 516, Hobert is on the front page again. Chapter 516, Hobert is on the front page again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Buck was somewhat exasperated. Didn't you hear what I said? They have no regard for the law, no regard for the king. Simpson smiled. Of course, they have no regard for the king. This place was abandoned by the royal family for over 50 years, yet it has prospered rapidly under Hobert's management. Tell me, what's wrong with them doing this? Buck took another step back, encountering such a question for the first time. Finally, Buck closed the door of the Lord's Manor, looking at the empty building alone. He didn't expect that he would eventually compromise with these unruly commoners. Buck seriously suspected that these people were either hypnotized or psychologically manipulated by Hobert using extraordinary powers, or that their spiritual bodies were simply destroyed, turning them into soulless puppets who only knew how to be loyal to Hobert. Yes, it must be so. Buck had seen people whose spiritual bodies were eroded by evil organizations, as crazy and fearless as the people outside. Outside the door, Bishop Simpson loudly said to everyone, Don't worry, everyone, Hobert will be fine. Go back, we still have work to do tomorrow. If Hobert had died in Fainapotter, he would have already received the news. After calming the crowd and sending them back, Simpson returned to the church. He was about to pray at the life symbol when he suddenly sensed something. He saw a black horse pass through the church window, but the glass on the window didn't break because the black horse was a spirit world creature. Simpson stroked the black horse's mane and took the letter tube off its back. Then, the black horse disappeared into the church. This was a messenger from his superior, Gabriel. Opening the letter in the tube, Simpson was slightly stunned by the content. Contact Hobert. Tuesday morning, Zio, as usual, rode her newly bought bicycle to do a task. Just as she wiped the seat, she heard the newsboy shouting, Extra, extra. Lone spies, father and son, raid Fainapotter City. Hobert secretly planted explosives and blew up the Alhambra Palace. Zio was slightly stunned and quickly said to the newsboy, Give me one. Because she was too excited, she took out 2 extra pennies when paying. Keep the extra. Saying this, she couldn't wait to read the contents of the newspaper. After thanking her, the newsboy continued to sell newspapers loudly. Zio saw the headline on the front page, The Christian Father and Son Turned Out to Be Pretending to Surrender. The subtitle was, They Almost Assassinated Ferdinand Too. She stood in front of her bicycle and read quickly. The general content of the report was, Christian and Hobert received a secret mission from the king to assassinate Ferdinand too. So, the royal family staged a play with Christian, making it seem as if Christian was being ostracized, which eventually led to the defection that shocked the northern continent more than half a year ago. During that incident, a prince was actually assassinated by a Fainapotter spy. In order to allow Christian and his team to better complete the assassination mission, the blame was placed on them. After more than half a year of planning, Christian and Hobert launched their attack on Fenapotter National Day, but unfortunately, the assassination failed. However, the bombs planted by Hobert destroyed a large number of palaces in the Alhambra Palace, killing and wounding many nobles and officials, and achieved amazing results. Zio looked up. Am I still dreaming? She clenched the newspaper and was stunned for a few minutes before she seemed to suddenly realize something and ran back to her rented house quickly. Arriving at Firz's bedroom door, Zio injected spirituality into her hand as she turned the handle. Opening the door, she saw Geoffrey's territory, with its exotic architectural features, and the mansion of Baron Felix. At this time, Firz on the bed was already awake, but she was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling in a daze, with no intention of getting up. Firz, where's Hobert? Zio rushed in with the newspaper and asked. Firz glanced at Zio lazily and tightened the collar of her pajamas. He said in the letter that he has returned to Backland. Zio glanced at the newspaper again. So, this is true. Hobert defected before in order to assassinate Ferdinand II. Firz took the newspaper and looked at it. This report. That's right, the newspaper certainly can't report that there was a battle at the Saint Level in Alhambra Palace yesterday. Zio was surprised again, but she immediately realized that the report in the newspaper was just a disguise. Then what's the truth? Firz stretched hard and was still considering whether to get up now or wait a while. Hobert said in the letter. She briefly described Hobert's letter from yesterday to her friend. Only then did Zio know that such a fierce battle had taken place in Alhambra Palace yesterday. Then Zio realized, so, you and Hobert are going back to Backland. He's going back to Backland. You're not going back. Zio, I'll take you to a place. Firz finally made up her mind. There's no way, I have to get up now. She took Zio on a boat, bypassing Geoffrey Town. Along the way, Firz introduced the surrounding scenery to Zio. Zio hadn't had time to appreciate the beauty of this place the previous few times she came to Geoffrey's territory. Only now did she realize that the scenery on both sides of Full Moon Lake was quite beautiful, and both sides were under construction, looking full of vitality. The two of them landed from a small port on the other side of the mountain. After arriving here, the scene was different from the West Bank. The people working in the fields put down their work and greeted Firz, lady of the territory. Madam Baron. Madam, is the Lord okay? Many people came to inquire about Hobert's situation, and Firz patiently explained to them that Hobert was safe. After hearing the news that the Lord was safe, everyone was relieved and returned to the fields to continue working. Zio sighed. I didn't expect you to be so loved by the people. It's not that I'm loved, Firz smiled. They love Hobert, and I'm just basking in the glory. If you keep walking forward from this valley, you'll know why they love Hobert. Continuing forward, they came to the new territory that the king had just conferred to Hobert. Zio immediately felt the poverty and numbness here. Zio finally understood that it was under Hobert's leadership that the people in the villages just now had become wealthy, which was why they loved Hobert so much. They came all the way to a manor with beautiful meadows. At this time, the manor's buildings were being repaired and would not be habitable for some time. But this still does not affect this beautiful, vibrant meadow. Zio took a deep breath. I've only seen such beautiful scenery in oil paintings. Firz sat on the grass, looking fascinated. The moment I saw the scenery here, I felt that this was the territory in my heart. She smiled slightly, but, Zio, in Hobert's eyes, this is just a place to rest. Zio also sat next to Firz, seemingly understanding what her friend meant. I really like the life here, Firz smiled. So, let me take care of Hobert's first territory. In Backland, in Lone, there is a broader stage waiting for him. But it must be full of intrigue and deception. Whenever he is tired, he can come back and rest, and the door here will always be open for him. Zio realized for the first time, Firz is a wife. Outside Fenapotter City, in a luxurious royal manor. Philip I, sitting in the darkness of the hall, breathed with a whooshing sound, as if suffering from severe bronchitis. Ethel stood in the light in the hall, bowing her head and quietly waiting for Philip I to ponder. Philip I said, in other words, the one who summoned that giant bird was an existence called the Creator. That's what I guessed, Ethel said. Last year, we received information about the Creator. His forces defeated the Rose School in the southern continent. It is said that there was a fierce battle at the angel level at that time, and the Creator personally took action to prevent the leader of the Rose School from descending. And I inadvertently learned that Christian's son, Hobert, is a favored one of the Creator. Could it be that Hobert asked the Creator for help, and the Creator sent that giant bird to the battlefield? Because she was in front of a hand of order, Ethel was not worried that her secret report would be known to the Creator. Moreover, she did not tell Philip I about her connection with the Creator. Perhaps, the actions of the Hobert father and son were also authorized by the Creator, Philip I said after a short silence. At that time, I felt a lofty power, like the Black Emperor and the Justiciar. He once served Solomon and later Trunsoist, so he was very familiar with the true gods of these two pathways. Philip I said, the Creator probably doesn't want me to accommodate the uniqueness either, but the state of this Creator is very strange. He can obviously corrupt the Trunsoist brass book and has a very high position. But strangely, the uniqueness of the Black Emperor and Justiciar pathway should not be with the Creator. This reminded Philip I of some words he heard from Trunsoist more than 1,000 years ago about the outer god named Uncertain Mist. Could the Creator be an identity designed by Uncertain Mist to make it easier to descend power? However, these intelligence could not be told to Ethel, so Philip I simply changed the subject after saying half of it. Pay close attention to the relevant information about the Creator. Yes, Ethel said, then the plan I just mentioned. Philip I coughed twice before smiling. What a smart child, your analysis is also very reasonable, but I have to consider it again. At the same time, he was also considering whether to let Ethel lead the Castilla family. He found that the family members were either indignant and wanted to retaliate against the Kingdom of Loan, or they were polluted and completely lost their fighting spirit. The princes were also very disappointed in their ideas in order to achieve their respective goals. Only Ethel was still considering how to solve the problem. Kingdom of Loan, East Chester County, in the Earl of Hall's manor. Because it was far from the city, the newspaper was not delivered here until noon. Audrey couldn't wait to open the newspaper. After taking a look, she shook her head. The palace was not destroyed by Hobert. This is covering up the truth. She noticed that there was also a message at the end of the report. Hobert and Christian were commended by the king and will be conferred titles this Saturday. The father and son will also receive a hero's treatment, ride in the king's car into the city, and receive the welcome and cheers of the people. Audrey suddenly realized, Hobert will return to Backland as a nobleman. Because there was no one else in the room, Susie asked with her tongue out, Audrey, what makes you so happy? A friend of mine is coming back, Audrey smiled. Returning like a hero. Speaking of this, she suddenly thought, father is going back to Backland tomorrow, I want to go back with him to witness the moment Hobert is conferred the title. After speaking, she put down the newspaper and left the room with a solemn expression as usual to talk to her father about this matter. Susie sighed in the room, it's a pity, I haven't played enough on the grass here. Backland, Sherwood Borough. Jessica stood at the door of the law firm and finished reading the headline of the newspaper. Then she smiled, Lawyer Hobert is back. St. George Borough. Melissa had already started her studies at Backland Technical University. When she went downstairs for breakfast, she saw Benson staring at the newspaper. What's the news today? There's big news. Benson raised the newspaper. Hobert's previous defection turned out to be carrying out a secret mission for the king. Now Hobert has returned to Backland, and it is said that the king will confer him a title. Melissa was slightly stunned and leaned over to read a few sentences of the report. This is indeed big news. She planned to write to Elizabeth as soon as she got to school to tell her the news. However, she believed that Elizabeth should have also seen this report. Ottawa County. Ulysses hammered the table and laughed. I said, Chief Christian must have his plan. After such a round trip, he will definitely be conferred the title of Duke. He walked back and forth in front of his desk happily for a few steps before going back to continue reading. Hobert must have played a significant role in this incident, otherwise this report would not have used so much space on him. Ulysses suddenly thought, isn't Elizabeth planning to apply for a university in Backland? He could send her to Hobert to help take care of her. Young people should communicate and interact more. On this day, the streets and alleys were shocked by the news in the newspapers. Some people did not expect that the traitor, who everyone was shouting to kill half a year ago, was actually a national hero. Some people did not expect that the royal family had planned such an amazing conspiracy. Others envied the king's reward to the Hobert father and son, guessing what title they would get. In short, today's report made Hobert once again receive the attention of the people of Loan, and this time the attention was even higher than last time, because the whole incident had a thought-provoking story and even had a certain legendary nature. Often such characters are the easiest to be remembered by the people. Hobert, who was recuperating at the royal manor outside the city, was unaware of these events. This morning, he received a letter from Bishop Simpson, stating that several demigods from the Church of the Earth Mother had suffered varying degrees of contamination during yesterday's battle and requesting Hobert's assistance in resolving the issue. This slightly surprised Hobert. Why didn't they seek help from the Earth Mother? Unbeknownst to Hobert, the saints of the Church of the Earth Mother had immediately sought help from the Mother, but the Mother's response was unexpected. Roland entrusted this matter to Gabriel, who in turn asked Simpson, the one most familiar with Hobert, to address it. These demigods were not interested in politics. To them, yesterday's battle was Philip I's fight to accommodate the uniqueness. Or rather, it was a war between two extraordinary families, not a war between two nations. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Christian and Hobert's betrayal. Besides, even a patriot would compromise when their life was at stake. Moreover, with the Earth Mother's endorsement, they were even less likely to care about Hobert's political stance. Simpson understood Hobert's temperament, so in his letter, he only asked for Hobert's help, without mentioning his assistance in protecting the people of the Jeffrey region. He knew that if he mentioned what he did last night, Hobert would feel threatened by the situation in the territory. He would help, but at least not until next week. Hobert pondered for a moment and concluded that this was not Simpson's plan to trap him. Simpson knew that Furs was in the territory. If the Church of the Earth Mother decided to help the royal family and not protect Hobert's assets, Simpson would definitely try to capture Furs first. In that case, Archibald, with the Desire Apostle as his marionette, would be alerted in advance and would definitely take Furs away from the territory at the first opportunity. Since none of these things had happened, it meant that the cooperation between the Jeffrey region and the Church of the Earth Mother was still solid. Another reason Hobert was willing to help was to treat Christian's injuries. Hobert believed that the Church of the Earth Mother should have a method to heal Christian. After deciding to help, Hobert immediately replied to Simpson, briefly mentioning the issue of treating Christian and inviting the saints to loan for treatment. After replying, Hobert went to inform Christian about the matter. Upon hearing that Hobert had contacted the Church of the Earth Mother, Christian felt he could suffer less in the coming days. I'll take you to a place. Although it was a royal manor, their surveillance was not strict. The father and son used travel to reach a small wooden house, surrounded by dense forests. The northern trees had already grown tender leaves, well concealing the location of the small wooden house. This is a safe house that Rex and I set up back then, located in the northern part of the Tucker Plain, in the Hornassus Mountains. It's very hidden and safe, Christian said. Please have your friends from the Church of the Earth Mother come here to treat me. They had already left Fainapotter and couldn't let others know that they were still in contact with people from the Church of the Earth Mother. Hobert marked the location with the traveler's knife, no problem. Then, the father and son returned to the manor. In the afternoon, they finally received a reply. Simpson said that the saints had agreed to come to loan to resolve the contamination issue, but only if there was a hidden place. Hobert wrote another letter, asking Simpson to find him. After sending the letter, Hobert went to the safe house that Christian had just taken him to see. As for how Simpson would find him, Hobert believed they would have a way. Sure enough, Hobert had only been in the safe house for a dozen minutes when Simpson opened the door and entered, as if visiting a friend's house. He smiled and said, I didn't expect you to do such a big thing yesterday. Hobert smiled wryly, I'm just a small character, I didn't play much of a role inside. Simpson didn't know the details of yesterday's battle. Even if he did, he wouldn't have thought that the giant bird at the end was summoned by Hobert. To Simpson, a Sequence 5 was indeed a marginal figure on a battlefield like yesterday's. Simpson briefly talked about the situation in the Jeffrey region, and finally he said, now Buck doesn't even bother hiding in the Lord's mansion anymore. He knows the mission is definitely not going to be completed, and it's useless even if he comes out. Hobert also smiled, the royal family probably doesn't have much energy to manage the Jeffrey region right now. Once the Fainapotter royal family recovers from the shadow of yesterday's defeat, the territory should face another crisis. That's when they will truly have to play a game with the royal family. However, with the support of the Church of the Earth Mother, Hobert is confident in completing this game with the royal family and protecting his assets in the Jeffrey region. Once that crisis is overcome, the Jeffrey region will truly be safe. But now is certainly not the time to talk about this. Hobert then asked Simpson why he had sought him out to solve the contamination issue. Simpson said frankly, I heard this is from the Earth Mother's guidance. Hobert opened his mouth, wondering when he had come under the Earth Mother's gaze. He then thought of his experience at the Backland Mountain Manor at the beginning of the year, which made him wonder, are the Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother, or rather, beings at the level of true gods, unable to eliminate the corruption from the nation of disorder? Hobert shook his head gently, probably not, but even if they have a way, it should be more troublesome. It's simpler and more convenient to issue a divine decree, go and invite the Tathagata, cough cough, go find Hobert. Then Hobert thought, I wonder what reward the Earth Mother will give me. Hey! Did the Mother not mention a reward in the divine decree? The Evernight Goddess did mention it. However, Hobert thought that the gods shouldn't default on their debts and would definitely give him some reward. It's just that these rewards might be delivered at any time, and he might have already received them, like the bracelet he got before entering Backland Mountain Manor. Wait, Hobert thought again, the Earth Mother probably knows that these people's corruption comes from the nation of disorder, so is the Mother telling them to come to me, is she saying, deal with it yourself? Thinking of this, Hobert smiled somewhat guiltily, forget it, I already promised Simpson, so I'll help even if there's no reward. While thinking about his thoughts, Hobert chatted with Bishop Simpson for a while before Gabriel and several other saints arrived one after another. Simpson was responsible for scouting the way. If Hobert had any problems, Simpson would use the talisman in his pocket to send a signal. If Hobert had no problems, they would come over a dozen minutes after Simpson arrived. Although there were instructions from the Mother, they still had to be careful. Hobert politely stepped forward, shook hands with Gabriel, and nodded to the other saints. The saints didn't look like they had been contaminated, only a little pale. This was only because they had been contaminated for a short time, and it hadn't spread in their bodies yet. After exchanging a few polite words with Gabriel, Hobert said, I received baptism from Bishop Utravsky. No matter which country I am in, I am a devout believer of the Mother. The baptism of each church is equivalent to a screening. As long as they can pass the baptism, not to say how devout they are to the Mother, at least they have no malice. Hobert said this to introduce himself, and also to explain to everyone that he had passed the screening of the baptism, and that the baptism was conducted by the Mother's Blessed. Sure enough, after Hobert said this, everyone's defensive psychology was obviously not as strong as before. Next, I will pray for the power of a mysterious existence to remove the corruption on everyone, Hobert smiled. That existence is indeed very good at removing certain corruption. The loving Mother and the ever-night goddess both know this. Bringing out these two gods is of course to set off the status of creator from the side. And the so-called, some specific corruption refers to the corruption of the nation of disorder. I can't guarantee that it is useful to find the creator for other corruption. Everyone was relieved to hear that the Earth Mother and the ever-night goddess both said it was good, and they all smiled and complimented a few words, asking Hobert for help. Hobert then began to set up the altar, lit the candles, and began to recite the Creator's honorific name, the Creator of human order. Next is the prayer part, your devout servant, prays for your power, prays for you to eliminate the corruption on the people in front of the altar. After Hobert read it aloud once, he repeated it again, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and finally became a silent recitation. The demigods behind him were lined up together, and their expressions gradually became solemn, which was the most basic respect for the gods. After Hobert began to recite silently, he stepped back slightly and stood there completely still. His astral projection had actually gone to the nation of disorder. Hobert sat on the iron throne and then spread his spirituality to the star that represented him. Through true vision, Hobert saw that, in addition to Simpson, the 5 saints including Gabriel were indeed entangled in a wisp of thin black mist. Different from the corruption of uncertain mist, these black mists immediately resonated with the nation of disorder. Of course, there will be resonance, after all, they all come from the nation of disorder, but Hobert can treat this corruption like the Trunsoist brass book, let this corruption detonate, quickly and completely corrupt the other party, and can also completely eliminate the corruption. Hobert smiled, it's just that I won't choose the extra choice. In order to make the cooperation between the Jeffrey region and the Church of the Earth Mother closer, Hobert projected a lot of power into his star. In the real world, Simpson and others felt something in their spirituality and saw a figure sitting in a forest of swords in the air. He exuded a sacred brilliance, as if he could end all chaos, and as if he could bring complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to lower their heads unconsciously, and wanting to surrender unconsciously. Simpson and others knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. They realized that this was a real god. Then Gabriel and others felt a lightness all over their bodies. The coldness mixed in the spiritual body and the body was being quickly drawn away. Soon they all felt their bodies begin to warm, and their spirituality also felt that the very high-level contamination in their bodies was eliminated. It wasn't until Hobert in front of the altar said, "Praise the Creator." Everyone woke up like a dream and thanked Hobert one after another. Hobert smiled, "I will convey your thanks to the Creator." He continued, "I will bring my father over now." Gabriel said to his colleagues, "You go back first, I will stay and treat Hobert's father." The other 4 demigods thanked Hobert again before leaving one after another. Finally, only Simpson and Gabriel were left in the small wooden house. "Please wait a moment." Hobert used travel to return to the royal manor and brought Christian to the small wooden house. After a few simple polite words, Gabriel began to examine the wound. At this time, Hobert realized that Christian's sternum was directly broken, and several ribs were also broken. With a little force, the bones and muscles of the entire right chest could be lifted directly. The right lung inside was also injured. If it was an ordinary person, such an injury would have killed him long ago. Gabriel checked and said, "Don't expect the wound to heal itself. The order of this part of your body has been directly destroyed. Even if you are a demigod, it won't be long before it will fester in necrosis, and eventually the order of your whole body will be out of balance." Hobert asked nervously, "Your Excellency Archbishop, is there any way?" "The only way is to remove the damaged tissues around the wound." Gabriel said, "Then let the cut muscles, bones and internal organs grow back." Before Hobert could ask anything, Christian smiled and said, "Then let's start." Gabriel put on a mask and took out his portable kit, which contained scalpels, hemostats, scissors and other tools, a total of more than a dozen. The surgery was performed on the dusty floor of the small wooden house. Even though it was a mystical surgery, it took more than an hour. Gabriel first removed the parts that could no longer heal themselves, which cut out a huge wound. Christian's entire right lung and right chest were basically cut off. Hobert could clearly see Christian's posterior ribs and spine. Then Gabriel used the stone of life and portable potions to quickly start the growth of the missing parts. The right lung grew first. As Christian breathed, it contracted and expanded. Compared to the previously malfunctioning lung, the newly grown lung looked healthy and vigorous. Then came the sternum, ribs and muscles, and finally the skin. After the wound healed, there was nothing different except that the muscles there looked more tender. Even the nameless finger that Christian was missing grew back. Hobert sighed in his heart. This surgery is really eye-opening, but unfortunately it is difficult to popularize. After the surgery, Christian got up and moved around, feeling no discomfort at all. After thanking each other, they left the small wooden house one after another. Backland, Sodila Palace. In a remote palace, William I, sitting on the throne, listened to the report from Mitchell, a demigod from MI9, who was kneeling below. He asked, before that, there was no information about the Creator. There is a piece of suspected intelligence. Mitchell lowered his head. Of course, he knew who was on the throne, so he said without reservation, in October of last year, facing the provocations of the Faesac Empire, we sent several mercenary groups to strike at the forces of Faesac in the southern continent. This battle went very smoothly and achieved considerable results. However, when cleaning up the battlefield, someone snatched an beyonder characteristic and a sealed artifact. When the mercenaries chased after the opponent, a mysterious being covered the robber's escape and erased his traces with very mysterious means. Later, after divination, it was discovered that the person who snatched the sealed artifact was a member of the Balk family, but the existence that helped the Balk family member escape could not be divined for any information about him. At the end of last year, that battle took place in the southern continent, one of the sides of which was the Balk family. Therefore, I and several colleagues associated this with the previous incident and believed that the Creator had long been sheltering the Balk family. William I nodded, very good, you have done your job well. He thought in his heart, so, that young man named Hobert is also a blessed of the Creator. After returning from the battlefield of Fainapotter, William I realized that at that time, there was an adjacent pathway, an existence similar to a god, constantly watching the battlefield. But this puzzled him, because he knew very well where the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway and the sequence 1 beyonder characteristics were. So he first secretly summoned Christian and asked about the giant bird, but did not get the answer he wanted. He also thought of the power of order he felt from the giant bird at that time. He was almost certain that it must have come from the Justiciar pathway or the Black Emperor pathway. William I thought for a while, but did not remember any old guys with a similar feeling, so he judged that this existence must have appeared recently. He summoned the intelligence personnel of MI9 and immediately locked onto the target. William I rewarded Mitchell and then fell into deep thought. This reminded him of the words he had heard in Trunsoist and associated them with the Nation of Disorder. Having seen the second blasphemy slate, he of course knew what the Nation of Disorder represented, which made him think, I suspected that the Night Emperor had made arrangements in the Nation of Disorder back then. Could it be that he has been resurrected in the Nation of Disorder? In the end, William I believed that the Creator had not shown malice towards the Augustus family, and he could try to win over Hobert to see if he could obtain more information. Thursday, Backland, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall. Audrey returned with her father, because a large number of servants had gone to the fief, so the villa looked relatively empty. But that's not to say that there were no servants here. Even if Earl Hall and his family were not there, there were at least 50 servants in this villa taking care of it. They had to clean every day, and maintain the lawns, flowers and trees. That night, Earl Hall invited his good friend Earl Wolf to his home for dinner. Because it was a private invitation between good friends, there was no band or dance party, only a sumptuous dinner. Audrey sat at the lower end of the table, listening to the conversation between the two earls. Only 3 people were dining in the luxurious and spacious restaurant, but it did not seem empty because there were many servants. I just met Countess Georgiana yesterday, Earl Wolf said, taking a sip of wine. The Countess said that Hobert made outstanding contributions in this operation, and the king will give him a special reward. I guess this young man may be directly ennobled as an earl. Audrey's fork paused slightly. She originally thought that Hobert would be ennobled as a viscount at most, but she did not expect that he would be directly ennobled as an earl. In that case, Glaintet would have to bow or kneel on one knee when he saw Hobert. Earl Hall laughed happily, then Duke Reagan should take action. Duke Reagan was an old aristocrat, but because of the rise of new capital and the reform of abolishing the corn laws, his property had shrunk drastically. Last year, he was on the verge of bankruptcy and could only barely support himself by marrying into wealthy businessmen families and lower-level nobles. Because the objects of his marriage repeatedly broke the noble's bottom line, the nobles often joked about him in private. It's not just Duke Reagan. Earl Wolf, who had been in Backland for some time, smiled and said, Lord Quint and Lord Sylvester have also expressed strong interest in this. After hearing that I had helped Hobert, they all asked me to introduce their daughters to Hobert. These 2 lords were both millionaires in Backland and were now very influential members of the House of Commons. However, the power of the Lone Kingdom was still mostly concentrated in the hands of high-ranking nobles, so they would definitely lean towards the nobles and let their daughters become countesses, which would allow them to successfully integrate into the high-ranking nobles. At this time, Audrey couldn't help but say, "Uncle Wolf, I heard that Hobert is already married. Don't Duke Reagan and the others know about it?" "Of course they know." Earl Wolf smiled and said, "But that was a marriage in the kingdom of Fainapotter. What does it have to do with the kingdom of Loan? Even if Hobert remarries in Loan, it won't have any impact." He even believed that it was inevitable for Hobert to remarry. After all, although the father and son had very high titles, they did not have very solid relationships among the high-ranking nobles. If they could have a marriage alliance, they could integrate into the circle of nobles. Christian does have a son, but in Wolf's opinion, that son has not yet reached the sincerity of marriage. Audrey was a little surprised. It can be like this. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 517, Chapter 517 Goodbye Audrey. Chapter 517 Goodbye Audrey. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Fasak Empire, Dust Cathedral. Chief Larian was lost in thought as he looked at the Trunsoist brass book in front of him. Just now, the god of combat had resealed the brass book, making it look even more ancient. It can now be used as a Grade 0 sealed artifact again, but the negative effects are a bit significant. At the same time, during the sealing process just now, the god of combat told Larian that the corruption of the brass book came from the Sefirah, nation of disorder, and the Sefirah seemed to possess a certain degree of intelligence. Larian was pondering. I had only heard before that uniqueness, under certain conditions, would possess a certain degree of intelligence. I didn't expect that Sefirah also has such characteristics. But fortunately, the other party is not entirely an opponent, because in addition to being interested in the brass book, they should also be very interested in the beyonder characteristics within Philip I and William I. Putting away the brass book, Larian lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of the cathedral. Awatoma of the Einhorn family was still waiting there, hoping to find out who the opponent was this time. The Berserk Sea, Chasm of Storms. Guard 2 received a hint from the Lord of Storms, not an enemy. The existence that deployed the corpse of an ancient death god to the battlefield is not an enemy. As far as Guard 2 was concerned, since it was not an enemy, then only a routine investigation was needed. Friday morning, a royal manor outside Backland. Cert, who had once fought alongside the Hobert father and son, came to the manor and brought the king's condolences. Christian had already secretly met with the king. This time, it was actually under the guise of condolences to discuss the details of tomorrow's knighting ceremony. While dining at the table, Cert briefly explained the general process of tomorrow's ceremony, and then asked Hobert casually, "I've always been curious, how did you summon that giant bird?" Christian had already explained it once during his meeting with George III. However, Hobert knew that the royal family would ask him directly sooner or later, but he didn't expect the royal family to be so patient and only ask now. That giant bird actually comes from a ruin in the Backland suburbs. Hobert had already thought of a response. During the exploration of that ruin, I met a demigod of the death pathway. Of course, I didn't know at the time that the giant bird had such great power. It was that demigod who explained the origin of the giant bird. Later, I thought of a way to summon the giant bird. At the Alhambra Palace, I was also thinking of giving it a try. I didn't expect the giant bird's power to be so great. Hobert's words were actually just a different way of telling his true experience. So Cert ultimately concluded, it seems like there's some cover-up, but most of it is the truth. Beyonders of the arbiter pathway have the ability to distinguish whether the person they are talking to is lying, and also the ability to coerce the other party to tell the truth, but the latter is more aggressive and not suitable for use on Hobert. This royal demigod smiled and said, "What a wonderful experience." Christian smiled and said, "In the Beyonder world, there is no shortage of wonderful experiences." Haha, that's right. Cert laughed very supportively, making the atmosphere of the banquet more harmonious. The banquet ended in such a seemingly harmonious atmosphere. Hobert and Christian chatted for a few words before going to rest early. Early the next morning, Hobert came to the dressing room at the reminder of the servant and put on traditional Loan attire. As Christian had said before, fortunately, the traditional Loan attire has been simplified a lot now, otherwise Hobert would have to put on more than a dozen layers of clothes, which would make it difficult to walk. But the simplified version of the traditional attire also made Hobert frown, because he had to wear a dress and tights. Of course, in the concept of the nobles, this is not called tights, but narrow pants to highlight the figure. It is said that the pants that have been popularized in the northern continent are derived from this kind of tights. As for the dress, Hobert can understand this. After all, the concept of pants only appeared in the 5th epoch. Before there were pants, both men and women wore dresses, but the men's dresses were more close-fitting and did not have any exaggerated designs. After putting on tights and a dress, Hobert looked in the mirror. These clothes looked awkward, but the effect of wearing them was not bad. The dress looked neat and did not hinder Hobert from showing his masculinity at all. Outside was a red jacket and a long cloak. Hobert had been living in Backland before, but he had never worn a cloak, because the Loan-style cloak was purely for looks. The cloak has a thick shoulder and neckline, with a ribbon composed of golden patterns. The cloak is very long and drags to the back of the foot. To walk a little faster so that the cloak naturally flutters looks good. But you can only walk forward. If you walk backward, you can easily trip yourself. Then put on a black wide-brimmed top hat with a white feather inserted in the hat and a pair of high-top leather shoes on your feet. Hobert looked at himself in the full-length mirror again. It was pretty good. He looked very classic at this time. Coming out of the dressing room, Hobert ate something with Christian, who was also wearing traditional attire, and prepared to get on the carriage. Today they will enjoy the honor of riding in the king's carriage. Mona sent the father and son to the carriage, helped her husband tidy up his collar, and straightened Hobert's armband. Today is your big day, be careful how you handle it. Hobert smiled and said, Mother, from today on, you are the Duchess and the mother of the Earl. That reminds me, Mona smiled and said, I can hire a few court chefs to cook for our family in the future. Generally, only dukes and earls are qualified to hire court chefs. Hobert smiled. Of course, he could hear that his mother meant that she didn't care what titles they had. Christian held Mona's hand and looked at his wife affectionately for a few seconds before taking the lead to get on the carriage. For him, this was the moment of honor he had been waiting for a long time. It was the moment when he took back everything he should have gotten 20 years ago. The father and son rode in the carriage and entered Backland at about 8 o'clock. There were indeed many people on the street watching the excitement. At first, Hobert just kept smiling. As more and more people came to watch the excitement, there were gradually cheers and applause. Hobert raised his hand and started greeting them. Gradually, he saw many acquaintances in the crowd, including Harvey Hayden with a smile, Austin and others applauding, Jessica and others cheering loudly, and Baron and others, Hobert's clients when he was a lawyer, throwing their hats in celebration. When he arrived at Sodila Palace, Hobert's entire face was stiff from smiling. When the father and son got out of the carriage, the guards began to report that the father and son had arrived at the palace. Under the guidance of the servants and in the salute of the guards, Hobert and Christian walked slowly and solemnly towards the palace hall. In the hall where the ceremony was held, it was already full of nobles, bishops, and lords. Wearing a crown, holding a scepter, and wearing the king's regalia, George III sat on the high throne. Hobert didn't dare to bring any order wood or order crystal today, for fear of being seen through by George III. He glanced up at George III, who looked like a middle-aged man with no expression and wearing the king's regalia. He couldn't see anything unusual. After only one glance, Hobert lowered his head to avoid looking abnormal. The Lone Kingdom has not knighted a duke for more than 100 years, so today's ceremony looks particularly grand. Except for a few who really couldn't come, all the other nobles gathered together to witness this knighting ceremony. Hobert was invited to one side by the servant, and Christian stepped forward to accept the knighting first. Christian came to the throne with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee in front of George III, and kissed the back of the king's hand and the scepter. This meant that he loved the king and submitted to the king's authority. Then came the oath-taking session. After this set of procedures was completed, the king began to knight. George III not only gave the title, but also gave a residence on Empress Borough, as well as 2 duke-level manors and a hunting ground, as well as a seat in the House of Lords. According to the Lone Constitution, after the king and the parliament agree to add a seat, the king can grant someone a seat as a member of the House of Lords. This is a small probability event. Since the establishment of the parliament, only 3 seats have been added to the House of Lords. Everyone knows that the most valuable reward here is the seat in the House of Lords, which is equivalent to giving Christian the highest decision-making power at once. This is the power that Christian has dreamed of. After the knighting of the Duke was over, Hobert stepped forward with a solemn pace. Because the servants and guards of the lone court had prayed to the Creator, Hobert unobtrusively paid attention to George III. George III sat there like a wood carving, waiting for Hobert to approach. At the servant's signal, Hobert also performed the procedure of kissing the back of the king's hand and taking the oath. The gods and ancestors sent you to me, George III said solemnly, because you have made unparalleled achievements, I will reward you as follows. First of all, the title of Earl. Respecting nobles and respecting titles is respecting me, you must have noble character, a warm smile, and a sharp sword that can fight for me at any time. As your king, I want you to live a high-quality life, so I grant you an earl's mansion. I hope you will be filial to your parents and treat your servants well. I will give you another manor so that you can have a place to escape the summer heat in the summer and your own hunting ground in the winter. Finally, I will grant you a fief. Longtail Island will be yours from today on. Help me guard the territory of the kingdom, and I will give you supreme honor. The last reward caused a burst of exclamation in the hall, because the last time a fief was granted to a noble was more than 100 years ago, during the colonial war. At that time, only 3 nobles were granted fiefs, all of which were islands at sea. Before the colonial war, fiefs had been granted to nobles during the War of the Violated Oath, more than 600 years ago. Hobert was the 4th noble to receive a fief in hundreds of years. The previous 3 nobles had all made great military achievements, so everyone was surprised. What kind of credit did Hobert make in Fanepotter City? Another thing that surprised everyone was that in the past 300 years, the governance rights of noble fiefs have gradually been taken back by the central government and later handed over to the government led by the Prime Minister. Therefore, the nobles only have a large amount of land and manors, and they have long lost their rights to conscription, legislation, taxation, etc. And Hobert's knighting was obviously a real fief. If he was an earl, he would have the right to conscript troops and tax in his own territory. This surprised everyone very much. This reward, like the seat in the House of Lords, was the highest honor. Audrey stood behind the nobles, witnessing Hobert's knighting process from afar. At this moment, she still felt a little unreal. She didn't expect Hobert to become an earl like this, and he even owned an island. This was something that many people dreamed of. Unfortunately, according to etiquette, Audrey could not go to the front row, otherwise she would be the first to congratulate Hobert. At the king's instruction, the servant stepped forward and gave Hobert the map of Longtail Island, as well as the earl's medal and ribbon. As the music sounded again, the knighting ceremony officially ended. After saluting the king again, Hobert returned to the hall, and the father and son accepted everyone's congratulations. During this period, Hobert received congratulations from Glaint, but the two just smiled at each other and did not reminisce in such an occasion. Congratulations, Hobert. Audrey always maintained enough restraint and only congratulated him after Hobert came over. Hobert looked at this unusually beautiful and elegant noble lady and showed a sincere smile. Thank you, Miss Audrey. He sighed in his heart. When I used to see Audrey often in Backland, I was short-sighted. After what I have seen and heard in the past 6 months, I realized that a witch is nothing. But now there is no time to reminisce. Hobert has to say hello to everyone present. In such an occasion, saying one more or one less sentence can easily offend people. After that, there was a court banquet and a ball. This kind of banquet and ball with ceremonial meaning are separated. The banquet is held first, and then the ball is held. Ordinary court balls do not have the banquet process, or the banquet venue will be directly arranged according to the ball. Before attending the banquet, the Hobert father and son were finally able to put on the more convenient tailcoats. The banquet was seated according to the height of the title. The king was of course sitting at the top, followed by the dukes. The earls had a separate long table, and the table was located closest to the dukes and the king. The viscounts had 2 tables, and then the barons, including the lords, sat at several tables. The barons in the mouths of the nobles are generally titles inherited from their elders. Many of them have fallen from earls and viscounts to barons after losing enough land, which are the so-called hereditary barons. The lords are titles granted by the king for donations to the royal family, but this title cannot be inherited, which is the so-called baronet. Hobert had probably heard that generally a donation of £300,000 can get the title of baronet, and to get the title of hereditary baron, you have to donate another £1 million. Currently, there are only a few dukes in the Kingdom of Loan. It's not that Loan doesn't grant many dukedoms, but the royal dukes rarely appear in public these days. There are only a few active dukes. Among the active ones, there's old Duke Negan, who has a huge appeal in the political world and is the leader of the old party, the Conservatives. The core figures in Loan's political arena are mainly composed of earls with legitimate seats in the upper house, such as Earl Hall and Earl Wolf. Generally speaking, the influence and wealth of viscounts are much less than those of earls, so they usually depend on the earls. Nowadays, the composition of Loan's royal barons is the most complex. Some of them live off inherited estates and industries, while others are on the verge of bankruptcy. After a baron goes bankrupt, he will be demoted to a baronet, which means that his descendants will no longer be nobles and can only be considered noble descendants. There is also a part that is the emerging force of capital. For them, the title is their pass to enter politics. They spontaneously lean towards the great nobles and also form new and old parties, or reformers and conservatives. Hobert became an earl all of a sudden, but he has not yet expressed his political views, so he just greeted the Earl Hall and Earl Wolf he knew and took his seat. Unlike other earls, who chatted for a long time before taking their seats. The other earls were watching and did not immediately try to win over Hobert. They politely chatted with him. Hobert also showed enough composure, patiently eating throughout the meal and dealing with the other earls' uninformative conversations. After the meal, there was a relatively free ball. At this time, the ladies and young ladies who had finished lunch in another restaurant also joined their husbands and fathers. After George III gave a simple speech, he and the Queen left, and the ball was hosted by Crown Prince Jevington. At the ball, people's positions are no longer divided according to titles. When the music starts, the prince and princess open the dance. After the first dance, theoretically, everyone can invite ladies and gentlemen to dance at will, or talk freely outside the dance floor. However, because everyone is here to attend Christian's conferment celebration today, Christian and Mona dance the second dance. If Hobert had brought his wife, he could have danced the third dance, but Furs is still in Geoffrey's territory, and Hobert knows that she doesn't like such occasions, so he simply didn't ask her to attend the ball. So, after the second dance, everyone could really find dance partners at will. Hobert was still drinking champagne in the corner. In fact, he didn't like balls and other occasions very much, and he had been thinking about returning to Backland in the past few days. Of course, he has to do some work after he comes back. Before his career starts, he doesn't want to get involved in the political factional struggles. However, whether or not he wants to get involved in the political struggle is not up to Hobert. If he is a viscount, such as Glaint, he can choose not to choose a specific political camp. But as an earl, even an earl without a position or industry, he will be the object of wooing by both sides. A middle-aged man with neatly combed hair, a broad forehead, and a slightly high hairline came over with a champagne glass. Every time I hold a champagne, I want to thank Emperor Roselle. Hobert understood what the other party meant and smiled politely. I heard that champagne is Emperor Roselle's favorite drink. More than 100 years ago, champagne was rarely drunk at court banquets, because the emperor liked to open champagne at celebration banquets, and champagne became popular at court banquets in the northern continent. Hobert sighed in his heart, the omnipresent Roselle. You are a learned gentleman. The other party complimented, yes, it would be too boring if you could only drink wine at the ball. Then he stretched out his hand, Syndra's. Out of politeness, Hobert had to shake hands with the other party. Believe me, I don't need to introduce myself. Syndra's complimented again, you are a humorous earl. Please allow me to thank you again for your contribution to the country and express my deep respect to you. Hobert smiled, this is something a Loanese person should do. He thought to himself, hurry up and get to the point. I heard that you were a well-known lawyer in Backland before. The other party finally got to the point. Hobert took a sip of champagne, just an ordinary lawyer. So, what are your thoughts after you return to Backland this time? Syndra said more specifically, I heard that the governor's office of Longtail Island has an annual income of about £50,000, which is a considerable fortune. Do you have any investment ideas? Although Hobert already had some preliminary ideas, he still asked, what suggestions do you have? If it were a few years ago, I would definitely recommend you to invest in banks. Syndra said, but in the past year or two, the banking industry has passed the emerging period and requires a lot of investment to buy a small amount of shares. You can try investing in industry. The demand for ships and machinery has been relatively large in recent years. You are an earl. As long as you are willing to maintain the existing system, support the rules of free trade, and respect the choices of the market, you will soon get a lot of wealth. Hobert nodded slightly, thank you for your suggestion, which has helped me understand a lot of things. He thought to himself, this is the wooing of the conservatives. Syndra's last sentence is equivalent to his political inclination. The so-called conservatives do not mean that they advocate only guarding their own land. They advocate respecting the system and rules, and advocate everything based on stability. Among them, there are also big bankers and business owners, and their investment in emerging industries is no less than that of the reformers. The other party said sincerely again, if you have any needs in this regard, I can come to your door at any time as your consultant. Baron Syndra's, right? Hobert put away his smile and said seriously, if I encounter such problems, I will ask you for advice. After politely ending the conversation with Baron Syndra's, Hobert was greeted by Baron Quint. The conversation between the two was similar, but Baron Quint's political inclination was to promote development through reform, so that the cake could be made bigger and everyone could get more benefits. At the same time, they sympathize with the workers and believe that there are huge ills in the current society, so reform is needed. Hobert also dealt with it with ambiguous answers, but Baron Quint did not leave immediately, but talked to Hobert about his family and mentioned his beautiful and generous daughter intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing that someone was about to come over and talk to him, Hobert smiled at Quint, your conversation has given me a deeper understanding of this city, but I think I should go dance, after all, this is a ball. Of course. The not-so-tall Baron Quint smiled, I have long hoped to admire your dance. Hobert went straight to invite Audrey, who had already rejected two men. Audrey readily agreed. She stretched out a hand to Hobert and smiled, I thought you weren't going to dance. Hobert took this beautiful and delicate hand that was akin to sculpted marble. When the music started, I was going to invite you, but that would be a great disrespect to the prince and princess. He said without blushing or panting. Audrey smiled slightly, although I know he is lying, it still makes me feel happy. Hobert put one hand on Audrey's waist, and Audrey's hand rested on Hobert's shoulder. The music started, and the two danced gracefully in the dance floor. Hobert was right in front of her, smiling at herself. After dancing so many times, Audrey felt a little nervous for the first time. She took a deep breath, Audrey, what's wrong with you? It's just a dance. What's there to be nervous about? To ease her emotions, Audrey whispered, I just saw Syndra's and Quint come to talk to you one after another. That's right, but I don't know them at all, and I don't know what to talk to them about. Hobert showed a helpless smile. This expression was not faked, he really didn't know what to talk to them about. Baron Sindras is deeply trusted by Duke Negan. Audrey said, he is a big banker. My father told me that he is the largest shareholder of Southville Bank and the third largest shareholder of Backland Bank. And Baron Quint mainly operates ships and railways. As we all know, the domestic railway network is operated by 3 railway companies, and Baron Quint's company is one of them. Hobert nodded, one is doing finance, and the other is running transportation. These 2 industries are very profitable in any era. Audrey finally concluded, according to my observation, even if the earls and viscounts hold different political views, their relationship is still very harmonious. So they need the barons and members of the lower house, as well as those lobbyists, to uphold their political views to solve practical problems. Some conflicts will arise between these people, which will lead to some contradictions. Hobert nodded slightly, thank you for your reminder. I don't plan to choose my political inclination at the moment. At this time, the music ended. Hobert bowed with his hand on his chest, and Audrey gently lifted her skirt and performed a standard court ceremony. The 2 naturally walked off the stage together, took a glass of champagne from the waiter, and went to their seats to continue talking about the topic just now. I thought you would support the reformers. Audrey said, after all, thanks to your previous efforts, the reformist labor law was promulgated. Hobert smiled, actually, I don't have any prejudices against the reformers and conservatives. Audrey didn't quite understand, you support both factions. Believe me, that's not a good idea. I mean, I don't oppose either of these factions. Audrey was slightly stunned, and seemed to understand what Hobert meant, but, you don't support them either, right? No, you haven't understood what I mean. Hobert smiled, in my opinion, some problems need to be solved conservatively, while others need to be solved radically. The reason why I don't plan to make a choice right away is because I'm afraid of encountering political correctness. Audrey repeated, political correctness. This was the first time she had heard this phrase. Hobert further explained, why is it either conservative or radical, and why is it either radical or conservative? Aren't these 2 methods that a politician needs to have? Why can only one be used? If I choose the reformers, then my future political views can only be radical. Not being radical is a betrayal. Audrey suddenly felt enlightened. She had realized this problem before, but she hadn't thought about it in detail. Now that Hobert said it, it was indeed a problem full of contradictions. After the ball, on Earl Hall's carriage. Inside the spacious carriage, the Earl said in surprise, he really said that. Audrey nodded, Father, is Hobert's view correct? Earl Hall suddenly smiled, do you remember old Duke Negan who just passed away last year? Although he was the leader of the Conservatives, he would also seek cooperation with the reformers in many cases. His influence sometimes even exceeded that of the Prime Minister in some areas. And now his son, the current Duke Negan, has obvious hostility towards the reformers. Even if some problems are solved inefficiently by the Conservatives, he will not seek cooperation with the reformers. So Duke Negan's influence is not as great as before, and now the leader of the Conservatives has been replaced by Duke Lister. He rarely talked about these things in front of his daughter, but today he was a little emotional, and secondly, he was talking about this topic, so he said a few more words. In fact, politics is a process of mutual compromise. Although we have our own persistence, we have to compromise in many cases. Experienced politicians understand this. Although they have a clear political inclination, they will never refuse to cooperate with opponents in political views. This time it was Audrey's turn to be a little surprised, so, Hobert's opinion is very insightful. You can say that, Earl Hall smiled slightly, and the word political correctness is used very appropriately. He paused and smiled again, I'm a little curious about your conversation after that. Audrey felt a sense of pride in her heart, but as a spectator, she controlled her emotions very well. I asked Hobert, is there a way to solve this problem? Hobert said that someone needs to be above the 2 factions and mediate between them. Earl Hall followed up and asked, who can bear this important task? I also have such doubts. Audrey said. Hobert replied, the head of state. The king. No. Hall was a little disappointed with this answer, the king is born conservative. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized something, Hobert said the head of state, but not necessarily the king. Yes. Audrey glanced out the window, as if recalling it before retracting her gaze and said, I have never heard of what Hobert said afterwards, and I don't know if it is feasible. He said that a healthy government should have a head of state and a prime minister. The head of state is a symbol of the country and the nation, and must reconcile the interests and contradictions of all parties, and be responsible for making decisions at the national level. And the prime minister is responsible for handling specific matters and implementing the decisions of the head of state. Earl Hall leaned back in his chair, lost in thought, rapidly constructing a central government framework composed of a head of state and a prime minister in his mind. Indeed, it's more rational than the structure of a prime minister and a king, as he just said. Kings are inherently conservative and unable to mediate between the two factions. Therefore, the Prime Minister is either conservative or radical, and during their tenure, they will fully implement conservative or radical policies. If there were a head of state above the Prime Minister to reconcile the opinions of both sides and form resolutions, efficiency would be higher, and the conflicts between the two factions would be more easily resolved. But a new problem arises. Earl Hall asked, how do we decide who will serve as the head of state? Holding a parliamentary vote like selecting a Prime Minister is clearly inappropriate, as it would only elect another Prime Minister, and the conflicts between the two factions might be completely intensified at the upper levels of power. Audrey clearly looked puzzled. I asked a similar question at the time, and Hobert's answer was, leave it to the people. The people. Earl Hall noticed that it wasn't citizens or the public, but the people. I also expressed my doubts about this. Audrey smiled, but Hobert didn't continue the topic. Earl Hall pinched his chin and pondered for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly asked Audrey, when Hobert was in Backland, did you maintain good contact with him? Yes. Audrey said directly, Father, you should know that Hobert is a beyonder. He occasionally organizes related tea parties, and I have always been very interested in them. Actually, it was a gathering of the Justice League. The two had already discussed holding a new round of gatherings at Hobert's Manor next week. That's why he answered your question so candidly. Earl Hall smiled. Hobert is a young man with many ideas. I think cherishing this friendship will be very helpful to you. At the same time, he realized that Hobert's remarks already showed a political inclination towards reform. Although his influence is not great now, Earl Hall believes that such insightful young people should be won over as soon as possible. Audrey nodded. I will, Father. Next week, I will visit him with Klein. This will be a good way to conceal the action of attending the gathering. It was after 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Hobert returned to the manor that had just become his. This used to be the residence of a hereditary earl. Because the earl's financial situation was not good, he had to sell many of his properties, causing his land holdings to fall below the minimum requirement for an earl, so his title was reduced to viscount, and later to baron. He was unable to maintain the expenses of the earl's residence, so he had to sell it, and it eventually fell into the hands of the royal family. The king acquires such places for the purpose of bestowing them as rewards. The earl's residence was not abandoned. There were more than a dozen servants sent by the court to manage it, but there were no valuable works of art on the walls and furnishings of the earl's residence, and the furniture was already somewhat old. Also, the lawns, trees, flowers, and plants in the yard need to be replanted, and the pond and attic need to be renovated. Hobert sighed in his heart, more money to spend. However, compared to the residence bestowed in Fanepotter, this residence is many times larger. The main building is a 3-story villa, which, in Hobert's mind, is about the size of a university teaching building. In the backyard and front yard, there are also some other houses, such as servants' quarters, stables, kennels, tool rooms, etc. The front yard and backyard combined are about the size of a park, with flower beds, woods, ponds, and lawns. Hobert sighed again in his heart. The daily expenses will be a considerable amount. Entering the main hall of the earl's residence, Hobert was surprised to find that Mr. Dofus was waiting here. He stepped forward and said, Earl, I am here to recommend myself as your butler. Hobert was quite surprised. My father sighed. I have already discussed it with the Duke, Dofus said. He will continue to employ the original butler, Mr. Vauc, as the butler of the Duke's mansion. Vauc was Christian's former butler in Backland and was deeply trusted by Christian and Mona. Before Christian betrayed the country, Vauc went into hiding. After hearing that Christian had returned, he found the Duke's mansion. You are very welcome, Mr. Dofus, Hobert smiled. It's great that you can be my butler. However, he changed the subject, but before that, I think we should have complete mutual trust so that we can get along more harmoniously in the future. Dofus nodded. That's right. Because there were still court servants present, the two simply went to a reception room for the next conversation. Then, Mr. Dofus, Hobert asked directly, in my opinion, you are more like a friend to my father than a servant. How did you two meet? We met in the southern continent, Dofus said expressionlessly. At first, we were enemies. In a battle, I discovered that Mr. Rex was a very admirable person. After getting in touch for a while, I learned that Mr. Rex was a tyrant, which reminded me of a prophecy in the family, so I mediated the conflict between the lone people and the locals and began to follow Mr. Rex. Dofus rarely said so much at once, but he spoke very detailed about this matter. Later, even when Mr. Rex was challenging the family's curse, I still believed that he would succeed. But as you know, Mr. Rex failed, and I realized that my judgment was wrong. Just as I was about to return to the southern continent, Mr. Christian suddenly reminded me, perhaps the person in the prophecy is you. Hobert was stunned. Me. The person in the prophecy. This has a bit of a protagonist's halo. Yes, there is a clear description in the prophecy, a descendant of the Night Emperor, Dofus said seriously. Hobert smiled. There are quite a few descendants of the Night Emperor. Dophus did not respond, showing that he was quite certain of his judgment. Hobert had to ask again, is it convenient to talk about that prophecy? A descendant of the family will follow a descendant of the Night Empress from the northern continent to regain the family's glory. Dophus did not hide anything. Hobert asked again, is it convenient to say which family you belong to? My surname is Eggers. Hobert almost couldn't hold back. You think too highly of me. I only have such a small fiefdom now. Do you think we can help you restore the rule of the underworld emperor? That's unifying the entire southern continent. It only says to restore glory, not to restore status and the throne. Dophus had considered this point long ago. As long as the family's glory can be restored, the Eggers family will not have constant internal strife like it does now, and the family will have hope of revitalizing. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 518, Chapter 518, The First Group of Members of Redemption Rose, Bonus 1. Chapter 518, The First Group of Members of Redemption Rose. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Thanks to Prashant for becoming a free member. Hobert remembered that the descendants of the Underworld Emperor did seem to be divided into many factions, among which the Royalist faction and the Artificial Death God faction were the strongest and most famous. It seemed there were also smaller factions such as the Sleeping faction and the Underworld faction, which was a typical consequence of not having a real leader or a spiritual leader. Like a competent king, he must set a goal that most people in the country can accept and are willing to work towards, and then the prime minister, nobles, and officials all work towards this goal. This way, everyone has something to strive for, and even if there are some conflicts, there is a higher tolerance for errors. The situation of the Eggers family clearly lacked a goal that everyone could accept. The nobles, prime minister, and officials all had their own ideas, and over time, they naturally began to divide into factions. Now it seems that within the Eggers family, there are still people like Dophus who hope that the family can reunite and revitalize. Hobert did not continue to inquire about the Eggers family situation. He just smiled and said, I dare not promise you anything, because I know that predictions like this may only be off by a little bit, but the reality can have huge deviations. Dophus nodded, I know, even if I misjudge again, I won't blame you. Hobert smiled, be optimistic, maybe this time it's right. He didn't continue the topic. Okay, then Mr. Dophus, from now on, you are my butler. He took out all the banknotes from his wallet, about £300. First, help me thank the servant sent by the royal family, and decide how much to give as a thank you fee. Then start hiring servants for me. Well, next week I want to hold a small tea party, a friendly one, no need to be too grand, help me prepare. Dophus took the money and said, this money is not enough. Recently, I did some research. A count's mansion needs 60 to 200 servants, but if there are only 60 servants, people will think that the count's finances are in trouble, but 200 servants are too extravagant. So, a normal count's mansion usually hires 120 to 150 servants, and there is also the manor bestowed by the king, which also needs at least 30 to 50 people to manage. You also need to hire an accountant and 2 cashiers to record the output of the manor, as well as the rent or harvest that the farmers in the manor need to pay. Generally speaking, the grapes, vegetables, cattle, and sheep in the manor are directly managed by the count's mansion. However, the area of this kind of manor bestowed by the royal family must be small, and there will be a lot of cultivated land, and generally the cultivated land in this kind of manor is very fertile. In the past, it was popular for counts to hire farmers to cultivate the land, paying the farmers a fixed salary every year, and all the output belonged to the count's mansion. But this quickly led to a new problem, because it was a fixed income, everyone had no motivation, and the yield of the farmland was not as good as ordinary land. So now it is popular for farmers to rent the count's farmland for cultivation, giving a certain rent or handing in a certain proportion of the harvest every year. Calculated, the count's mansion had more income than before, so this method quickly became popular in the manors of the nobles. Of course I know. Hobert smiled wryly, I'll give you another £5,000 later. Dophus nodded, I will take out some of the money to repair the count's mansion again. Hobert thought that there would be 200 more mouths waiting to eat every day in the future. He couldn't help but sigh deeply, but in the end he could only say, you can handle it. Thinking that Longtail Island would have an income of about £50,000 a year, Hobert's mood improved a lot. Overall, this deal was still profitable. After Dophus went out to work, Hobert locked the door of the reception room, first took out £5,000 in cash from the Nation of Disorder, and then opened the map given by the king to check the location of Longtail Island. This island is in the eastern part of the Rorsted Archipelago, not very far from the eastern route of the route to the southern continent. It is about 2.5 days' voyage from Blue Mountain Island, where Byam, the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, is located. This is not too far at sea, nor is it remote. Hobert nodded. The location of the fief was good. At least it wasn't a place where birds don't lay eggs. Then he measured the area of Longtail Island, and to his surprise, this island was more than a dozen times the size of South Colson. But it can only generate £50,000 of revenue per year. Immediately, Hobert understood that these colonial islands generally carry out resource plundering, such as minerals, wood, etc. Selling minerals can sell £50,000, which is still a good income. After reading the map, Hobert sat in the chair and fell into deep thought. He was going to find an opportunity to inspect his territory. Selling resources is too low-end. He still has to develop manufacturing or tourism. Don't even think about developing tourism there. It takes at least 10 days to reach from Backland by boat, if you don't encounter bad weather on the way. Most middle-class people only have 2 or 3 weeks of annual leave, so it is impossible to travel so far. As for developing manufacturing, it is not easy. The products produced can only be sold to the southern continent, because if they are sold back to the northern continent, it will not be cost-effective due to shipping costs. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled. He should go and see before making any decisions. In the eastern part of the Sonia Sea, in a ruin of a battle of gods, Klein left the future and the protection of the brilliant starry sea, stepped on a small boat, and placed himself in the ocean. The mermaid's song came faintly, as if it directly penetrated his spiritual body, making him numb and uncontrollably wanting to hear more. For Klein, the degree of the song was far from enough. His spirituality told him that he had to get a little closer and make the song clearer to meet the needs of the ritual. He used the Sailor Pathways talisman to push the small boat forward. After sailing for a while, the mermaid's song suddenly became louder, as clear as if it were right next to Klein's ear. Klein was in a trance for a moment, almost jumping into the sea, swimming towards the source of this beautiful song. He tried his best to control himself and found many reefs ahead, and figures were chanting softly on the edge. These creatures have human heads, with a bit of beauty in their pure eyebrows. Their lower bodies are huge fish tails, rhythmically beating the reefs. Klein quickly took out the potion and drank it in one gulp amidst the singing. Suddenly, Klein found himself becoming abnormally stiff, just like when he was manipulated by the strange wooden puppet of the sealed artifact, 2-049. His thoughts began to slow down, gradually giving up the idea of regaining control of himself. At this time, the mermaid's song came, allowing Klein to maintain his last emotions, and with the help of the song's temptation, he gradually got rid of the stiff and slow state. A few minutes later, Klein completely recovered. He first felt the usage and effect of the spirit body threads, and then suddenly discovered, in theory, there should also be a copy of the seer to faceless beyonder characteristics in this beyonder characteristic. I was ready to deal with the mental pressure brought by the extra beyonder characteristics, but why can't I feel their existence at all? Could it be because my previous acting was too good, so I instantly digested the extra potion? Klein carefully felt his previous abilities. Apart from the enhancement brought about by the advancement, there was no strengthening in any other aspects, which made him feel even more incomprehensible. Because the nobles were all in their fiefs at this time, there were not many social balls that needed to be attended, which gave Hobert more time to start sorting out his plans to return to Backland. However, South Colson could not be left unattended, so Hobert rested on Sunday morning and came to Baron Felix's mansion in the afternoon using travel. First saw Hobert and gave him a warm hug. She looked at Hobert seriously. "It's good that you're okay." "Of course I'm okay." Hobert kissed Fir's forehead. "How is the situation in the territory?" "I heard Alan say that Bishop Simpson has been watching the people from the royal family." Fir said, "The operation in the territory is normal, and no one has been harmed." Hobert nodded. The effect of the demon hunter beyonder characteristics given earlier was still good. It is impossible for the royal family's demigods to stay here all the time. On Monday, I noticed that many of the Catilia family's demigods were killed and injured. Now they should be very short of demigod-level combat power. He said seriously, however, after the royal family recovers from this disaster, they will definitely make some arrangements to bypass the church and target Geoffrey's territory. At that time, it will be another crisis. First side, the people of South Colson finally had a few good days. Hobert also smiled helplessly. Thanks to his increasingly close connection with the Earth Mother Church, his industry in South Colson was guaranteed with the protection of the church. However, the jurisdiction of the South Colson area may still have to be taken back by the royal family. This is also the reason why Hobert returned to the territory. He planned to have Conrad complete the control of the East Coast as soon as possible, and completely incorporate it into Geoffrey's rule before the royal family reacted. Hobert will then be able to basically digest the potion. When the time comes, he will give the jurisdiction to the Fainapotter royal family. After all, this is the territory of the Fainapotter kingdom, and the church can only protect Hobert's property. As for Conrad and the group of honed administrative staff, Hobert had already thought about where they would go. The territory granted to him by the Lone Kingdom needs a group of people he can trust to work. Thinking of this, Hobert smiled and said, "King George III has granted me an island. Have Conrad, Philip, Angus, and Helen prepare. Next Tuesday, we'll go and take a look at our new territory. Furs was slightly taken aback. Do you plan to move all the people from here to that island? I. Hobert was stunned. It's not impossible, but it'll have to wait until the project here is finished. Don't worry, the industries here can definitely be preserved. It's not difficult for the Church of the Earth Mother to do that. The Feyenopotter royal family may rely more on the church in the next few years and won't fall out with the church over a property worth hundreds of thousands of gold lire. When the time comes, we can open a traveler's gate between Longtail Island and here. With Bishop Simpson's cover, there won't be a problem no matter how many people want to go over. After settling on the time to inspect the new territory, Hobert dealt with the accumulated government affairs in the territory. In the evening, he met with Grove at the usual place. After learning that Viscount Teuton had just begun to digest the judge potion, Hobert couldn't help but frown and said, "Too slow." If it were in the past, he could have prepared slowly. But now, there may be significant changes in the future, so he must seize the time. Then, Hobert asked, "Have you found a chance to tell Teuton that he has a chance to advance to Sequence 5? I found an opportunity." Grove said, "I said that someone was originally going to sell Beyonder characteristics at the Jeffrey Territories auction house, but he took the wrong road and happened to be met by me." During the chat, after learning that the other party had an Beyonder characteristic from the Arbiter pathway, I kept him here, and we are currently negotiating the price. Grove smiled and said, "I'll find an opportunity to tell Teuton that person actually obtained an Beyonder characteristic of a disciplinary knight by chance. I believe Teuton will sell everything he has, even embezzle public funds, to buy it." Hobert nodded in satisfaction. "Tell Teuton that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Before the king's people come, if he can eliminate the Aurora Order's forces, he will have the opportunity to be named an earl. But before that, he must advance to Sequence 5 to have the strength to drive away the Aurora Order's people." He took out the Beyonder characteristic and a piece of Order crystal that he had prepared long ago. This crystal can make people less prone to losing control. It is a very high-level mystical item. Tell Teuton that even if he hasn't completely mastered the Sequence 6 potion, he can use this crystal to try to advance. Grove took the crystal with both hands. "Yes. I've been made an earl." Hobert finally said, "In the new territory, I need many people I trust to manage it." This sentence was telling Grove, "Do a good job for me, and I can still give your family wealth and glory." Returning to Baron Felix's lord's mansion, Hobert first showed affection to Furs, and then talked about the battle that took place in Feyenopotter City on Monday. Hobert told Furs more information, such as that there had been battles at the angel level there, but of course, the matter of the corpse of the ancient death god could not be said. Furs was so surprised that her little mouth was open for a long time. She never thought that Hobert could encounter such a dangerous battle, but fortunately, Hobert returned safely. Then the two talked about the future of the territory. Hobert always felt it was a pity to give up the governance here. After all, this was the territory he had built up bit by bit. But giving it up was necessary. After all, he and Christian had caused Philip the First attempt to accommodate the uniqueness to fail, and Ferdinand too would not allow Hobert's power to exist in the kingdom of Feyenopotter. The next morning, Hobert returned to Backland. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he attended the tarot gathering on time. The tide-like grey fog covered Hobert's vision. He appeared again at the tarot gathering venue, which was like a giant's hall, sitting on one side of the bronze long table. Everyone was slightly stunned and immediately noticed two differences from the last gathering. First, the Emperor was not absent this time, and second, the world's temperament seemed to have changed, no longer as lifeless as before. Hobert immediately realized, the Creator's ally, the mysterious Mr. Fool, has finally advanced to Sequence 5. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey's greeting sounded as usual. This was already a fixed part, indicating the official start of the tarot gathering. When the greeting was over, the Fool, Klein, looked at the hermit, Catilia. He chuckled and said, "Tell Bernardet that she can exchange some answers for certain things." When Catilia heard this familiar name, she knew that her little thoughts could not be hidden from him at all. Obviously, Mr. Fool already knew everything. This made her feel very heavy, and she could not help but feel a strong sense of fear. Audrey had been in a good mood these few days, but today Mr. Fool suddenly issued such a reminder, which made her immediately realize that the name Bernardet must not be simple. "Hobert, idlers, get out of the way, it's Mr. Fool's time to show off." The others, for a while, did not realize what the name Bernardet represented. Among them, the son Derek vaguely felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, so he asked curiously, "Mr. Fool, who is Bernardet?" "Well asked." Klein secretly praised, and replied casually, "Roselle's eldest daughter, the owner of the Dawn, the leader of the element Dawn." The name Bernardet was not a secret more than 100 years ago, and now many ordinary people know that this is the name of Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter. But most people would think of her as a historical figure, so even the hangman, Alger, did not make the relevant associations for a while. Hearing Mr. Fool say this, the happiest person was Alger, Queen Mystic. "Ha, the hermit, I can confirm that you are Admiral of Stars, Catilia. So the rumors that you broke with the Queen Mystic are false." He felt that the suppression he had suffered in the past 3 months had disappeared all at once. Audrey, combined with Mr. Fool's reminder and the hermit's reaction, probably understood what was going on. The answer that the Queen Mystic wants to obtain is in Roselle's diary. Then she realized, that is to say, the hermit secretly revealed a little bit about our tarot gathering to that Queen Mystic by means of hints. Really, how can you reveal the affairs of the gathering to others? I didn't even tell Susie. Audrey almost forgot her image and etiquette education and puffed up her cheeks. The others probably understood what was going on. While Furs was worried that the existence of the tarot gathering would be leaked, she had already instantly conceived a story of spies and counter-spies. Emlyn watched gloatingly, thinking that the hermit was simply stupid. Even our sanguine's ancestor treats Mr. Fool with an equal attitude and sent me, this special envoy, to be cultivated. You, a demigod, actually want to make small moves under the gaze of Mr. Fool. Sure enough, I can't understand some of the thoughts of the short-lived species. Perhaps only Derek, Hobert, and the world did not show any worry. Derek was because in the forsaken land of the gods, even if the members of the northern continent were exposed, he would not be in too much danger. Hobert was deeply impressed by this matter and knew the development of the subsequent plot. As for the world, he would not have his own ideas until a long time later. The hall was quiet for a few seconds before Catilia regained her ability to think from the emotion of fear, turned to look at the head of the bronze long table and said, "Yes, I made some mistakes, I will not defend myself. Mr. Fool, no matter how you punish me, even kill me, I am willing to accept." Alger sneered, "Hypocritical, if Mr. Fool wants to punish you, can you still resist?" Audrey tasted the underlying fear of the other party from the subtle movements and tone of the hermit. In her opinion, people who specially emphasize that they are willing to be executed are often very afraid of dying. Furs regained her composure from the Fool's indifferent and calm attitude, believing that the situation of the tarot gathering should not have been leaked, or that the leaked part was insignificant. So, like the moon Emlyn, she was waiting with some curiosity and expectation to see what kind of punishment Mr. Fool would make. Seeing that Mr. Fool was silent for a short time, Catilia restrained her uneasy mood, raised her head slightly, and observed this existence behind the thick grey fog without leaving a trace, trying to grasp the other party's true intentions so as to make a more prepared and correct response, so as not to make mistakes again and make the situation irreversible. Her black eyes floated with a mysterious look, seeing through the grey fog and seeing the Fool. Suddenly, Catilia's eyes became hot, and illusory blood flowed out. At the same time, she heard an eerie, terrifying, and depraved terrifying roar in her ears, which instantly occupied her senses with extreme pain, and her body appeared uncontrollable convulsions and tremors. Immediately afterwards, cracks that could see flesh and blood quickly opened on her face, the back of her hands, and the uncovered parts of her clothes, forming indescribable eyes inside. Catilia's screams echoed above the grey fog, and the other members saw the changes in the hermit's body. The disgusting and hideous scene frightened Audrey to immediately withdraw her gaze, and Alger, Furs, and others also lowered their heads, seemingly directly feeling the hermit's pain. Klein behind the grey fog sighed, "The true creator's mutterings are indeed useful." Although Hobert also lowered his head, he was thinking at this time, "I still have the blessing of the devil monarch, but unfortunately it doesn't have such an effect." 2 seconds later, Klein stopped while he was ahead, silently using the grey fog to suppress the ravings of the true creator, and calming the abnormality of hermit Catilia. The trembling of Admiral of Stars began to subside at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Alger said in a low voice, "One must not gaze directly at a god." This sentence made the other members realize a fact: although Mr. Fool usually had no heirs, rarely spoke, and almost always granted requests, he was still a god. In the extraordinary world, there is a common understanding: one must not gaze directly at the gods who are high above and far beyond reality. Only Hobert thought to himself, Commissar Downfall's nickname is truly well-deserved. A single sentence elevated the entire punishment process. Klein saw that today was also a good opportunity to knock on the other members, and he was satisfied with this effect, so he said blandly, "Let's leave it at that." Ever since Emperor joined the Tarot Club, the Fool had felt a lot of pressure, especially since Emperor knew too much, greatly reducing the Fool's sense of existence. However, Emperor's attitude had always been relatively respectful, and Klein couldn't find a reason to knock on him, so today was a good opportunity to demonstrate the Fool's unshakable position. Hearing this sentence, Catilia, whose spiritual body had just recovered, breathed a sigh of relief. "I will remember your generosity." Klein in the grey fog nodded slightly, and this matter came to an end. After a full 10 seconds of silence in the hall, Hobert cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, I wonder if anyone has inquired about the marrow of the 6-legged imp monster that I need." The silence of everyone made Hobert unable to help but frown. This is going to be fun, the ritual is almost ready, and one auxiliary ingredient is still missing. Hobert pinched his forehead and suddenly thought, Archibald said before that he knew the whereabouts of a 6-legged imp, should I go hunt it? It's just that going to hunt a beyonder creature that already has a little divinity for an auxiliary ingredient is a bit ridiculous. After a few seconds, Audrey raised her hand slightly and said, I hope to obtain the complete pituitary gland of a young mind dragon, or the spinal fluid of a black hunting basilisk and a fruit of the psychedelic wind chime tree. By helping the psychology alchemists obtain a knight's notes from the War of the Violated Oath, she had already obtained the Sequence 6 hypnotist potion formula. Catilia said, since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have been nearly extinct, and are difficult to find. I have a way to get the spinal fluid of the black hunting basilisk, but it will take 2 to 3 weeks. I will help you inquire about the fruit of the psychedelic wind chime, but I can't guarantee any news. Alger, who was watching, suddenly felt that the development of the matter was different from what he had expected. Hermit, who had been knocked on and punished by Mr. Fool, was more deeply involved in the Tarot Club's transactions. This made him inexplicably have a strong sense of crisis again. At this moment, he hoped that Hermit would return to her previous state. Klein was also a little surprised. I thought Hermit would be depressed for a while because of this. Could it be that she is the type who doesn't listen unless you hit her? Well, educating children requires hitting them. The Queen was hit too little. The Queen's style of doing things isn't very good either. The great Emperor was also hit too little. While complaining in his heart, Klein manipulated the world and said, who among you has the Sequence 4 potion formula or clues for the seer pathway? Audrey was a little excited. Following Emperor, the world is also about to move towards the demigod level. Perhaps in the near future, there will be 2 demigod members in the Tarot Club. Hobert saw that everyone was silent and said, as far as I know, only the Secret Order has the most complete potions for the seer pathway. The Church of the Evernight Goddess should also have them, but I don't know if they have the Sequence 4 potion formula. In addition, you can also start with the Zeridal family and the Antigonus family, but to a certain extent, the Zeridal family is equivalent to the Secret Order, and in today's world, the whereabouts of the Antigonus family members also seem to be difficult to find. This made Hobert suddenly think, my Blackhound spirit beast is still in Foggy Town. Should I take me with you when you go to Foggy Town? The world nodded and said, thank you for your reminder. He thought of Antigonus's notes. It seems that this is the only way he can come into contact with the potion formula. After a few seconds of silence, Catilia opened her mouth and said, I need a drop of blood from a mythical creature, no matter what mythical creature. Everyone became silent again. Furs and Emlyn and other members felt that today's transaction seemed very far away from them. Audrey thought to herself, I forgot about Ms. Hermit. She was already a Sequence 5 when she joined the Tarot Club, so she must be preparing to advance to a demigod. Klein manipulated the world and said, I will keep an eye out. Given that this was Ms. Hermit's rare request, Audrey and others also made similar responses. Only Hobert did not make a similar promise. At this time, he was diverging his thoughts and thinking, with my relationship with the Earth Mother Church, theoretically speaking, I should be able to obtain a drop of the Church's angel's blood. If I pray to the goddess, I might also be able to obtain a drop of blood from an angel of the sleepless pathway. There are also the angels of the lone royal family. If I can obtain something that Duke Southville likes, it wouldn't be difficult to ask for a drop of his blood. It's just that these bloods are not Miss Hermit's first choice. Emlyn cleared his throat and said, I hope you can help me find these primordial moon believers. For every valid clue, I will pay £100, and £500 for a direct lock. By making a request to the Fool, he had manifested the information of 5 people, all with the strength of Sequence 7. This was a competition issued by the Sanguine's Great Nibs. Whoever hunts the most artificial sanguine will receive an ancestor's ring. After everyone said they would help the moon pay attention, the trading session temporarily ended and entered the free exchange session. Little Sun lived up to expectations and brought information that everyone was interested in. During this time, I followed the exploration team led by the chief to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to Giant King's Court, the gate that divides mythology and reality. Derek omitted the less important experiences along the way and started directly from Afternoon Town, realistically describing the grey and silent appearance there, and then talked about the process of his team discovering the underground altar. In the underground chamber with the secret altar, he distinguished the names of Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasser, and unknowingly entered the other side of the town, seeing the title of Dark Angel and the phrase Rose Redemption. Speaking of this, he once again thanked Mr. Fool for helping him out of trouble. Then, Derek briefly introduced that his shadow had turned into a monster, and that in a collapsing church, he encountered a clergyman who kept repenting. He knew that this confession was very important, so he repeated the content of the confession verbatim. Almighty Lord, I confess, seduced Sasser, and the kings frequently went to the palace belonging to dust to conspire. The people of this town have also changed at some point. They set up secret altars, hold strange rituals, and do all kinds of things that you do not allow. I discovered all this, but it was too late. Depravity, blood, darkness, decay, killing, filth, and shadows have been flowing and engulfing this land. A great disaster will begin here. Everyone's minds appeared in a dark environment, a broken temple with a clergyman praying. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Hobert thought to himself, even if the clergyman said, steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose, at this time, it would be scary enough. No, that seems scarier than confession. Great cataclysm. Alger suddenly seemed to realize this, and said as if to remind everyone. The other members were slightly stunned and agreed with hanged man's guess in their hearts. We think so too. Derek said, of course, that was a later guess. After clearly hearing the clergyman's prayer, the chief asked 3 questions. Who are the kings? What does the great disaster refer to? Who seduced Sefirah? The clergyman said, the kings are Sefirah, Ouroboros, Medici. When he said this, a stream of transparent flames suddenly burst out of his body, burning him into a cloud of black gas. Everyone then understood that kings referred to kings of angels. After Derek finished talking about his experience, he suddenly asked the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, may I ask who seduced dark angel Sefirah? The smile behind the grey fog almost froze. Not me again. How would I know? Fortunately, when he helped Derek recover from the strange state before, he realized that little son might ask such a question, so he made some preparations in advance. At the moment, he smiled meaningfully, because it is secret. Hobert was slightly stunned. You know that the Evernight goddess is involved. That's right. In fact, little son's experience has very clearly pointed to the Evernight goddess. As a former Nighthawk, it is normal for Klein to have associations. Alger thought, which names are themselves equal to secrets? Sequence 0 level true gods. Catilia also associated with the relevant authority of the Evernight goddess, but she was not very sure of her judgment, because Mr. Fool's reminder was too vague. The other Tarot Club members also fell into contemplation, but then they looked at Emperor again. Similar things have happened more than once. The Fool gives hints, but the hints are too vague, and perhaps only the knowledgeable Emperor in the Tarot Club can interpret them. Seeing everyone looking over, Hobert smiled and said, Mr. Fool's hint is already very obvious, secrecy. Doesn't everyone associate it with the mother of concealment? That's right, what the clergyman said was about the Evernight goddess, because she herself represents secrecy, so in many things that need to be kept secret, people find it difficult to say her name. Everyone nodded almost in unison, similar to what I guessed. Only Klein behind the grey fog thought, actually, I'm not sure either, but it's safer to say that, maybe there are other reasons, but in the final analysis, it's all secrecy. Little son then asked, Mr. Emperor, why did the Evernight goddess seduce Sefirah? What are the kings of angels plotting again? Hobert thought for a moment before saying, since you have already investigated this far, the time is ripe to trade some information about the Great Cataclysm. £8,000, that's my asking price. I will use the information I know to analyze the clergyman's prayer and announce the list of the first members of the Rose Redemption. Audrey immediately reacted, Mr. Emperor, is this part of the £20,000 information you mentioned before? Yes, Hobert said, I have already released information about the kings of angels before, which can be regarded as some basic information, just to help everyone understand Son's question just now. The information of the 8 kings of angels is actually just basic information. Audrey immediately said, I offer £2,000. Everyone also joined the transaction. The crowdfunding ended quickly. Audrey paid £2,000 for this, and Little Son paid 8 Beyonder ingredients of sequence 8 level, replacing £2,000. Then, Catilia and Furs each paid £1,000, and Alger, Emlyn, and The World bore the last £2,000, each paying £700. Currently, Audrey, Furs, and Catilia have the best financial situation among the Tarot Club members. They either have a good background, a good husband, or a high enough status, so they don't take spending £1,000 or £2,000 seriously. Secondly, there are Klein and Alger. After Klein left the future, he just hunted the slaughterer Curtius, the first mate on the King of Immortality's flagship, and is now very wealthy. Alger, on the other hand, stayed on the island he discovered with Emperor for 3 days last week, hunting 7 Beyonder creatures one after another, and the Beyonder ingredients and spiritual materials he obtained were worth £6,000 to £7,000. Although he has not sold them all yet, he believes that his savings are enough to buy the Sequence 5 formula and Beyonder characteristics. The poorest are Little Son and Emlyn. However, because of the special environment in which Little Son is located, he is indeed relatively poor in the forsaken land of the gods, but the resources he possesses make him relatively wealthy in the Tarot Club. Of course, the prerequisite is that the other party is willing to accept Beyonder ingredients as payment. As for Emlyn, he is really poor. Of course, the collection in his bedroom is valuable, but he would never sell it even if he was beaten to death. After the crowdfunding ended, everyone looked at Emperor. The £5,000 level of information was already enough to surprise them. What content would the £8,000 level of information have? Hobert first pondered which information should be said and which should not be said. Then he said unhurriedly, the reason why this information has extremely high value is because it is secret enough, and unlike the information about Trunsois that we traded last time, it has a lot of my speculation. This time, I can tell everyone very clearly about the information we are trading. I just happen to know the truth about this matter through certain channels. However, what I need to warn everyone is that you must never spread this information in the real world, otherwise you will definitely be obliterated. Everyone suddenly understood that this information might involve some gods, and it is likely to be the disreputable experiences of those gods. Audrey thought to herself, could it be that the list of the Rose Redemption is more secret than Blood Emperor murdering Medici? Alger then associated, I understand, what Emperor is referring to must be the 3 kings of angels who later became true gods. To be precise, the churches of the 3 true gods will not let go of those who spread this secret information. After warning everyone, Hobert said, the members of the Rose Redemption are the Evernight Goddess and the Dark Angel, as well as the Earth Mother, the God of Combat, the God of the Undead, and the God of Spiritual Creatures, as well as the Red Angel, the Angel of Fate, the Pure White Angel, the Angel of Wisdom, and the Wind Angel. The hall was silent for a full 3 seconds before Klein behind the grey fog closed his mouth that had opened in surprise. Holy crap, what kind of immortal lineup is this? What do the members of the Rose Redemption want to do? Destroy the entire universe. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 519, Chapter 519, The Plot of the Evernight Goddess and the Dark Angel, Bonus 2. Chapter 519, The Plot of the Evernight Goddess and the Dark Angel. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Nishinoya for becoming a free member. After her initial surprise, Audrey quickly composed herself and asked, Mr. Emperor, are you referring to the Earth Mother and the God of Combat as they are now? Although she already had the answer in her heart, she felt she had to ask the question, as if seeking an outlet to release the surge of astonishment within. The initial members of the Rose Redemption were simply too astonishing. She had originally thought that the members of the Rose Redemption would, at most, include a few kings of angels, but unexpectedly, there were actually 3 true gods. Hobert understood what Audrey wanted to ask and replied, yes, the current Earth Mother and God of Combat. Audrey continued, I remember when we traded information about the kings of angels, you said that the Pure White Angel, the Wisdom Angel, and the Wind Angel later became the Eternal Blazing Sun, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and the Lord of Storms, respectively. Hobert knew that Audrey's question was less about confirming previously obtained information and more about regulating her emotions. He replied, that's right. Audrey leaned back in her chair, so, all 6 gods of the 4th epoch participated in the Rose Redemption. More than that. Catilia also recovered from her shock. I also remember when trading information about the ancient gods of the 2nd epoch, His Majesty mentioned that the god of the undead was the later Underworld Emperor. Alger smiled, 7 true gods then. Furs also joined the discussion, so, the Rose Redemption is an organization that directly and profoundly influenced the 4th epoch. Emlyn looked puzzled. How could the goddess of beauty, Aurania, not be involved? Everyone looked at the sanguine, as if asking, did a sanguine have to participate? However, the atmosphere in the hall was greatly eased by the moon's peculiar thought process. Previously, when the other members received astonishing information, they would only make some guesses in their hearts, but today was different. They had to speak their minds, because the list given by the Emperor was simply too shocking. Before this, who could have imagined that there would be an organization encompassing so many gods? And no one had expected that the Rose Redemption, repeatedly mentioned by Little Sun, possessed such terrifying power. Everyone finally understood why the Emperor had warned them to keep it a secret right from the start. If the relevant information about the initial members of the Rose Redemption were spread, it was estimated that they would be jointly obliterated by 6 of the 7 existing Orthodox churches. In today's North and South continents, that would be equivalent to seeking one's own death. Derek then asked, Mr. Emperor, what were they plotting? The other members had also calmed down and looked at the Emperor together. They seemed to have some guesses, but they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. However, Hobert did not answer directly, but said, before answering this question, I need to explain something to everyone. The current Orthodox churches were actually secret organizations a long time ago. That's why the clergyman the Sun encountered would say, the people of this town have also changed at some point. They have set up secret altars and hold strange rituals. From the perspective of the clergy of the ancient sun god, Afternoon Town at that time was full of heretics, or members of secret organizations. Klein recalled some of the content he had read when he was a Nighthawk. I remember reading similar information. Audrey, lacking relevant knowledge, exclaimed, it's hard to imagine that in the 3rd epoch, worshipping the Evernight goddess was not allowed. Catilia was the first to understand the Emperor's meaning. Are you saying that the gods who are now high above were evil gods back then? Everyone was shocked. Klein also followed Catilia's train of thought, because I used to be a Nighthawk. In my concept, the 7 Orthodox gods and the Orthodox churches are symbols of the mystical world order. I almost never thought that since the Orthodox churches were secret organizations, the Orthodox gods might have once been evil gods. Then, it seems much more reasonable that they gathered together to plot. Alger, a member of the Storm Church, also immediately understood, evil gods. Who would dare to say now that the 7 gods were once evil gods? Sure enough, in the extraordinary world, power determines everything. The gods must have been plotting something at that time, and later their plot succeeded, so the 6 gods have their current status. Audrey felt that her brain was a little insufficient. Evernight goddess. Evil god, heavens, just thinking about such an idea makes one feel like blaspheming the gods. Fur smiled wryly. During the past few weeks of trading information with the Emperor, I no longer have the feeling of trepidation I had when I first entered the Tarot Club. I naively thought that it was because I had heard enough secrets between the gods and that no information could surprise me anymore. As a result, the Emperor's information once again refreshed my understanding of the gods. Emlyn was still struggling. Could the Emperor be mistaken? How could such an important organization not have Sanguine involved? Or perhaps the goddess of beauty, Aurania, believed that there was no need to participate in such an organization. Yes, that must be it. An organization that determines the fate of mankind, we Sanguine don't need to participate. Hey! Why does everyone look so surprised, and even a little frightened? Of course, they were frightened. The idea that the Orthodox gods were evil gods was enough to earn one a trial by fire experience card just by thinking about it. Little Sun also understood, because they were once evil gods, they plotted. It's hard to imagine that evil gods later became Orthodox gods. However, Little Sun also thought of something. Mr. Emperor, the 6 kings of angels are subordinates of the omnipotent and omniscient God. Why did they also participate in this plot? The other members were all slightly stunned. Their brains were a little overwhelmed today. When encountering things that completely exceeded their comprehension, they were not as clear-headed as Little Sun, whose temperament was more pure. Yes, there were also kings of angels. They were not members of secret organizations at that time. Moreover, 6 of the 8 kings of angels joined the Rose Redemption. Was this an organization mainly composed of evil gods? Or was it an organization mainly composed of kings of angels? This was equivalent to the true creator, the hidden sage, and the primordial demoness establishing an organization, and most of the angels in the Orthodox churches also joined. That's exactly what I'm going to say next, Hobert said with a smile, because the target of their plot was your omnipotent and omniscient God, the ancient sun god. Silence was the main color in the hall of today's Tarot Club. After another few seconds of silence, Little Sun stammered, they finally, succeeded. Hobert looked at Little Sunday. The answer was obvious. Of course, they succeeded, otherwise the 4th epoch would not be dominated by the 6 gods, but would still be dominated by the ancient sun god. Or rather, there would be no 4th epoch at all. As long as the ancient sun god was there, it would always be the 3rd epoch. Only then did the others feel that their brains had resumed operation. All along, the concept of the cataclysm belonged to the common-sense information of the extraordinary world. However, most people only knew about the event of the cataclysm but did not know the specific impact of this event. They only knew that it was a standard event. Many Beyonders even thought that the cataclysm was actually a natural disaster like a meteorite falling or a major earthquake. Beyonders like Klein, Alger, and Catilia, who knew more hidden knowledge, knew that the cataclysm made the eastern continent disappear from human sight and understood that the cataclysm created the forsaken land of the gods. They only knew that the fall of the ancient sun god led to the occurrence of the cataclysm, but they were completely unaware of the specific process and cause. Today they finally knew the relevant information about this process. It turned out that almost all the big figures at that time were plotting to murder the ancient sun god. Klein leaned back in his chair. This is something I didn't expect before. I realized that when the ancient sun god fell, there should have been a war of gods. The eastern part of the Sonia Sea where I found the mermaids should have been the battlefield of the god war that year. However, I didn't expect that so many gods and kings of angels participated in the god war. I remember that the power of gods such as the sun and the earth mother appeared successively in the ruins of the god war. So many years have passed, and these powers are still affecting that land. However, what is unexpected is that it was not a god war between 2 camps, but the gods took the ancient sun god as their opponent. Audrey broke the silence. Mr. Emperor, why did they do this? I mean those kings of angels. Little Sun seemed to suddenly think of something. The Evernight goddess seduced Sefirah and established the Rose Redemption. This must be the Evernight goddess's conspiracy. Derek's voice was filled with grief and a hint of trembling. It must be so. He could not accept the fact that the kings had betrayed the ancient sun god. Audrey wanted to defend the goddess, but she gave up before she could even open her mouth, because she didn't know how to defend, and she could see that the sun's emotions were very unstable now, so she should not stimulate him any further. Don't be so agitated, Hobert comforted. I said before that the ancient sun god left himself some escape routes. I'm not very clear about the specific situation of these escape routes, but I will help you inquire. Perhaps there is still hope. After all, even the crazy ancient gods of the second epoch have the possibility of resurrection, let alone the ancient sun god. He said this because now was not the time to announce the specific arrangements of the ancient sun god. Derek took a deep breath and calmed himself down before saying, "Thank you, Mr. Emperor. If you have any relevant information, please trade it to me immediately. If you don't want beyonder ingredients anymore, I can try to apply for a sealed artifact for you." Hobert's words seemed to rekindle Derek's hope. If he knew where the omnipotent and omniscient gods' resurrection hope lay, he could probably apply for any sealed artifact from City of Silver based on that. In that case, Derek wouldn't even care about exposing himself. "We'll talk about that later," Hobert said solemnly. "I remember reminding you once before that the ancient sun god has indeed fallen. You must accept this fact." Derek's emotions had stabilized a lot by this point, "I know." "Then let's continue our previous transaction," Hobert said. "The purpose of Rose Redemption's initiation is not within the scope of this transaction. But I must remind everyone that from the second epoch onwards, the Evernight goddess and the ancient sun god had a close cooperation. So, the real situation is not that the Evernight goddess seduced Sefirah, but that they jointly initiated Rose Redemption. I speculate that the Evernight goddess should have contacted the god of combat, the Earth Mother, the god of the dead, and the god of spiritual creatures, while Sefirah contacted the other kings of angels. This speculation is because the second, blasphemy slate, had not yet appeared at that time. The Evernight goddess and the god of combat were not enemies like they are now, and there wasn't much conflict with the god of the dead. So, it's no problem for her to contact these gods." Everyone fell into contemplation again. Klein realized, judging from Emperor's meaning, the purpose of forming Rose Redemption seems to be even more shocking information than the member list of this organization. Alger, however, found it a bit strange. Why weren't the Evernight goddess and the god of combat enemies during the third epoch? Theoretically, the concept of adjacent pathways should have existed long ago. Catilia noticed, why did Emperor mention the second, blasphemy slate? Could it be that the gods only became enemies after the second, blasphemy slate, appeared? Audrey felt much better. I knew it couldn't be a conspiracy by the Evernight goddess. But, it's so strange, why did they target the ancient sun god? Furs, already using her habit of conceiving stories, had her own guess. Could it be that the ancient sun god possessed something that other gods and kings of angels desperately needed or wanted to obtain? But a new question arises, what needs do gods have? Emlyn, on the other hand, firmly believed, the ancient sun god must have done something that provoked public anger, otherwise everyone wouldn't attack him so uniformly. Little Sun had no choice but to accept the fact that the kings of angels had betrayed the ancient sun god. Hobert smiled slightly and said, I wonder if you've noticed a question, why did so many gods and kings of angels besiege the ancient sun god? Or rather, have you ever thought about this question? Why was it a conspiracy of so many gods and kings of angels? Rather than a premeditation by the kings of angels, or a premeditation between 2 or 3 gods. Today's news was too shocking, and everyone felt a bit unable to process it. After Emperor said this, the other members realized the problem. Klein, that's right, thinking about it this way, the reason I was surprised was precisely because Rose Redemption had too many people and was too strong, right? Why would such a strong force need to conspire? As long as they discussed the issue of dividing the spoils, they could just take action directly. The other members had similar thoughts and all looked at Emperor, waiting for his explanation. Hobert answered himself, this is another very crucial piece of information in this transaction. After a transaction ends, we must accept Miss Justice's hypnosis. After leaving Mr. Fool's protection, we will forget the relevant information. Because just knowing, even knowing some information, beyonders below the angel level will be contaminated. Everyone was slightly stunned and immediately thought of the relevant information about Adam and Amon. And Klein keenly noticed that it was more than that. He manipulated the world to ask, Mr. Emperor, this information seems to be even more dangerous than the information about Adam and Amon. Of course it's more dangerous. Hobert said solemnly, if you know many details about Adam, Adam won't take you too seriously if he sees that you are a beyonder below the demigod level. If you know detailed information about Amon, he can only lock onto you within a certain range. And the information I'm about to announce, no one should have any wishful thinking. Just knowing it will cause contamination. Moreover, the contamination accumulated before becoming an angel cannot be removed even after becoming a god. Before even hearing the information itself, everyone already had the illusion of having their jaws drop twice. Audrey, it's hard to imagine that there is such dangerous knowledge in the world. Catilia couldn't help but think, what kind of information would that be? Klein had already thought of some clues. I've always suspected whether there is a higher level of power concept above the gods. This transaction may provide the answer to this question. Hobert gave everyone a few seconds to digest, and then said, the reason why the gods and angels of Rose Redemption had to secretly conspire is because the ancient sun god was a level stronger than the true gods. Klein smiled slightly. I knew it, there is another level above the gods. Alger's thoughts were similar to Catilia's, another level above the gods. What would that level be? The other members hadn't quite grasped this concept yet. What does it mean to be a level stronger than the gods? Could it be that gods have different levels of distinction? I think everyone should have some thoughts on this, Hobert continued. It's understandable that beyonders of adjacent pathways are mortal enemies. After all, they can advance through adjacent pathways and are seen as usable beyonder characteristics in each other's eyes. But at the level of true gods, at the apex of a pathway, why are they still mortal enemies? Theoretically, even if they replace the gods of adjacent pathways to become gods, they are still at the true god level. Furs looked away. Why didn't I think of this before? Little Son nodded repeatedly. That's right, Mr. Emperor is right. Emlyn also nodded after a few seconds. I also had such doubts long ago. Yes, I've had them for a long time. I forgot how long these doubts have existed. Hobert answered himself, it's because the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of adjacent pathways can raise true gods to a higher level. That's why true gods of adjacent pathways are mortal enemies. And the ancient sun god accommodated the uniqueness and beyonder characteristics of more than one pathway, so he was much stronger than normal gods. That's why the 3 true gods, 6 kings of angels, and 2 beings at the level of kings of angels in Rose Redemption needed to conspire. Because even with 3 true gods and 8 beings close to true gods, they were not completely confident in defeating the ancient sun god. So they had to conspire, to find a way. Hobert decided to stop there, because this information was far beyond the value of £8,000. For a moment, everyone seemed to have gained a huge amount of information, and countless questions seemed to pop up in their minds, but they didn't know how to ask. At this time, Klein manipulated the world to ask, Mr. Emperor, may I ask which pathway's uniqueness and sequence 1 did the ancient sun god accommodate? Hobert said, I can only tell you that when he fell, he had the uniqueness of bard, sailor, secret supplicant, reader, and a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of these 4 pathways. In addition, I speculate that he should also have a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic of the visionary pathway in his body. Everyone was stunned. This, so much. Are they all adjacent pathways? Klein even thought, it sounds like the ancient sun god was a patchwork monster made up of uniqueness. Catilia noticed that Emperor highlighted the precondition when he fell, which meant that before that, the ancient sun god had more than just the uniqueness of these pathways in his body. This made her think, I remember you said when we discussed Adam and Ammon before that the ancient sun god created these 2 brothers in order to expel excess beyonder characteristics. Does that mean that before, the ancient sun god also had a uniqueness of the visionary pathway in his body? As well as a uniqueness of the marauder pathway? Yes, Hobert said. During the second epoch, the uniqueness and sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the visionary pathway were all with the dragon of imagination and his son, the nightmare dragon. Later, the ancient sun god defeated the dragon of imagination. He should have taken and accommodated the uniqueness and 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics from the dragon of imagination. The nightmare dragon also fell, but the beyonder characteristics in his body have always existed in the form of sealed artifacts. Then, when the ancient sun god created Adam, in addition to giving Adam the uniqueness of the visionary pathway, he should have also given him a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic. I speculate that the ancient sun god should have kept one for himself to maintain the balance of his own beyonder characteristics. Catilia nodded, feeling that Emperor's analysis was very reasonable. Klein immediately manipulated the world to ask again, why would the ancient sun god have the uniqueness of the marauder in his body? Hobert smiled and said, Mr. World, you have too many questions. According to the previous practice, the world actually only had 1 chance to ask questions, but he had already asked twice. This is the 3rd question. Reminded by World, Audrey and Alger recalled that Mr. Fool's pathway was adjacent to the marauder pathway. However, marauder and the uniqueness possessed by the ancient sun god didn't seem to be adjacent pathways. Audrey wasn't entirely sure, but Alger was very certain about this point because he had speculated that Mr. Fool should be a deity of the seer or apprentice pathway. Alger thought to himself, perhaps Mr. Fool is also in existence above the gods. After hearing Hobert's words, Audrey said, Mr. Emperor, I am willing to give my opportunity to ask a question too. However, Hobert suddenly raised his hand. There's no need, because I can't answer this question now, or rather, I don't know the complete answer. We can discuss this issue again when we have the opportunity in the future. This was the 2nd time today that Hobert had indicated he wasn't entirely clear about the answer. This was actually a subtext, I don't know everything. He could still say that he saw some secret history of the 4th epoch from the family's classics, but if he knew some arrangements of the ancient sun god during the 3rd epoch, or the information about the ancient sun god's awakening from the underground, it would be too terrifying. Audrey saw that Hobert seemed to be concealing something, but she just thought that the information was very important and could not be traded together with the Rose Redemption information. Klein also realized that the fact that the Marauder uniqueness was once inside the ancient sun god might involve very secret or very high-level information. The reactions of the other members were a bit slower. After a few people discussed it, they roughly realized what they were talking about. Hobert took a deep breath and said to Little Sun again, "Finally, I will give you some more information to help you analyze your experience in Afternoon Town." Derek immediately sat up straight. "Thank you, Mr. Emperor." Everyone also stopped their respective guesses and looked at Hobert again. Hobert waved his hand towards Little Sun, signaling that he didn't need to thank him, and then he said, "The strange state you entered should be hidden state." "That's right, this is exactly the authority related to the Evernight goddess. As for the point that your shadows have become monsters, it is the authority related to the secret supplicant pathway. As far as I know, the demigods of the secret supplicant pathway have the ability to make the target's shadow come alive. I guess that the Evernight goddess and the dark angel Sasser, at the gathering of the secret organization, Rose Redemption, in the giant court, should have made some arrangements to avoid being discovered. And after thousands of years, these arrangements have dissipated their power, so there was your special experience and the shadow monsters you encountered. It is also possible that after experiencing the Great Cataclysm, those arrangements mutated, and some of your actions happened to awaken these mutated powers." Derek carefully wrote down the Emperor's words and thanked him again. Then, Audrey gave each member a psychological hint to ensure that they would not recall the information about above the gods outside this giant hall. As this transaction came to an end and the free exchange session continued, the hall was silent for a while before Alger said, "I also heard about the major event that Miss Justice mentioned last week, which happened in Phaenopotter City." Audrey glanced at Hobert without leaving a trace, and then smiled. "I didn't expect this matter to spread to the sea so quickly. The information on the sea is not closed off." Catilia also joined the topic. "It's just that there will be some delay." She paused and said again, "Similarly, I also heard about this matter. I heard that it should be a conflict between the Augustus family and the Catilia family. With such a big commotion in Phaenopotter City, the Moses Ascetic Order certainly also obtained some information and announced the obtained information to some members so that these members could inquire about more news. So, the information Catilia obtained was actually more advanced than the information Audrey obtained. It is said that an angel-level battle took place at that time. In the end, the Augustus family seemed to have won." Alger opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had not received information of this level from the church. The other members were all slightly stunned. Another angel-level battle happened. The last time everyone heard about this level of battle was last year, which happened in the southern continent. Only Klein and Audrey knew that an angel-level battle had also taken place not long ago in the South Colson area of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Then Audrey nodded slightly. "No wonder the royal family's rewards for Hobert and his son are so generous. They must have played a huge role in this matter, allowing the Augustus family to win in this battle." Furs didn't find this surprising, because Hobert had just mentioned these things by her pillow last night. Alger said at this time, "It is said that the Creator also participated in the battle. In fact, he had not received any notification in this regard, but he discovered some clues from the church's notification, which made him think of some information about the Creator that he had obtained before. This was actually a more confident guess of his. If it were before, he certainly wouldn't have announced such a guess that he wasn't completely sure of to everyone, but since Hermit had said so much, he felt that if he didn't say something, he would feel a little guilty. As soon as Alger said this, everyone looked at Mr. Hangman together. Seeing that the other party only said this, everyone looked at Hobert together again. Hobert smiled and said, "That's right, the Creator not only participated in the war, but also played a decisive role." Catilia frowned. "It has actually risen to the level of a battle between gods. It seems that this incident is not as simple as it seems on the surface." Audrey was slightly stunned. Why did I read a trace of pride from Hobert's body language? "Ah, I understand. Hobert must have prayed for the power of the Creator at that time, so that the Augustus family won." "The news I know is indeed more detailed than yours," Hobert said, "because a blessed of the Creator participated in this operation." Furs nodded. "Emperor and Hobert are colleagues who are often in contact." Audrey smiled and resisted the urge to shake her head gently. "Hobert is telling the truth, it was indeed a blessed of the Creator who participated in this operation, that blessed is you." In fact, Hobert had a strong desire to confide in this matter, because it is not suitable to talk about this matter in Backland now, but after all, he had done such a big thing, and it was too torturous not to let people talk about it. So Hobert told Furs more details about this matter last night, but he couldn't talk about the ancient death god's corpse. Hobert said, "About a year ago, the Catilia family obtained the uniqueness of the arbiter pathway. Just last Monday, the angel of the Catilia family hoped to accommodate this uniqueness during the National Day celebration. And as everyone knows, the Augustus family has the same extraordinary pathway as the Catilia family, so of course they would not sit idly by and let this happen, so a fierce battle broke out in the Alhambra Palace in Phaenopotter City. If it weren't for an sealed artifact blocking the aftermath of this war, it is estimated that the entire Phaenopotter city would have disappeared. Alger and Catilia listened carefully to every detail. For them, this was first-hand information. Emlyn and Little Son were purely listening to the excitement. Klein thought thoughtfully, the creator should be a deity of the arbiter or lawyer pathway. Of course, he would not sit idly by and let this happen. It is said that both families invited a large number of helpers. Hobert continued, the Catilia family invited an angel each from the Earth Mother Church and the War God Church, and also invited 2 angels from the Phaeac Empire. On the Augustus family's side, they invited the angel of the original royal family of the Intis Republic, and 2 angels from the Storm Church. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Klein behind the grey fog, I thought it was just a battle between the angels of the 2 families. I didn't expect so many angels to participate. This battle has brought out the entire situation in the northern continent. Catilia had already counted it in her heart, adding the 2 angels each family possesses, this battle has 11 angels participating. Before this, such a battle was simply unheard of. Oh, right, the creator also took action, otherwise the Augustus family, which was slightly at a disadvantage, could not have won. Alger gave a shallow wry smile, the Storm Church actually dispatched 2 angels. It is the main force in this battle, but the information I got is not as high-end as Admiral of Stars. Audrey also did not expect that so many angels would participate in the war, it's a miracle that Hobert can survive in such a war. No, he has the protection of the creator, which is relatively safe. Fur smiled slightly, I know all this. Not everyone is so concerned about the situation in the northern continent. For example, Emlyn couldn't figure it out, why are the angels of the church joining in the fun in a battle between 2 families? Finally, Hobert said, after the creator took action, the battle ended. In the end, the Augustus family won a certain victory. At the same time, the creator's goal was also achieved, and the angel of the Catilia family failed to accommodate the uniqueness. For the other members, this seemed to be the expected result. After all, in their minds, the creator, like Mr. Fool, may be a newly awakened deity. But even if it is just awakened, it is still a deity. In a situation where a deity participates in the battle, there is almost no suspense. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Catilia took the initiative to share her experience in the God War ruins last week. In the northeast direction of the Rosted Archipelago, there is a safe lane to enter the dangerous sea area. She started with the abyss crack that separated the sea, described the sun chariot that could not be gazed upon, the night that had to be slept through to avoid it, and the sea area filled with terrifying whispers. Throughout the whole process, she didn't mention Gehrman Sparrow at all. As for other anomalies along the way, she only briefly mentioned a few, such as the sea area with remnants of the aura of the Earth Mother that could make hair grow wildly. In the end, she focused on the sea surface where a huge corpse was sleeping, and the adventurer's sailboat with the words, Fountain of Youth, written in blood. Fountain of Youth is one of the 6 great legends of the sea, which has aroused a lot of reverie. Audrey was about to imagine herself searching for the Fountain of Youth, but suddenly realized something was wrong. A person who has encountered a monster attack and is about to die would not write down treasure information. If he wanted to remind subsequent companions or relatives who came to look for him, he should have written that there was danger here, or what the source of the danger was. If he intended to tell passing ships that there was a Fountain of Youth here, then he lacked sufficient motivation to write something similar when he was dying. Emlyn echoed, yes, if it were me, I wouldn't desperately try to tell others that there is a treasure here before I die. Klein manipulated the world and said in a hoarse voice, Fountain of Youth is a scam. Hobert also echoed, demons love to deceive people. Perhaps it is a requirement for the advancement ritual of this pathway. If so, many Beyonders of the same pathway should have used the Fountain of Youth scam. Catilia glanced at the Emperor and the world. The other members thought that the demon Hobert said was a noun or adjective, but Catilia knew that it was also the title of sequence 4 of the criminal pathway. After exchanging their experiences, everyone began to teach Little Son ancient Hermes, and finally Klein looked around, let's end here. Everyone stood up together, according to your will. Watching the figures disappear one by one, Klein waited for a while to complete the members' sacrifices and bestowal rituals. He didn't leave the grey fog immediately, but materialized parchment and a pen, and wrote a divination statement, my hope of advancing to sequence 4. After putting down the pen, Klein took the parchment, leaned on the back of the chair and entered a state of meditation, chanting the divination statement. After 7 times, he successfully entered the dream world. Because of the blessing of the Sefirah castle, Klein quickly received some revelations, including the dilapidated palace on the towering mountain, and the leather-black notebook. Soon Klein woke up from the dream and immediately interpreted it, the main peak of the Hornassus Mountains and the Antigonus family's notebook. Of course, the Hornassus Mountains cannot be visited, so now we can only find a way to obtain clues from the Antigonus family's notebook. Klein left the grey fog, ready to try his new abilities. Sonia C. on the future ship. At this time, there was no wind and waves on the sea, and the sailing speed of this flagship was not very fast. In the captain's room, Catilia stared at the bookshelf in front of her for a while. At the tarot gathering just now, the information about the above the sequence could not be brought out of the giant hall. But the information about the Rose redemption would not be affected. I didn't expect the history of the third epoch to be so confusing, Catilia thought. This is definitely not information that the Emperor can obtain from his family. It is very likely that he obtained these secrets from the Creator. Otherwise, he is also a sequence 5, and today's information would definitely corrupt him. Although she couldn't remember any information about the above the sequence, Catilia still remembered that the information the Emperor said could be contaminated. She realized the Creator may also have a kingdom of God similar to the Grey Fog. The Emperor should have obtained this information under the protection of the Creator. And he should have also done some hypnotic processing. Only when he is in the kingdom of God, he can recall these memories. Then Catilia also realized the Emperor only knows part of the information. At the previous tarot gatherings, he almost answered every question, and even if he didn't know the specific information, he had very logical guesses, but today he rarely said, "I don't know," twice. That's right, how could anyone know everything? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 520, Chapter 520 Princess Ethel Who Turned the Tide, Bonus 3. Chapter 520 Princess Ethel Who Turned the Tide. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Blackbeard for becoming a free member. 62 Empress Borough, Backland. Hobert completed the bestowal ritual and received £6,100 in cash and 8 beyonder ingredients from Little Son, which would be paid upon his return to City of Silver. He put £100 into his wallet, which had been empty for several days, and then sacrificed £6,000 to the Nation of Disorder. The £5,000 he had taken out earlier would last for a while. Having earned so much today, Hobert was in a great mood. He asked the kitchen to add a few dishes and planned to have a drink in the evening to relax, as he had been tense for the past few days. But in the evening, Dofus suddenly came to report, "Earl, Tim, the ambassador of the Fainapotter Kingdom, requests an audience." "What is he here for?" Hobert frowned. "Decline it." He was no longer the small lawyer he used to be. He could refuse to see ambassadors whenever he wanted. Moreover, he had just been made an earl for tricking the Fainapotter royal family. Why would he meet the ambassador of the Fainapotter Kingdom at this time? Even if Hobert had a thick skin, he would feel embarrassed. Dofus went out to decline and returned with an envelope. "This is from the ambassador to you." Hobert opened the letter and read it. It said, "Tonight at 8:00, in the abandoned warehouse in Whiteland Town, eastern suburbs of Backland. Don't leave without seeing me." The signature was, Ethel. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He looked carefully, and it was indeed Ethel. At this moment, the letters on the stationery faded rapidly, and finally, only a blank piece of paper remained. Dofus, who was next to him, asked, "Do you need me to make any preparations?" Hobert waved his hand gently. "Let me think about it." He really couldn't figure out the intention of this Princess Ethel to meet with him. Did she still hope that he would go back and help her fight for the position of Crown Princess? Hobert shook his head with a smile. "That would be too whimsical. Did she want me to pay for the reconstruction of the Alhambra Palace?" Hee, dream on. It's not impossible for me to rebuild the Alhambra Palace. Whoever enters the palace in the future has to buy a ticket. It's possible to give Ferdinand II and Ethel a monthly pass. After thinking for a while, Hobert thought, could Ethel be planning to ask me for help to remove the corruption from the members of the Castilla family? Last Monday, Hobert noticed in the Nation of Disorder that many members of the Castilla family were corrupted by the Nation of Disorder. If left unchecked, they will definitely lose control or die one after another in the next few weeks to a year or two. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It's hard to say about others. After all, they just finished fighting, and then they come to ask their opponents for help. But Ethel can indeed do such a thing. Guessing her intention, Hobert began to consider whether to inform the lone royal family about this matter. In the end, Hobert shook his head, not because he was soft-hearted or nostalgic, but because he was already an earl now, and even if he caught another princess from an enemy country, it was impossible to obtain a reward that interested him too much. Moreover, Hobert also hoped that the Augustus family and the Castilla family would maintain a confrontation, or rather, maintain a balanced state. Hobert will take action when Philip I wants to accommodate the uniqueness, and Hobert will definitely disrupt the situation when George III wants to be promoted to Black Emperor in the future. Then, the corruption of the Nation of Disorder may cause the Castilla family to lose many middle and high-level combat capabilities in the coming period, which may break the balance between the two families. If Ethel came for this matter, Hobert was willing to help and could take the opportunity to negotiate terms. So Hobert decided to meet Ethel in the evening, but he couldn't do it without any precautions. Hobert returned to his study and brought 1 to 104 and 1 to 106 several order crystals and his knife to the real world. Because of the lessons learned from Philip I, Hobert had not brought order crystals and order wood with him during this period to avoid being noticed by George III. Of course, there was no way to drink alcohol for dinner. Hobert ate a simple dinner, told Dolphus where he was going, and then used travel to come to Whiteland town in the eastern suburbs of Backland. Hobert estimated that the fact that Tim came to him this afternoon had already reached the royal family's ears, and there would definitely be people from Military Intelligence 9 outside the Earl's mansion. But the surveillance of him would not be too strict. After all, everyone knew that he had just tricked the Catilia family, and no one worried that he would have any conspiracy with the Fanapotter ambassador. The abandoned warehouse was easy to find, because there were only 2 warehouses in the whole town. One was still in use and the other was abandoned. Hobert observed around the abandoned warehouse for a long time, and seeing that there was no ambush, he used blink to enter the warehouse. Ethel had already arrived. Today, she was wearing a knight's uniform with Fanapotter characteristics, sitting on a chair in the center of the warehouse, waiting with her legs crossed. There was only Princess Ethel in the warehouse. After the two looked at each other, Hobert pulled out a chair and sat across from Ethel across a broken table. Ethel broke the silence. "Don't you have anything to say about what happened at the Alhambra Palace?" Hobert smiled. "What's there to say? It's just each for their own master. Aren't you not as angry as you were last week? The matter has already happened, and anger cannot solve the problem." Ethel said with her arms folded, "Moreover, we were enemies at the time, but now we are not." If Ethel really got angry as soon as she came up, hoping to take the initiative, then Hobert wouldn't indulge her. He would leave immediately and make an appointment another day. If the other party didn't express their sincerity with real money, then don't make an appointment again. Hobert smiled. "I am the Earl of the Lone Kingdom, and you are the Princess of the Fanapotter Kingdom. Although the two countries are not in a state of war, the relationship is not very friendly. But aren't you still a follower of the Creator?" Princess Ethel cut to the key point. "I think you shouldn't want the Castilla family to be too weak either." In fact, Hobert's solo arrival tonight was very telling. Hobert was already sure that Ethel was here to find the possibility of eliminating the corruption of her family members. It's just that he just smiled and didn't say anything more. Ethel was silent for a second or two. She took a deep breath and asked, "Aren't you curious about what I asked you to come out for?" The fact that she can talk here unpretentiously is enough to show her level of negotiation, but some things still need to be brought up by her. Hobert also had his own purpose, so he followed this topic and said, "I am indeed a little curious. Last Monday, was the giant bird that determined the direction of the battle an incarnation of the Creator?" Ethel asked. "No, it just carried some of the Creator's power." Hobert replied ambiguously. "The power that he casually revealed corrupted many people." Ethel finally said the key point. "I heard that Backland is already preparing to go to war with the Fanapotter Kingdom. If the corruption of the Castilla family members is ignored, once the two sides go to war, the Castilla family will quickly collapse due to the lack of sufficient Beyonders. The worst result is that the Augustus family obtains most of the Beyonder characteristics of the Castilla family. Without our checks and balances, the Augustus family will go to war with the Balk family in the southern continent sooner or later. It's better to eliminate this war from the root and let the Castilla family continue to contain the Augustus family." She said this as if she was thinking about Hobert, without saying a word of begging. Hobert smiled. "For us, these are not very important things." Ethel continued, "We can protect all your assets in the South Colson region." Hobert thought, "That's right. There is no reason to help for nothing. But his conditions are more than these. Give me the right to govern South Colson, and don't send anyone to this area anymore." Ethel directly refused. "We cannot allow a country within a country to appear in the Fanapotter Kingdom. I am not going to establish a country in the South Colson region." Hobert smiled. "It nominally still belongs to the Fanapotter Kingdom, but it is like a fiefdom that has been divided." Ethel said, "That's not possible either." Hobert simply got up directly. "You can go back and consider it and we'll talk again. You must guarantee that it will not threaten the rule of the Fanapotter Kingdom. The soldiers and Beyonder power in the South Colson region will never leave that mountainous area." Ethel also stood up. "Do you have any misunderstandings?" Hobert looked at Ethel. "I am going to use the territory to make money, not to subvert the rule of the kingdom. I will also increase investment there and continue to dredge the river to make that waterway and that mountainous area more prosperous, but you don't want any taxes, they all belong to me." Hobert said with a smile, "If I wanted to subvert the rule of the Castilla family, I would never choose a mountainous area as a base." Ethel considered it and then said, "If criminals escape to South Colson, police or intelligence agency personnel can freely enter and exit there to pursue them." She was afraid that it would become a den of spies for the Lone Kingdom. "I also hate those criminals." Hobert considered it and then said, "Our security personnel will send the criminals you need to you. In addition, you must be clear that I will not allow the forces of the Lone Kingdom to enter my territory. As you said, I am a follower of the Creator. Ethel nodded almost imperceptibly. Hobert's last sentence made her feel a lot more relieved, that is to say, Hobert will govern there as a follower of the Creator, not as the Earl of the Lone Kingdom. I can't make the decision on this matter, I need to report it to Feynapotter immediately. Ethel said meaningfully, the complete South Colson area used to be the territory of an earl, which is quite in line with your current title. Hobert spread his hands, you gave up your rule over that area. Ethel did not continue to discuss this topic, wait here for a while, I'll go out for a while, and I'll give you an answer immediately. Hobert sat back in the chair and watched Princess Ethel leave the warehouse. Don't mention it, her back looks quite heroic. In fact, for a princess, being able to risk going to an enemy country to negotiate with the enemy's earl, especially the enemy's earl who obtained his title by tricking the Catilia family, is enough to show her courage. Ethel came to a small room outside the abandoned warehouse. She knelt on one knee on the ground and reported to Philip I, who was far away in the Feynapotter kingdom. She first recited the honorific title, and then reported the general process of the conversation just now. After repeating it 4 or 5 times, Ethel finally received Philip I's reply, promise him. This voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Along with the voice, there was also a blurred figure. It could be seen that it was indeed Philip I, recalling the time when the Creator took the initiative to contact her, all the vision could be occupied, and she could see a very solid figure. This made Ethel even more certain that the Creator is really a god. Immediately afterwards, the figure in Ethel's mind disappeared. After waiting for a while, she saw that Philip I had no other instructions, and then returned to the warehouse. The king can agree to your conditions, but we must establish an observation mechanism. This is what Ethel thought of on the way back. We will not send any administrative personnel to the South Colson area, but we must send an observation group every year to observe whether there are any signs in South Colson that are detrimental to the royal family or the entire country. Hobert shook his head with a smile, your so-called signs are too broad. If I want to buy a batch of guns to suppress bandits, is it considered detrimental to the royal family? Of course not, we are just conducting a certain observation so that everyone can rest assured. Hobert shook his head, we might as well establish a mutual liaison organization. You can ask questions directly if you have any questions. We do not welcome any supervisory agencies, and we will not be manipulated by your so-called evidence of some people with ulterior motives against the royal family. Ethel nodded, okay, but members of the liaison organization can go to the South Colson area. Seeing that Hobert was about to refuse again, she said with a slight wry smile, that is the territory of the kingdom, and we always have to send people to take a look. I promise, just take a look. Not surveillance, not secret agents, just take a look. Seeing Ethel insist, Hobert had to say, okay, but in exchange, I can auction the beyonder characteristics of the arbiter pathway at the auction center. Ethel had to compromise, but send me a detailed list of the auction items. The royal family must know when the auction will be held. It would be good to spend more money to buy the beyonder characteristics of the auction. Hobert stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ethel, deal. Then Hobert said meaningfully, congratulations. The conclusion of this agreement will definitely greatly increase Ethel's popularity among the Catilia family. There will be more supporters in the battle for the throne. What he didn't know was that even Philip I was doing the final observation on Ethel to see if he should support her as the crown prince. Ethel certainly understood what Hobert was talking about, thank you. Hobert retracted his hand, I'll tell you the honorific title of the Creator. After you return to Feynapotter City, gather all the corrupted family members together, and then recite the honorific title of the Creator. He will uniformly remove the corruption for the members of the Catilia family. Ethel smiled and said, you trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I will break my promise and not give you the governance of the territory? Then there will be giant birds like that visiting Feynapotter City again, Hobert replied indifferently. Hobert was not worried about this, because he knew that the Feynapotter kingdom would never take such a risk, Ethel's words were just a test. Ethel just smiled and didn't continue the topic, if I want to find you, how should I contact you? Pray to the Creator, in case of emergency, and send a letter to the Lord's mansion of Geoffrey territory if it is not urgent. Hobert does not intend to tell her the contact information of the messenger at this time. After Ethel got the title of Creator, she immediately left Whiteland town with the sealed item. After all, this is an enemy country, and the longer you stay, the more dangerous it is. Back in the suburbs of Feynapotter City, in that luxurious royal manor, Ethel immediately reported the detailed negotiation process to Philip I. At this time, Philip I was more hunched than last week, and the whoosh-whoosh sound in his lungs and trachea was even louder. Many beyonder members of the Catilia family were in a more serious condition than Philip I, and there were already signs of getting out of control. If this continues, the situation will only get worse. Philip I agreed to Ethel's plan and sent her to negotiate with the dependents of the Creator. That night, all the contaminated family members were brought to this manor. Ethel told everyone about the role played by the Creator in the previous battle. The Creator did not show up that day, and most Beyonders below the angel level did not feel the existence of the Creator. Ethel also told everyone that she ventured to Backland and contacted the dependents of the Creator to find hope for removing the corruption. These family members had already contacted the familiar Mother Earth churches in the past week, hoping to get a way to eliminate the corruption from the Mother Earth Church. As a result, after some inquiries, they learned that the archbishops of the church had asked the Creator to eliminate the corruption on their bodies. So when everyone heard the title of Creator, they knew that they were finally saved. Amid everyone's compliments, Ethel asked people to set up an altar, then bowed slightly to the altar, and said in a pious tone, "Creator in the shadow of order." At this time, Philip I also appeared in the corner of the hall. After all, he was also very seriously corrupted. It's just that Philip I still has some reservations about the Creator. Asking the Creator for help is a last resort. It is better for the Catilia family to start believing in external gods than for a large number of demigods and sequence 5-level members to die in a short period of time. Moreover, they are all corrupted, and the Beyonder characteristics in their bodies may also be corrupted. If the Beyonder characteristics are crushed, it will not be possible to remove the corruption, which is even more troublesome. At this time, Philip I heard Ethel in front of the altar praying for the power of the Creator to remove the corruption from the family members in front of the altar. He stared intently at the altar, wanting to see if the Creator was uncertain mist. Whoosh! A violent wind blew out from the altar, causing the corners of everyone's clothes to rustle. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in the mid-air above the altar, as if sitting in a jungle of sharp swords. He exuded a sacred light, as if he could end all chaos, and as if he could bring complete chaos. He exuded an aura of majesty, causing people to lower their heads unconsciously, and want to surrender unconsciously. The Catilia family who were still standing immediately knelt on one knee. They lowered their heads, and almost the same thought appeared in their hearts: this is really the pressure from the gods. Before, they doubted the identity of the Creator, God. Many people guessed whether he was a wild god on an island in the southern continent or the Berserk Sea. Now, no one dares to think in this direction. Immediately afterwards, everyone felt that the coldness wrapped around their bodies and spirits quickly disappeared. The corruption that had been troubling them these days was instantly drawn away without a trace. Philip I felt that the thick phlegm in his lungs and trachea had also disappeared. He stared at the figure of the Creator. That's not uncertain mist. According to the description of the Night Emperor, the main body of uncertain mist is a ring of billowing white mist. In addition, the feeling that the Creator gives people is completely different from that of uncertain mist. When the figure of the Creator disappeared, Philip I came back to his senses. The reward for removing the corruption this time was really just the governance of the South Colson area. There was no mark by an outer god, and no spiritual brand was imprinted. Philip I suddenly smiled. He had repeatedly weighed the pros and cons in the past few days before finally making such a decision, but his repeated weighing was just a joke. Ethel bowed piously in front of the altar, and the ceremony ended. The experience just now made her a little fascinated. So, this is the feeling of being blessed by a god. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert did not consider detonating the corruption in the bodies of the Catilia family members, causing a large number of deaths of their middle sequence Beyonders, and taking the opportunity to defeat this Beyonder family. But if he really did this, it would only benefit the extraordinary families of other countries in the northern continent. With Hobert's current strength, he would not get much benefit. And the negotiation result with Ethel will also be invalidated. So Hobert just thought about it and took action to remove the corruption from those Catilia family members, including Philip I. For now, this is the best choice. This suddenly reminded Hobert of a sentence: it is completely different to have a sword and not use it and to have no sword to use. After regaining his strength, Hobert returned to the real world. It was already late today. He rested for a while, and as soon as it dawned, he went to Jeffrey territory by travel. Furs was rarely up early once. Conrad, Philip and other backbone members of the Lord's mansion were already waiting here. The notice they received was, today they will follow the Lord to inspect the new territory. They already had some guesses about what would happen in the future. Although they were a little unwilling, as long as Hobert gave an order, they were still willing to leave the land where they were born and raised and go to live on another land. After Hobert appeared from the illusory spirit world, he first smiled at everyone. The situation has changed. Alan, go prepare a boat, we are going back to the Lord's mansion on the East Coast together. Everyone was stunned. Isn't the Lord's mansion on the East Coast occupied by the royal family? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 521, Chapter 521 Hunting the Six-Legged Imp, Bonus 4. Chapter 521 Hunting the Six-Legged Imp. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Ushawaka for becoming a free member. On the west bank of Full Moon Lake, the people working in the fields all watched Hobert's group with attention. Several of them even took the initiative to greet them, and they all received responses from Hobert and the others. Hobert looked at the wheat fields growing well and nodded with satisfaction. The fields here finally looked somewhat vibrant. The group returned to the east bank by boat. Along the way, Hobert didn't say what he was going to do on the east bank. Conrad and the others guessed that Hobert was going to drive away the royal family members living in the Lord's manor. Although they all knew that doing so was somewhat unwise, no one advised the Lord, because they had long wanted to do so. From the moment he landed on the east bank, Hobert was supported by the people. Many people held Hobert's hand and wept, begging Hobert not to abandon them. Hobert shouted, "Follow me. Back to the Lord's manor." Oh! Everyone followed behind Hobert, not knowing who had said it, that the Lord was going to fight back to the Lord's manor. So the farmers in the fields brought hoes and sickles, the workers on the construction site brought hammers and sticks, the soldiers brought guns, and the waitresses in the town's restaurants went to the kitchen to find rolling pins. Everyone silently followed behind the Lord. They were unwilling to live under the rule of bandits again, and they were unwilling to accept the rule of the royal family. They only wanted to follow the figure in front of them. For the first time, they had the idea of choosing their own destiny. Furs, walking on Hobert's side, felt the emotions gathered together. She exclaimed, "Being in it, you realize that people can really empathize with each other. It's like strands of hair gathered together, eventually becoming a thick, indestructible cable." Simpson in the church was also alarmed. He didn't know that Hobert had already completed the transaction with the royal family. After seeing the people following behind Hobert, he also joined in. Arriving at the gate of the Lord's manor, Hobert pushed open the gate. The royal family's demigod Buck and his few subordinates were standing in the front yard. Simpson immediately stepped forward. Just as everyone thought a conflict was about to break out, Buck and the others, who had already been notified, silently walked out of the Lord's manor. Seeing the crowd of people outside, the few people were stunned, but soon, they avoided the crowd and left from the mountain path. Everyone silently watched them. If they dared to disrespect the Lord in any way, they would rush up to fight. After walking a few steps, Buck looked back. He saw excitement, fanaticism, and tears on the faces of the people. These were emotions he had never seen before. He believed that Hobert must have tampered with the people's spirit or mind. Otherwise, why would these farmers and workers dare to glare at the royal family members? Hobert stood at the gate of the Lord's manor and said to everyone, "In the future, we should celebrate this day. From now on, the entire South Colson area will be included under the rule of the Lord's manor. South Colson is reborn today. You are all the creators of this new South Colson. Cheer. Be proud. Long live South Colson." While speaking, Hobert saw the sickles in the farmers' hands and the hammers in the workers' hands, and wondered if he should form a pattern or something. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, this was not a bottom-up revolution, but only a transaction with the royal family. Using that pattern would be blasphemy. When Buck and the others left the Lord's manor without saying a word, everyone was already very excited. At this time, everyone's emotions were high, and they shouted, "Long live the Lord! Long live South Colson! Long live Hobert!" At this moment, Hobert felt that the magic potion in his body had basically been digested. He did not expect that the support of the people could digest so much magic potion. But soon, Hobert realized, "In my opinion, this is the support of the people, but in the eyes of Buck and others, I just established a chaotic and reactionary order." Hobert followed this line of thought and thought, "In fact, order and chaos really can't be completely distinguished. I feel that everyone is maintaining my rule, which is a symbol of order. But no matter how strong the organization of the whole process is, it is also a rebellion in the territory, because Buck has already announced that he is the ruler here, and this action did drive the ruler away." Finally, Hobert thought, "In that case, I have to thank this royal demigod." Furs was also very excited and wanted to write this scene into her book. At this time, she could feel the people's support for her husband, which made her both excited and proud. Buck and the others, who had just walked not far, couldn't help but look back when they heard the deafening cheers. Seeing the cheers of the people and the neat slogans, the hearts of these beyonders were also shaken for a while. After the cheers of the people came to an end, Hobert announced, "Today is a holiday, but the workers' wages will be paid as usual, and each farmer will also receive a worker's wage, but it will be distributed gradually in the next few days." Everyone cheered and returned to the town, returned to the villages, told their families about today's experience, and celebrated this special day with their families. The servants and cooks of the Lord's manor quickly returned to their posts, and the entire Lord's manor quickly returned to normal. Hobert summoned all the key members of the territory to the main hall for a meeting, and also invited Bishop Simpson to sit on the side and listen. At this time, Hobert announced, "I have completed negotiations with the royal family, and from now on, the South Colson area will be under the rule of the Lord's manor. They will no longer interfere in any affairs in this area, and will only send people to take a look every year, without any supervisory power. Just organize a few people to receive them at that time. The first to react was Simpson. You helped them solve the corruption problem. Without waiting for Hobert to answer, he smiled and said, this is politics. Clearly yesterday they were enemies, but today they are not. At this time, although the others did not understand what Bishop Simpson meant, they were finally relieved and smiled. When the people were cheering just now, these officials who were loyal to Hobert were already thinking about how to organize the people to evacuate to the shipyard island. They all knew that the Lord had a magical way to get from here to an island, and many of them had taken their families to the island to play with the lumberjacks. Only at this time did everyone understand. It turns out that the Lord has already completed negotiations with the royal family. Don't be too happy. Hobert smiled and said, I have a new fiefdom in loan, which is more than 10 times the size of the South Colson area. It needs a group of rulers. Conrad, be prepared to lead the team to take over the ruling power on time. Corwin, do the relevant personnel adjustments. In addition, from today onwards, Jeffrey Town will be renamed Jeffrey City. Conrad will be the first mayor. Set up several towns on the West Bank and other places, and set up town governments. Next, Hobert arranged the key tasks for the next step, suppressing bandits and taking over the rule of the East Bank, and preparing to recover the lost land on the West Bank controlled by the Aurora Order at any time. Today's meeting was very short. After the meeting, everyone went back to celebrate with their families. The matter of taking back the Lord's manor will definitely spread throughout Jeffreytown today, and everyone will also know that the Lord has restored his rule. As for driving away the people of the royal family, at worst, we will fight the army sent by the royal family later. When eating lunch, Hobert told Furs the approximate process of negotiating with Ethel. Furs exclaimed, this princess is very brave. That's right. Hobert smiled and said, the Feynapotter kingdom may usher in the first queen. He suddenly realized that this could be considered his changing the historical trend of the Feynapotter kingdom. Because if he hadn't saved Ethel before, the current Feynapotter crown prince would not have such a strong opponent. Hobert thought for a while and then said, let's go inspect the territory in a few days. Recently, there are more important things waiting for me to solve. Furs had no objection, okay. She originally liked this territory very much and didn't want to leave here. After lunch, Hobert had a secret talk with Archibald in the study. I remember you said that you know the whereabouts of a six-legged imp. Of course, it had to be a secret talk, because Furs couldn't be allowed to know that he needed the bone marrow of the six-legged imp. Although he could also lie that he was looking for it for a friend, it would still arouse some suspicion from Furs. It's better not to let her know. Archibald was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, yes, on an undiscovered small island in the misty sea. If you need it, I can take you there. Hobert nodded, I now need a bone from it. I wonder if I can discuss it with it and give me a piece. Archibald didn't quite understand what Hobert meant. Is the six-legged imp so easy to talk to? Hobert saw that Archibald didn't understand his humor, so he smiled and said, if it doesn't want to give it, I'll have to kill it and dig it out myself. He also said to Archibald, I won't let you help in vain. In 2 days, I'll find you 2 more puppets, both from the warrior or hunter pathway, but don't expect to have a demigod-level choice. Archibald smiled, sequence 5 or sequence 6 is also pretty good. It also understood now, it turns out that Hobert only needs a bone from the six-legged imp. This should only be an auxiliary ingredient, right? As the servant of the Creator, the main material should not be lacking. In that case, he is going to hunt down a beyonder creature with the main material for an auxiliary ingredient. Hee, how could such a thing happen? Maybe he just needs to sacrifice some spiritual materials to the Creator. Hobert also learned about the general situation of the uninhabited island and the habits of the six-legged imp. Finally, he divined that the six-legged imp was still on that island. There was nothing else to do today, so the two immediately set off. Because Hobert used travel to carry a limited number of people, he only brought Archibald and the puppet of the Desire Apostle. The two transferred in the Oravi Islands in western North Continent and came to the uninhabited island that Archibald said. This island is not small, at least on the high mountains of the island, you can't see the coastline on the other side. Hobert also discovered that, probably because it is far from the North and South continents, the plants and animals are very distinctive. They look familiar, but upon closer inspection, they don't seem to be familiar. At this time, Archibald said, I have confirmed before that these strange-looking plants and animals are not beyonder creatures. I don't know why they have such mutations. According to the location, this is an island in Oceania in Hobert's concept. A completely closed ecosystem has formed here. The evolution of organisms has the same points as the North and South continents, but it also has unique points. As Hobert, who has a complete worldview, only finds it novel, but does not feel that he does not understand it. He didn't discuss this topic, but asked, do you have any way to find the six-legged imp? Archibald nodded, I can divine its location. Hobert thought for a while, it's best not to fight in its home field. According to your description, I guess the six-legged imp should be very good at creating an order that is beneficial to it. It's not a wise choice to raid it in its hiding place. He pondered slightly, took out a section of order wood and stuck it on the ground. Order. In an instant, a towering tree exuding an aura of order grew out of the ground here. Archibald stared at the black and illusory tree for a while. It could feel the surging power in it. What a luxurious trap. Hobert used order wood every time in battle, and this was the first time he could carefully look at the appearance of this magical item. It is several times taller than a normal towering tree. The thick trunk looks powerful and sturdy, and the thick, black leaves that are clearly different from the surrounding plants have a sacred feeling in the sun. There is a thin layer of black mist on the canopy, making the entire tree look a bit magical. Looking at it, Hobert had the feeling of a child seeing his favorite toy. He didn't come back to his senses until a few seconds later and asked Archibald, who was beside him, if the six-legged imp appears within a certain range of this big tree, can you sense it? Yes. Archibald nodded. This type of divination is not difficult for it, and the six-legged imp does not have too strong anti-divination abilities. So the two left together under the order wood and hid behind a boulder. After only waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Archibald whispered, "It's coming, at 11 o'clock, but it's very cautious and is still watching from a distance." Hobert grabbed Archibald and the puppet's shoulders. "Let's go block it from the spirit world." Okay. Archibald led the way in front, and the three stepped into the spirit world together. Soon they came behind the six-legged imp. Archibald said, "Spiritual intuition tells me that there will be danger after we leave the spirit world, but it is within an acceptable range." Hobert exclaimed, "It's really convenient to fight with a seer teammate." The colors in front of them became illusory again. They came out of the spirit world and suddenly found that the outside was a swamp. Hobert quickly injected spirituality into the ocean pendant, and flew low with Archibald and his puppet. Then Hobert glanced around and immediately locked onto the six-legged imp on the edge of the swamp. Its overall shape is somewhat like a hippo-sized mantis, but without an exoskeleton. Its entire body is covered with black fur. 6 legs grow under its flat, horizontal belly like a mantis, and each leg is like the leg of a stag or goat. The black animal hair has colorful, mystical symbol-like patterns. Its thin upper body stood upright, with 2 arms resembling those of a hamadryas baboon. Its head didn't appear large, but it was still the size of an adult's, and although its features were more like those of an animal, it could make human-like expressions. Then, Hobert saw that they were still very, very far from the order tree. He quickly realized that his appearance in the swamp was no accident. The six-legged imp had deliberately led them there. Beyonder creatures at this level already possessed the intelligence of normal adults. The sudden appearance of the order tree had attracted its attention, but it must have also suspected that it might be a trap. Seeing the appearance of the six-legged imp clearly and understanding these things only took a moment. Suddenly, Hobert's spirituality sensed something and he looked towards the swamp. 6 enormous tentacles suddenly emerged from within. Hobert quickly dodged, but some of the tentacles pursued him, while others blocked him, effectively surrounding them. Hobert smiled. When he saw that the six-legged imp hadn't immediately fled, he suspected there might be something wrong with this swamp. Whoosh! More than 20 deep blue fireballs, reeking of sulfur, suddenly appeared in midair. Although Hobert was in a low-flying state and unable to fight, Archibald was not just for show. With his innate ability to manipulate flames, he was particularly fond of the new puppet's sulfur fireballs. Under his control, several tentacles were directly smashed and broken, allowing them to fly out of the encirclement. Archibald said, "I'll deal with this monster." Hobert nodded and dropped Archibald and his puppet onto the tentacle that floated on the surface of the swamp, looking like a log. Then, Hobert used successive blinks to quickly approach the six-legged imp. Having reigned supreme on this island for so long, the six-legged imp had no intention of fleeing. It could sense that Hobert's extraordinary power was on a different level from its own. After using blink several times in succession, Hobert was very close to the six-legged imp. Just as Hobert was about to enter a combat state, he suddenly felt that his shoulders were very heavy, and it took more effort than before to lift his hands and feet. It turned out that the six-legged imp had used the time to change the gravity within a certain range around them. Fighting in such an environment would not have much of an impact on the six-legged imp, but for ordinary people, it would be easy to make mistakes due to the sudden increase in gravity. For example, the knife that was originally raised could have stabbed forward another inch, but because of the increased gravity, the angle and force of that inch would not reach its intended target. The six-legged imp was not in a hurry to attack. It knew that the longer it stayed in this environment, the more its enemy's condition would be affected. It could wait for the enemy to attack first, and then it could take the initiative. However, it soon felt that the danger level of the opponent in front of it had suddenly increased sharply, even making it want to run away. Hobert released the seals on the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts on his body, Magnify. He amplified the gravity around the six-legged imp, making its 6 legs feel enormous pressure. If Hobert was only feeling 3 times the gravity at this time, then the six-legged imp was feeling at least 6 times the gravity. Even though Beyonder creatures were generally thick-skinned, strong, and powerful, such gravity would still make it feel intensely uncomfortable. Exploit. Hobert drew his knife and changed the gravity acting on him, so that the direction of the force changed from downward to pushing him forward. This was a utilization of the laws of nature. The six-legged imp suddenly revealed a smile. Hobert felt the force pushing him suddenly increase, and he actually flew past the six-legged imp on one side. Because the six-legged imp also had the ability to magnify. It had just amplified the gravity that Hobert was exploiting. Seeing that he was about to crash into a large tree, Hobert rolled over and escaped the enormous force pushing him forward. After standing steadily on the ground, the man and the monster began to confront each other again. After the previous probing, they were both thinking about how to adjust their tactics. A second or two later, the six-legged imp moved its trembling legs. It was preparing to leave this battlefield. If the other party didn't chase after it, then this battle would end, and it wouldn't have to take any more risks. But if the other party chased after it, then that would be great. It would quickly escape back to its nest, where there were too many arrangements that were very beneficial to it. Disorder. Just as the six-legged imp had just left the position of 6 times gravity, Hobert suddenly used the demigod-level disorder, with 1 to 104. The six-legged imp immediately felt that the sky was so blue today, the air was so fresh, and it was a good day for a walk. Suddenly, it came back to its senses. The enemy, who was some distance away from it just now, had already rushed close. Distort. Hobert's knife was distorted in direction and deeply pierced into a tree next to the six-legged imp. Corrosion. The six-legged imp immediately looked in the direction of the order tree, its eyes filled with greed. Hobert seized this opportunity to launch a new offensive. Unfortunately, the corrosion state only lasted for less than a second. The six-legged imp amplified its pace and dodged Hobert's stab. Charm. Hobert continued to expand his gains. The six-legged imp was just about to counterattack, but suddenly felt that its favorability towards Hobert had increased sharply. Hobert finally came to the six-legged imp's vicinity and stabbed out fiercely. But he was clearly prepared to stab the six-legged imp's upper body, but his knife involuntarily stabbed the six-legged imp's leg. Hobert thought that his charm hadn't worked very well. It once again distorted its intentions. But after stabbing the six-legged imp, it clearly woke up, rolled away suddenly, and dodged Hobert's next attack. Hobert glanced at the pattern on the six-legged imp's leg and immediately understood that its 6 legs should be naturally equipped with an effect similar to a magic circle. Any fatal attacks on the six-legged imp would be distorted to its legs. Arrogance. Hobert still took the initiative, and the six-legged imp was hit again, rushing towards Hobert, wanting to snatch the knife in Hobert's hand. Just when the two were confronting each other for the second time, Hobert suddenly realized, why didn't the six-legged imp use disorder? With the six-legged imp sequence 4.5 level of disorder, it would definitely be able to hit him immediately. Thinking of the previous situation with the ancient Azure Dragon Beast and Archibald, Hobert immediately realized that the six-legged imp lacked the mental and psychological attacks of the lawyer pathway. He tried it and it was indeed so. However, the six-legged imp possessed the powerful mental strength of the lawyer pathway, which could effectively resist mental and psychological attacks. If it weren't for the demigod-level disorder at the beginning, Hobert's sequence 5 level of disorder would have been difficult to succeed. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. T/N, we've reached chapter 700, 90% of the way done. Chapter 522, promoted to Earl of the Fallen. Chapter 522, promoted to Earl of the Fallen. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Although Hobert possessed certain advantages, the 6 legs of the six-legged imp had a natural distortion effect, making it difficult to inflict serious damage in the short term. Aside from the disorder ability used by 1 to 104, Hobert's other sequence 5 abilities couldn't last even a second, not even long enough to magnify. And unlike innate skills that can be used continuously, the six-legged imp sensed Hobert's intentions and began to retreat while fighting. The disorder Hobert used could only slow its retreat. If it were someone else, they might have been helpless, but the special nature of Hobert's knife allowed him to use Underworld Gate when he felt the time was right. Instantly, the surrounding forest became gloomy and cold. 2 bronze gates with intricate patterns suddenly appeared among the trees, making them look extraordinarily mysterious. Pale hands stretched out from the cracks in the door, as if to grab something, and indescribable eyes peered out from the cracks, sending shivers down one's spine. At the same time, the door cracks generated a tremendous suction force, as if capable of sucking a person's soul into the bronze gates. The moment Underworld Gate appeared, the six-legged imp felt icy cold all over, especially the wound where it had been stabbed by the black knife, which was chilling to the bone. Magnify. Hobert seized the opportunity to magnify the six-legged imp's injuries. The six-legged imp immediately felt that its 6 legs were out of control, and they all collapsed to the ground. Then, it utilized the power of Underworld Gate, turning the bronze gate's attack target into its summoner. Hobert immediately felt as if his soul was about to be dragged out of his body. Fortunately, he hadn't lost control of Underworld Gate and immediately terminated the summoning. At this time, the six-legged imp had shakily stood up on its uninjured legs, distort. Hobert's attack was once again deflected from his intended target, but this time the six-legged imp only distorted the accuracy of Hobert's attack, causing Hobert to completely miss the target. Just as Hobert was close to it, it suddenly lowered its body and punched Hobert, sending him flying. The six-legged imp realized that it had to do everything in its power to kill the enemy before it, otherwise, if Underworld Gate came again, its injuries would fully erupt, and it wouldn't be able to escape. Hobert was just about to get up when the six-legged imp limped over. So Hobert reached out a hand. Eruption. The surrounding area of dozens of meters was covered with lava, and the rolling lava quickly formed a tiny volcano. The six-legged imp immediately distorted the temperature of the lava under its feet, making the thick lava black so it could stand on it. Because of the opponent's pause, Hobert had the opportunity to roll in the lava, dodging the six-legged imp's attack. For Hobert, he also had a strategy to deal with the six-legged imp's desperate attempt. Eruption was most suitable for this time. The six-legged imp kept distorting the temperature of the lava under its feet, trying to leave this small volcano as soon as possible. However, Hobert's 1-106 also had the ability to manipulate lava. He erected a lava wall in front of the six-legged imp, constantly preventing it from escaping. Disorder. Hobert used disorder again, but unlike before, he didn't make the six-legged imp fall into a state of chaos, but made the spirituality of the six-legged imp's six legs fall into chaos. The patterns on its six legs suddenly became blurred. When attacking the six-legged imp again, it was indeed not affected by its six legs and could attack its upper body. The six-legged imp realized the danger. It ignored the burns and drilled directly through the lava wall piled up by Hobert. Just as it was about to leave the small volcano, the Underworld Gate suddenly appeared again in front of it. The surrounding temperature seemed to be suddenly sucked into the Underworld Gate, and the lava near the Underworld Gate suddenly became hard. The six-legged imp had just drilled halfway through the lava wall when it was stuck inside. In fact, with its brute force, the hardened lava would definitely not be able to stop it, but the reappearance of Underworld Gate made the strength of its whole body seem to be drained, and the injured two legs suddenly lost their strength. Hobert seized the opportunity and stabbed the six-legged imp through the chest. This magical beast struggled dying, and actually threw Hobert out. It wanted to distort the attack target of Underworld Gate again, but found that its spirituality was rapidly draining from the wound in its chest, pouring into Underworld Gate like a whirlwind. Disorder. Hobert used disorder again, this time putting the six-legged imp into a state of disorder. Hobert quickly rushed over and killed the magical beast with one strike. Underworld Gate disappeared. Hobert sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Eruption and the two uses of Underworld Gate had consumed a lot of his spirituality. He was not injured much in the 2 times he was knocked away, but his clothes were noticeably damaged. Looking at the lifeless six-legged imp in front of him, Hobert sighed. Magical beasts of this level, without the help of a demigod level or sequence 1 sealed artifact, are not only difficult to kill, but also easily counter-killed. Recalling Klein's search for main ingredients at the demigod level, it seemed that he also used sequence 1 sealed artifacts. After resting for a while, Hobert dragged the six-legged imp, whose fur had been burned off, to the shore and sacrificed it to the Nation of Disorder. Returning to the swamp just now, Archabald's battle was also over. He and the marionette were standing on the corpse of a catfish-like creature with tentacles. The marionette didn't know where he found a wooden stick and was paddling towards the edge of the swamp like a bamboo raft. "This isn't beyond a creature," Archabald said, "but I don't know what it's called." Hobert asked, "What level is it, roughly?" Archabald divined it, sequence 5. "It's useless for you to keep it. Sell it to me for 4,000 gold lire." "Okay." Hobert also sacrificed this catfish to the Nation of Disorder. Because Archabald was present, the corresponding prayer was to ask the Creator to keep it safe. After collecting the spoils, he took Archabald and the marionette back to the study in the territory. After the two people drank a sip of tea, Hobert told Archabald to stay in the territory to suppress bandits recently, and called Seal to expand the number of soldiers directly to 1,000. They can start training first. Hobert will bring the rifles used by the soldiers in a few days. He also plans to buy a dozen cannons and train the artillery early. As for how to expand the barracks, where to station them, and other issues, Hobert asked Archabald and Seal to discuss it themselves. After having a plan, report to him first, and then allocate funds and implement it. After this brief military meeting, Hobert returned to his room, changed his clothes, and after telling anyone not to disturb him in the study, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to check today's harvest. First of all, the six-legged imp. Hobert took out its brain. The brain was only the size of a fist and had no sticky feeling at all. Instead, it felt a bit like crystal in the hand. The blood vessels and lines on the brain formed a pattern that made people feel as if their vision was distorted at a glance. In addition to this main material, the highest level material on the six-legged imp's body was its bone marrow. Hobert pried open its bones. Just by breaking them open, the bone marrow could flow out by itself. The bone marrow flowed into the container and quickly turned into a dark red crystal. Looking at the dark red bone marrow, Hobert sighed. Who would have thought that I would hunt a sequence 4.5 Beyonder creature just for this little thing? In addition, the six-legged imp's internal organs and blood were also very high-level spiritual materials. Hobert collected them all to see if they could be used in the future. If they couldn't be used, he would sell them to Simpson. As for the catfish with tentacles, Hobert cut open its belly and quickly discovered that its spleen had become an Beyonder material. Hobert took the sealed artifact of the reader pathway. He stared at the spleen in front of him for a few seconds and actually discovered that this was one of the Beyonder materials of the shepherd of sequence 5 of the secret supplicant pathway. Hobert smiled helplessly. That 4,000 gold lire might only be able to break even, because he only planned to sell this Beyonder material to the Orthodox God churches. This was different from Beyonder characteristics, and he didn't know if any church would be willing to accept it. Still collecting the spiritual materials on the monster, Hobert sat back on the iron throne. Looking again at the stone platform where the Beyonder characteristics of the Earl of the Fallen and 3 auxiliary ingredients were stored, and then buying a bottle of white wine that was more than 10 years old, all the materials would be complete. But the potion still hadn't been digested a little, and the ritual hadn't been prepared yet. Hobert sighed, it's really troublesome. Friday morning, west bank of Full Moon Lake. Dennis, who was waiting at the entrance of the village, wrapped his coat tightly around himself. At this time in the South Colson area, it was still a bit cool before the sun had risen. He had received notice the day before yesterday that the Lord would come to pick him up this morning to end the current stage of work. He glanced at the villagers who were standing quietly behind him to see him off. Go back, the new village chief will come at noon, remember to let him see the handover materials I left behind. Someone simply agreed, and the entrance of the village fell silent again. Finally, he heard the sound of horses neighing and hooves coming from the dirt road. 2 batches of black horses broke through the thin mist and appeared in front of the people. The carriage stopped steadily in front of Dennis. With the help of the coachman, he put his luggage on the luggage rack behind. When Dennis opened the car door, he waved to the villagers again before entering the carriage. The residents at the village entrance still quietly watched the carriage gradually depart. Finally, someone shed tears, and someone finally reached out a hand to try and stop it. However, it was already too late. Freya and Selina were already sitting in the carriage, and Freya handed Dennis a cup of hot tea. Dennis thanked her, and after taking 2 sips of tea, Hobert asked him about his thoughts on his work during this recent period. The villagers aren't as numb as they seem, Dennis said with a smile. They actually know very well who treats them well and who doesn't. It's just that in the past years, their hearts have long been dead. They need a period of nurturing before they can live like normal people again. Selina laughed and said, our Dennis is almost becoming a poet. The carriage was immediately filled with laughter. Dennis began to talk about his feelings from a more detailed perspective. Finally, Hobert concluded, very good, you all performed very well. He smiled and said, I'm going to take you to Backland and give you the opportunity to further your studies. Freya, you're going to be a police officer in the East Borough, arbitrating disputes throughout the entire district. Selina, you're going to be a butler's assistant at the Earl's mansion, learning management skills. Dennis, you're going to work at a law firm and become a real lawyer. The most excited of the 3 was Freya, who didn't expect to be able to return to Backland so quickly and become a police officer in the East Borough. If it were when she had just become an arbiter, Freya would have been determined to make the most just arbitration. However, her work experience during this period broadened her horizons and honed her abilities. At this time, she secretly resolved to make the most appropriate arbitration. Selina asked curiously, Teacher, did you use your connections in Backland to find these job opportunities for us? No, I've returned to Backland and am now an Earl of the Lone Kingdom. Hobert simply recounted what had recently happened to him. Selina said excitedly, I heard that Melissa is also in Backland. We can meet often. Dennis was simply curious and yearned for this big city. Hobert smiled and said, it may be difficult to meet often, because during this time I will teach you the acting method to help you grow quickly. The carriage arrived at Baron Felix's mansion. Now, Hobert had completely requisitioned it and was transforming it into a town government. Starting from Wednesday this week, the large-scale construction on the West Bank also began, starting with a series of renovation projects, as well as the construction of the industrial zone in the wilderness. The 93,000 gold pounds that Hobert earned at the first auction were almost spent, even with the income from the auction house every 10 days. However, Hobert wasn't panicked. After all, he had earned 150,000 pounds in one go from the deal with the Intis Republic. After getting off the carriage and arriving at the location of the 5 yellow cedar trees, Hobert used travel to bring them to Backland one after another. After having Dauphies arrange their accommodation, Hobert called them to the hall. "I'll take you to see this city." So the four of them got into the carriage again, but this time the carriage looked extremely luxurious, with a much more spacious interior, even with a wine cabinet and tea table in the carriage. They went from the Empress Borough, lined with noble mansions, to Order Square, then to the West Borough, where the residents were basically millionaires, and the North End, where most government departments were located. There was also the Hillston Borough, representing the financial center, the Cherwood Borough, with more middle-class residents, and the Southbridge Borough. Even Freya, a resident of Backland, didn't know that the city she had lived in before was so beautiful. After that, they went out to the factory district and the dock district, witnessing Backland's strong industrial foundation and the city's huge cargo throughput. In the carriage, the few people laughed and commented on the buildings outside, discussing the differences between loan and Phanepotter clothing. Their previous work experience had allowed the three teenagers to complete some kind of transformation. They didn't know what the specific transformation was, but they just felt different from before, as if they were more confident. When encountering unfamiliar things and problems, they first thought of not retreating, but of learning more. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the carriage entered the East Borough, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. Everywhere along the street were vagrants taking advantage of the fact that the sun hadn't set yet to catch up on sleep. At this time, the police were also resting, and no one was driving them away. Some street girls had already dressed up, and when they saw the luxurious carriage approaching, they quickly struck poses in this direction. There was also a group of skinny children following the carriage begging. Hobert had been prepared, but he didn't give them copper pennies, but gave them a lot of broken bread. This made the children even happier, and they grabbed it and stuffed it into their mouths, regardless of the dust on the bread. "You only see the surface, and you don't find it shocking yet," Freya suddenly said. "In the winter, the police will drive away these homeless people all night long. Before, I didn't understand why the police did this. Now I understand that on the one hand, officials have introduced some ridiculous policies, and on the other hand, it is to prevent them from freezing to death in large numbers. The youngest of these street girls are only 12 or 13 years old, and the street girls who died in the corners because of some unclean diseases are also only 12 or 13 years old. If they don't want to be extorted countless times every day, they have to join a gang and hand over a certain amount of income every day, even if they don't have any customers. Of course, they can also ask for the protection of the police, but in addition to providing free service to the police, the income they hand over will definitely not be less than that of the gangs. And for these children, giving them food like the teacher is the best choice, because even if you give them money, they can only hand it over to the gangs. If they hide it privately, they will definitely be beaten severely. But don't sympathize with them, because they are a group of pickpockets trained by gang members. If you are not careful, the valuables on your body will be stolen clean by them. Those children begging that we saw in other districts were also sent there by gangs. It is said that some children were beaten into cripples by gang members and sent out to beg, and it is said that they can beg for more money that way." Dennis and Selena's expressions changed from solemn to surprised. They really didn't expect that the wealth and poverty of this city would be so extreme. Speaking of this, Freya took a deep breath. "You can come and learn about the darkness and filth hidden in these dilapidated buildings if you have time. I really don't want to say any more." At this time, Hobert continued the topic. "Some people estimate that Backland has a population of 5 million. It sounds very civilized and proud. But behind this seemingly huge city, 90% of families have no savings and are always on the verge of bankruptcy. The poor account for 80% of the population, which is 4 million. The East Borough and the Bridge District accommodate most of the poor, and these two districts alone have more than 2 million people, nearly half of whom are extremely poor and struggle to solve the problem of food and clothing even with daily labor. And there are homeless people all over Backland, said to be around 200,000. Many die every day, and many new homeless people join every day. They don't even have enough to eat, and food is extremely scarce. Most homeless people can hardly survive for more than 3 months." Everyone quietly looked outside, gaining a new understanding of this city. Hobert suddenly changed the subject, but what's strange is that the entire Lone Kingdom, the entire North and South continent, has a surplus of food. The three students suddenly looked at Hobert, their eyes filled with shock. "After working in the village, you should also have some understanding of the yield of food," Hobert said calmly. "As long as farmers put their minds into the farmland, the output will not only be enough for a family's food, but there will also be at least 30% surplus. And in the colonies and South Continent, those plantations in tropical regions can grow 3 to 4 seasons of crops a year, and the surplus of food is enormous. Have you ever thought about why so many people are still starving?" They all fell into deep thought, but their knowledge was limited after all, and they couldn't figure out such a problem for a while. Because of human nature and society. Hobert asked and answered himself. Human nature determines that most of the resources in society can only be controlled by a few people. And society, while increasing the efficiency of human beings, has been cruelly eliminating a part of the people. Seeing that the students were listening attentively, Hobert continued, it is undeniable that society did bring great convenience to human beings at the beginning of its establishment. It promoted people's communication, better integrated people's resources, and allowed people to overcome nature and disasters to a certain extent. But in the agricultural society, arable land and water sources are limited, and the population has been rising, so the conflicts between people began to intensify, and vicious competition began to appear. In the last 100 or 200 years, since the North Continent entered the Industrial Age, the conflicts between people have been further intensified. After society has become extremely large and bloated, problems that have never been encountered before and are difficult to solve have also appeared. For example, the gap between the rich and the poor that we see is a very sinister aspect of society, or rather, this society is so sinister in the first place. After all, it is born out of the rules of beasts and jungles, and under civilization, there is a barbaric and chaotic air. Selina asked, Teacher, is there a way to solve these problems? There is no way to solve it completely, Hobert said. Because human society is developing in the direction of more and more chaos and more sinister. To solve the current problems, a new order is needed, but a new order will inevitably bring more problems. Therefore, a new order is actually equivalent to a new chaos. This is the essence of this world. The three students were lost in thought, their chests feeling as if something was blocking them, making them feel very uncomfortable. Hobert suddenly smiled, Are you despairing after hearing these things? Society is sinister, but people have two sides. In addition to the harm that the wealth gap causes to people, we cannot deny that society still has a halo of humanism. And although there is no way to completely solve the problem, it can be effectively alleviated. For example, the reason why Backland has so many extremely poor people is largely due to the inaction of the lone government, which has failed to properly redistribute resources. After your strength has improved, I will send you to the decision-making level of the Lord's Manor, so that you can learn how to redistribute resources. In the future, we need to work together to try to change this world, at least to allow hard-working people to live a life without worrying about food and clothing. Seeing the ragged people outside, the three students were still in a heavy mood, but at least they saw hope. The feedback from the three young men and women made Hobert's spirituality very lively. Finally, the potion was completely digested. After Hobert asked Dofus to buy him a bottle of vintage wine that was more than 10 years old, he began to wait for the opportunity to complete the ritual. In order not to miss the best opportunity, Hobert simply stayed in Jeffrey territory and postponed the Justice League meeting. When he participated in the new round of Tarot Club, he was also a little absent-minded and did not conduct any new transactions. Finally, on Wednesday of the new week, good news came from the other side of Full Moon Lake. West bank of Full Moon Lake, Teuton Viscount's mansion. Teuton looked at the potion in front of him and squeezed the black crystal in his hand. The black crystal that Grove found was indeed very useful. As long as he held it in his hand, he could better master the beyonder abilities of the judge. After many experiments, Teuton decided to risk advancing, because he felt a huge pressure from the other side. What worried Teuton even more was that the reports and requests for help to the royal family had suddenly disappeared without a trace since last week. Only by advancing to sequence 5 could Teuton have the confidence to continue confronting the other side. Teuton checked the potion again, as well as the locked doors and windows. He recalled the ritual he had prepared and found no problems, then drank the potion in one gulp. Suddenly, Teuton, from his body to his spirit and mental body, seemed to be undergoing a violent impact. There was no place that was not painful. Especially since the sequence 6 potion had not been completely digested, this brought Teuton to the verge of losing control very quickly. At this time, Teuton felt a surging force of order descend, temporarily suppressing his process of losing control. Teuton didn't think much about it and assumed that the crystal in his hand had played a huge role again. In fact, it was Hobert who asked Grove outside to pray to the Creator, and he helped Teuton in the Nation of Disorder. The ritual that Teuton prepared, the trial of 3 major and widely concerned cases, finally played some role. In addition to one case being the trial of an beyonder of the criminal pathway, the other 2 cases were created by himself and then judged by himself. After repeated tugging, the surging power descended 3 times in succession. After more than an hour, Teuton finally completed the advancement. But at this time, his condition was very bad, and he was still hovering on the verge of losing control. The weak Teuton sat in the chair, tightly holding the black crystal in his hand. His spirituality told him that as long as he let go of the crystal, he would immediately lose control. He smiled, but the advancement was finally successful. He was now a sequence 5. If the royal family knew about this, they would continue to invest in him and give him more help. Congratulations. Hobert, wearing a Phaenopotter-style cloak, suddenly appeared in front of Teuton. Teuton thought he was seeing things and rubbed his eyes. It was really Hobert. He was about to use his abilities, but suddenly found that the power of the black crystal in his hand was rapidly disappearing. Teuton felt that his power was also being drained. Hobert stretched out his left hand from under his cloak. He was holding a wooden thorn and seized the opportunity to rush up and pierce Viscount Teuton's chest, nailing him directly to the wall. Both were sequence 5s, but a sequence 5 like Teuton, who was in extremely poor condition and did not have much practical experience, had no ability to resist Hobert. The wooden thorn was made of order wood, which could temporarily stabilize Viscount Teuton's state and prevent him from suddenly losing control. Moreover, because of its extremely high rank, it had a slight restraining effect on beyonders of the arbiter pathway. In a weak state, Teuton pulled at the wooden thorn several times, but failed to pull it out. He said to Hobert fiercely, "Exile." Hobert was pushed back rapidly by the great force of exile, broke through the wall, and was directly exiled into the yard. Hobert did not resist in any way during the whole process, because he could feel Teuton's current state of weakness. Hobert used blink to return to the room, and unhurriedly took out a wooden puppet. Da-da-da-da. The puppet's head began to shake, and it raised an arm. A stained glass window lost all its color and turned into an opaque gray. Behind that grayness was another world, the most unknown and terrifying side of the mirror world. Suddenly, a shadow like a hemp rope appeared, and a fleshy rope with barbs stretched out from the glass, entangling Viscount Teuton's leg. The rope wanted to pull Teuton into the glass, but Viscount Teuton was firmly nailed to the wall. The two sides pulled at each other, as if they wanted to tear Viscount Teuton apart. Because there was only one enemy, the puppet only raised one arm. After screaming a few times, Viscount Teuton began to use beyonder power against the rope, and the pulling force became much smaller. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Teuton shouted at the top of his lungs, "Someone! Where are the people outside?" Grove, who was guarding outside, came in and said respectfully, "My lord." Teuton shouted, "Quickly ask the king for help. Tell him that Hobert has returned to South Colson and is attempting to assassinate a viscount." But he shouted twice, and Grove did not respond at all. Until Hobert said, "Let everyone outside leave this yard. No one is allowed to disturb." "Yes, my lord." Grove agreed and immediately carried out Hobert's order. Seeing this scene, Teuton finally understood, "Grove didn't defect from you at all." "That's right." Hobert stretched out his right hand from under his cloak. In his right hand, he was carrying a wooden box. Hobert used the wooden box to knock Teuton's used measuring cylinders, balances, and other items to the ground. Opening the wooden box, inside was a brand new set of measuring cylinders, balances, and beakers. While putting out the tools, he said, "All of this is my plan. I cooperated with Grove on the West Bank to gain your trust and then seize everything from you." Teuton cursed while resisting the pull of the rope, "You two villains, despicable people. Curse, curse." Hobert poured 70 milliliters of slightly yellowish white wine into a measuring cylinder. "Even if you curse the most viciously, your property and territory will all be mine." Amid Teuton's angry curses, Hobert used the balance to weigh out 15 grams of gray Atlanta flower powder and put it into a beaker. Then came 12 grams of crystallized marrow of the six-legged goblin. The beaker immediately made a sizzle sound, and some reactions had already occurred between the auxiliary ingredients. After cursing a few times, Teuton asked helplessly, "Why? Why are you doing this? What else could it be for?" Hobert smiled, "Of course, it's to rule more territory." "No, you must have other reasons." Teuton gritted his teeth and said, "If you have Grove as an inside agent, you would have had the opportunity to kill me long ago and become the behind-the-scenes ruler of the Teuton territory." Hobert smiled and glanced at Viscount Teuton. "Yes, I have other purposes. I want to show people how stupid a nobleman can be. To be played by me and still be complacent." This provoked another round of angry curses from Teuton. Hobert poured 20 milliliters of black mist lord tree sap into the beaker, and some illusory mist immediately appeared in the beaker. Finally, Hobert took out a wooden box from his pocket. Inside was a living black crystal. It seemed to be constantly twisting, and just seeing it seemed to allow one to hear a voice full of depravity. This was the beyonder characteristic of the Earl of the Fallen. After pouring the characteristic into the beaker, a circle of black viscous liquid that was constantly flowing by itself appeared at the bottom of the beaker. At this time, Viscount Teuton's calf, which was entangled by the rope, had turned pitch black, and it was obvious that there was poison on those barbs. His psychological defenses had completely collapsed, and he cried bitterly, "I'll give you everything, even the title of nobility. Please, can you let me go?" Hobert smiled, "What else do you have? The royal family's investment in you has all been taken by Grove to build the ecological park. With the help of the Church of the Earth Mother, it will be open to the public in a month or two. But the income after the opening will all belong to me. Here, I want to thank you for your tyranny in recent times, which has made the people in your territory yearn for my rule. After I announced that I would become the new lord of this territory, they were all very happy and fully supported the officials I sent. Truth be told, you pushed them all under my rule." Viscount Teuton was stunned for a full 3 or 4 seconds. Only now did he realize that he had lost everything. Hobert pointed to the puppet on the table. The monster it summons will peel off your skin and wear it on its own body. You will wander in the mirror world in eternal pain, never to return. And your children, of course, will all be killed by me. As for your women, I will continue to cherish them for you. No one will remember you. Ah. Teuton trembled all over, letting out a desperate and unwilling howl. Hobert seized the opportunity and drank the potion in one gulp. The potion was like a small snake, burrowing into Hobert's stomach without the need to swallow. Hobert felt a boom in his brain, and he instantly lost all perception of his surroundings. He seemed to reappear in the Lord's manor, except that the manor was filled with scantily clad young women, mountains of gold pounds and golden coins, and all kinds of endless delicacies. Hobert looked at all of this, unmoved. Then, computers and mobile phones from the Common Era actually appeared in the Lord's manor. Every game and every film and television work in the computer was Hobert's favorite. Every short video and every book on the mobile phone suited Hobert's taste, and all the friends on WeChat were beauties, with whom he could have some inappropriate chats. Hobert struggled to look away, and then scenes of Furs, Audrey, Zio, Sharon, Helen, and others vying to serve him in bed appeared. Hobert's will was somewhat wavering. It seemed like a voice was saying, "You're an earl now, what's wrong with enjoying yourself a little?" Hobert felt that this sentence seemed to make a lot of sense. It wouldn't be too much for an earl to live a little luxuriously and dance a few times with Furs and other pretty young ladies, right? Willpower is like a wall, once it shows signs of loosening, there is a risk of collapse. Just then, a desperate and unwilling wail entered Hobert's ears, jolting Hobert's consciousness. That despair and unwillingness neutralized Hobert's temptation by desire, which was about to immerse him in enjoyment. Immediately afterward, Hobert felt a strong emotion impacting him. That emotion was composed of fear, despair, and vicious curses, and it came from Teuton in front of Hobert. This made the temptation in front of Hobert seem somewhat unreal. Hobert seemed to recall who Teuton was, and also recalled that he was advancing to become a Earl of the Fallen. His thinking gradually became clear. At this time, the Teuton territory's support for Hobert, and their emotions of cheering for a new life, were conveyed to Hobert. From the moment he received the news yesterday that Teuton was preparing to advance, Hobert had been preparing for this. During the time that Teuton was wrestling with the disciplinary knight potion, his subordinates had already controlled the entire Teuton territory. The new territory, and the support of the people in the new territory, allowed Hobert to further regain himself. Finally, he woke up from the potion scouring of his body, spirit body, and mental body, and his consciousness gradually regained control of his body. At this time, a layer of black mucus appeared on his body surface. When Hobert had completely controlled his state, all of this mucus was absorbed into Hobert's skin. Taking a deep breath, Hobert clenched his fist. He had successfully advanced. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone a qualitative improvement, and the strength of his spirit body and mental body was completely on a different level than the previous sequence 5. Hobert looked up at Teuton, who was still hanging on the wall. This Viscount, who had made a huge contribution to Hobert's advancement, had already begun to lose control and had become a mindless, extremely ugly monster. Hobert had no sympathy for Teuton. He stepped forward and simply killed the other party with a knife, then cut the rope that was still pulling on one of Teuton's legs, put away 1 to 102, and ended the summoning of the mirror world creature. Then, Hobert used his own spirituality to begin to feel the new abilities he had gained. The new abilities were Magnify, Exploit, and Tampering. Because of 1 to 104, Hobert was already quite familiar with the two abilities of Magnification and Exploit. However, Hobert immediately felt that his own abilities were much easier to use than the sealed artifacts' abilities. He could not only magnify the effects of some rules and abilities, but also magnify his own attacks. Ordinary attacks could be magnified into fatal blows at any time, and the enemy's minor injuries could also be easily magnified into fatal injuries. The feeling of spirituality made Hobert realize that this ability was so useful that it could magnify the resistance of the air in a certain area, turning the air into a restraint for the opponent. It could also magnify the negative effects of the opponent's sealed artifacts. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 523, Chapter 523, The Qualitative Change and Abilities of Demigods. Chapter 523, The Qualitative Change and Abilities of Demigods. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The abilities at the demigod level filled Hobert with pleasant surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim, the Sequence 4 level is indeed a qualitative change. Another signature skill of the Earl of the Fallen is Exploitation. Besides exploiting the convenience and loopholes of certain rules, this ability can extend or end some abilities or negative effects prematurely. It can also exploit the opponent's attacks, which basically means gaining temporary control over the opponent's abilities. Just like when hunting the six-legged imp, it could gain partial control of Hobert's underworld gate. Tampering involves creating a combat environment favorable to oneself in a certain area, altering some basic rules of that area. The other abilities are basically qualitative changes from previous abilities. For example, bestowal is a qualitative change from the previous bribery. However, bestowal has become so powerful that it has become an offensive skill, capable of bestowing a certain negative state of oneself onto the opponent, regardless of whether the opponent wants it or not. As long as the opponent is in the state of bestowal and is below the angel level, charm, connection, and arrogance will have a 100% success rate, and the opponent cannot dodge, guaranteeing a hit. In addition, charm, connection, and arrogance have also been greatly enhanced. Most importantly, these three abilities have become effective within a certain range and can target specific individuals. There is also another signature ability of the Earl of the Fallen, corruption. This ability does not require any build-up and can immediately cause enemies within a certain range to lose the desire to attack, becoming listless or irrational. At this time, the hearts of these people have already been corrupted, and they will, for a certain period of time, loathe all positive and upright emotions and actions, and take pride in despicable and base thoughts and deeds. For example, they will watch their teammates being killed without lifting a finger, and take pride in it. They will sneak attack their teammates in a despicable way, and take pride in it. They will immediately betray their superiors, and take pride in it. They will unconsciously want to undermine the morale of their teammates. This is equivalent to an upgraded version of corrosion, except that the ability of corrosion is still there, and it can be used directly without any build-up. It can make opponents greedy or irrational. Other abilities that have undergone qualitative changes include distortion, disorder, and weakening. The sequence 4 level of distortion can not only perform conceptual distortion but also distort the opponent's intentions, goals, and attack effects. For example, directly distorting the target's attack intent, making the target hostile to their own companions in a short period of time, and can also distort the fatal wounds caused by the target into minor injuries. In addition, it can also distort distance, allowing one to step out several meters in one step, achieving an effect similar to blink, and can also float in midair for a certain period of time by distorting gravity. The demigod level of disorder can cause some constants to fall into chaos, such as causing a huge, seemingly solid building to collapse instantly. It can also, for a certain period of time, make all common laws such as distance and direction, natural laws, etc., within an area chaotic. As long as the target steps into that area, the direction of their attack will change unconsciously. Ranged attacks such as bullets, cannonballs, and pyromaniac fireballs are also effective. If attacking a single target, it will still cause the opponent to fall into a state of disorder, but this state has been greatly enhanced and can also deal with demigod-level opponents. After a sequence 5 level target falls into a state of disorder, they may not recover for 7 or 8 seconds. Weakening has also become conceptualized. Besides weakening the target's strength, it can also weaken some of the negative effects suffered by oneself, weaken the environment and rules that are beneficial to the enemy, and so on. Hobert revealed a long-lost smile and sighed again. Demigod is indeed a qualitative change. Because no one came to disturb him, Hobert simply entered the Nation of Disorder to take a look at the blurry figure sealed in the pool and to briefly check out the new abilities that could be used in the Nation of Disorder. Unlike the previous promotions, as soon as Hobert sat on the Iron Throne, a vortex of power seemed to form around the throne, indicating the further submission of the Nation of Disorder to Hobert. Hobert first went to feel the pool that had previously sealed the blurry figure. To his surprise, this time the figure did not break free and remained obediently in the pool. He was a little uneasy and simply went to the pool to take a look. He saw that the blurry figure in the water was already very clear. He looked to be in his 20s, with bronze hair and a handsome face, but with a bit of a nerdy air. Hobert raised his hand, and the other parties had emerged from the pool, but the area below the shoulders was still confined by the water in the pool. Hobert asked condescendingly, "Are you Trunsoist?" The other party pursed his lips and smiled, but did not speak. Hobert asked again, "Why are you in the Nation of Disorder?" The other party's gaze turned elsewhere. "How tragic, besieged by the 6 gods who once supported you, your vast empire collapsing rapidly, and you were only one step away from becoming an outer god." Hobert continued with a smile. The other party suddenly looked at Hobert and showed a slight look of surprise. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but Hobert saw that his mouth was still illusory, and he couldn't make any sound at all. Hobert made a judgment, to confirm again, "This is Trunsoist, and he looks a bit like a mental imprint." But what Hobert couldn't understand was, why did this imprint also become stronger as he became stronger? In addition, Hobert judged that the other party's consciousness seemed to have basically awakened, but it did not seem to have the ability to communicate. Hobert waved his hand again, letting the other party sink back into the pool. He stood in front of the pool, pondering how to bring this mental imprint into the real world. It was also unsettling to keep it sealed in the Nation of Disorder. Hobert quickly thought of 2 solutions. The first solution was to bring the mental imprint out of the Nation of Disorder like he did with Captain Dunn's spirit body last time. But it was not certain whether this method would work. After all, this was a mental imprint, not a spirit body. How to carry it out? The second solution was to directly use the method of bestowal to bestow the other party into the real world. But the problem is, who should perform the bestowal ceremony? Because this is likely to cause some danger, one cannot bestow oneself, and it is best not to use the followers. After all, it is not easy for the creator to develop a few followers. Finally, Hobert thought of a way. When encountering enemies of low sequence, subdue them, and then use the psychological spoon to hypnotize them so that they can complete the bestowal ceremony. After formulating the plan, Hobert prepared to try it out when he had the opportunity. Sitting back on the Iron Throne, Hobert felt that the area of the Nation of Disorder that he could control had become much larger, which included the dilapidated town and the largest lake in the Nation of Disorder. Hobert felt that the huge lake was a bit unusual. He got up again, and the next second he appeared by the huge lake. Looking at the clear lake water, Hobert immediately saw a picture of someone praying devoutly. After a little discernment, Hobert recognized that it was the residents on the west bank of the Full Moon Lake, the group of people who were being guarded and forced to work in the wilderness. Hobert roughly understood, in other words, people who pray to the pattern pointing to me can also be seen in this lake. However, the picture is very blurry, and you can't hear what the other party is saying, but if necessary, this huge lake will transmit the power of their faith to me, and those people can also act as anchors. He looked back at the dilapidated town on the shore of the lake. Can I regard this place as the Creator's divine kingdom? As for the function of this divine kingdom, Hobert remembered that Klein could split worms of spirit from his body after becoming sequence 4, and he could leave the worms of spirit in the Sefirah castle to respond to the simple prayers of believers. However, Hobert found that he could not do this, so when there were more believers and subordinates, it was impossible for the gods to respond to every believer's prayer. The Nation of Disorder gave the solution: hire workers or find corresponding sealed artifacts. Hobert realized that hiring ordinary people or believers to work for him was the simplest method. He only needed to give them the authority to respond to believers and give them some simple abilities, and most prayers could be responded to by them. And Hobert only needed to use the pool in the main hall to pay attention to a few important believers. The more Hobert thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. Moreover, he only needed to recruit 2 people at the beginning. After all, the Creator's business was not very large. As for the remuneration, what remuneration is needed? Entering the Creator's divine kingdom to work, isn't this the best remuneration? Hobert shook his head with a smile. Jokes aside, it didn't seem appropriate not to give any remuneration. But giving money was even more inappropriate. It would devalue the job. It would be better to give the family members of the employee some benefits or preferential treatment, and then highlight the glorious nature of the job, which he believed should be easy to recruit people. However, Hobert planned to wait and see first. Otherwise, if the employees saw that the Creator's believers were basically members of the Balk family, it would be easy to expose the fact that the Creator was still in the startup phase. Returning to the Iron Throne, Hobert used his spirituality to continue to feel the new permissions he had gained in the Nation of Disorder. First of all, he found that he could use the power of the Nation of Disorder to help petitioners make talismans. Currently, the available charms include those from the Black Emperor pathway, such as Disorder and Distortion. After wearing the Black Glove 1-107 seized from the Tamara family, I can also create charms from the Justiciar pathway, like Exile and Prohibition. However, this is limited to these 2 pathways. Hobert also picked up 1-105, the most powerful sealed artifact he currently possesses. This artifact comes from a Blatherer of the Abyss pathway, but it's impossible to create charms related to that pathway. In terms of the strength of the charms, there are 2 modes to choose from. One is creating charms at the demigod level, which requires Hobert to mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder and consume about 1/3 of his own spirituality. That is to say, it's best to create only 1 per day, otherwise it would be very dangerous in a real-world battle. The other mode is for charms below the demigod level, where about 15 can be created at once. If the Earl of the Fallen's potion is completely digested, the number should reach around 20. Creating such a batch of charms also requires a significant amount of spirituality, so it's best to only do it once a day. In terms of spirituality consumption, creating charms related to the lawyer pathway is not cost-effective for Hobert. After all, even if he continuously uses dozens of demigod-level abilities in battle, his spirituality wouldn't be depleted. However, this can be used as a way to display divine power and strengthen the faith of his followers. Leaning back in the Iron Throne, Hobert sighed. Reaching sequence 4 truly brings divinity. These operations make the Creator look more like a god. Then, Hobert sensed that he no longer needed to walk backward to enter the Nation of Disorder. He could enter simply by silently chanting the incantation in his mind. In addition, the abilities of the Order Tree, Disorder Stone, and Order Crystal have all undergone qualitative improvements, especially the Order Tree. Hobert can now summon a tree covering 200 meters. The size of this tree is quite terrifying. The Order Crystal can mobilize more power from the Nation of Disorder to form a shield around him that lasts for more than 10 seconds. Immediately afterward, Hobert thought that the Order Crystal's shield could be used when summoning the 100-eyed Devil Monarch or the Holy Infant King. After summoning them, the 10 seconds would be enough for him to leave the angel-level battlefield. Undoubtedly, this strengthened Hobert's utilization of high-end combat power. But it's best not to use these two abilities carelessly. Using either one would reveal the surging power of the Nation of Disorder, and George III should be able to sense it if used in some corner of Backland. Finally, Hobert turned his attention to those sealed artifacts. After becoming a demigod, he could use the power of the Nation of Disorder to perform preliminary sealing on these artifacts. First, he tried to seal 1 to 101, whose negative effects easily attract Beyonders at or above the demigod level from the Marauder pathway. It was finally sealed, and this demigod-level sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway could finally be taken to the real world for use. Hobert also sealed the other sealed artifacts, greatly reducing their negative effects. Even 1 to 105 from the Whisperer could be used in the real world for 3 minutes, requiring only the sacrifice of one person's internal organs, blood, and soul. When sealing 1 to 107, Hobert noticed the artifact's uniqueness. The spiritual residue and incomplete spirit body within the sealed artifact were resisting Hobert's sealing. At this time, Hobert discovered that after becoming a demigod, he could sense the internal structure of this sealed artifact. He had noticed before that it was a sealed artifact composed of some imperative mage, Beyonder characteristics and a complete mentor of disorder characteristic. The two Beyonder characteristics, along with the remaining spirit body and spiritual residue, formed a delicate balance. If the sealing power was uneven, this balance would be broken, and the sealed artifact would be completely ruined. Then, Hobert realized that he could temporarily put this balance into a state of disorder. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could drag out the soul and spiritual residue. If he put them back before the disorder state ended, it wouldn't affect the balance of the sealed artifact. Hobert estimated that the disorder state of the sealed artifact could last for about 6 minutes, so he used this method to drag out the soul and spiritual residue of the sealed artifact. In front of the Iron Throne, a somewhat blurred and illusory male figure formed. He looked to be in his 50s, with black hair and features that conveyed a slight unnaturalness, making his face look somewhat like a wax figure. Hobert asked, "What is your name?" The other party replied in a somewhat dull tone, "Curtis Tamara." "Do you remember how you died?" Curtis recalled slightly, "I died in an internal family battle." Hobert quickly asked, "Did the Tamara family experience a civil war?" "Yes." "When was that? What specific time was it?" Hobert originally wanted to ask, "How long ago was that?" but thought that Curtis had been in the glove since his death, so it would be difficult to distinguish how long ago the civil war occurred. So he simply changed his question. "The fourth epoch, 1022. Hobert was stunned. Did they use an epoch system in the fourth epoch? But, when is 1022? So Hobert asked again, "Before you died, what major event happened?" Curtis said, 30 years ago, the Night Emperor fell." Hobert nodded. "That happened after the Night Emperor fell, before the Pale Era." Hobert had originally thought that the Pale Era would arrive soon after the Night Emperor fell, but now it seemed that there should have been some time in between. Hobert asked again, "Why did the Tamara family have a civil war?" Incompatible beliefs and ideologies. Hobert thought of the scene he had seen before from the Uncertain Mist, where 3 members of the Tamara family were sacrificed. Be more specific. Curtis seemed to recall carefully before saying, "During the United Empire era, our patriarch Tamara was loyal to Trunsoist." Hobert was stunned. "Is this guy confused? Aren't you nobles of the Tudor Empire?" He heard the other party continue, inadvertently. "The patriarch learned of the existence of the great, uncertain mist, from Trunsoist and found clues to this great being, so the patriarch defected to Tudor." Hobert roughly understood. Trunsoist must have asked Tamara to find clues to the uncertain mist, but Tamara found the clues and simply wanted to keep them for himself, so he betrayed Trunsoist. He also thought, thinking carefully, it is quite strange for a balancer like Tamara to appear in the Tudor Empire's camp. Theoretically, the Knight Emperor, who had become a justiciar, should have been able to exert some influence on him. What would happen in a war? After the two sides finished their harsh words and were about to fight, Tamara suddenly knelt down, and there was no way to pull him up. Finally, Hobert thought, suicide is not enough to describe Tamara's behavior. He treated the clues to the uncertain mist as a treasure, but the entire family was ruined. Curtis continued, not long after entering the Four Emperors era, the Patriarch found the great, uncertain mist, according to the clues. That is the true god of the Black Emperor, and justiciar pathways in the entire universe. But some fools in the family just didn't want to believe in the great, uncertain mist. Especially after the Knight Emperor fell, with the Patriarch's help, P.D. Tamara, who was appreciated by the Patriarch, killed a Duke of Entropy, who had been severely injured by the Six Gods and successfully jumped to an adjacent pathway, becoming an angel. We took the opportunity to attack the Trunsoist family and gained many benefits, including the potion formulas of the Black Emperor pathway and many beyonder characteristics. We all thought that the family would become stronger, but no one thought that it was the beginning of the family split. PD, who was appreciated by the patriarch, publicly opposed worshipping the uncertain mist, and ordered the Abraham family members who came to join us not to worship this great being. After several unsuccessful negotiations, a civil war finally broke out. Hobert slowly nodded. This connected with Jonathan's description. However, the second split of the Abraham family should have occurred before the civil war of the Tamara family. The remaining Abraham family members were all willing to believe in the uncertain mist, so they were ordered not to engage in such worship. He also thought, after the Tamara family defected to the Blood Emperor, was the reason for actively marrying into the Abraham family to borrow the power of Mr. Dor or the abilities of the apprentice pathway to get rid of the Night Emperor's influence on them. After a moment of thought, Hobert felt that this was very likely. With almost 6 minutes gone, Hobert finally asked, "Do you know the final result of the Tamara family civil war? PD and the others can't win." Hobert nodded and stuffed the incomplete spirit body and spiritual imprint back into 1-107. Then he pondered the conversation just now. Tamara himself was influenced by the uncertain mist from a very early time. Judging from the current composition of Tamara members, the civil war may have caused a split in the Tamara family, but the main members of the Tamara family still control the potion formulas for arbiter, lawyer, and apprentice. I just wonder if those members who were unwilling to believe in the uncertain mist are still alive. I wonder if I can still find traces of them now. And I wonder if there is anything here that can be exploited. Then Hobert thought again, I have been right to kill the members of the Tamara family all along. I didn't expect that they had taken advantage of the fire to rob and attack the members of the Trensos family before. And they even took the opportunity to obtain a copy of the Duke of Entropy's beyonder characteristics. In that case, the Tamara family should have 2 angels. Hobert suddenly realized, thinking about it from another perspective, this is a clue for my advancement to Sequence 2. After all, there are only a few Sequence 2, and now he at least knows that a copy of the Duke of Entropy's beyonder characteristics is in the Tamara family. Putting 1-107 back on the stone platform, Hobert realized that he had been in the Nation of Disorder for some time, so he returned to the real world. After retrieving the order wood nailed to Teuton's body, Hobert walked out of the empty courtyard, and Grove was waiting at the gate. "Your Grace, I have already killed all of Teuton's sons. What should I do with Teuton's women?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 524, Chapter 524, Reopening the Justice League Gathering. Chapter 524, Reopening the Justice League Gathering. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. In this kind of cunning and forceful struggle, Hobert certainly didn't plan to leave any future troubles. Moreover, as members of a noble family, they should be prepared to face this fate, just as every beyonder implicitly agrees to join a life-or-death competition. Besides, generally speaking, noble women basically fall into the category of spoils of war, which is why Grovey asked that question. Although Hobert had previously said he wanted to seize all of Teuton's women, it was to plunge Teuton into deeper pain. "Let those who want to go home, Hobert said. "Those who don't want to go home, send them to the Lord's mansion on the other side and let the madam handle it." Hobert couldn't help but recall the scene that appeared in his mind during his promotion. He suddenly realized that it was the potion corroding his consciousness, and that he might also fall when corrupting others in the future. In order to prevent this from happening, Hobert believed that he must stick to his bottom line and not let others fall, dragging himself down with them. This is actually a process of resisting the potion. After all, the potion not only gives beyonders abilities, but also affects their temperament and will. Hobert suddenly realized that if it were in the past, he would definitely have questioned killing Teuton's sons, or felt uneasy about it. But now, Hobert found that he didn't feel anything at all. This was wrong. After all, they were several lives. It was okay to order their deaths for his own purposes, but he had to know what he was doing. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and a tyrant who regarded life as worthless? Thinking of this, Hobert frowned. After thinking carefully about the rulers of this world, they were no different from the tyrants in Hobert's memory. Hobert didn't want to become like that himself. He made up his mind to strengthen his emotional training in the future, neither being too flamboyant nor too indifferent. In short, he must maintain enough humanity to resist the erosion of the potion. However, now was not the time to think about this. Hobert came to the main hall of Teuton's Lord's mansion and designated it as the town government. Hobert said to Grovey, the great contributor this time, "You have 2 choices. The first is to be the first mayor of Teuton Town, but you must also listen to the mayor's arrangements in terms of business. This position is relatively easy and suitable for retirement. The second option is to go back and rest for 1 to 2 weeks and help me establish an intelligence agency. This agency is directly under the Lord's mansion, which means it only obeys my orders. Grovey thought for a while. I don't think I'm too old yet. I've finally met a wise leader like you, and I still want to work harder. Hobert smiled. Okay, after the handover with Conrad is completed, go home and rest for a while. Currently, your eldest son and second son are both fighting bandits. Among them, your eldest son is already a Beyonder, and he has chosen to become a warrior. You will have to wait until they return from bandit suppression before you can reunite. As for Dennis, he is currently in Backland. I will bring him back in a few days. Grove sighed inwardly. I didn't expect that in my 50s, my family and I would encounter such an opportunity. He had long heard that Hobert had reused Albert and Corwin after seizing the knight's fief. Now Grove finally understood that this Earl used people regardless of their background, only looking at their ability and loyalty to him. Even the two knights who had obvious opposition to the Earl when he first came to the territory were still accepted by the Earl after sincerely pledging their allegiance. Hobert sat here, took over all of Teuton's property, and returned to the Lord's mansion on the other side. He drank a few glasses of wine for dinner and celebrated. In the evening, he naturally danced with Furs. After some intimacy, Hobert realized that although he possessed a certain divinity and had become indifferent in some aspects, his feelings and love for Furs had not changed. This made Hobert realize that as long as he had time in the future, he should spend more time with Furs to keep his emotions in a lively state. The two of them chatted intimately before going to bed as usual. Furs told Hobert that magician potion has finally been completely digested. I have already written to my teacher to tell him the good news and can get another extraordinary material from him. If everything goes well, I plan to adjust my state and complete the promotion next Monday or Tuesday. Hobert smiled and said, Our Lady of the Manor is also a mid-sequence Beyonder. Then, the two talked about the Justice League gathering. While chatting, Furs fell asleep in Hobert's arms. But Hobert didn't feel sleepy at all. Another reaction after becoming a demigod was eating very little and sleeping very little. Theoretically speaking, it is enough to eat only one meal a day and rest for only 3 hours. Even if you use meditation to fall asleep, you will wake up after 3 hours. Hobert estimated that the demigods of the sleepless pathway should only sleep for half an hour a day, otherwise they would not be able to work 22 hours a day, and still have time to deal with their own life problems. Since he couldn't sleep, Hobert began to think about some plans for the future. Having a few extra hours in a day suddenly seemed pretty good. Friday morning, Backland, 62 Empress Borough. The carriages of Earl Wolf and Earl Vincent entered Hobert's Earl's mansion half an hour before the gathering. The carriages stopped, and Coralie, the youngest daughter of Earl Wolf, and Carl, the youngest son of Earl Vincent, got out respectively. They were members developed by Audrey and Glaint. At that time, Hobert also planned to open up relations with the lone nobles through these members. Who knew that before he knew it, Hobert had already become a noble himself. Then, Zio and Jessica arrived one after another by taxi carriage, and finally Viscount Glaint and Audrey's carriage arrived one after another. After half a year, the Justice League gathering restarted. The gathering was held in the study, but this Earl's study did not have many bookshelves, and it looked a little empty. In the center of the empty study was a long table and 8 chairs. The gathering members sat around the long table, chatting and laughing. At 10 o'clock, Hobert announced, Let's begin. Everyone had already sat down according to their previous seats. Hobert sat at the head, and Jessica sat behind Hobert. Furs and Zio sat on the left, Audrey and Glaint sat on the right, Coralie sat behind Audrey, and Carl sat behind Viscount Glaint. Audrey looked at Furs opposite her, and Hobert at the head. The eye contact between the two showed their sweetness and affection, which made Audrey feel a little uncomfortable. But she was very good at adjusting her psychological state and did not let anyone see her discomfort. Viscount Glaint, one of the initiators, said first, I have already entrusted Miss Zio with my needs before. I need the potion formula and main ingredients for sequence 8 of the apothecary pathway. Hobert said unhurriedly, in Fainapotter, I have a good cooperation with the Church of the Earth Mother and can help you get the potion formula for Beast Tamer. As for the main ingredients of the potion, I have them on hand. Glaint knew that his problem was not difficult for Hobert. He asked with a smile, about how much money will it cost? But Hobert said, no need for pounds, I need you to do me a favor. Viscount Glaint made a gesture of please speak. I plan to make some investments in Backland and take over the governance of the territory as soon as possible, Hobert said. But I lack some reliable subordinates. This made me think of the noble children who have received good education and have good vision. Well, I mean those noble children who have no right of inheritance and are not valued by their families. I heard that they have to find their own way after graduating from university or getting married. Glaint and Carl nodded at the same time, and Glaint said, that's the case. There are too many such noble children. After all, the nobles' high-quality resources are also limited, and they are generally more fertile, so of course, limited high-quality resources must be used on those noble children who look promising. The reason why Carl also nodded was that if he had not become a beyonder and been valued by the family, he would have to make a living in the future. Of course, it is not difficult for them to work in government departments or become department heads in a certain company. However, in that case, with their income and network resources, they will gradually move away from the previous noble family. Now that he is valued by the family will arrange a leadership position in a government department or a high-level position in a large company invested by the family. If he works harder, he will have a good life. Help me gather such a group of people, Hobert said. I will conduct a simple interview with them and then train them. They will have a great opportunity to become the core management of my business in Backland. Becoming a confidant of an earl is already a very good choice for a noble child who is not valued by the family. For Hobert, this group generally feels that they have been treated unfairly and generally complains about the current social system. This group of educated and knowledgeable noble children is very easy to reform into high-end talents. This was an idea Hobert had only last night. Glaint, the Viscount, said, "This isn't too difficult. Is there anything else I need to do?" For him, it was just a matter of a meal. If a Viscount hosted, the noble scions would definitely flock to it. "I'll let you know when I need your help," Hobert said. For him now, gold pounds were no longer the greatest need. The resources in Viscount Glaint's hands were worth more than gold pounds. Another initiator, Zio, looked at Hobert and said, "I need the interrogator beyonder characteristic." She had already obtained the potion formula from the masked man of MI9. Hobert thought for a moment and said, as previously stated, 1,200 pounds. Carl, sitting behind Viscount Glaint, swallowed. He had recently heard that an interrogator beyonder characteristic had appeared at a certain beyonder gathering, and was quickly bought, with the final transaction price reaching as high as 2,800 pounds. Or you can also pay with help, Hobert added. Zio was taken aback. What help? In a while, I'm going to recruit a batch of workers from the vagrants or the poor in the East Borough. At that time, help me screen their character, Hobert said. This is too simple. I'll just pay with gold pounds. Zio didn't want to receive such preferential treatment. When you need help screening, just give me a call and I'll lend a hand. You may have misunderstood me, Hobert smiled. The number of people I want to recruit is not small, and the workload may be very large. I may even need to assign you an assistant at that time. Zio asked, how large specifically? Tens of thousands. Hobert replied. The other members all thought they had misheard. Audrey simply asked, Hobert, what industry are you investing in? Why do you need so many workers? Hobert smiled mysteriously, that's confidential for now. This made Audrey even more curious. Hobert then looked at Zio. Of course, the overall recruitment work will be carried out in batches. Let's set a value. If the number of recruits reaches 10,000, it will replace the value of the beyonder characteristic. I will pay you again for the portion above 10,000. If it's less than 10,000, it will be considered that you have completed the task. For an interrogator, it is very easy to make vagrants tell the truth. Such screening is not difficult, but as Hobert said, the workload is very large. Zio had a concept of 10,000 people. Even if she had an assistant, she would have to work continuously for more than a month to complete the screening work. She nodded, okay, I'll pay with doing a task. As a sequence 8, Zio could easily earn around £200 a month by doing bounty tasks. Sometimes, if she was lucky and encountered good tasks, such as the task she received from Hobert before, earning £400 or £500 a month was not a problem. After becoming a sequence 7, she could take on higher value tasks. Of course, an interrogator certainly couldn't earn £1,200 in a month, but making an interrogator work at high intensity for more than a month was worth that price. Official beyonders of the same level certainly did not have as high an income as bounty hunters, but official beyonders had many benefits provided by the organization. Taking Klein as an example, such as Captain Dunn's business guidance and some protection, such as old Neil teaching him mystical knowledge, such as him being reimbursed for some of his private expenses, such as the main ingredients for potions, etc. The safety guarantee alone could not be compensated by any amount of money. After receiving Zio's reply, Hobert nodded, after the gathering ends, I'll give you the beyonder characteristic. Zio added, I hope to buy that mystical revolver. Originally, she had finally saved enough money to buy the handgun and the beyonder characteristic, but the money for the beyonder characteristic was not spent, which made her very flush at the moment. No problem, Hobert said, still the originally agreed price, £1,300. Deal. Carl and the others didn't quite understand what the transaction just now meant, but Audrey realized that Zio and Hobert had just completed a transaction regarding a mystical item. She really wanted to know the specific ability of that handgun, but because neither of them meant to explain, she didn't ask. However, Hobert had obviously given some discounts. At other gatherings, even at the Tarot Club, a mystical revolver couldn't be sold for this price. Furs was about to advance to sequence 7, and currently had no needs. Audrey did need the fruit of the hallucination bell, but she knew that the chances of the Justice League acquiring this main material were slim, and it would also easily expose her as Miss Justice. After several initiators had no transaction needs, the other members began to stir. Carl was the first to raise his hand and said, "Earl, I have completely mastered the abilities of Arbiter, and I really want to obtain the Beyonder materials of a sheriff." Since he became a Beyonder, Earl Vincent had also begun to pay attention to the cultivation of this youngest son, so he gave him the sheriff potion formula in advance, but he had not been able to buy the relevant Beyonder materials or Beyonder characteristics. Hobert nodded, "Prepare 600 pounds, and after the gathering ends, I will fetch the Beyonder characteristic for you. Also, at the Justice League meeting, just call me Hobert." "Okay, Earl." "I mean, Mr. Hobert," Carl nodded repeatedly with an excited expression, "I've already brought the money." He didn't expect that the problem that had been troubling him for several months would be solved so easily. The dignified and graceful noble lady, Karate, also said, "Mr. Hobert, I need the next potion formula and Beyonder materials for apprentice." Hobert smiled, "As last time, I have the Beyonder characteristic here, and Miss Furs has the potion formula." This transaction was concluded for 1,200 pounds, with Hobert and Furs each receiving 600 pounds. Finally, Jessica said, "I need the potion formula and Beyonder characteristic of Briber." "I have also prepared them for you," Hobert smiled, "the formula is 1,000 pounds, and the Beyonder characteristic is 1,200 pounds. "No problem," Jessica said immediately. "You can also pay with doing a task," Hobert said, "I may need to cultivate a batch of subordinates of the lawyer pathway in the future. Guide them so that they can digest the potion as soon as possible. Digesting the lawyer potion will replace 50 pounds of debt, digesting the barbarian potion will replace 100 pounds of debt, and digesting the briber potion will replace 200 pounds of debt." Jessica smiled, "I haven't even digested the briber potion yet." Hobert leaned back in his chair, "You will eventually digest it, won't you?" Jessica pondered for a moment before saying, "Okay, I'm willing to pay with doing a task." For her, it was just a matter of providing some guidance, prioritizing suitable cases to Beyonders for handling, and giving some guidance. After this transaction ended, everyone realized that Hobert, who was sitting at the head of the table, was like a supplier, seemingly able to meet the needs of all the members. Karate thought, "I didn't feel very surprised just now. Maybe it's because at the previous gathering, Earl Hobert gave us a feeling of omnipotence." And Audrey noticed even more that Hobert was more willing to have everyone pay by doing tasks. This shows that Hobert's financial situation is good, and he needs helpers more than gold pounds. Jessica then peddled 2 Beyonder weapons, and Viscount Glaint sold several potions. The free transaction session ended. Hobert said, "Let's move on to the intelligence exchange session." Then he asked, "Does anyone know the detailed situation of Longtail Island?" Carl was the first to say, "I don't know, but I can help you get the relevant information and deliver it to you tomorrow night." His second brother worked in the Bureau of Land Resources, and it was not difficult to obtain relevant materials about Longtail Island. He planned to hire several people to complete the detailed transcription work this afternoon and all day tomorrow. Hobert nodded, "Do you need any reward?" "No need." Carl smiled, "Being able to buy such an affordable Beyonder characteristic at the Justice League gathering is the best reward." Hobert glanced at Carl, who was somewhat reckless half a year ago, but was now much more stable, and nodded, "Okay." Glaint sighed, "Fiefdom, this is a place to yearn for." Carl said, "Mr. Hobert, can you tell us about your great adventure in Fainapotter City? I heard that there was a very fierce Beyonder battle that day." "Yes," Hobert smiled, "but because my level was too low, I didn't participate in the main battlefield battle." Fur smiled, "You have to be able to participate in a battle at the angel level." Audrey thought to herself, "Who said you didn't participate? I'm sure the power of the Creator must have been what you prayed for." "My task was to control a sealed artifact, but the task failed." Hobert only intended to say this much, because the enemy was too powerful. Carl asked curiously, "How powerful?" "Everyone should have the concept of a demigod, right?" Hobert asked after seeing everyone nod, and then said, "Those responsible for guarding the sealed artifact had at least 5 demigods and 20 or 30 sequence 5s. Everyone gasped, and Carl simply exclaimed in surprise, "So many people." Hobert smiled, "I was very lucky to be able to run out of there." Glaint and Carl had already begun to imagine that fierce battle, but only the careful Karate noticed that since Mr. Hobert's mission failed, why was he able to receive such a generous reward? However, seeing that no one else seemed to have noticed this, and Count Hobert didn't want to elaborate, she didn't ask about it. After discussing some of Fainapotter's customs and anecdotes, the gathering came to an end. Hobert asked everyone to wait in the study while he retrieved the Beyonder characteristics from the Nation of Disorder. He then wrote down the Briber potion formula at the desk in his bedroom. Returning to the study, Hobert gave the Trickmaster Beyonder characteristic to Karate and the Sheriff Beyonder characteristic to Carl. He gave the Briber Beyonder characteristic and the potion formula to Jessica. Finally, he gave the interrogator beyonder characteristic and the revolver to Zio. Afterward, Hobert saw everyone off. Furs, of course, stayed at the Earl's mansion, as she was now the Countess. Zio also stayed behind. Using the tools provided by Hobert, she brewed the potion. Because she had digested the sheriff potion very well, the advancement process was without risk. After Zio gathered her spirituality, the three of them had lunch together. Dofus took Furs and Zio on a tour of the Count's mansion, while Hobert used travel to reach Conant City and Upton's office. The Balk family members, who were originally scheduled for about a month of learning, had their stay extended for a period of time and finally concluded today. Upton had already calculated that even with the month-long extension, it only cost a little over £1,600. Hobert had previously paid £2,000 for tuition. He simply waved his hand generously, giving each student £12 in cash to buy souvenirs, and he wouldn't ask Upton to refund the £2,000 of tuition. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 525, Chapter 525 Hunting for Vice Admiral Dusk, Bonus 1. Chapter 525 Hunting for Vice Admiral Dusk. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to BIGE for becoming a Sequence 9, reader. As the Creator, he must always show his majesty and mystery, but as the favored one of God, he must, of course, win over the elites of the Balk family. Adding up to only £360, it greatly increased the elite's goodwill towards the favored one of God. Hobert felt that the money was well spent. While Elliot and the others were out shopping, Hobert chatted with Upton about his experience in this training session. Upton, smoking a cigarette and wearing a vest, looked very casual, and praised the young people of the Balk family. They were able to endure hardship and were patient, far more outstanding than the young people of some large families in loan. Finally, Upton asked, "The power of the great Creator seems to be mainly in the southern continent. Do you need me to develop business in the southern continent? There are also some forces in the northern continent." Hobert smiled and said, "It's just that you don't know it. Someday I'll invite you to the kingdom of Fanapotter to vacation and let you see the power of the Creator in the northern continent." Upton thought of Hobert's previous visit to Conant City to find reinforcements, and he nodded, "It's really exciting. As for the high-end steam engines you sell, it's very difficult to leave the port through normal channels." Hobert said, "Please ask the Creator to help transport them to the southern continent." The two also talked about the previous raid on the Judgment Group. Upton told Hobert, "After that, I seem to be under short-term surveillance, but my suspicion should have been quickly ruled out. For more than a month, I haven't felt any new surveillance." Hobert nodded slightly, muttering, "What a pity," in his heart. He is now a demigod and can completely beat the Judgment Group. If there are any clues, he doesn't mind earning some extra money. After the students returned from shopping, Upton treated everyone to a big meal. It wasn't until the evening that Hobert used the Traveler's Gate to send everyone back to the southern continent. They had long been holding back a lot of experiences and wanted to go back and brag about it. Having close contact with the favored one of God was secondary. The key was that they participated in the battle of the favored ones in the northern continent and learned that there were so many favored ones of the Creator in the distant northern continent. This made them feel like, we are not alone. Lawrence reported to the favored one of God on the progress of the work in the southern continent recently. The first batch of 6 factories is about to be completed. After this group of professional talents in the family returns after training, they plan to start training workers, purchasing machines, and trying to produce. Finally, the tall Lawrence paid Hobert for the learning expenses and the money for the permanent loan language charm, totaling about £4,000 of gold. Next is the issue of purchasing machines. Hobert asked the Balk family to discuss which machines they needed first, and then just send him a letter to place an order. In the afternoon, Backland, outside the train station. Furs wore a yellow knee-length dress and a hat sewn with blue flowers, waiting for Dorian Gray teacher at the door. The weather today, like the past few days, was drizzling, and the occasional breeze made her shiver. This made Furs sigh. Jeffreytown is still good, where the sun is bright and it is already early summer. The key is that the sun is very warm during the day, and I can sit under the sun for a whole afternoon. Finally, a figure of medium build, wearing the most popular black suit in loan and a silk top hat, appeared in sight. It was Dorian Gray. Furs immediately held up an umbrella to greet him, but as soon as she took a step, Furs saw the teacher raise his left hand into a fist and press it against the first button of his suit. "This is danger." Furs moved her gaze away with an unchanged expression, looking at a young man behind her, naturally passing Dorian Gray. Dorian Gray had agreed with Furs in previous letters on the code words and gestures in case of emergency. The meaning of the action just now was very simple, which was to tell Furs not to approach him. The young man behind Dorian Gray was a little dazed by the lazy and beautiful Furs, and instinctively tidied up his clothes and pressed his hat. As soon as he finished these actions, Furs had passed him and continued to move forward. The young man shook his head with a smile, feeling somewhat lost in his heart. Furs wandered around nearby, boarded a rental carriage, and went straight to the Hat Tricks Inn at 22 Hope Street, Sherwood Borough. She arrived at the inn before Dorian Gray and asked for a room facing the street. Hiding behind the curtains, Furs saw Dorian Gray, after getting off the carriage, first make a gesture of opening his 5 fingers and pressing them on the second button of his suit. Furs breathed a sigh of relief, which meant the crisis was over. If the crisis had not been resolved at this time, Furs would have prepared to use the messenger to ask Hobert for help. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Furs knocked on the door of the room that Dorian Gray had booked in advance and flashed into the room. She asked with some worry and concern, "Teacher, what was the problem just now?" Dorian Gray closed the door and smiled with a bitter expression. "I saw an acquaintance." He sighed. "To be precise, it's an enemy." Furs asked curiously, "What did he do? Is he very powerful?" Dorian Gray was silent for a few seconds. "I briefly mentioned to you before the organization I was in. This organization suffered a serious blow due to the betrayal of some people. That was one of the traitors just now." He didn't mention the family, nor the conflict between family members and students, so as not to cause Furs to have unnecessary associations. In fact, Furs already basically knew these things. These traitors are really hateful. "Okay, let's not talk about these unpleasant things." Dorian Gray first took out an iron box, which contained a crystal-clear crystal, which was another ingredient of the astrologer. "I didn't expect you to find another ingredient so quickly." Furs told the truth, "Thanks to my husband." She took the material. "Thank you, teacher. Your promotion so quickly is the best thanks." Dorian Gray smiled and took out a piece of parchment folded several times from his clothes. "This is the potion formula for scribe. Your digestion of magician and apprentice has exceeded my expectations. This is my biggest surprise in the last 10 years. Furs did not hide anything. "I made a special trip to the circus." Dorian Gray nodded with relief. "I'm sorry, because of the previous losses, I don't have the main material for the scribe potion here for the time being. You need to find it yourself. However, I have prepared a gift for you." As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized notebook from his large pocket. Its cover looked very hard and was copper green in color, looking very old. This notebook is composed of 3 kinds of paper. One is tan, rare in quantity, one is yellowish-brown, like parchment, about 10 sheets, and the other is ordinary white paper. On the cover, there is a line of ancient Fasak words written: "I came, I saw, I record." This is a pretty good magical item. Dorian Gray introduced, because its negative effects are easy to avoid. Furs could hardly suppress her excitement. "What's it called? What are the negative effects?" Dorian Gray stroked the cover of the notebook. "It's called Laymanos Travels, but I prefer to call it Laymanos Magic Book. This magic book allows you to record a certain beyonder power when you see it, and save it on one of the pages of the notebook. But you must remember that after using it once, the corresponding page will become blank again, waiting for you to record again." He handed the magic book to Furs while explaining in more detail. "It corresponds to the scribe of our apprentice pathway. Beyonder abilities higher than sequence 6 have a probability of failure when recording. According to the experience of previous users, the success rate of sequence 5 beyonder abilities is not low, but it is quite difficult for sequence 4. It may not succeed even once in 10 times. And I think no demigod will show you again and again. If it were an enemy, he would have killed you 10 times. The tan paper is specially used to record beyonder abilities with divinity, and there are only 3 sheets in total." Furs was slightly stunned. I really have such an opportunity. Hobert has just been promoted to demigod, and I can do an experiment with him tonight." Dorian didn't notice Furs's distraction. He began to describe the negative effects of the magic book. "Its negative effect is, every time you use it, it will make you get lost, the kind of getting lost where you encounter various dangers. You must draw your own blood and apply it evenly on the cover to eliminate this effect. Remember, don't underestimate that kind of getting lost, you must deal with it as soon as possible." "Yes, teacher," Furs responded seriously. Looking at the notebook in her hand, Furs suddenly felt that she should do something for her teacher. "What's the name of the traitor? What does he look like? If there's a chance, I want to avenge you and your organization." "No, don't think about such things," Dorian said solemnly. "I know that Hobert is likely a sequence 5, but you two are still unlikely to catch a traveler. The key is that the other party has joined a very evil organization called the Aurora Order. If your raid fails to kill him, it will definitely bring you great danger." Furs almost blurted out that Hobert had already advanced to a demigod, but thinking that Hobert had said to keep it secret for the time being, she didn't say anything more. Dorian thought for a moment and then said, "But you do need to know him to avoid him. His name is Louis Veen. I'll draw his appearance for you later." "Okay," Furs said, "I promise to avoid him. Number 62 Empress Borough, in the bedroom of Earl Jeffrey's mansion." Crack. Sitting at his desk, Hobert crisply bit into an apple, looking at the portrait in his hand. His cheeks were thin, and there was some gloom between his eyebrows, like an addict. Putting down the portrait, Hobert said, "This guy doesn't look like a good person at all." Standing behind Hobert, Furs, leaning on his back, said, "He's indeed not a good person. He's a traitor to the Abraham family." She said, "Today, Teacher Dorian gave me a gift. I really want to kill this traitor as a thank you to Teacher Dorian." Hobert smelled the fragrance emanating from Furs. "Leave it to me. I'll find a chance to kill him for you. That way, you'll have the characteristic for your Sequence 5 advancement." He handed the apple in his hand to Furs, letting her take a bite as well. The hardest part is finding the other party's whereabouts, but Hobert remembered that the other party came to Backland afterward. Furs chewed on the apple and said, "Teacher Dorian said he's very strong and has also joined an evil beyonder organization. Am I not strong?" Hobert smiled. Furs hugged Hobert and smiled with some pride, "Of course not." Hobert then asked knowingly, what organization did he join? The Aurora Order. To be honest, I've been cracking down on such evil organizations since Sequence 9, no, since I was 9 years old. There's no way around it, your husband is just that righteous. Hobert suddenly thought of Audrey, but his thoughts immediately returned. Furs kissed Hobert's cheek. "Hobert, you're so good." Hobert pinched her little nose, put the apple core into a special metal plate, and then wiped his hands with a wet towel that the servant had prepared in advance. "Does Dorian have any scribe, characteristic or beyonder materials there? He said that because of the previous losses, he can't provide me with scribe beyonder ingredients." "I have some there," Hobert said, "just focus on digesting the potion as soon as possible, and advance immediately after you've completed the digestion." Furs nodded, suddenly feeling that it was so good to have someone to rely on. "Oh, right," Hobert remembered, "accompany me to visit a few of Father's old friends tomorrow." "No problem, do I need to wear formal attire?" "No, it's not too formal a visit." Hobert looked at the grandfather clock in the corner. Heavens, is it already 11 o'clock at night? Isn't it time for the anticipated dance again? The next morning, a little after 8 o'clock, the well-dressed Hobert and his wife took the Earl's carriage to the Cherwood Borough first. Hobert visited Barrister Barton at the Oslan Barton law firm. Strictly speaking, this was Hobert's first mentor when he entered society. Dofus had already prepared products from Fainapotter as gifts. Of course, these products were bought from the Fainapotter section of the Backland gift shop. To this, Dofus said that he was very familiar with such operations. The two had a pleasant conversation and also confirmed the cooperation that Hobert would often send lawyers for training in the future. Around 9 o'clock, Hobert and Furs bid farewell and came to 1899 Nicolaus Street together to visit Mr. Dykos. Hobert had also sent Mr. Dykos a wedding invitation before, but Dykos was on a business trip to Constant, south of the Inland Sea, at the time. Because he hadn't sent Mr. Dykos a letter before, the messenger didn't mark him and could only send it to Nicolaus Street according to the address. As a result, Dykos missed Hobert's wedding and heard that he had been regretting it for a long time. This time, he warmly entertained Hobert and his wife. This former adjutant saw Hobert and Furs visiting him together and was very gratified. Because Dofus had sent a letter of visit 2 days ago, Dykos was prepared and gave Furs several very expensive gifts. Hobert only took 2 items and didn't let this elder spend too much. In addition to the 3 of them, there was also a young man in his 20s with slightly upturned eyes and beautiful eyes, pouring tea for the guests. He was Dykos's youngest son. He didn't expect that the recently famous Earl Hobert actually had a deep friendship with his father, and he actually treated himself as a junior in front of his father. After chatting for a while, Dykos asked, "What are your plans after returning to Backland?" "I plan to reshape the current electricity industry." Hobert didn't hide his thoughts these days. Dykos was a little surprised. This market is very niche. That's because everyone hasn't used electricity in the right places. Hobert smiled. "I plan to ask scientists to do some technological research to develop this industry in the direction I need." Dykos nodded slightly. "You are like your father, making people unable to see through you." He pointed to his youngest son and said, "I've introduced him just now, this is Todd. I think the career you are going to carry out should need someone to run errands. He has been with me since he was a child, is very familiar with Backland, and also understands the commercial structure of the entire northern continent. Let him be a helper for you." Hobert smiled. "That's great. I'm currently lacking trustworthy people around me. I just don't know if Todd is willing to go to my place." Todd was slightly stunned. Originally, his father had already promised to let him manage the branch in Constant, but why did he suddenly change his mind? However, with guests present, he would not violate his father's wishes. "It is my honor to serve the Earl." Hobert nodded. "Let's do this, come to 62 Empress Borough next Monday and officially start working." After the Earl and Countess bid farewell, Todd asked his father, "Do you guess that the industry the Earl wants to develop has very good potential? Even if there is no potential, he will dig out the potential." Dykos smiled. "This kid inherited Commander Rex's genius-like mind and also inherited Commander Christian's steadiness. his career will definitely be successful. Todd nodded. He always had great faith in his father's judgment. Hobert and Furz's third stop was Tingen City. The two directly used travel to arrive at the villa in the suburbs of Tingen City and, after the butler's notification, soon met Ulysses. Mr. Ulysses also warmly entertained Hobert and his wife and inquired about their recent situation. After chatting for a while, Hobert said, "Mr. Ulysses, I recently need 1,000 new-style rifles and 20 cannons, as well as 300,000 rounds of ammunition and 3,000 rounds of shells." If it were before, he could have asked Christian to buy these weapons, but Hobert heard that after Christian became a counselor, he no longer cared about military logistics. No problem. Ulysses agreed readily. These will probably cost about £6,000, mainly because the cannons are expensive, requiring £100 per cannon. This was the price Ulysses could get. If Hobert went to contact the arms company himself, he would have to go through very cumbersome procedures to buy new-style cannons, and the price would be several times higher. Like the second-hand old-style weapons that Klein later helped the military sell, Ulysses could even sell them to Hobert at scrap iron prices. It's just that after Hobert had his own territory, he hoped to manufacture guns and cannons himself, so he definitely wanted to buy the latest weapons and take them back to disassemble and copy. Furs hadn't expected firearms to be so cheap. In Backland, a revolver cost £3 to £5, let alone a rifle. Actually, the cost of these weapons wasn't high, but various restrictions created their scarcity, giving the impression they were very expensive. After finalizing the small arms deal, Ulysses mentioned Elizabeth's plan to go to Backland to apply for university. "Let her stay at the Earl's mansion," Hobert said. "I'll hire a tutor to give her lessons, which will be more targeted." Ulysses smiled. "Then I'll entrust her to you." He didn't know many people in Backland, and more importantly, he didn't know anyone in the education sector, so he couldn't help Elizabeth much with her university application. After agreeing on Elizabeth's arrival time in Backland, Hobert prepared to leave, but Ulysses wouldn't let them go. They had lunch before he let them depart. Back in Backland, the couple returned to their bedroom, changed into Feinapotter-style clothes, and discussed the 3 visits they had made that day. Furs had certainly felt the enthusiasm of the 3 people they had met, but except for Barton, the barrister, Hobert hadn't mentioned them before. Hobert, while putting on his trousers, said, "They were all my father's comrades in arms in the southern continent. I heard my father talk about them. Among them, Mr. Ulysses had the greatest military achievements, but because of his humble origins, he was never able to enter Backland's circles. And Dikos was injured in the leg, returned home to inherit the family business, and made the family business flourish. Barton, the barrister, was also disappointed with the military's promotion system, so he simply helped my father manage the law firm." Hobert, who had finished changing, concluded, "The Kingdom of Loan is still a hereditary system world. Most officials and employees in various departments inherit their parents' jobs. Or rather, this happens in every era, it's just a matter of how serious it is. Hopefully, the civil service exam will bring some changes to this situation." Furs, smoothing out her skirt, said, "That's human nature." Hobert slipped his hand under her skirt. "Yes, that's human nature." Furs, adjusting her hair, removed Hobert's hand. "Do you have any solutions for this?" "Why should I care?" Hobert said with a smile. "This isn't my country." Furs smiled slightly, not continuing the topic. "The manor across the mountain will be renovated in a few days. I plan to call it Green Meadow Manor." "Good name." Hobert praised, thinking, "Good thing I didn't have to name it, I hate naming things the most." After the two finished changing, Hobert greeted Dofus and used travel to reach Jeffrey territory. Furs stretched in the sunlight. "From now on, unless there's something important, I don't want to go back to Backland." Seeing Furs ask the servant to bring her a comfortable chair, Hobert smiled. However, he had other things to do today and couldn't bask in the sun with Furs. Hobert used travel again to leave, finding Archibald, who was commanding the bandit suppression. They were resting in the mountains. According to intelligence, they had just wiped out the last group of bandits on the East Bank last night and were preparing to return to Jeffrey City this afternoon. Upon seeing Archibald, Hobert took out the small piece of wood he had obtained from Admiral of Blood. "This comes from a ghost ship, or a ship with beyonder power. Try it and see if you can divine the location of that ship." Admiral of Blood said that this piece of wood could find the location of Rear Admiral Dusk. Although pirates' words couldn't be easily trusted, Hobert believed that even if he couldn't find the location of Rear Admiral Dusk, he could find clues about him. Because sending an enemy to Rear Admiral Dusk was in the interest of the Admiral of Blood. However, Admiral of Blood wouldn't sincerely help. Hobert had already taken this small yellow piece of wood to Nation of Disorder for inspection in advance. As he expected, Admiral of Blood had indeed hidden a curse on it. If he directly used this piece of wood for divination or kept it with him often, he would be cursed and eventually die miserably. Hobert, in the Nation of Disorder, used the beyonder characteristics of the disciple of silence to easily eliminate the curse. Therefore, Hobert planned to use Rear Admiral Dusk to practice and feel the qualitative change after advancing to a demigod. Archibald, with the appearance of a gentle middle-aged man, took the piece of wood. After a second or two of silence, he said, "That ship has anti-divination abilities." Hobert smiled slightly, thinking, "That's okay." The previous oil painting marked Admiral of Blood. "Since I can't find Rear Admiral Dusk, I can go to Admiral of Blood for a refund." However, Archibald then said, "You can take me to the spirit world. In there, I can divine the approximate location of that ship." As a beyonder creature with a demigod level in divination, he had ways to bypass some anti-divination designs. Hobert nodded. "Be prepared. If you can find the location of that ship, you can add at least 2 more puppets. And I can be sure that the enemies on the ship are either from the warrior pathway or the hunter pathway." Archibald smiled. "What's there to prepare for? Just bring my Desire Apostle puppet." Hobert ed and checked the mystical items on his body. He was currently only carrying the Traveler's Blade, Spirit Wine Glass, and Ocean Pendant as Grade 2 sealed artifacts. If it weren't for the possibility of fighting at sea, he wouldn't even bring the Ocean Pendant. Currently, Hobert's physique had far exceeded that of a zombie, so he didn't need the zombie spoon. As for the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, Hobert chose 1 to 101 from the Marauder pathway and 1 to 107 from the Arbiter pathway. In addition, there were also auxiliary mystical items such as the Order Wood, Disorder Stone, and Crystal of Order. After checking these items, Hobert supported Archibald and its seer puppet's shoulders and came to the spirit world. Divination is the process of obtaining information from the spirit world. The spirit world has no concept of time, so it is possible to understand revelations about the future. It is also possible to bypass obstacles such as the obstacles and distances of the real world to obtain more information from afar. If you come directly to the spirit world to perform divination, for a seer, this information will actively come together. Archibald closed his eyes in the spirit world, his lips moving slightly as he muttered something. After 7 or 8 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Found it. I'll lead the way ahead." This journey to the spirit world lasted more than 5 minutes. Hobert felt that many spirit world creatures had set their sights on them, but because there were 2 demigods among the 3 of them, those spirit world creatures had not acted. Just as Hobert was about to leave the spirit world to rest, Archibald suddenly said, "It's here." The scene in front of him was colorful and unclear what was outside the spirit world. Hobert said, "Okay." Everything in front of him suddenly became rich and colorful. The 3 of them left the spirit world and appeared in a forest. Archibald saw Hobert's confusion. "I can't find the exact location of that ship, but it must be nearby." Hobert jumped upwards, then he twisted the gravity under his feet and floated directly up. He easily came to the canopy of a large tree and looked into the distance. This was a small island, and there was a village on the coast outside the forest. There was a port on the coast, and several pirate ships were docked there. The leading ship was 70 or 80 meters long and golden in color, as if it were a ship made of gold, or as if it were emitting a golden light. Hobert glanced at the flag again and confirmed that it was Rear Admiral Dusk's fleet. He jumped down from the canopy. "The ship we're looking for is on the coast. Divinate whether our actions will be smooth." Archibald didn't expect Hobert to be so cautious. The opponent was only a sequence 5, and they were launching a surprise attack. However, it was never wrong to be cautious. He divined whether his next actions would be dangerous and received the revelation that there is a certain amount of danger, but it is still within acceptable limits. Hobert then said, "Divine again, whether the enemy has a sealed artifact with travel abilities on them." Such divination phrases are easily avoided by the enemy's anti-divination abilities. Archibald said, "I should divine whether our main enemy will use the ability of traveling to escape." The divination result was, no. Hobert nodded slightly, still cautiously put on his mask, supported Archibald and the marionette's shoulders, and once again entered the illusory spirit world. A few seconds later, they directly appeared on the flagship of Vice Admiral Dusk, Bulatov Ivan. Hobert glanced at the deck under his feet. When he got close, the ship's body didn't have that golden sensory feeling, but it still looked like a large ship made of sandalwood, with obvious yellow color, looking very strong and durable. The few sailors on the deck were stunned by the sudden appearance of the 3 people. Hobert said to a sailor, "I'm looking for your captain." At the same time, he used the ability of Charm. At this time, Charm could already attack in a range. The sailors were about to warn, but soon they relaxed again. The sailor who was asked smiled as if he had met an old friend. "Our captain has gone ashore. I heard that he is going to negotiate a big deal here." Hobert asked as if casually chatting, "What about your first mate?" "The first mate went with the captain." Hobert was about to ask about the second mate's whereabouts when suddenly a door on the second floor of the superstructure of the ship was suddenly pushed open, and a large man of about 2 meters walked out. What's going on? He had already felt that the atmosphere on the ship seemed wrong. The sailor said to Hobert as if offering a treasure, "That's our second mate." "Very good." Hobert smiled. Disorder. At this time, Hobert could already put targets within 50 meters into a state of disorder. The second mate, who was just covered in the light of dawn, immediately felt that the clouds in the sky were so beautiful, which suddenly gave him the idea of admiring the clouds. By the time he came back to his senses, a young man wearing a black mask and a cloak, and a gentle middle-aged man had already appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the second mate felt his body become stiff. The formation of a thought seemed like a very difficult task. With the blessing of connection, Archibald only took 3 seconds to complete the initial control of the second mate, and only 8 seconds to turn the second mate into a marionette. Archibald sighed in his heart. Seer and lawyer are good partners after becoming demigods. Before this, it would only be this fast for him to turn ordinary people into marionettes. For beyonders, it would take at least a dozen seconds to turn the other party into a marionette. Hobert was sighing. Demigods are indeed different. The other party's second mate has already been dealt with, and the other party realized that something was wrong. Moreover, it was not the sailors on the flagship who realized that something was wrong, but the other pirate ships. Seeing everything that happened here, they realized that the flagship seemed to be under attack, so they warned the other ships. Hobert then returned to ask the sailor, "Where exactly did your captain and first mate go?" The sailor scrambled to point out the direction to Hobert. "It's the 2-story wooden building over there." Hobert stood on the high side of the ship and saw that there were indeed many people around the 2-story building. Hobert said to Archibald, "I'll go over first, you follow up as soon as possible." As he spoke, he used traveling again to come to the front of the small building. The pirates guarding outside were startled, and 2 pirates subconsciously wanted to attack Hobert. But Hobert used a blink to get past them and came to the door on the second floor, kicked it open, but there was no one inside. Hobert knew it would be like this. After all, the hunter's ability to perceive danger is very sensitive, so before the action, he asked Archibald to divine whether the other party had a sealed artifact with the ability of traveling. He estimated that the Vice Admiral Dusk, or the first mate, realized the danger very early and escaped. However, the reason why Hobert was still so unhurried was because connection had another use. It could easily find the association of things or rules. He wanted to experiment to see if it was easy to use. Even if connection is not as easy to use as imagined, he can also use true vision to observe the surroundings. Anyway, the other party cannot escape with traveling. Hobert immediately found the place associated with the Vice Admiral Dusk. The window frame was stepped on by the Vice Admiral Dusk, and all the way up, the grass on the ground and the broken branches were guiding Hobert's direction. Unknowingly, Hobert chased into the woods. Suddenly he stopped and saw a simple and crude extraordinary trap on the road in front of him. In addition, he also felt 3 spiritual presences in different directions around him. Hobert immediately realized that the escaped Vice Admiral Dusk and others realized that the source of danger was chasing them, so they hastily set up a trap and hid in 3 directions to ambush the source of danger. Hobert smiled slightly, because he didn't feel any danger, so he unhurriedly put the area of the extraordinary trap into disorder. He was still cautious and not underestimating the enemy, otherwise he wouldn't have bothered with this seemingly clumsy trap. In addition, Hobert also noticed a problem. The hunter pathway should have the ability to hide themselves, but the other party was so openly showing their spirituality, which kept him in a cautious attitude. At the same time, Hobert found that he was very calm in the battle. In the previous extraordinary battles, he had to keep running, constantly attacking or evading attacks. But now, there was no need for that at all. He could quickly catch up with the escaped enemy through continuous distortion of distance. The disorder used by Hobert triggered the trap, and a fireball emerged from the ground and smashed towards him. But because that area was in a state of disorder, the attack direction of the fireball changed and smashed elsewhere. Hobert released the majesty belonging to a demigod. Who should I start with? The surrounding birds or small animals were all shocked by the pressure shown by Hobert, shivering in the trees or on the ground, expressing their submission in their own way. The 3 people had good psychological qualities. They haven't rushed out to fight or continued to escape. Corruption. Hobert felt that it was time to end this game. The creatures within 100 meters around immediately became depraved, losing all positive and upward thoughts. Hobert suddenly rushed forward and punched down a big tree. But the person behind the big tree was tied there, and was already incontinent with fright. Hobert immediately understood that the arrangement of the 3 spiritual presences he felt was probably the real trap, just to hold him back for a while. This made him sigh, as expected of a cunning hunter. Because the person behind the big tree was wearing pirate clothes, Hobert simply killed him. Then Hobert seemed to realize something. He smiled at the other 2 places with spiritual fluctuations. Some people think they are smart, but they are just being clever. Hobert did not continue to pursue, but suddenly rushed towards another place where he sensed spirituality. There was still only a low-sequence pirate hidden there. When rushing towards the third target, that target couldn't hold back and began to flee. Hobert, distortion. Hobert distorted the other party's intention, and running away became charging, so the other party suddenly turned around and charged towards Hobert with a look of horror. Hobert punched over, he magnified the power of this punch and directly smashed the other party's head down. He guessed that the beyonder with a different head in front of him was probably the arranger of this trap. According to common sense, the pursuer should immediately continue to pursue after discovering the second layer of the trap. In this way, the arranger of the trap would have plenty of time to escape, but Hobert found that the other party deliberately exposed his position, which might be a problem. As a result, there really was a problem. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 526, Chapter 526, The Combat Power of a Demigod, Bonus 2. Chapter 526, The Combat Power of a Demigod. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 100. Using his spirit wine glass, Hobert accelerated the extraction of beyonder characteristics from the three enemies. To his surprise, the one he had just killed with a single punch was actually a reaper. He hadn't expected that after his Sequence 5 trap was discovered, he would be so easily defeated. Then Hobert realized that it wasn't that the opponent was weak, but that the qualitative change of a demigod had created a large gap between him and Sequence 5. This reminded him of when he encountered the Demoness of Despair in Backland. Wasn't he also completely outmatched then? Fortunately, he had a grade 1 sealed artifact at the time, or he would have been easily killed. Hobert also recalled when he killed his first Sequence 5. He was very excited then, but from today on, killing a Sequence 5 was going to be a very easy thing. After collecting the 3 beyonder characteristics, Hobert continued to chase. With a distortion, he was already 7 or 8 meters away, and with another distortion, he was another 7 or 8 meters. Unless the other party was sitting on a rocket, how could they possibly outrun Hobert? After chasing for more than 10 seconds, Hobert found that he had chased back to the pier again. It turned out that the other party had run a circle and returned to his ship. At this time, the Vice Admiral Dusk's flagship, the Dawn Light, was operating at full power. It unexpectedly turned its head sharply against all reason, and after capsizing another pirate ship, quickly left the port. Until this moment, the sails on the flagship showed no signs of being unfurled. The whole process was as if an invisible giant hand was pushing the giant ship away from the port. Hobert flew low to catch up, and as he got closer to the giant ship, he was hit by a storm of light. Disorder. The attacks, like fragments of light spots, suddenly fell into directional chaos in the area ahead. The attacks that were originally aimed at Hobert scattered. Some of these light fragments hit the sea, some hit the land not far away, and some bounced back and hit the giant ship itself. Each fragment of light exploded with about the same power as a cannonball. For a time, the sound of explosions in the surrounding sea was constant, and the water mist that was set off submerged Hobert. Distortion. Hobert, in the water mist, distorted the giant ship's direction of advance, turning the departure to sea into entering the port. So the giant ship once again turned its bow 180 degrees against all reason and rushed towards Hobert. The water mist dissipated, and Hobert, standing on the water, distorted the buoyancy of the sea under his feet, and punched the giant ship fiercely, magnify. The giant ship, several tens of meters long, shook violently on the sea, as if it had collided with another ship, and almost lost its forward momentum. Hobert was pushed back a distance by the giant ship. He did not expect that his full blow would only create a fist-sized hole in the giant ship. This giant ship seemed to have some of the barrier ability of a Sequence 5. Even a full blow from a demigod had limited destructive power. Hobert adjusted his posture, magnify. He magnified the low-flying ability of the ocean pendant, and like a swift-flying bird, leaped up onto the deck. Vice Admiral Dusk, Belatov, wearing dawn armor and holding a dawn greatsword, had been waiting on the ship for a long time. After Hobert boarded the ship, the greatsword in Belatov's hand shattered, and he once again used the storm of light against Hobert. Of course, Belatov could feel the gap between himself and the enemy, but what he had to do now was to delay as much time as possible. He had already informed the Fasak Empire's military of his situation through prayer. In a few minutes, his own demigods would arrive to support him. He just needed to find a way to hold on for a while longer. Connection. Hobert strengthened the connection between the fragments of light flying towards him and the dawn light emanating from the ship. To Belatov's surprise, his storm of light all hit the ship's hull. Most of the sailors on the deck were killed or injured, including the flagship's bosun. Hobert drew his knife and rushed towards Belatov, magnify. Vice Admiral Dusk quickly recondensed the dawn greatsword, but it was too late. He was cut through the dawn armor by Hobert and was knocked away by his great force, crashing heavily onto the ship's hull. At this time, a corpse beside Hobert suddenly attacked him, the rapier in his hand pointing directly at Hobert's vital point. However, Hobert was prepared. He had noticed when the storm of light exploded that this person had not been directly hit by the fragments of light, but he had fallen to the ground. So when the other party suddenly attacked, Hobert didn't panic, exploit. He made the other party's cull end prematurely, so when the other party's rapier stabbed over, Hobert easily deflected it with his black knife, and then kicked the other party in the chest, magnify. This reaper didn't even have time to let the flames all over his body emerge and assume a defensive posture before being kicked away, knocking down the giant ship's main mast. Hobert abandoned the other party and distorted the distance between himself and the Vice Admiral Dusk, corrosion. On the entire deck, the people who were preparing to jump into the water to escape suddenly thought of the wealth they had hidden on the ship, or suddenly thought of the captain's wealth, and rushed into the cabins one after another. The Vice Admiral Dusk was also affected by corrosion. His heart became very dark, and the dawn light on the entire ship suddenly went out. He knew that it would be difficult for him to wait for the support of his own demigods. Since he couldn't live, no one else should think about living, so he removed all the defensive power of the ship. Hobert stepped on Belitov's chest and was about to kill him with a knife. Thump. With a muffled sound, the ship shook violently, and Hobert took a few steps back to maintain his balance. It turned out that after the ship lost control, it slammed into the pier. Amid the exclamations of the people on the shore, the giant ship finally stopped, but because the defensive power of the giant ship disappeared, a large hole was knocked out of the bow, and seawater was rapidly pouring into the cabins. The violent vibration awakened Belitov from the state of corrosion. The dawn armor on his body became solid again, and there was a solid barrier on the outside. With these 2 layers of protection, he could at least withstand 3 blows from the demigod in front of him. Moreover, with these 2 layers of protection, his resistance to be under abilities greatly increased. But he underestimated the ability of a demigod too much. Tamper. Hobert tampered the intensity of the surrounding light, fundamentally weakening Belitov's ability. This wasn't tampering of the basic laws of nature, not aimed at Belitov, so Belitov's basic resistance did not play any role. Then Hobert stabbed out with a knife, magnify. Belitov's 2 layers of protection were pierced like fragile bubbles, and Hobert's knife directly pierced into his head. With an unbelievable expression, the dawn light on Belitov's body gradually weakened. The Reaper, who had been kicked away by Hobert earlier, had already run to the edge of the deck, just as he was about to jump into the water to escape. Hobert reached out to him, arrogance. So the Reaper arrogantly thought that he had a chance to defeat this demigod. After he threw a blazing white spear at Hobert, he used weakness investigation to look for the other party's weaknesses. Hobert kicked a weapon on the deck towards the Reaper to test the ability of bestowal. The Reaper immediately showed a very impatient performance. Before he could find the enemy's weakness, he rushed towards the other party. Hobert concluded, first bestow, then use abilities such as charm. That was a technique to deal with demigod targets. When facing opponents below the demigod level, bestowal itself has the ability to make the target impatient and irrational. Hobert kicked the Reaper's leg and broke it, and then punched the other party unconscious. At this moment, Archabald climbed onto the ship with 2 puppets. You guys ran too fast. I finally caught up with you. Only then did Hobert notice that Belitov's body was gone. This Reaper is yours. This Reaper, as well as the Dawn Paladin, just now, were the rewards he had promised Archibald when he hunted the 6-legged imp before. He came to the place where Belitov had died just now. There was still a small pool of blood on the ground, proving that Hobert had indeed killed the other party just now. Hobert began to look for a connection, but he found that this blood had a lot of connection with the entire ship. Archibald saw Hobert's confusion and divined, this ship will not sink, and the captain will not die. Hobert was stunned, marveling that the pirate admiral's ship was simply a grade 1 sealed artifact. The reason why it wasn't grade 0 was because Hobert realized that the so-called the ship will not sink, and the captain will not die, must have certain limitations. Otherwise, this ship would not appear on the sea, but would appear in the Fasak Empire's palace for their emperor to use. Archibald divined again, the captain is in the captain's room. Hobert nodded and immediately entered the captain's room. Sure enough, he saw the more than 2-meter-tall Belitov sitting on a golden chair and smiling. Unless you can sink the ship within 2 minutes, your raid will fail, because my reinforcements will be able to arrive by then. The wound on his forehead had healed, and he looked as if he had never been injured. Although there was a large hole in the bow, it would not sink for a while, and it might only run aground in the port, making it even more difficult for the giant ship to sink completely. Hobert ignored the other party's words, but carefully observed the golden chair. He noticed that there was a knife mark on the back of the chair, which looked very much like it was caused by his black knife. So, Hobert charged forward fiercely. Belitov quickly dodged, but Hobert distorted the distance between them, quickly catching up and kicking Vice Admiral Dusk to the ground. This time, Hobert twisted Vice Admiral Dusk's neck. Crack. A table next to the golden chair shattered. The Vice Admiral Dusk, who should have been dead without a doubt, broke free from Hobert and once again sat on the golden chair. Hobert finally understood what was happening. He smiled and said, "It's not that you've been resurrected, it's just that this ship is taking the fatal attacks for you. Also, possibly influenced by your hunter pathway colleagues, you really like setting traps. You deliberately sat on this chair just to make me think this chair is the key. The shattered table just now has proven that whatever on this ship or in the captain's cabin is taking the fatal blow for you. The golden chair is just like the table, nothing special. This is clearly a trap you came up with on the spur of the moment. Just to stall for a little more time." Bulatov was slightly stunned, not expecting the other party to find the pattern of his resurrection so quickly, and even expose his trap. Don't underestimate a lawyer's ability to summarize patterns and their logical abilities. Hobert smiled. "I've already figured out how to kill you." Saying this, Hobert charged over again. Bulatov ran a few steps before being caught by Hobert once more. However, this time Bulatov didn't give up resisting. Instead, he had a dagger in his hand, and fiercely stabbed at Hobert, hitting Hobert's chest. Distort. Almost at the same time, Hobert distorted the concept between himself and Bulatov. A hole immediately appeared in Bulatov's chest, and blood flowed freely. Hobert had long discovered that this pirate admiral wasn't quite right, because even a sequence 5 couldn't be caught so easily. Therefore, Hobert judged that the reason the other party had been easily caught twice in a row was that he was brewing some kind of attack that could harm a demigod, so he had been on guard. It's just that the other party's attack should be something like a fatal attack that couldn't be dodged. Hobert snatched the dagger and distorted his injury, turning a serious injury into a minor one. The wound quickly stopped bleeding. Then, he magnified Bulatov's injury, turning a serious injury into a fatal one. Bulatov once again looked like he was on his last breath. This time, however, Hobert wasn't in a hurry to kill the Vice Admiral Dusk. Instead, he grabbed him and left the captain's cabin, walking step by step towards the edge of the deck. At this time, Archibald, who had successfully turned the Reaper into a marionette, was commanding the marionettes to attack the enemy sailors. He glanced at Hobert and immediately understood that this Vice Admiral Dusk was about to be completely killed. Bulatov seemed to realize something and began to struggle violently, but Hobert's hand was like an iron hoop, gripping his neck. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Hobert jumped from the tall ship to the shore, and while leaving the giant ship, he said, "That's right, only on the ship can that ship take the fatal damage for you. If you leave the ship, the connection between you will be broken. It will no longer be able to take the damage for you." Hobert smiled and said, "That's why you went through such a big detour and returned to the ship. Logically speaking, your best choice would have been to jump into the sea, or continue to play cat and mouse with me in the dense forest." Bulatov shouted, "I can take you to our base. There, I and my pirate crew have 10 years of savings, with a total value of over 300,000 pounds. Because Hobert spoke in Loanese, his unit of measurement for property was pounds. Hobert smiled, "That's the part that the Fasak Empire got, right? I don't believe a pirate has so much savings." He felt that the distance was about right, threw Bulatov on the ground, and stepped on him. Bulatov was shocked, not expecting the other party to know his secrets. He quickly said again, "I know the location of the Spring of Immortality. I can take you there." Hobert remained unmoved. "Last Monday afternoon, I just learned that the so-called Spring of Immortality is actually a trap set by the King of Immortality, Agolito." Bulatov was completely desperate, not expecting the other party to even know this. Hobert raised his knife and chopped off the other party's head with one strike. This time, Bulatov's headless body twitched a few times and quickly died completely. Hobert smiled, as if speaking to the corpse in front of him, and as if speaking to himself, "Never underestimate a lawyer's ability to summarize patterns and find loopholes." At this moment, Hobert suddenly paused and looked towards the distant sea. A fireball was flying towards them rapidly. The enemy's demigod had arrived ahead of schedule. Hobert once again magnified the glide ability, quickly flew to the ship, and stood in front of Archibald. Although Hobert had just been promoted, if the two cooperated well, it wouldn't be difficult to leave the other party behind as well. Hobert released the seals on 1 to 101 and 1 to 107, preparing to face the enemy. However, the fireball drew a beautiful arc on the surface of the sea and flew away again. Hobert was slightly stunned, but immediately understood. The other party should be a demigod of the hunter pathway. He must have sensed the danger, so when he realized that Vice Admiral Dusk was probably beyond saving and didn't have the confidence to defeat the opponent, he flew away. However, the enemy's first wave of support had already arrived, and the second wave of support might not be far away, so Hobert and Archibald no longer expanded their gains and began to clean up the battlefield. While accelerating the extraction of Beyonder characteristics, Hobert also found a pirate who was injured and unable to escape, knocked him unconscious, and was going to use him for an experiment later. Then, Hobert jumped to the shore, picked up Belatov's beyonder characteristic, and wrapped the other party's head in a cloak to take it away. After initially cleaning up the battlefield, Hobert divided into two waves, first taking Archibald and his marionettes to a nearby island. Hobert went back twice, once to take away the captured pirate, and once to take away the Vice Admiral Dusk's bosun and the head of the Reaper, who was killed by Hobert in the forest. After taking all the spoils to the nameless island, Hobert resealed the sealed items on his body before sending Archibald and the spoils back to Geoffrey territory in Trips, the port where Vice Admiral Dusk's fleet was docked. About 3 minutes after Hobert and Archibald left, the fireball from before flew back. The fireball landed on the shore, forming a burning humanoid figure. The flames dissipated, revealing a man with a stern face. At the same time, a touch of twilight radiance came from the horizon, quickly streaking across the sky like a shooting star, and finally exploded on the giant ship. A large man over 2 meters tall, wearing battle-suitable bishop's robes, walked out from inside. This wasn't his own ability, but he was launched from afar, with the target being the ship. The two demigods looked at each other and respectively grabbed a sailor to ask about the situation just now. Because Hobert's surprise attack was on Belatov's flagship, the other pirate ships, except for one that was destroyed by the collision, all managed to escape. Finally, the two demigods met in front of the giant ship. The one who came in the form of a fireball was Iron-Blooded Knight, Grisha, and the one who came using the twilight radiance was Demon Hunter, Oreska. Oreska guessed, a demigod from the Lone Military. The Lone Military and the Phaenopotter Military each have several demigods of the lawyer pathway. Grisha shook his head, doesn't seem like it. If it were a demigod from the Lone Military, he wouldn't be wearing a mask. Moreover, the demigods of each country are numbered and watched by each other. If a Lone Military demigod ran to the sea to kill people, Grisha would definitely get the news. Grisha frowned and said, could it be a newly promoted demigod from the Lone Military? He had such a guess because the three enemies, including Archibald's marionettes, although wearing Phaenopotter-style clothes, spoke Lone. And since it was a group crime, there was likely an organization behind them. The first thing the two demigods thought of regarding an organization hostile to the Phaesac Empire was the Lone Military. But a new problem arose. Oreska asked, how did they find Belatov? One of the pirate admirals' greatest advantages was, it's difficult to find them on the vast sea. Their flagships all have anti-divination designs. Even a demigod-level divination, without corresponding related items, simply cannot divine their location. So, theoretically speaking, the demigods of various forces can relatively easily kill the pirate admiral in direct combat, but such things rarely happen. In addition to the balance between the forces, another reason is that it is difficult for the demigods of other forces to find the pirate admiral. And it doesn't make much sense. Everyone knows that this is the Black Gloves. The death of one pirate admiral will be immediately replaced by another Sequence 5 pirate. Since the murderer had a way to find Belatov, it meant that the other party had rich channels. So, the two demigods once again thought of the Lone Military. Because today was the day Belatov secretly met with the Phaesac Empire's intelligence personnel, they guessed that the Lone Military personnel might have intercepted this information and found Belatov. Phaenopotter Kingdom, Geoffrey territory. Hobert sent Archibald back to the military camp again. From today onwards, Archibald had 2 more adjutants. For Archibald, this wasn't just a simple increase in strength, it was also a form of recognition from the Creator, bringing him closer to completely resolving the seal on his body. During this time, Archibald continued to pray to the Creator every 3 days, asking the Creator to remove the corruption on his body. However, after that first time, Archibald had never seen the image of the Creator again. It guessed that the subsequent removal of corruption was likely due to a divine automatic response mechanism, as the Creator couldn't possibly always pay attention to such trivial matters. What it didn't know was that the great Creator hadn't found a suitable worker yet, so he had to handle everything himself, big or small. The reason Hobert so frequently eliminated the corruption for Archibald was to establish the image of the Creator in Archibald's mind. Since he was preparing to tame, preparing to subdue this extraordinary creature, he had to patiently establish his position in the other's mind. Hobert remembered that this trick worked best when training dogs. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Hobert in Audrey's Eyes. Chapter 527, Hobert in Audrey's Eyes. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Returning to the study, Hobert took the psychological spoon from the Nation of Disorder and brought the still unconscious pirate to a small, nameless island at sea. First, he woke the pirate with seawater, and then used the psychological spoon to hypnotize him. After Hobert left the deserted island, the pirate began to set up an altar and perform a ritual of bestowal to the Creator. Hobert did not return to the Geoffrey territory. Instead, he randomly found a wilderness in the northern continent. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, he entered the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert saw a strange star flickering in the pool. He extended his spirituality and, sure enough, it was that pirate. So Hobert dragged out the phantom of Trunsoist from the distant pool. The other party seemed to know what Hobert was going to do and smiled contemptuously at Hobert. Hobert snorted coldly and threw the other party into the somewhat shaky gates of the Divine Kingdom. However, the other party only went as far as the gates of the Divine Kingdom and refused to go out, as if stuck there. Hobert mobilized the power of the nation of disorder to push the other party out with force. It looked like he was flattening the other party, but it was still useless, and they remained stuck there. After trying for a long time, Hobert had no choice but to give up and send the somewhat deformed phantom of Trunsoist back to the pool to seal it up. This method won't work. I have to think of another way, but for the time being, Hobert had no ideas. After checking again to ensure that the seal was secure, he decided to maintain the status quo and wait until he had a good idea. Returning to the real world, he first killed the pirate on the nameless island and erased the traces of the altar's existence. Only then did Hobert contact the hanged man Alger through Mr. Fool, and met Alger in the forest of Sim Island in the southern Berserk Sea with the two corpses. Alger knew that the Emperor was coming to him again, most likely to deal with the pirate bounty. He was surprised only after seeing the faces of the corpses clearly, the first mate and bosun of Vice Admiral Dusk. The scene of helping to deal with the important members of Admiral of Blood was still vivid in his mind, and now the Emperor was targeting Vice Admiral Dusk again. Hobert, wearing a mask, smiled and said, "That's right, they just died not long ago. You'd better deal with the corpses quickly, and don't show yourself, otherwise it will easily cause you some trouble." Alger nodded repeatedly, "I know." Of course, he wouldn't show himself. These were people from Vice Admiral Dusk. It would be troublesome to be targeted by this pirate admiral. Hobert was about to leave using travel when he suddenly thought, by the way, what are their bounties? The first mate, Radical Olivier, has a bounty as high as 8,200, and the bosun, Water Cannon Monco, has a bounty of 4,500 pounds. Alger knew this very well. Hobert nodded, a small profit. Hearing this, Alger thought, it's more than just a small profit. The bounty alone is more than 10,000 pounds, not to mention the beyonder characteristics in their bodies. He looked at his watch and saw that there was still time. He would hand over the two corpses to the governor's office today. By the time Vice Admiral Dusk's people came to investigate, the bounty would be in hand. Hobert used travel to return to his study, took a sip of tea to rest, and began to review today's battle. First of all, Hobert had to say that it was so satisfying to use a demigod to abuse Sequence 5. The gap between the two sides was even greater than that between Sequence 5 and Sequence 6. Hobert even felt that it was roughly equivalent to the gap between Sequence 5 and Sequence 7. Secondly, Hobert was impressed by the cunning of the hunter pathway. One careless move could fall into the other party's trap, so he had to be careful when encountering beyonder from this pathway in the future. Otherwise, even if a Sequence 5's trap wouldn't kill a demigod, being tricked would be quite embarrassing. Finally, Hobert realized a skill that he had previously ignored but was very useful in actual combat: connection. Its usefulness lies in its unexpectedness, such as when he established a connection between Bielotov's storm of light and the light emitted by the giant ship. Not only was Bielotov stunned at the time, but the effect was also unexpected to Hobert. Drinking tea, Hobert followed this line of thought and thought about how to play the Earl of the Fallen. One thing that Hobert is now very clear about is that the Black Emperor pathway is very closely related to rulership. Previously, Hobert had always had a misunderstanding, thinking that the Justiciar pathway should focus on rulership. However, when leading the people back to the Lord's mansion, Hobert suddenly realized that, apart from the Sanguine, only the Black Emperor pathway's potions had titles such as Baron, Earl, Duke, and Emperor. Of course, the earliest potion names may not have had descriptions like Baron and Earl, but no matter what, the later addition of such descriptions could very well explain the problem. As for the Sanguine's peerage titles, they were only used to distinguish levels and were not the names of potions. Others only had Death Consul, Pale Emperor, or Knowledge Emperor, etc. The entire pathway only had one or two such potion names. Just from this point of view, it seemed to be reminding the beyonder of this pathway that after becoming a baron, they should pay attention to the rulership of the territory. As for how to rule, Hobert believed after experiencing the digestion of the Mentor of Disorder potion that the beyonder of this pathway should establish a ruling system that was different from the norm, preferably a system that was contrary to common sense. This was not difficult for Hobert, and he also had to thank Roselle. It was Roselle who established the colonial system, and the essence of this system was plunder and slaughter. In today's world, this system has been accepted by everyone in the northern continent. Then, the system that Hobert established, which was detailed to the village, people-oriented, and focused on making his own cake bigger instead of always thinking about robbing other people's cakes, was contrary to common sense in this era. As for how to play the Earl of the Fallen, Hobert felt that the focus should still be on the fallen aspect. The essence of the potion was ultimately a kind of distortion and madness, and it was perfectly normal to have a fallen side. However, Hobert drew a bottom line for himself: he could not fall, nor could he let the people around him fall. Thinking that the entertainment center in Jeffrey City was about to be completed, Hobert felt that he could let the nobles and wealthy people of the Feyenopotter kingdom fall, let the nobles and wealthy people of Backland fall, and by the way, earn their money. Thinking about it, it was already evening. Hobert glanced at Belitov's head wrapped in a cloak. He decided to rest for a while this afternoon and send it to the Church of the Goddess tomorrow. So Hobert sacrificed today's spoils to the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert checked today's spoils. Today, he seized 2 mystical items, one from the Hunter pathway and one from the Sun pathway. The mystical item from the Hunter pathway was the dagger in Belitov's hand. It could be transformed into a flame spear and could launch a fatal attack that could cause considerable damage even to demigods. However, it required charging up, and it had to withstand 2 attacks from a demigod before it could use a fatal attack that could injure a demigod. It seemed quite uneconomical. After all, each of the demigod's 2 attacks could potentially kill a sequence 5, while the sequence 5 could only injure the demigod. For enemies below the demigod level, there was no such requirement, and fatal attacks could be launched continuously, even breaking through the dawn barrier of the Guardian. The other spoils were beyonder characteristics. At the sequence 5 level, there was 1 Guardian and 1 Harvester beyonder characteristic. At the sequence 6 level, there was 1 Wind-blessed beyonder characteristic. At the sequence 7 level, there was 1 Weapon Master and 1 Seafarer beyonder characteristic. Although Hobert had nearly advanced to a demigod, he still picked up the enemy's low sequence beyonder characteristics. At the sequence 8 level, there were 3 Folk of Rage and 2 Provoker beyonder characteristics. At the sequence 9 level, there were 2 Warrior and 1 Bard beyonder characteristic. Except for the 2 sequence 5 beyonder characteristics, which Hobert obtained through battle, the others were basically sailors who died or were seriously injured under Belitov's Storm of Light. After disassembling what should be disassembled and putting what should be put into storage, Hobert glanced at the currently large number of Hunter pathway beyonder characteristics. Hobert planned to use the beyonder characteristics of the Hunter, Warrior, and Sailor pathways to train the beyonders of his military. Of course, if he encountered a good buyer, he could also sell some of them. Leaving the nation of disorder, Hobert had a pleasant dinner with Furs and Donna. Then, the Earl and his wife sat in the rocking chairs in the yard, chatting leisurely while watching the stars. Now that the weather was gradually warming up, sitting in the yard at night would not feel too cold. Sunday morning, Backland Northborough, Evernight Church Back Street. Hobert got out of the car with a wooden box in his hand, looking at the Blackthorn Security Company sign in front of him, feeling a bit like he was revisiting an old place. He knocked on the door of the security company and said to the receptionist, "I'm looking for Captain Thomas and Loretta." After drinking a few sips of black tea in the reception area, Hobert saw Loretta, who was wearing gender-neutral clothing and had black hair. He joked, "Your face looks so bad, did you get your salary deducted?" "Not really," Loretta said. "It's not payday yet, but my money is already spent." Hobert smiled. This is the problem for most people in Backland. "Ah, Earl Hobert," Captain Thomas said with a smile, walking down the stairs. "Are you coming back to report for duty?" "But I wouldn't dare command an Earl as a team member." Hobert smiled and said, "I suddenly remembered that the Nighthawks haven't paid me my salary for more than half a year. I'm here to see if I can get it reissued." Before Thomas could say anything, Loretta immediately said, "That's absolutely necessary." Then Thomas said, "I think the Red Gloves should be responsible for paying your salary from now on." As Hobert's captain, he already knew that Hobert was an outside member of the Red Gloves. Hobert didn't continue the topic, and pushed the wooden box on the coffee table towards the two of them. "This is a gift for you." Loretta seemed to sense something. With a solemn expression, she opened the wooden box. First, she was surprised, then incredulous. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she took off the ring on her hand and said, "Did you see that? This is that bastard Belitov's head. He's dead. After more than 10 years, he has finally received his due punishment." It was obvious that this lady's emotions were somewhat out of control. Thomas called over a female team member and comforted Loretta with a few words. After all, she had been a Nighthawk for so many years, and Loretta's emotions quickly stabilized. Hobert noticed that she seemed much more relaxed. Loretta said, "Captain, let me go claim Belitov's bounty." Thomas nodded, "No problem." After Loretta left, Thomas said, "I just bought a can of coffee. Want to come to my office and try some?" "Sure." While grinding and brewing the coffee, Thomas briefly recounted the story of Loretta and the ring on her hand. When she first joined the professional Nighthawk team, Steve, a sunny and handsome team member, was responsible for teaching her mystical knowledge and the official beyonder precautions. The story was cliché. The two quickly fell in love. During a mission after their engagement, Steve, whose strength was only sequence 8, encountered Bulatov, who was already at mid-sequence beyonder at the time. The result was predictable. Steve was killed. However, Steve's beyonder characteristics gathered on their engagement ring, forming a sealed artifact with negative effects that weren't too strong. To take care of Loretta's emotions, the Nighthawk team gave her the ring to use. Loretta's habit of asking for a raise was actually a negative influence from the sealed artifact. For a while, Loretta worked hard to improve her strength, almost losing control because of it. After realizing that she had no hope of revenge, she began to ask team members who she felt had a chance to take revenge to help her kill the Vice Admiral Dusk. In the end, Hobert helped her complete her revenge. Hobert took a sip of coffee, very touching. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and Loretta obviously still can't forget her lover. Moreover, Loretta had actually adjusted her mentality and didn't let hatred occupy her entire life. Otherwise, she would have lost control long ago due to emotional pressure. What I'm about to say might ruin this beautiful story a bit. Captain Thomas said, "We have been closely monitoring Loretta's condition. As of now, we still need to observe her further before we can be completely relieved." Hobert thought of old Neil and nodded in understanding. As the conversation came to an end, Hobert inquired about Leonard's whereabouts from Thomas. "How could I possibly have the address of a Red Glove member here?" Thomas said with a smile, "According to the rules, I can't inquire about it either, but if I see Leonard, there shouldn't be a problem asking him directly." After agreeing that he would write to Hobert as soon as he got the address, Hobert got up and said goodbye. Just as he came out of the security company's door, Hobert noticed Earl Hall's carriage coming from the other side of the street. He guessed that it was Sunday today, and the Hall family must be coming to the St. Samuel Cathedral to pray. Hobert stood on the steps, preparing to greet Earl Hall, but to his surprise, Audrey, who was a sight for sore eyes, opened the car window and said in a crisp and moving voice, "Hobert, are you here to pray too?" "I guess so." Hobert noticed that Earl and Countess Hall were not in the carriage. Audrey got out of the carriage as she spoke. Today, she was wearing a long dress with lace, exuding purity amidst extravagance. Hobert asked, "Just you alone?" "My father and brother had something to do temporarily and left first." Audrey smiled and sized Hobert up. "Hobert, if other nobles saw your attire, they would think you were on the verge of bankruptcy." Hobert was wearing his favorite Lone-style trench coat today. It was convenient to move around in, and as long as he stood up the collar, he wouldn't need an umbrella in Backland's recent drizzly weather. It could also block the cold air in winter. He laughed. "My butler told me the same thing." "You have a competent butler." "But I told him I really like trench coats, and he didn't insist anymore." Audrey smiled. "He must be powerless against such a mischievous earl like you." Hobert was slightly stunned. "Isn't mischievous used to describe children?" Audrey added, "I think, as a friend, I should take you to pick out a few formal suits. After all, the social season is about to begin in about a week." The so-called social season refers to April to August. Nobles, whether or not they have businesses in Backland, will gather in the capital to engage in noble social activities. These 4 months can be said to be full of endless dances and drinks. Hobert thought for a moment. He didn't have anything else to do today. "Okay, as a reward, I'll treat you to lunch at noon." On the Berserk Sea, the Future sailed steadily through the undulating waves. Admiral of Stars, Catilia stood by the window, gazing at the vast ocean that stretched beyond the horizon. From the position of the front deck, Nina's exasperated voice could be heard from time to time. She was angrily scolding Frankly for creating a pile of beef-flavored mushrooms that reproduced extremely quickly and loved to eat fish. Catilia sighed silently. At this moment, her intuition was suddenly touched. She turned her head to look at the desk, only to see a few yellowed pieces of paper that had appeared there at some point. The Emperor's Diary. Catilia turned around happily, but when she saw the question raised by the Queen, she was slightly stunned. I can answer this question, if the Emperor intelligence is accurate enough." On one of the pages of the diary was a piece of paper with a line written on it, "Why did he go mad in his later years?" Backland. In the drizzly weather, Hobert got into Earl Hall's carriage, and his carriage followed behind. "I'll take you to Lofter Tailor Shop to take a look." Audrey said, "This tailor shop has been around for more than 300 years and specializes in serving nobles. Their craftsmanship is better than the tailors in many earls' families." Hobert realized that Dofus had probably already hired a tailor for himself. "How extravagant, I'm just one person, and I actually need a tailor." The young and beautiful Audrey across from him continued, "I think you should at least order 5 formal suits, but because this is your first year participating in the social season, it's best not to be too extravagant and keep it low-key." Hobert thought to himself, keeping it low-key is easy, right? Big shorts and a vest are low-key enough, right? But he said, "You're the expert, I'll listen to you." "But, do I really need 5 formal suits? I have a tailor at home too. He must be too busy in the first year." Audrey said, because each suit can only be worn once at formal occasions, and can't be worn on other occasions. Hobert nodded. He had forgotten about that. At this time, he didn't think this was very elegant. Instead, he complained in his heart, what an unthrifty group. But being in it, especially just joining the Backland noble class, Hobert would only complain. He wouldn't make himself an exception among the nobles when he just joined this circle. He thought, 5 suits it is, it's just 5 suits of clothes. Lofter Tailor Shop was located in the Empress Borough. It consisted of a huge showroom and production room, and was staffed by a well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man and several servants responsible for reception. Audrey came to the showroom with ease. There were many samples on display here. These samples were used for trying on. If you felt it was suitable after trying it on, you would place an order. But it wasn't a complete copy of the sample. When the tailor was taking measurements for the nobles, they would give a suggestion for modification based on the noble's temperament. So they claimed that every piece of clothing here was unique. Hobert chose 2 formal suits that looked good and refused the maid's help to change clothes, coming to the fitting room alone. The service here was quite attentive, and they wouldn't treat Hobert badly just because he was wearing a cheap trench coat. First, there was Audrey's endorsement, and second, they knew that ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter such a tailor shop. After changing into one of the suits, Hobert came out of the fitting room. Audrey felt that Hobert's entire temperament was different. Hobert's appearance was still good, after all, he had the genes of the goddess of beauty, especially when he smiled, he was very sunny and cheerful. Today, Audrey realized that Hobert's appearance could handle different styles of clothing. When he wore a trench coat before, he looked like a young and energetic young man who was working hard for his career and made people feel positive and upward. After putting on the formal suit, Hobert's temperament immediately changed. The originally casual movements became very elegant and confident, his smile was still very cheerful, but it also revealed a sense of nobility. Hobert spread his arms and looked at himself in the mirror, how is it? Audrey then came back to her senses and said with an elegant smile, very good. But I don't really like this color, Hobert said, and also the silk design in this area. A well-dressed attendant standing nearby took out a notebook, what color would you prefer? We can change anything. Hobert was slightly stunned. Just now, those 2 complaints of his were purely a habit from when he wasn't very wealthy and was buying clothes. Only by pointing out flaws, and making sure to express his strong dislike, could he haggle for a better price later. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 528, Chapter 528 Bernardet asks the fool a question. Chapter 528 Bernardet asks the fool a question. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Soon, Hobert selected 5 suits. When signing the bill, Hobert's hand trembled. Just 5 suits actually cost £360. That's equivalent to £72 a suit. Hobert remembered that most middle-class suits cost only £7 or £8, including a cane, shirt, and boots. This one suit could buy 10. If Audrey hadn't been there, Hobert would have definitely asked, made of gold. Guaranteed fresh. And then, to make matters worse, Hobert said to Audrey, I know you don't need clothes, but you've helped me so much today, let me pick out a dress for you to show my gratitude. Hobert finally chose a blue dress. Audrey went to the fitting room to change, and indeed, she looked much more dignified and mature. When Hobert signed the bill, he thought he was seeing things. He looked closely and it really was £160. This made him sigh inwardly, in terms of clothing, women's money is indeed easier to earn. Next, Audrey took Hobert to buy leather shoes and a top hat. In just one morning, he signed nearly £900 worth of bills, making Hobert's hand feel a little cramped. Generally speaking, clothing purchases are taken care of by the butler, but Audrey is still young and finds it hard to resist the temptation of shopping. So, when she has time, she will come to these stores to take a look, or have the shop assistants bring new products to the Earl's mansion for display. As for lunch, of course, they went to the Lone Kingdom Hotel, which is the first choice for nobles. Seeing this magnificent hotel, Hobert felt a sense of emotion. He still remembered the first time he came to this hotel. Audrey, as a spectator, noticed the change in Hobert's emotions. What's wrong? It's nothing, Hobert smiled. It reminded me of something from the past. Well, let's go in. The 2 got out of the carriage and entered the hotel lobby while chatting. They immediately became the focus of the lobby. The beautiful and noble Audrey was a rare guest here, and the person standing next to Audrey actually came to dine without wearing a suit. How rude. How could the waiter let him in? That's right, Hobert had changed back into his windbreaker. As for why the waiter let them in, it was because Hobert saw the waiter was about to stop them when they entered, so he simply twisted the other party's intentions. So, the waiter could only say, please come in. Audrey rarely came to the hotel, and she didn't know that you had to wear a suit to dine here. Although she noticed that the waiter's behavior was a bit strange, she didn't pay much attention to it. They arrived at a restaurant specially for nobles, which was not the booth structure Hobert had imagined, but luxurious dining tables with large intervals. Each table had a dedicated waiter. Most of the people dining here knew Audrey and came forward to greet her. As for Hobert, they just exchanged a few polite pleasantries. After exchanging pleasantries for a long time, the two finally sat down. After the dishes started to be served, Audrey whispered, "They are just not familiar with you yet, so they don't seem very enthusiastic. You don't have to be unhappy about it." She noticed that Hobert's mood was different from before, and thought it was because these nobles didn't value him. "I never care too much about what others think of me," Hobert smiled. "It's just that I've been reminiscing about something since just now." He glanced at Audrey's curious gaze. "Well, when I was a lawyer, I was once invited to dine here. You should still remember the case I took to claim compensation, right? Well, Gusta, the president of the Backland Chamber of Commerce, invited me here to eat, hoping to scare me, a small lawyer, with the magnificence here." Hobert briefly described what happened at that time. Audrey said with some anger, "I didn't expect such a thing to have happened." Then she asked, "Are you going to teach the Chamber of Commerce president a lesson?" Now Hobert is an earl, and he can easily teach the Chamber of Commerce president a lesson. But Audrey was still prepared to remind Hobert to find a better reason, otherwise it would be easy for people to say that he didn't have the demeanor of an earl. No need. In the blink of an eye, the difference in our identities has been reversed. If I still regard him as an opponent, then I am praising him, Hobert said, taking a sip of the appetizer soup. I was just thinking that identity is actually a mutual recognition between people. For example, if others think I am an earl, then I am an earl, but if everyone thinks I am a trainee lawyer, then I am a trainee lawyer. This recognition is actually an interaction. For a trainee lawyer, the president of the Chamber of Commerce is a businessman who can do whatever he wants. For an earl, he is just a businessman. This process has a subjective side and an objective side. In fact, the person is still the same person, but the perception of the other party has changed. Audrey smiled. It sounds like a philosophy teacher is giving a lecture. She could see that Hobert only said half of what he wanted to say. The other half didn't seem suitable to be said here. Hobert took a sip of wine and steered the topic in another direction. In fact, the gap in identity is ridiculous, because maybe someday, this gap can be reversed. But we have to respect this gap, because this is the rule of this society. Before we have the ability to break this rule, all voices against this rule are just complaints. Audrey took a shallow taste of the side dish. "Do you plan to break this rule when you have the opportunity in the future?" Hobert shook his head. "I don't like being a reformer. It's too tiring and very dangerous." He then smiled. "I just suddenly thought of the essence of identity. I found it very interesting and a little emotional." He really didn't like reform. If he was going to do it, he would do a revolution and completely overthrow the rule of a kingdom. The two did not continue this topic, but talked about the upcoming social season. After lunch, the two took a carriage back home. There were only two of them in the carriage. Audrey asked, "When we talked about the topic of identity just now, because we were in a public restaurant, you seemed to have important points that you didn't express." Hobert smiled, thought for a moment, and then said, "That's right, based on those thoughts just now, I thought of the essence of acting method." His consideration was not to recall his thoughts just now, but to consider whether to tell Audrey his other thoughts. But on second thought, there didn't seem to be anything that needed to be kept secret. It was normal to tell his friend some of his thoughts. Audrey immediately became interested. "I knew you must have more brilliant views." Brilliant is not the point, it's just a good idea that came suddenly. Hobert took the mineral water that Audrey took out of the wine cabinet, opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Nobles have been preparing bottled mineral water in carriages since a long time ago. This is authentic mountain spring water, slightly sweet. It's not added sugar, but the spring water itself is slightly sweet. The mineral water is bottled in crystal-like glass bottles, which looks like a beautiful work of art. Hobert recorked the bottle with an exquisite stopper and continued, "I suddenly thought that the acting of the lawyer pathway requires the recognition of others. For example, if others think I am an earl, then my acting is successful. If I act only like a baron, then my acting is very unsuccessful. So the essence of acting is actually the interaction between one's own spirituality and the spirituality of others. Maybe this kind of interaction is the driving force for digesting the potion." Audrey praised, "What a great idea. This is equivalent to explaining the theory of the acting method. But this theory seems to work well in some pathways such as lawyer or arbiter." Hobert smiled. "It is not universal in all pathways. For example, your spectator pathway, you only need to think that you are a qualified spectator, and you don't necessarily need to get feedback from others." Hobert said in a joking tone, "The key is that it is difficult to convey feedback from others to you. Could it be that Klein will praise you when he meets you? Audrey, you look more like a spectator after not seeing you for a few days." Audrey covered her mouth and smiled elegantly. "It sounds like something Klein could say." She paused and said, maybe the potion of each pathway has different requirements for beyonders, so our acting methods are also different. Well, I remember you said before that the lawyer pathway has names such as mentor, then the lawyer pathway may need to be more public and gain the recognition of more people in order to complete the acting as quickly as possible. Hobert nodded. I have similar ideas. When playing the role of a baron, you can digest the potion by establishing your own company or managing an industry. But Hobert compared the speed at which Eliot digested the potion with his own potion digestion speed. His own digestion speed was much faster. Hobert believes that this should be because he has a territory and everyone recognizes him as a lord. The carriage first arrived at the Earl Hall's mansion. After Hobert said goodbye to Audrey, he got out of the carriage and boarded his own carriage behind. Hobert continued his previous train of thought. Baron and Earl are just titles, and do not mean that you must obtain these two identities. He recalled that when he was playing the role of Baron of Corruption, he found that his rule over the people was very important, or rather, he needed feedback from the people. At that time, Hobert realized that in the Black Emperor's Godhood ritual, there was a requirement that it is common sense that the people think the promoted person is the emperor, which is enough to show that it is important for this pathway to get feedback from the people. Even if you don't use Baron and Earl to distinguish the sequence relationship of the two potions, you can also use Small Lord and Big Lord to distinguish them. According to this idea, you can think about the perception of an Earl or a Big Lord. Hobert recalled that the ancient Earls were already great princes in charge of one side, and modern Earls are also the core forces in the political arena. Then, as an Earl, in addition to feedback from the bottom people, do you also need feedback from other nobles? And the conviction or surrender of some viscounts and barons to a certain extent. Hobert thought that maybe it is not necessarily viscounts and barons, but the conviction of his subordinates and main officials should also make the potion possible to digest. Then a new question arises. It is not difficult to get others to recognize his identity as an Earl. How can people associate depravity with him? Hobert thought of his previous thoughts on Baron of Corruption. He believed that depravity and Earl should be one subjective description and one objective description. He believes that it is not necessarily that he himself is depraved, but he can also actively make others become depraved. I subjectively feel that he has become depraved under my influence. The digestion method of the spectator pathway is basically this kind of subjective digestion. And Earl is just the opposite. It is to make everyone think that I am an Earl, so that I can get good feedback. Another key point is how to define depravity. According to this skill, depravity seems to mean making the target's moral values become negative and evil. But moral values are determined artificially, and different people have different views on the same thing. For example, if a believer of the Evernight goddess becomes a believer of the god of war, is this a kind of depravity in the eyes of the church and believers of the Evernight goddess? But in the eyes of the church of the god of war, this is a sign of abandoning darkness and turning to the light. Then, according to the characteristics of the lawyer pathway to find loopholes in the rules and not follow the rules, is it not necessarily that only moral corruption is depravity, but also doing things that people can understand but cannot accept, is also considered depravity? For example, when attending a noble banquet, two people publicly wear the same suit, and because they are strong enough, everyone will not think that there is a problem with Earl Hobert's finances. They can only look very upset or angry, but dare not say anything. Hobert felt that he didn't know whether doing so would digest the potion, but he knew that doing so must be very refreshing. Another thing to pay attention to is that it must be distinguished from madness and paranoia. Hobert rubbed his chin. He could try to play such a role to see if it works. At this time, Hobert also returned to his Earl's mansion. Dofus handed Hobert a document. This was sent by the youngest son of Earl Vincent last night. Hobert took the document and nodded. He walked to his study and asked, "Did you hire a tailor for me?" "The first thing I did was hire a tailor," Dofus said. "He has already made 3 suits for you." Hobert was stunned. Why didn't he come to take my measurements? I told him the measurements. I guarantee they are accurate. Dofus had such eyesight. Hobert scratched his head. Are you sure the tailor didn't make a shroud? Arriving at the study, Hobert opened the information and found that this information was really detailed, mainly divided into 3 parts. The first is geography, the second is resources, and the third is humanities. Having such detailed information is mainly for the convenience of plundering. First of all, geography goes without saying. Which road to take to plunder is of course very important, which can save a lot of time. As for the detailed information on resources, it is to clarify the plundering value of this small island. The record of humanities is simply to distinguish where the population is easy to plunder, and where the population needs well-equipped weapons to plunder. Hobert smiled and did not continue to think about this question, but carefully read the information. Longtail Island has 2 high mountains, both exceeding 1,000 meters in altitude. These mountains, linked together, form an east-west mountain range. This mountain range is located towards the eastern part of the island, making the eastern side of the island higher than the western side. In the west, there is a vast plain where the port and the colonial city built on the island are located, with many manors and small towns established by colonists. the development in the mountains and the eastern part is limited, with only a small port built in the east. There is a railway on the island, only a few kilometers long, mainly used for transporting mineral resources from the mountains. As for the resources on this island, early colonists discovered iron and copper mines, as well as many rubber trees and high-quality timber. Basically, these minerals can be sold for tens of thousands of pounds each year, with the governor's office receiving £50,000 in total. In terms of the local population, there are a large number of natives on this island. Although there are no specific statistics, it is estimated that there are at least 600,000. And the number of North Continent people who have colonized this island is only 10 to 20,000. Hobert stroked his chin, thinking about how to govern this small island. Governing such an island has its advantages. Being isolated overseas, even if he implements some radical policies, it will only cause a joke and not arouse the vigilance of the rulers. After all, those policies are mainly aimed at the natives on the island, and the colonists can choose to leave and avoid Hobert's policies. Hobert smiled. The first step should indeed be to deal with these colonists and plantation owners. Continuing to flip through, the following information concerns some strange events that have occurred on the island, with a clear indication that Mount Megalai, one of the mountains exceeding 1,000 meters in altitude, is a restricted area, said to be where the local natives worship an ancient god. Hobert's first reaction was, a wild god like Calvetua. He continued to read, and it was mentioned that the military camp on Longtail Island had reported a strange incident, in which a native suddenly claimed to be a king appointed by a god and made himself a wooden crown. Strangely, the natives agreed with this, and even more strangely, many lone soldiers loyal to George III also believed that the person was the king and joined him. This was a large-scale uprising that took place on Longtail Island 10 years ago, and the Byam Navy had to be mobilized to put it down. During the battle, the naval soldiers killed the native king, and the natives seemed to lose their courage at the same time and immediately surrendered. According to the lone soldiers who had joined the natives, they felt as if they were controlled by an unknown force at the time and had no idea what they were doing. Because this is the file of the Ministry of Land and Resources, the record of similar events is very brief, only to make a reminder that the king personally ordered, any crown that appears on Longtail Island must be destroyed immediately. The information also included a description from a missionary who had visited a very peculiar village while preaching. That village was full of natives, but strangely, adult males did not have a high status here, and children were the most respected. Their village chief was a 7-year-old child. According to the missionary, this child was not very smart, just an ordinary child, moody and very playful. But the people in the entire village, including those strong adults, were very submissive to the child, doing no farming or hunting, and their only task was to play with the village chief. Later, the missionary heard that the native village was burned down because their village chief lost control of the fire while playing with it. Following this story is another warning: do not enter native villages that look strange. At this time, Hobert realized that these strange events were for beyonders who came to the Ministry of Land and Resources to consult the information, emphasizing the taboos on Longtail Island. Ordinary people would just treat them as stories. Hobert became more and more interested in the so-called gods worshipped by the people on Longtail Island. This was probably another wild god in poor condition. Hobert planned to go to Longtail Island to understand the situation and learn about the natives' gods from the side. At the same time, he planned to ask Alger and Catilia about Longtail Island at tomorrow's tarot gathering to see if they had any information. Flipping through the rest, there was no more valuable information. Hobert put the information in the drawer and wrote a thank you letter for Dofus to send to Karl. In the evening, Karl received Hobert's thank you letter. He had just opened it and read it when the butler came to invite him to the Earl's study. Karl suddenly felt a little apprehensive, because since he was a child, going to his father's study meant either being severely criticized or being praised. But he rarely received praise, and most of the time he was called in to be scolded for doing something wrong. Karl asked himself if he had done anything commendable recently, and guessed that he must have done something improper without realizing it, and his father had found out. However, when he entered the study, he found that Earl Vincent did not seem to be angry. Instead, he asked, "Do you have contact with Earl Hobert?" "Ah. Yes." Karl realized that his father knew about the letter that Earl Hobert had just sent. He told the truth, he gave me some help, and I helped him with some small things. Vincent suddenly said, "The Beyonder gathering you participated in, wasn't it initiated by Hobert?" Karl just smiled wryly. He didn't want to be beaten up again like he had been stung by bees. Vincent nodded understandingly. "Keep up the good work." He changed the subject. "I heard that Klein is going to host a banquet for some less valued noble children tomorrow." Karl thought of the task Hobert had given at the previous gathering, and he nodded, "Yes." "Are you planning to go?" "Isn't father going to arrange for me to work at the Backland shipyard?" "I won't go." "No, you must go." Vincent said seriously, "Don't think that I don't know anything just because I'm often away on business. Glaint is also in your gathering, right?" Without waiting for Karl to answer, Vincent continued, "Not only must you participate, but you must also figure out what Hobert wants to do." Carl was slightly stunned. Father, you want to deal with Earl Hobert? Idiot. Vincent sighed. See if there are any opportunities in this. He said, Christian is not simple. In the future Backland political circles, he will definitely have a high political position. Perhaps Hobert is carrying out some instructions from his father. Even if it's not his father's instructions, Hobert's operation is incomprehensible. Since you don't understand it, go and find out. If there is an opportunity, we can invest in Hobert in advance. Finally, he said meaningfully, this is the fundamental reason why nobles gradually become stronger. Carl finally understood his father's intention. Recently, I often visit Earl Hobert. Vincent nodded, not too stupid after all. On Monday morning, Dicos's youngest son, Todd, came to 62 Empress Borough. Hobert received this young man with beautiful eyes in the reception room on the first floor. Let me first talk about your treatment. Hobert didn't mince words. You will be my professional manager, with a temporary salary of £300 per month. Todd was slightly stunned. Generally speaking, a manager who manages thousands of people and has good efficiency would have this much salary. He also holds a position in his father's company, but his salary is far from this high. And now Earl Hobert's enterprise seems to have no shadow yet, but he is giving himself such a high salary. So Todd quickly asked, what exactly do you need me to do? You have 3 tasks now. Hobert said, the first is to go to the newly established Backland University of Science and Technology and find a few professors who are researching electricity, and then contact a few professors who are researching materials science. And find a way to make an appointment with the president. I want to meet him. Todd took out a shorthand notebook, nodding and taking notes. This task was not difficult for him, and he could complete it with a little effort. The second is to help me find a large factory building. It can be rented, or the land can be bought directly. Hobert said, if you rent, be sure to sign a good contract. I may need to make large-scale renovations. Todd asked, how many workers will the factory need to accommodate? 3,000. It is best to have corresponding dormitories and canteens and other supporting facilities. No problem. Todd was very familiar with the factories in Backland and could provide the Earl with several suggestions now, but he decided to confirm it again before reporting to the Earl. Hobert continued, the third is to help me recruit a management team, and find a venue for training newly hired employees in the future. And the management team is only for managing those who are receiving training. As for the education team, it will be recruited later according to the specific needs. Todd was slightly stunned, wanting to remind the Earl that training employees didn't need to be so troublesome, but he thought that he didn't know the Earl very well, so he didn't say anything. Hobert smiled and said, I'll give you these 3 tasks for now. Oh, right, in a few days I'm going to go to the manor that the king rewarded me to take a look. You can come with me and see if any renovations need to be done there. Yes. Hobert added, if you need the Earl's title for anything, you can take my carriage. Anyway, there are 2, and it's a waste to leave them there. But every time you use the carriage, you need to report it to the butler, Mr. Dofus. Thank you for your concern. Find Mr. Dofus for reimbursement for any expenses. Yes. After Todd left, Hobert sighed. Recently, he had been spending money like water. Recruiting servants, repairing the Earl's mansion, and purchasing furniture, decorations, and works of art for the mansion had cost nearly £1,500. Yesterday, he signed out £1,000 worth of bills in one day, and the £5,000 he had given Dofus before seemed like it wouldn't last long. Hobert took a breath, but fortunately, there would be several large incomes in the next 2 days. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert's vision was covered by the grey fog on time. He appeared in the giant hall above the grey fog, sitting on one side of the bronze long table. This week's tarot gathering officially began. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. As Justice Audrey greeted him, the fool, Klein, sitting at the head of the table, glanced at Emperor Hobert. The others couldn't see Hobert's changes, but as the master of this grey fog, he could feel that Hobert's temperament was completely different, with a kind of sacred and powerful element added to it. Klein thought for a moment and immediately understood, that was divinity. Hobert had advanced to sequence 4 and become a demigod. This was the first demigod of the Tarot Club. The rolling grey fog concealed Klein's surprise very well. Audrey didn't notice this, and her greeting continued. Once the greeting was over, Hermit Catilia looked towards the head of the bronze long table. Respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Klein was quite expectant in his heart, and opened his mouth with a calm and natural appearance. Very good, you can think of a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Then Catilia applied to materialize the contents of the diary. Next was Mr. Fool's reading time. After a few minutes of reading time, Klein looked at Catilia. Have you thought about your request? Catilia opened her mouth as if she had been prepared for a long time. I want to know why Emperor Roselle made the choice to make himself go crazy. At first, Bernardet's question was, why did he go crazy in his later years? In fact, this time submitting the diary and asking the question was more like a test from the queen mystic Bernardet. She knew the reason why her father went crazy in his later years, and deliberately asked that question to see if the fool could really understand the contents of the diary. After learning that the members of the Tarot Club had already exchanged information that Emperor Roselle had once jumped to a non-adjacent pathway, which led to his madness in his later years, Bernardet immediately realized that there was no need to test him at all. So the diaries were still those diaries, but Bernardet changed the question, a real question in her heart. Magician Furs and Audrey both thought of the previous transaction with Emperor, but Hangman Alger, son Derek, and Moon Emlyn were a little dazed because they had not participated in that transaction. When Catilia asked this question, Audrey and Furs were also very curious about this question. According to reason, Emperor Roselle had already obtained supreme power and reputation at that time, so why would he rather be crazy than become a god? So the other members looked towards the head of the bronze long table. Klein breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the answer to this question was in the diary he had just seen, but he didn't rush to answer Hermit's question, but said, "First of all, let's confirm a fact. I am neither omniscient nor omnipotent." He said this sentence in a self-deprecating and relaxed tone, but Hermit and others did not show any abnormality, and even showed more flattery. For them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool was not omniscient or omnipotent, and none of the current true gods or evil gods had a title of omniscient and omnipotent. Only Hobert shouted in his heart, "I've learned another trick." This is to bury the foreshadowing in advance when your power or knowledge is limited. After setting the tone, Klein returned to the Hermit's question, "I also want to know what Roselle encountered in his later years." Currently, it can be confirmed that, due to some unknown stimulation or influence, Roselle set his sights on sequence 0. He said that he saw all things would be destroyed and could not place hope in the 7 gods. Goddess of Knowledge was chewing on the sentence, "cannot place hope in the 7 gods, what exactly did the Emperor see? Even the gods cannot be relied upon." Audrey had already associated it with the deal she made with the Emperor last week. Could it be a threat from above the gods? So, one must become a true god to resist it. Furs had similar guesses. Alger and Emlyn were surprised that the Emperor actually wanted to become a god in his later years. Little Son looked at Mr. Fool in confusion. In City of Silver, if there was a chance, every resident would want to become a sequence 0 true god in order to create a more suitable living environment for everyone or lead everyone out of that abandoned land. Klein didn't say anything more and leaned back in his chair, saying, "You can start." After speaking, he controlled the world to look at Derek. "The notary potion formula you wanted is here." Derek sincerely said, "Thank you, Mr. World. According to the agreement, I will write down this debt and wait for you to make a request." "Okay." While controlling the world to answer, Klein had him pretend to make a request for manifestation to Mr. Fool. Little Son happily took the formula, sequence 6, notary. Main ingredients, 1 portion of elder tree root crystal, 5 spirit bird tail feathers. Supplementary materials, 100 milliliters of radiant covenant tree sap, 1 golden-edged sunflower, 1 white-edged sunflower, 5 drops of water fern juice. After this transaction was completed, before anyone else could speak, the world looked at the Hanged Man and spoke once again, "You know, the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients you wanted are here." Goddess of Knowledge couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the world. She remembered very clearly that Gehrman Sparrow had only recently hunted the slaughterer, Curtius. Where did he get the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients? Could it be that he killed another ocean songster? This would be considered a quasi-high-level member in the Storm Church. Little Son looked at the world at the lower end of the bronze table. Mr. World also obtained the ocean songster, potion formula and main ingredients. How amazing. Emlyn recalled that when he first joined the Tarot Club, his initial impression of Mr. World was that he was gloomy and introverted. Besides that, there was nothing special about him. In subsequent gatherings, he gradually showed his experience and reasonably good abilities. He thought in his heart, "This guy is second only to the Emperor in terms of strength. I admire this type of person who seems silent, ordinary, but is actually very capable." Hobert realized, Klein has completed the Roselle's travels instance. Alger had already received the news in advance, so his excitement had already passed. He said, "Name your price." Klein had already thought of a price that the Hanged Man could accept, so he controlled the world and said, £5,000 for the formula, £8,000 for the main ingredients. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, a very reasonable price, but I don't have that much cash on hand. I can only pay you £10,000 first, and the remaining £3,000 next week. I think with Mr. Fool's witness, you shouldn't be afraid of me going back on my word. The pounds he had accumulated during this period, plus the 15% commission he had just received from the Emperor, gave him enough funds to pay this huge sum. However, Alger still cleverly divided the payment into 2 installments. One was to avoid needing the money elsewhere recently, and the other was to show that it was also very difficult for him to come up with this sum. The world said, okay. I'll give you the potion formula first, and the main ingredients after the gathering ends. Then, he asked Mr. Fool to help manifest the potion formula. Okay. Alger couldn't hide his excitement as he glanced at the parchment that appeared in front of him. Sequence 5, Ocean Songster. Main ingredients, crystal of a complete spinal column of a thunderstriped electric eel, pituitary gland of a storm rock heron. Supplementary materials, 12 milliliters of thunderstriped electric eel bile, 16 milliliters of tiger-striped whale oil, 8 g of gray triangular grass powder, 1 silver-white octagonal gold plate flour. Ritual, consume the potion inside the stomach of an Obenes. Seeing the Ocean Songster ritual, Alger was slightly stunned. No wonder the church keeps Obenes sea monsters in captivity. It turns out that this is the ritual needed to advance to sequence 5. This made him a little embarrassed, because apart from the Obenes sea monsters kept in captivity by the church, he had rarely heard of wild Obenes. Even if there were any, they would be extremely dangerous for a sequence 6. Alger suddenly thought of the milky white scepter inlaid with a blue gemstone and glanced at the head of the bronze table. He could request Mr. Fool's help. However, a new problem arose. Where should I find something that Mr. Fool is interested in? Trade with Roselle the Great's diary. But the diaries I could obtain have already been given to Mr. Fool, and I can't provide enough diaries in a short time. Alger thought about the valuable things he had in his hand, and he felt that it would be difficult for them to interest Mr. Fool. Just as he was about to consider this issue after the gathering ended, he suddenly thought that some things Mr. Fool might not be interested in, but the world might be interested in. So, he immediately said, Mr. Fool, I request a private exchange with the world. Klein behind the gray fog was slightly stunned. He thought that the hanged man would ask him for help after seeing the Ocean Songster ritual. Why would he want to have a private exchange with the world? However, he still nodded slightly and created a separate exchange environment for the hanged man and the world. Alger said, I need your help with my advancement ritual. The world was a little strange. Are you sure you need my help? He said in a gloomy voice, I don't know where there are Obenes sea monsters. I will go find the Obenes sea monster. Alger quickly said, I hope you can ask Mr. Fool to help make the Obenes sea monster willingly open its mouth so that I can enter its stomach. Klein finally understood why Alger wanted to find the world, but he still wanted to confirm it again. Why don't you directly pray for Mr. Fool's help? Because I can't temporarily come up with something that Mr. Fool is interested in. Alger told the truth. I can trade you the location of an undiscovered primitive island and ask you to help me pray for Mr. Fool's help. Klein, at the head of the bronze table, nodded slightly. The identity of Fool's believer that he had built for the world finally came into effect. Otherwise, if the hanged man continued to make requests to the Fool, he would not be able to bargain in order to maintain the Fool's position. It would be easier to deal with the hanged man and the world. He controlled the world and said, briefly tell me about that island. On that primitive island, there are not only many beyonder creatures that have become extinct in the North and South continents, but according to my observation, there are traces of the existence of demigod-level beyonder creatures. Alger introduced, in addition, in the center of the island, there is also an ancient ruin of unknown specific age hidden. Klein was slightly stunned, and then controlled the world and said, in that case, we also need to invite the Emperor to participate in the exploration of that island. Alger was puzzled. Why? The world said seriously, to ensure our safety. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 529, Chapter 529, Individual Communication is Popular This Time. Chapter 529, Individual Communication is Popular This Time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After hearing the world's words, Alger was first slightly stunned, then realized, the Emperor has advanced to a demigod. He was planning to walk around the domains of those demigod-level beyonder creatures when the time came. Why did it sound like Gehrman Sparrow wanted to exterminate all the beyonder creatures on that island? Alger couldn't help but glance at the Emperor in the same row. He couldn't tell at all that this was already a demigod. In fact, Klein's idea was very simple. Since there were demigod-level beyonder creatures, then for safety's sake, of course, he had to find a demigod to help. At worst, he would share some of the spoils with the Emperor. Anyway, with a demigod joining the hunt, their spoils would definitely increase. He manipulated the world and said, continue. Alger cleared his throat somewhat unnaturally. In the beginning, I discovered that island with Kalangos. At that time, we didn't have the ability to explore it deeply, but he discovered some clues and suspected that something very precious and very important was hidden in the ruins. My strength is not as good as Kalangos's, and my depth of exploration is not as good as his. I can't know what he saw, I can only guess the situation from some of the words he said inadvertently. Klein at the head of the long bronze table thought, the hanged man's words contain a lot of information. It seems that he and Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos knew each other very early and had explored together. He also thought, the value of a primitive island is indeed not small. For a secret organization, this is the cornerstone to support the growth of its members. Moreover, when I reach the level of a demigod, the role that money can play will be much smaller. Bartering is the most likely way to get what you want. Clues about demigod-level beyonder creatures are very important, and that ruin is also a bit interesting. So Klein no longer hesitated and manipulated the world to say, wait a moment, I will report this matter to Mr. Fool. Alger nodded and waited quietly. The world requested to communicate with Mr. Fool alone. Klein and the smaller self pretended to say a few words, then lifted the shielding from the hanged man. He manipulated the world to say, deal. Alger no longer rambled. After obtaining Mr. Fool's consent, he manifested a parchment scroll with information about that primitive island. The world took the paper and quickly browsed through it. It's right on the edge of the Sonia Sea, and the overall area is not small. Alger added, the first exploration is best done after I advance, so I can also provide some help, instead of just leading the way. No problem. Klein had the world nod and said, when going to dangerous places, I will need some companions. I will contact the Emperor, I guess he will also be very interested. Alger breathed a sigh of relief, okay. After the two people finished their private conversation, the world made a request to Mr. Fool to communicate with the Emperor alone. The other members were stunned. Did this gathering have so many little secrets? Hobert was also slightly stunned, unable to guess what Klein wanted from him. He only heard the world say, I want to reserve that mystical item with the traveler characteristic. Similarly, I will pay £10,000 first this week, and then pay the remaining £2,000 after the hanged man's final payment arrives. Klein had long wanted to obtain a mystical item with travel abilities, so when he obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and beyonder characteristics, he planned to use this income to buy the mystical item that the Emperor had mentioned before. After hearing the world's request, Hobert understood why he wanted to communicate alone. Otherwise, the hanged man's money hadn't been received yet, and he turned around and bought the mystical items of other members. This kind of operation seemed quite deserving of a beating. Then he thought, Klein seems to have grazed a traveler, right? Does he still need to buy this mystical item? Hobert seriously recalled, oh, right, the one he grazed seems to be a traitor from the Abraham family. And because I married Furs, she asked me to help kill that traitor, and didn't issue a hunt mission to the world. Okay. In an instant, Hobert had thought it through and agreed to the transaction, complete the transaction within 3 days. He had previously said that it was a friend's mystical item, the act had to be complete. There's one more thing. The world added, in a while, the hangman and I are going to explore a primitive island, and we need a trustworthy partner. Are you willing to participate? Then he explained, on that primitive island, there are some beyonder creatures that have become extinct in the North and South continents, and there is also a very mysterious ruin. Hobert recalled, the church built by Adam. Of course, he was willing to participate in that exploration. What are the conditions? There are no specific conditions. It's just that the three of us help each other to ensure everyone's safety. Also, the spoils that belong to solo hunting will not be divided. Whoever hunts it gets it. If it is a joint hunt, I will divide the spoils. If there are any objections, you can ask Mr. Fool to adjudicate. Isn't that the same? But Hobert also thought, the Fool won't obviously favor one side too much, and who isn't a favorite of a god? I am also a favorite of the Creator. If there are objections to the division of spoils, can I also ask the Creator to adjudicate? Thinking of this, Hobert nodded, then, I hope to get a chance to choose first. Of course, he could hear that Klein actually needed his protection as a demigod, so he made such a request. Klein thought that such a request was completely acceptable, so he had the world nod, okay. After removing the barrier for private communication, the world nodded slightly towards the hanged man, indicating that the deal was done. Alger had no opinion. After all, even if he didn't announce the location of that island, he would have difficulty hunting the demigod creatures on it for a while. It would be better to monetize it as soon as possible, like the previous island in the forsaken land of the gods. Seeing that the world no longer spoke, the hermit Catilia turned her head to Justice and said, the spinal fluid of the black hunting basilisk has been confirmed, £1,800. There are currently no clues about the fruit of the psychedelic wind chime tree. That's much faster than I expected. Audrey sincerely thanked her, thank you, Miss Hermit. She didn't care about the price at all. Then Catilia said to the Emperor, without hesitation, I heard information about suspected bone marrow of the six-legged imp. Do you need me to continue investigating? The other members exclaimed, the hermit's efficiency is really high. Hobert first thought about whether to follow the clues of the six-legged imp's bone marrow to see if he could find another Earl of the Fallen. But thinking that if such a black-eat-black operation was not handled well, it would easily damage his reputation, and he still had a pile of things waiting to be done, so he wouldn't do such a wicked thing. No need. Hobert said, my friend and I hunted a six-legged imp. Little Son and Emlyn were slightly stunned, which meant that the Emperor was now ready to advance to a demigod. But Furs didn't suspect anything, because she didn't know that Hobert's potion formula required the bone marrow of the six-legged imp, and she didn't know that he and Archibald had hunted a six-legged imp. Catilia nodded slightly. Congratulations. Many people couldn't gather the sequence 4 potion materials in their entire lives. Hobert smiled, thank you. After confirming the 2 transactions, Catilia looked around and said, everyone, are there any clues about the blood of mythical creatures? Klein immediately manipulated the world to say, are you referring to complete mythical creatures? Audrey listened in confusion and was very interested. Complete mythical creatures. Are there incomplete mythical creatures? Alger listened attentively, hoping to get more information about Admiral of Stars. Hobert had previously considered that the angels he could find were not suitable for Catilia, so he simply didn't plan to join this topic. Catilia was stunned for a second and said, complete ones, that is, the blood of angels. 1 drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail at the beginning because she thought that there would be no such high-end things in the Tarot Club for the time being. At that time, she only put forward her real needs to show her sincerity. But later, after she heard the Emperor's description of the battle that took place in Phaenopotter City, she had hope for her needs again, so she asked. The world gave a response, I have some clues, but I'm not sure I can get them, and I have to wait at least 3 months. Hobert was stunned. The Snake of Fate will be born in 3 months. The other Tarot Club members all thought of the one who had protected them before, who seemed to be an angel of the death pathway. Then they successively thought, didn't the war launched by the Creator in the southern continent involve angel-level battles? And just recently in Phaenopotter City, more than a dozen angels appeared at once. So everyone turned their attention to the Emperor again, wanting to see his reply to this. Seeing that the Emperor had no intention of answering, Audrey simply asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, I remember that there is also at least 1 angel serving beside the Creator, right? Hobert thought, there are indeed 2, but neither of them has blood. If I give the hermit a ball of power of order, will she lose control on the spot when she advances? The blood of those 2 angels is not suitable for Ms. Hermit to use. Hobert said truthfully. Little Son, who was also very curious, asked, Mr. Emperor, is there also a saying of suitable or unsuitable? Alger and Furs, along with the other members, stared curiously at Emperor, feeling that Son had voiced the question in their hearts. Hobert smiled and said, although I don't know what Miss Hermit wants with angel's blood, I think the blood of an angel from the lawyer pathway wouldn't be the optimal choice for Miss Hermit, right? All the members could tell that although Emperor kept saying he didn't know what Miss Hermit wanted with angel's blood, he actually definitely knew. So everyone's gaze shifted to Catilia again. Hermit smiled helplessly and had to explain, some angel's blood from certain pathways is indeed the preferred choice. Then she added, but I'm not picky, as long as there's some, that's fine. Some of the other members nodded, while others leaned back in their chairs. They almost simultaneously thought, the one who understands Miss Hermit's needs the most is actually Mr. Emperor. Audrey and Furs were both very curious about what Hermit would use the blood of complete mythical creatures for. But this probably involved the other party's secrets, so it wasn't easy to ask. Alger, on the other hand, had already realized, this might be part of the advancement ritual. Emlyn was simply considering, I wonder what angel's blood tastes like. Maybe 1 sip would cause me to lose control on the spot. After a brief silence, Emlyn asked, do you have any clues about my previous request? Furs immediately said, there are suspected leads, and I will continue to investigate. In fact, she had outsourced this task to Zio, and Zio had just discovered a suspected clue. Derek then said, I need the root crystal of the Elder Tree, as well as the sap of the Radiant Covenant Tree, and golden-edged sunflower and white-edged sunflower. He remembered that the feathers of the spirit-warding bird were in the special warehouse of City of Silver, while those 3 auxiliary ingredients were common outside but scarce in the forsaken land of the gods. Emlyn's spirit lifted, the root crystal of the Elder Tree and those auxiliary ingredients are not a big problem, so what can you use to exchange them? When he provided Justice with the fruit of the Elder Tree last time, he learned where to buy the root crystal. Derek thought for a moment, a characteristic corresponding to a sequence 5 sanguine. For him, this wasn't a rare monster in the darkness. Sanguine. Emlyn said through gritted teeth, don't worry, I'll tell you what I want after I've thought about it. Okay. Derek, who already owed the world a lot of debt, was quite calm. After the 2 people's transaction ended, Hobert said to the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, I hope to communicate with Miss Hermit and Mr. Hangman separately. Another private exchange? Klein nodded slightly, very curious about what Emperor wanted to communicate with the other 2 members. After establishing an independent communication space, Hobert went straight to the point, I hope to get some information about Longtail Island. He explained, I have already obtained geographical, resource, and cultural information, but I heard that the locals believe in a false god. I would like to know the relevant information about the local beliefs. Klein nodded slightly, understanding Hobert's intention. I remember seeing in the newspaper that Hobert's fief was Longtail Island. Catilia said, one of the captains in my fleet has been to Longtail Island. Alger seemed unwilling to be outdone and said, I have a friend who has been to Longtail Island. Hobert then asked, may I ask what rewards you each require? 300 pounds. This isn't confidential information on the sea. Catilia said. Alger also nodded, feeling that this price was very reasonable. The two of them added up to 600 pounds. Hobert, who had just earned 10,000 pounds, had no objection to this deal. Catilia said first, the local natives believe in a god called Mountain God. It is said that the god is named Megalai, and legend has it that he has a huge body, and the entire island is his tail, so it is called Longtail Island. Hobert was slightly stunned, not expecting this false god to have related legends. Hermit continued, if you want to go to the mountainous area of Longtail Island, you must pay special attention to the position of the sun. As soon as you find that the position of the sun has suddenly changed, you must immediately return the way you came. Otherwise, you will definitely get lost and never come back. Hobert rubbed his chin, this description is a bit strange. Maybe it's not that the sun has changed direction, but that the earth has changed direction. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a false god. Is this the authority of the mountain god? But what a strange authority. Can it manipulate the position of the earth? Then he thought, in my concept, the mountain god is a grassroots civil servant of the god realm, but the god believed by the local natives seems to be different from the mountain god in my impression. According to the information I saw from the Ministry of Land and Resources, the so-called mountain god seems to have the ability to bewitch people's hearts. In the depths of the mountains, there is a mountain god church. Catilia said, according to the devout believers of the mountain god, the main cathedral of the church is in a vast cave, but every time they enter that cathedral, they enter from different entrances, and no one knows the exact location of the cathedral. Within the believers, there is a very strict hierarchy, and high-level believers even have the power of life and death over low-level believers. In addition, they have a cruel punishment called delayed death, which is said to be asking the mountain god for power to delay the death process of the victim. After inflicting fatal injuries on the victim, they are kept in extreme pain and extreme fear for a long time. It is said that every time this kind of torture is used, the screams can echo in the cathedral for a long time. Hobert nodded slightly. He originally thought it was similar to dismemberment, but he didn't expect that some kind of extraordinary power was used to torture the victim. Finally, Catilia said, I only know so much. If you investigate further, it is easy to be detected by the people of the Mountain God Church. Hobert smiled and said, thank you for your answer. This has given me a deeper understanding of the natives' beliefs. Then, he looked at Hanged Men. Alger said, the Storm Church and the Evernight Goddess both have churches on that island. According to the level of this island, the official Beyonder configuration should be a sequence 6 bishop or punisher captain, a sequence 7, and several low-sequence Beyonders. The governor's office has a disciplinary knight stationed here because a large-scale uprising broke out on Longtail Island 10 years ago. It is said that the king even issued a targeted order because of this. Hobert nodded. He remembered that the order was, destroy all the crowns that appear on this island. My friend also heard that 10 years ago, the royal family sent a demigod to suppress the uprising, but it seems that they did not investigate the cause of the uprising. Alger's friend had been a bishop on Longtail Island for a period of time. Since 10 years ago, the royal family has allowed the local military camps to plunder the young and strong of the local natives to serve as auxiliary soldiers. In fact, they were bought as slaves to the southern continent and local manors. After all, the entire northern continent has abolished the slave system. This practice has caused a large number of natives to flee to the deep mountains, but it has indeed effectively suppressed the large-scale uprisings of the local people. The natives who still live in the western plains of Longtail Island are basically slaves, or more docile tribes willing to convert. It is said that the main followers of the mountain god are in the deep mountains. Because several eradications have not been very successful and many people have died in recent years, as long as these followers do not come out to rob the governor's office of its property, the local garrison and the church will ignore them. Hobert nodded. Theoretically speaking, if the believers of this kind of wild god dispatched several demigods and brought a group of elite Beyonders, it would be relatively easy to eliminate their main members. Or simply dispatch an angel, who should be able to kill the so-called mountain god. But the royal family only has those 2 skinny angels. Their role in confrontation is greater than their actual role, and they dare not move them easily. Therefore, there are so many false gods in the Berserk Sea that it is almost impossible to completely eliminate them, because it is not cost-effective. If a group of Beyonders die in the eradication of a false god, it would be a greater loss than gain. Generally speaking, as long as the believers of these false gods do not threaten colonial rule, the military and the Storm Church will turn a blind eye. Finally, Alger said, according to my friend's understanding, the natives who believe in the mountain god are very likely to become slow to react, mentally retarded, and easily distracted. In addition, they are very irritable, and often don't know why they can be angered. Although the mountain god church has a strict hierarchy, it does not have a very strong organization. Many people from the mountain god church were arrested in the uprising 10 years ago, but after interrogation, the uprising was not secretly organized by them. The Storm Church speculates that this should be related to the fact that the mountain god is not in very good condition. Hobert nodded and smiled. Your information is also quite valuable. This should be some archival information from the church, which is indeed difficult for Hobert to obtain. However, this gave him a good idea. He could go to the Evernight Goddess Church to borrow relevant archives, and perhaps there would be other gains. The free trade session continued, and the world said again, Mr. Fool, I just thought of a question and hope to communicate with Mr. Emperor separately. He really just thought of this question, and it is not suitable to ask it publicly. The other members were slightly stunned. What's going on today? Why are they all communicating separately? Hobert also smiled, again. But he still nodded, a little curious about what Klein wanted to ask. After establishing a private communication channel, Klein controlled the world and asked, regarding the above the gods you mentioned before, is it sealed on the Crimson Moon? In the diary he had just seen, there was mention of Emperor Roselle gaining information about the primordial moon after capturing followers of the primordial moon, leading to some speculation about the Crimson Moon. Roselle also mentioned in his diary that he planned to go to the Crimson Moon to take a look. Another diary entry showed Roselle in great shock, astonished by everything he had seen, but he didn't clearly state what he had seen. Therefore, Klein suspected that Roselle had indeed gone to the Crimson Moon later and witnessed something that shocked him greatly, making him realize he couldn't rely on the seven gods, and simultaneously giving him the idea that he would rather go mad than fail to become a god. Thus, Klein once again communicated privately with Hobert, wanting to verify his guess. Because it was just a guess, Klein felt that this information was not suitable for other members to know for the time being, especially not suitable for Miss Hermit to know, lest she make any associations. Hobert said, the information I have can only give you a yes or no answer. The reward is £600. Klein, behind the grey fog, twitched the corner of his mouth. You really know how to balance income and expenditure. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 530, Chapter 530 The True God's Influence on the Same Path, Bonus 1. Chapter 530 The True God's Influence on the Same Path. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to William Madumain for becoming a free member. After a moment's thought, Klein said, deal. He naturally knew that any information at this level was far beyond the price of £600, or rather, it couldn't be measured in money. The Emperor's willingness to trade this information was itself a benefit to the Tarot Club members. Hobert said, the above the gods I mentioned earlier is called the Outer Deities, or Great Old Ones. Remember to have Miss Justice help you with the corresponding psychological suggestion later. Klein chewed on the term just now, Great Old One. Then he realized that although the Emperor had promised to only answer yes or no, his answer was still more detailed than expected. Hobert continued, according to the information I obtained from the Creator, it is true that an outer god occupies the Crimson Moon, but he has not been sealed. Klein nodded. It seems that Roselle really saw the outer god on the Crimson Moon, so he was shocked by the powerful outer god. So he prepared to become a god. So he asked, are the outer gods enemies? Are there many outer gods? Why hasn't the power of the outer gods appeared in the north and south? No, they seem to have appeared. Isn't the Mother Tree of Desire an outer god? This reminded Klein of the corruption that the Mother Tree of Desire had planned against him when he was playing the role of Rear Admiral Emlyn. Looking back now, it's still chilling. Hobert said, you can only ask one of these questions. Klein thought for a moment before manipulating the world to ask, is the Mother Tree of Desire an outer god? Yes. Klein behind the grey fog smiled bitterly. Today I learned that I was actually targeted by an outer god. Then he thought, the outer gods seem to have very limited influence on the north and south continents. Could it be that the gods of the astral world are resisting the invasion of the outer gods? But according to the information provided by the Emperor, the outer gods should be one level more powerful than the true gods. Why are the outer gods still just like evil gods? He really wanted to know more, but if he continued to initiate transactions, it would feel like he was taking things too far, so he had to wait for an opportunity to ask again. After this transaction ended, the world asked Justice to give himself the corresponding psychological cue. Everyone immediately understood that the conversation between the two people just now was likely related to the above the gods mentioned earlier, or information about Adam and Iman. In short, it must be very high-end. However, the world communicated with the Emperor alone just now, and his intention was already very clear. He was unwilling to disclose their conversation, so everyone didn't ask. After completing the psychological cue, the world asked the emperor, does a true god of a certain pathway have any influence on the beyonders of that pathway? This was also a doubt he had just had when reading the diary. According to Roselle, his son Benoit had become unusually devout, and he suspected that he was influenced by the god of steam and machinery. Klein actually had some guesses, but he was not sure, so he asked the emperor. This question successfully aroused the interest of all the other members. Catilia, who was being chased by the hidden sage, had the most to say about this, but she still wanted to hear what the emperor had to say. Alger and Audrey were hearing such a question for the first time. Then they were a little worried. If the true God could really influence them, would they be affected by the Lord of Storms or Adam in the future? The son didn't know much about the eternal blazing sun, so he didn't have such worries. Furs and Emlyn were purely curious, so everyone looked at the emperor. Hobert said, based on the limited knowledge I have, I can only give an accurate answer, but I can't explain it too clearly. I think the information I have is worth £3,000. Before the world could say anything, Audrey immediately launched a crowdfunding campaign. She and the hermit and the magician each contributed £600. The other members each contributed £300, and the son contributed a sequence 8 beyonder ingredient. As the initiator of this question, the world did not bear the main cost. After the crowdfunding ended, Hobert said, first of all, I want to tell everyone very clearly that there will be some influence, but there are ways to avoid it to a certain extent. Regarding this point, the beyonders of the mystery prior pathway should be the clearest. Everyone should have heard of the hidden sage liking to chase beyonders of the same pathway and forcibly instill knowledge. Catilia frowned, the emperor really knows my pathway through my needs. Audrey smiled embarrassedly, how come I haven't heard of this? Furs also smoothed her hair a little unnaturally, I haven't heard of it. Emlyn folded his arms, I haven't heard of it. Noble blood clans don't need to know these things. The son was thinking, there is such a good thing. Hobert seemed to see through the son's thoughts, and he said, don't think this is a good thing, because although the hidden sage is not in a very good state, an evil god is also a god. The knowledge of the gods is difficult for ordinary people to bear, so the beyonders of this pathway often lose control because of the knowledge from the hidden sage. The members who didn't know about this before were a little surprised. At the same time, they also understood the importance of the world's question. This may be a matter of their own safety. Hobert continued, there are many examples of this kind. For example, some beyonders can hear some whispers when they advance. These whispers are generally the influence of the gods or the kings of angels who have mastered the uniqueness on beyonders of the same pathway. Klein thought of the whispers he heard when he advanced, could it be that there is already a true god in the seer pathway? There shouldn't be, maybe there's just an king of angels. The two more important pieces of information in this transaction are my conjecture about the internal principle of this influence and the mutual influence between the two sides, Hobert said. First of all, I want to say it again, everyone can simply regard my conjecture as a reference, but I personally think this is very important information. Because the conjectures I publish generally have extremely high logicality, this is definitely a way of thinking that is difficult to understand in other places. The other members nodded one after another, all agreeing with this point. Just like the emperor's previous conjecture about the Night Emperor, they had basically seen some historical materials from the Fourth Epoch. Of course, they knew that the emperor's description of the Night Emperor might only be 1 or 2 sentences, but the emperor made that period of history full. So everyone was still very willing to listen to the emperor's conjectures, even if they knew that it might not be the real history. Only to hear the emperor continue, I guess that the ways in which the gods influence beyonders of the same sequence are two. The first is the influence from the aspect of authority, and the second should be the influence from supplication and prayer. The so-called influence from authority refers to the fact that the gods of that pathway must have mastered the authority of that pathway. I think the relationship between the authority of that pathway and the beyonders of that pathway should be similar to the relationship between the sea and the lakes or ponds on land. They seem to be unconnected, but the rain brought by the monsoon from the sea pours into the lakes and ponds on the land, and the water in the lakes and ponds eventually flows into the sea. This is a kind of influence in the mystical sense, and it can't be explained too clearly, but it should be roughly like this. Klein realized, the emperor's example accurately illustrates the problem. It feels like a summary of scientific laws. This is the logic of a lawyer. It is estimated that at the level of a demigod, they should be able to summarize logic of all things that are difficult for others to notice. Audrey said in her heart, is this what Hobert said can't be explained too clearly? How do I feel that it is explained very clearly? Catilia had already started related associations, that is to say, the reason why the hidden sage can accurately locate me and instill knowledge in me is because he used the influence of authority on the beyonders of this pathway. Furs, who did not have a firm belief, thought, no wonder the beyonders of various churches have such a high degree of loyalty to the gods of their pathway. It turns out that the gods can influence the beyonders through authority. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, Hobert continued, the second reason should be easy for everyone to understand. Take the Aurora Order as an example. Everyone knows that the reason why the members of this organization are lunatics is largely due to the fact that the true creator himself has a tendency to madness. Theoretically speaking, the true creator is influencing the beyonders of this pathway through their prayers to him and their requests for power. This process is easier to understand. Every prayer or request is like a storm washing over the supplicant. The protection of the ritual itself is like wearing a raincoat or holding an umbrella. But some rainwater always has some chance to sprinkle on the supplicant, so in the mystical sense, the object of supplication is very important. Based on this principle, the influence of the true God on prayers and requests can cross pathways. Generally speaking, the true God can influence beyonders below the angel level of other pathways. In addition, what is different from other pathways is that sequence 8 of the secret suppliant pathway is called listener, which means that they will actively receive the influence from the true creator. Therefore, the prisoner pathway still has a moderation faction and can rely on their own will to resist the erosion of the potion, but the secret suppliant pathway is almost without exception believers influenced by the true creator. Everyone slowly nodded. They all knew something about this, but it was the first time today that they heard someone explain this so clearly. Klein recalled the Rose Bishop on the future, who had been fortunate enough to skip the listener stage, thus avoiding the madness experienced by other secret supplicants. Hobert smiled and said, "Now that you understand the underlying logic, isn't it obvious how to avoid being influenced by the deities of this pathway? Firstly, try to minimize prayer or supplication. Currently, the 7 orthodox gods rarely actively influence beyonders or believers of their pathway. For followers of evil gods, it's crucial to minimize prayer and supplication, avoiding being conspicuous." Klein, behind the gray fog, offered a wry smile. "I've prayed to the Evernight goddess so much before, I wonder if she noticed." Fortunately, as the Emperor said, the current 7 orthodox gods rarely actively influence beyonders. He also thought, then, in Roselle's diary, the god of steam and machinery's influence on Bonova was clearly the deity's control over beyonders of their pathway, attempting to manipulate or even threaten Roselle. Catilia was also smiling wryly. Avoiding prayer to the hidden sage is easy, but many ritualistic magics can only be answered by praying to the hidden sage, making such requests for power unavoidable. Perhaps at the demigod level, this influence won't be as severe as it is now. Audrey frowned slightly. "So, does that mean I should also pray less to the goddess?" "No, the Emperor said that followers of evil gods should minimize prayer, and the goddess I believe in is unaffected." Everyone stared intently at the Emperor, naturally eager to learn the techniques for avoiding the influence of deities. "Secondly, it's about confronting and resisting the erosion brought by the potion," Hobert said. "I personally feel that, at times, the potion is a manifestation of the pathway's authority in miniature. As everyone knows, potions have many characteristic effects on a beyonder's temperament and emotions. For example, in our understanding, beyonders of the sailor pathway are prone to anger." The other members all looked at the Hanged Man because of his previous experience in seeking potion formulas. It was no longer a secret that he was a beyonder of the sailor pathway. The sudden attention made Alger a little embarrassed. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know where to begin. Klein, however, thought, and for example, those of the sleepless pathway all have bad memories. Thinking of this, he revealed an exaggerated smile, but because of the gray fog, no one saw it. Hobert smiled and said, "Mr. Hangman is a successful example of resisting the influence of beyonder characteristics. He not only doesn't appear irritable but is also resourceful." The son nodded repeatedly, as if affirming Mr. Emperor's statement. Audrey thought, the difficulty of the second point is actually much greater. For me, should I also pay attention to this? Now I can easily interpret the thoughts of those around me, so I make reactions that please them. Have I already been influenced by the potion? Like Audrey, the others began to examine themselves for signs of potion influence. Hobert waited a few seconds before continuing. "The third point is that everyone should be careful to hide themselves. Don't think that true gods are omnipotent." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little cold. Everyone already knew that the Emperor blasphemed deities at every tarot gathering, but saying it out loud seemed disrespectful to the fool. They still remembered the scene of the fool punishing the hermit before. Klein also thought, should I really find an opportunity to punish the Emperor? But I don't know how much damage the ravings of the true creator can cause to a demigod. The key is that the beyonder characteristic of secret order was cleansed by the Emperor. If I linked the ravings of the true creator to him, would he recognize that it was something he had handled? Just as everyone was sweating for the Emperor, they heard Hobert continue, even the powerful and mysterious Mr. Fool wouldn't dare to call himself omniscient and omnipotent. Which other true god would dare to say that? Audrey, okay, I was overthinking it. Alger almost gave a thumbs up. I need to learn more of this roundabout praise. Klein, phew, that was close. The Emperor avoided a beating, and the Fool avoided the risk of exposing his true strength. After being a bit cheeky, Hobert smiled and continued, let's return to the example of the ocean and lakes. The ocean is very large, larger than all the lakes combined. But the ocean doesn't know the location of every lake. It can only rely on monsoons to bring rainwater to the land. Where this rain falls has a corresponding randomness and is not entirely determined by the ocean. Alger shook his head. This is also blaspheming the abilities of deities. It's just that this blasphemy is very clever. Catilia leaned back in her chair. The emperor's analogy is very apartment. True gods indeed wouldn't know every beyonder of their pathway, just as the ocean couldn't possibly know every grain of sand. Then she thought, in other words, the hidden sage's pursuit of beyonders of the same pathway using knowledge is random. Of course, he will prioritize pursuing those who have prayed to him for power. And there is a way to avoid the hidden sage's pursuit. Thinking of this, Catilia suddenly smiled. Isn't this obvious? In my impression, the queen has never been affected by the hidden sage. Hobert's explanation was like Catilia discovering a new continent. Previously, she always thought about how to withstand the knowledge infusion from the hidden sage, never considering that such knowledge infusion could actually be avoided. Audrey finally felt relieved. In other words, as long as I don't actively provoke Adam, I don't need to worry about being influenced by him. First side, fortunately, the apprentice pathway has no true god, and the king of angels is also sealed. As long as the power of curses no longer affects me, I don't need to worry about this. The son and Emlyn didn't feel much personal connection, they merely treated it as a lesson for further understanding of deities. Hobert didn't explain the third point too clearly, but he knew everyone must have understood his meaning. So he continued, another crucial piece of information is the interaction between deities and believers in a mystical sense. I don't know if you've ever thought about a question. Theoretically, deities only need to control the most crucial part of beyonder powers to maintain their influence. But why do Orthodox churches still spare no effort to develop and maintain believers? Everyone should know that after reaching the demigod level, money and people are no longer that important. For the top levels of the church, developing believers cannot satisfy their needs at all, and the contributions of believers cannot satisfy the needs of deities. So, what is the meaning of believers to deities and churches? Klein and Alger almost simultaneously had a thought. Both had discovered this when exchanging information about the Solomon Empire before. At the time, Klein drew conclusions through some means. There are subtle connections between believers and deities. And Alger also realized through speculation that the Orthodox churches develop believers not only to continuously obtain wealth and manpower but also for other reasons. Audrey exclaimed, I had never realized what was hidden behind these seemingly ordinary things before. Catilia also exclaimed, the emperor's insight is very strong. He can always discover important things in seemingly common-sense areas. Furs and Emlyn and other members had prepared to reorganize their understanding. They were already very skilled at this in their transactions with the emperor. Hobert asked and answered himself, according to some information I've obtained, believers are also key to deities stabilizing their own state. The specific term is called anchors. The other members were all stunned. This was something they hadn't thought of, but they didn't expand on it. Instead, they all looked at the emperor. They knew that the emperor must have a further explanation. Hobert said, the general meaning is that believers' faith in deities is an affirmation of the deities. The more people affirm, the more active the deity's humanity becomes, and the more stable the state. It's like people thinking someone is an aristocrat, and then he is an aristocrat. The difference is that the connection between believers and deities is established in the spirit world, not just a simple layer of social relationship. Audrey immediately thought of the theories about identity that Hobert had expressed in the carriage a few days ago. She hadn't expected Hobert to be able to extend that theory to deities. I also thought of a crucial question, but the following is purely my speculation. Hobert smiled. Although I don't want to express such opinions, an indisputable fact is that all beyonder is distorted and insane. Then the deities standing at the top of this distortion and madness can maintain their own state. I believe they transfer their own madness and distortion to their believers. Everyone almost dropped their jaws. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against deities. Klein was about to grab the see God scepter in retaliation. Do you really think the fool has no way to punish you? But he also wanted to know what the emperor would say next because the believers of the Orthodox churches had not become insane or turned into monsters because of their belief in the deities. But since the emperor said so, he must have a complete logical loop. He wanted to hear the emperor's complete logic. Audrey, Hobert, I won't dare to walk with you in the future. If you suddenly receive divine punishment one day, I will also be implicated. Furs realized, as a devotee of the Creator, why would the emperor have such a bold idea? Or is this a theory that the Creator wants to promote? Catilia also thought, Mr. Fool did not stop the emperor, which means that such remarks were tacitly approved by Mr. Fool. Could this be a conspiracy between the Fool and the Creator to subvert the Orthodox God churches? Alger was still relatively calm. I said, the existence of the church must have its reason. Little Son and Emlyn basically reacted at the end. Little Son was a beat slower than everyone else in shock. in this case, even having faith in a true God is very dangerous. Emlyn smiled, we sanguine have never had such a problem. Our ancestor has never transferred his madness to us sanguine. Hobert gave everyone a few more seconds before continuing to explain, I think everyone should be familiar with a mystical concept, humans are spiritual beings with wisdom. The so-called spiritual being probably refers to having a soul and weak spirituality. There are cases of ordinary humans successfully performing ritual magic, so the fact that humans have spirituality is now a consensus in the mystical world. This is also why some evil cult organizations use humans as sacrifices. So, as a spiritual being with wisdom, every time people pray to the gods, it can be regarded as a process of establishing a subtle connection with the gods. Then, can the gods influence the praying believers through such a subtle connection? Everyone was just short of nodding in unison. The emperor's logic was still as rigorous as before. The emperor continued, I guess the gods can completely transfer the madness from themselves to the believers through this connection to maintain their state. Because Orthodox God churches have a very large number of believers, the madness transferred to ordinary believers is very weak. As spiritual beings, the believers can quickly recover on their own. I guess this process may be spontaneous. While believers affirm the gods, they share the madness and distortion of the gods. And evil gods have few believers. First, evil gods cannot transfer all their madness. Second, each believer receives too much madness, so the believers of evil gods will gradually become mad and distorted. The more this happens, the fewer believers the evil god has. The more madness and distortion the evil god accumulates, the worse his state becomes. This will make his believers become even more mad and distorted, so he has even fewer believers, thus falling into a vicious circle. Klein behind the gray fog smiled, the logic is self-consistent. At least I can't find any faults. But, what about Mr. Fool? After all, Mr. Fool is an evil god, so wouldn't Mr. Fool's state be very bad? Everyone also thought of this. In their opinion, Mr. Fool's state is clearly very good, but they have never heard of a fool church, and there are no fool believers around them. So how does Mr. Fool stabilize his state? It's just that everyone only thought of this and didn't dare to ask. Fortunately, the emperor took the initiative to explain, of course, everyone must always believe in the power of the gods. When it comes to the level of the gods, it cannot be explained by common sense. The gods also have their own ways to bypass a rule-like thing. For example, as far as I know, in order to stabilize his state, Amon made his avatars believe in himself. You must know that a beyonder, especially a demigod, can bear huge madness and distortion. Moreover, Amon's avatars can also resolve their own negative state by stealing the madness of other avatars and giving it to others. As for Adam, he can give himself psychological cues so that he will not produce any madness and distortion. These are still two kings of angels. It is estimated that the gods of some pathways should have better ways to avoid these rules. But most of the gods of the pathway still have to rely on believers to maintain their state. Audrey sighed when she heard Adam's operation, so the spectator pathway can have such an operation. Furs also realized, in that case, Mr. Fool must have his own way to maintain his state, but the emperor didn't say it because of pressure. The other members also had similar guesses. They looked at Mr. Fool behind the gray fog, who seemed to be leisurely watching a group of children playing. It seemed that the blurred figure was more powerful and mysterious. Klein behind the gray fog slowly nodded in his heart, Mr. Fool is very satisfied with this explanation. Hobert said, this is all the information I know about the influence of the gods on the beyonders of this pathway. Catilia thought, just the description of the anchor is worth 3,000 pounds. Audrey smiled slightly, you clearly said that you couldn't explain it clearly, but you explained it very clearly and understandably. I will never believe your words again. The other members also felt that although the emperor's information, as always, had some speculative elements, the value of these information far exceeded 3,000 pounds. As usual, everyone slowed down for a while before the gathering continued. The long transaction session of this gathering finally ended, and it came to the free communication session. Alger said to the emperor, the bounty has been collected for you. I will give it to you after the gathering. Hobert nodded, okay. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, which pirate lord is the bounty for? Hobert smiled and said, the first mate and bosun of the Vice Admiral Dusk. He was not afraid to announce this at the Tarot Club, because Furs did not know that Hobert was taking Archibald to hunt the Vice Admiral Dusk. Catilia's eyes narrowed, I just got news that Vice Admiral Dusk, Bulatov, and his first mate and high-level officers were killed on the flagship of the fleet. Alger almost jumped up, there is such a thing. This news had not yet reached Zimim Island, where he had just set sail. Furs was a little surprised. She had encountered the Vice Admiral Hurricane, and knew how strong the pirate generals were. She didn't expect that another pirate admiral would be eliminated. Audrey also realized the difference between the death of the Vice Admiral Dusk and the death of the Vice Admiral Hurricane. Kalangos was killed in Backland, while the Vice Admiral Dusk died on his flagship, in his fleet. So everyone looked at the Emperor. Hobert smiled and said, "That's right, the Vice Admiral Dusk was indeed hunted down by me and a companion." After a brief surprise, Catilia asked curiously, "How did you find the Vice Admiral Dusk?" Besides curiosity, she also wanted to take some precautions. "I happened to get clues about Belatov by chance." Hobert didn't say it too clearly, "We found Belatov based on those clues." Catilia frowned. It seemed like he said something, but it seemed like he didn't say anything. Furs was even more curious. What is the strength of the Vice Admiral Dusk pirate group? What pathways beyonders are they? There was nothing to hide about this. Belatov himself and his first mate were both Sequence 5, the second mate and bosun were Sequence 6, and the third mate seemed to have run away with another ship, so I'm not sure. They are beyonders of the warrior pathway and the hunter pathway respectively. Alger asked at this time, "I heard that the Vice Admiral Dusk has the support of the Fasak Empire behind him. Is that so?" "I can't answer you this question directly." Hobert said euphemistically like a politician, but he did invite a demigod of the hunter pathway to rescue him. Alger nodded, confirming the information he had obtained. Audrey followed up and asked, "Mr. Emperor, does the Vice Admiral Dusk have any wonderful mystical items?" "Yes." There was nothing to hide about this either. Hobert said, "Belatov's flagship is like a mystical item. Belatov seems to be able to freely manipulate the ship and make some actions that defy common sense. For example, it can leave the port without sails open or oars moving. In addition, that ship has some of the characteristics of a guardian. When the entire ship emits the light of dawn, the defense is very strong. Ordinary shells may find it difficult to penetrate the ship's deck. There should be some other abilities, but I don't know." Audrey exclaimed, "What a magical pirate ship. I really wish I had such a ship." Catilia asked, "I heard that as long as that ship doesn't sink, Belatov can't die." Everyone was stunned, and Emlyn asked back, "To defeat the Vice Admiral Dusk, you must first sink his ship." He was also a little envious. "I really want such a ship." Hobert smiled and said, "That's true, but after Belatov leaves his flagship, what does it matter to him whether his ship sinks or not?" Everyone was slightly stunned before they each reacted. Klein behind the grey fog almost laughed out loud, classic lawyer thinking. Catilia, Emlyn, Audrey, Furs, and others couldn't believe that the ability of that pirate ship was so easily cracked. Especially Emlyn, Audrey, and Furs, they had just imagined how great it would be if they had such a ship, but the fantasy was shattered all at once. Furs asked, "So you killed the Vice Admiral Dusk so easily?" Hobert recalled for a moment, "It wasn't easy, because these pirates are very cunning. I almost suffered serious injuries." Catilia nodded, "This makes sense. Although he is a Vice Admiral, he is not so easy to kill. Otherwise, the Pirate Admiral would be too cheap." Audrey followed up and asked, "Mr. Emperor, why did you suddenly hunt down the Vice Admiral Dusk?" Hobert pondered for a moment before saying, "This has to start from more than 10 years ago." He briefly described Lorada's experiences and her request. Of course, Hobert also stated frankly that to a large extent, he was motivated by the bounty on the Vice Admiral Dusk. But the more Hobert said this, the more everyone felt that he was using it to cover up his original intention to avenge that Nighthawk. Klein felt a sense of empathy. "If a Nighthawk entrusted me with this, then I would also quietly collect information on the Vice Admiral Dusk and, when I had the opportunity, hunt him down with my companions." Audrey asked, "How much is the bounty on the Vice Admiral Dusk?" She knew Hobert relatively well and knew that his hunting of the Vice Admiral Dusk had a side of wanting to avenge the Nighthawk, but the bounty on the Vice Admiral Dusk was definitely a very important motivation for him. Alger replied, "I remember it's 36,000 pounds. And currently, 3 countries have a bounty on Belatov." Audrey was a little surprised. The bounty from just one country was more than the bounty from 3 countries on the Vice Admiral Hurricane. She thought to herself, no wonder Hobert didn't seem to need gold pounds much at the justice gathering. It turns out it's because he has such a large income. In fact, there are also differences between pirate admirals. Although Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has creeping hunger, he is ultimately a Sequence 6. If you were to rank the pirate admirals, Kalangos would definitely be at the bottom. The current disease admiral is also much stronger than him. Emlyn, while surprised, began to imagine how he would spend the money if he had it. Furs, who now handles tens of thousands of gold lire every month, suddenly realized that she didn't seem surprised by 36,000 pounds anymore. The discussion of this matter came to an end, and then everyone discussed the exploration mission of Little Sun and his team. At this time, Little Sun and his team were still in Afternoon Town, and everyone curiously asked what the exploration team was eating. As a result, the more they talked about this topic, the more sad they became. They could only rely on a plant called black-faced grass and some monster flesh to satisfy their hunger. This made Klein involuntarily think of Frank Lee's mushrooms. He planned to ask Frank about them when he had time to see if those mushrooms could reproduce in the forsaken land of the gods. Then, the world initiated a topic, discussing the matter of a pirate nicknamed Mad Captain who died tragically on his own ship. It is said that he was a notorious slave trader. Everyone naturally associated this with Capim, who had been judged before. The royal family's conspiracy was once again brought to light. Listening to Klein and Alger's discussion, Hobert finally remembered that this was the pirate who helped the lone royal family transport slaves. When Klein found this ship, the captain and crew had been silenced. Hobert didn't intend to get involved in this matter, because he had other things to do. After the discussion of this incident ended, the tarot gathering came to an end. Everyone saluted Mr. Fool as usual and instantly left the great hall. Klein waited for a while and completed the members' sacrifices and bestowals. As soon as he returned to the real world, Klein received a letter from Frank Lee, which made Klein smile slightly. Speak of the devil. Opening the letter, it read, "My dear friend Gehrman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I have successfully cultivated a brand new mushroom using the flesh of the rose bishop. As long as there are fish, it can continue to reproduce, so we don't have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms for too long during the voyage. Moreover, it tastes great when crossed with beef." Klein put down the letter. Why worry about not being able to eat mushrooms for too long? Also, leave those cows alone. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 531, Chapter 531 Hunting Admiral of Blood, Bonus 2. Chapter 531 Hunting Admiral of Blood. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Power Stone 200. 62 Empress Burrow, Backland. Hobert smiled slightly as he looked at the stack of gold pounds on the altar. The income from this tarot gathering wasn't much. The total income from 2 intelligence trades was £3,300, plus a piece of extraordinary material. At the same time, he paid the Hermit and the Hanged Man £300 each for intelligence fees, so the final income was £2,700. However, the bounty for the 2 pirates under Vice Admiral Dusk was £11,000 after Alger's commission was deducted. According to their original agreement, Hobert's income wouldn't have been this much. Alger used a portion of his agreed income to make up a round number, as a reward for an old customer like the Emperor. But Hobert felt that this was more like a show of goodwill, fearing that the Emperor might one day be unhappy and capture the Hanged Man to claim the bounty, even though Alger himself wasn't wanted. But the Emperor didn't seem to know this. Adding the 2 incomes together, the amount of gold pounds on the altar was considerable, totaling £13,700. After praising the fool, Hobert piled the money on his desk. This time, he didn't make an offering to the Nation of Disorder, because now every time he took money out of the Nation of Disorder, he had to air it out before spending it, to avoid being discovered by the royal family of Backland. Doing so was too troublesome, and it would be even more troublesome if he needed money urgently. He went out and asked Dofus to buy a safe, and specially instructed him to buy a large one. Just as Hobert had expected, before the safe was bought back, Larata brought the bounty for Vice Admiral Dusk Bulatov. Hobert met with this member of the Nighthawks team in the first-floor parlor. Larata, who dressed in a neutral style, said, "Because we couldn't claim the bounty from the Fasak Empire, the total bounty adds up to £72,000. When claiming the bounty from the Intis Republic, some expenses were incurred, but the Church of the Evernight Goddess helped you pay all the expenses, as a thank you and reward to you." As she spoke, Larata pushed the check to Hobert. Hobert took the check, confirmed the amount, and sighed inwardly that using a check didn't have the same impact as using cash. Putting away the check, he then asked, "If I hunt other sea pirates, can I still find you to claim the bounty?" Hobert spread his hands. "You know, my territory is on the sea, and I inevitably have to deal with pirates." "Of course, no problem." Larata said, "For ordinary pirates, we can only help you claim the bounty from loan. For pirates of the Pirate Admiral level, we will strive for more countries to offer rewards for you." Hobert nodded. He suddenly had the idea of hunting Admiral of Blood. He had already tested it before. Hunting a pirate admiral was not difficult for him after becoming a demigod. The difficulty was finding those elusive sea pirates. And Hobert had a way to find Admiral of Blood, which was equivalent to a large pile of gold pounds floating on the sea. So after sending Larata away, Hobert was pondering the feasibility of hunting Admiral of Blood. Currently, the high-level members on Admiral of Blood's flagship were no longer his opponents at all. The key was that this guy deserved to die and could earn a bounty. Why not do it? So Hobert quickly made up his mind. He came to the bedroom of Geoffrey's territory through the traveler's door, entered the oil painting and grabbed a mass of Admiral of Blood's spirituality. This was different from the fragments of Belatov's ship before. Even if Admiral of Blood Senior had corresponding anti-divination abilities, divination on spirituality was always accurate. Even Archibald-level anti-divination abilities could not avoid this. Seeing that he could complete the divination with the faceless necklace, Hobert decided to act alone. He checked the magical items on his body and used travel to enter the spirit world again. Transferring in biome, Hobert began to use the faceless necklace to navigate, and finally stopped in front of a bloody scene. Hobert knew that the outside must be the tree of flesh. He used the faceless necklace to divine, "My next action is dangerous." This was a technique he learned from Archibald. The divination words should be as related to himself as possible, so that the divination results would be more credible. After chanting 7 times silently, Hobert looked at the drooping necklace. The necklace was rotating clockwise. Hobert interpreted the rotation speed. There is danger, but within an acceptable range. If the enemy is just a sequence 5, there should be no danger, but Seigneur should have corresponding trump cards on his ship. Then he was not afraid. At worst, he would throw him into the sea from the ship. Hobert put away the necklace, put on the mask, and suddenly came out of the spirit world. Seigneur, who had already sensed the danger, was staring naked at the direction Hobert appeared, and next to him on the bed were 2 equally naked girls. Seigneur, with deep-set eyes and a black mustache, immediately disappeared in place after seeing clearly that the person walking out of the spirit world was the masked youth who had boarded the tree of flesh before. Hobert immediately stretched out his hand. Distortion. He didn't distort to a specific target. Hobert was slightly stunned. Is it blink? Or did he enter the spirit world? He squatted down to look at the place where Seigneur disappeared. It was an ordinary floor, with nothing unusual. Hobert smiled helplessly. Could it be that his hunt was going to fail? He got up and glanced at the 2 voluptuous girls, and finally decided to ignore them for the time being. He didn't come to rescue people this time. If he was sure that he couldn't find Seigneur, he could consider rescuing some people. Hobert was about to go out to the deck to see if he could find the first mate of the tree of flesh, when he suddenly found that the door was gone. When he came out of the spirit world just now, he clearly saw that there was a door. Then the color of the cabin and the floor quickly turned dark red, and a viscous blood-like liquid poured out from the wooden cracks. A strong bloody smell permeated the entire room. Ah! One of the slightly darker-skinned girls suddenly screamed. Hobert glanced at it and saw that her hair was stuck to the wall. As a result, the wall began to drag her hair as if it had life. Hobert stepped forward and cut off the girl's hair, which reminded him of the scene he saw at the bottom of the cabin of the Tree of Flesh last time. He immediately said to the other girl who was about to get off the ground and escape, "Stay in bed and don't come down, and don't touch the wall." The girl obviously understood loan, and immediately retracted her feet. Hobert looked at the wall again, and probably understood that this should be the ability of the Tree of Flesh, which could turn any cabin into a place to absorb human blood and flesh. But how could this kind of place trap him? Hobert cut a door-sized opening on the wall with a knife, but to his surprise, when the dark red wooden board fell down, it was full of wriggling flesh, which looked like it was in the body of a monster. Hobert stabbed with a knife, but he couldn't pierce it at all. He took a step back, watching the flesh squeezing in from the place he had just cut open. He resorted the experience after boarding the Tree of Flesh in his mind. First of all, Admiral of Blood cannot disappear out of thin air. Ordinary wraiths can only hide in the spirit world and move freely inside, but they cannot shuttle in the spirit world. Basically, they have to come out from where they entered, otherwise they will easily get lost. At the level of demigod, they can shuttle in the spirit world with clear guidance. But recalling the scene where the other party blocked him from the spirit world, Hobert speculated that Seigneur should have an ability similar to blink on his ship, and even be able to appear in any corner of the ship through the spirit world. Hobert asked the 2 girls, "Is this Seigneur's flagship? Where did you come to this room from?" The 2 girls were trembling with fright from the squeezed flesh, and even their hands to put on clothes were weak. Hobert immediately exuded the majesty of a demigod, turning the fear of the 2 girls into submission. They answered obediently, "This is the Tree of Flesh. We were sent to the captain's room from the floor below. The outside should be the deck." Hobert was stunned. Since this is the captain's room, the structure on the ship, then there is a group of sea monster-like flesh, wrapping the entire ship structure. No, no. Hobert immediately realized, this may no longer be on the Tree of Flesh, it may already be in the belly of some spirit world creature. At this time, the flesh squeezed in from the opening just now had reached the bedside. Hobert asked the 2 girls to lie together like acrobats. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around their waists, and easily clamped them under his armpits. The cooldown time of travel has arrived, but as Hobert expected, travel is not needed at all. Hobert was not flustered either. He had already thought of a way, disorder. The flesh in front of him suddenly stopped and slowly retracted. Hobert nodded slightly, "My guess is correct. Since the other party is a creature, then the ability of disorder can affect it, causing it to fall into a chaotic state and temporarily forget its purpose." Distortion. Seeing that his tentative attack had worked, Hobert distorted the other party's intention and thought, turning the intention of devouring the people in the room into letting them leave. So the flesh quickly disappeared, and the blood that had already reached the ankles also penetrated into the cracks in the floor, and the walls gradually returned to their original colors. The wooden board that Hobert had just cut open was probably the position of the door. At this time, the deck and the sea appeared outside, as well as the scene of blue sky and white clouds on the horizon. He threw the two girls on the bed, and with a distortion he had reached the outside of the captain's room. The two girls on the bed quickly shouted, "Master, please take me away with you." Hobert glanced at them. "If there is a chance, I will take you away together." He knew that there were many girls with such tragic fates, and he couldn't save them all by himself, and if Seigneur left any clues on them, it would bring danger to himself. So Hobert put away his sympathy, and still took hunting, Admiral of Blood, as the primary goal. If there was a chance, he would save them, and if there was no chance, then forget it. The handsome first mate, Caesar, was already guarding the deck with the sailors. Seeing that Hobert escaped so quickly, Caesar was also a little surprised. He immediately said, "The captain ordered us to hold him back as much as possible. Attack, take the initiative to attack." Before the other party could finish speaking, Hobert had already rushed up, depravity. The ferocity on the sailors' faces immediately disappeared. For a while, they didn't even have the desire to fight, because they were already relatively depraved. Many sailors fell into a fallen mood, smiling lewdly, unable to extricate themselves for a while. Only Caesar quickly covered himself with crimson moonlight, barely struggling out of the depraved state, but at this time Hobert had already come to his near. Caesar quickly used all his strength to blink, but Hobert distorted the distance between the two, and chased him again, magnify. Hobert magnified the punch he threw. Caesar tried to avoid the vital point. The punch hit his left shoulder, and he immediately felt like he was hit by a cannonball, spinning and flying out, and smashing hard on the cabin. In the process of being knocked into the air, Caesar hit several sailors who were dazed in place. Their bones were broken in many places, and 2 sailors were even killed directly. Caesar had already been thrown into a daze, but he knew that he had to continue to escape at this time, and at the same time felt that his entire left arm was numb and had no feeling. He turned his head and saw that his entire left shoulder had collapsed. Alarmed, he immediately used his agile movements to avoid Hobert's pursuit. Hobert simply didn't bother, distortion. Caesar was surprised to find that he had started charging towards the enemy. However, he reacted quickly drank a bottle of potion, and then used abyss shackles on Hobert. Hobert didn't move at all. The abyss shackles perfectly avoided him and landed on the deck at his feet. This is the passive ability of Disorder, which can make the attack aimed at itself hit the side, but it is only effective for abilities below the demigod level. The demigod level attack only has a certain probability to avoid, and it is still more stable to actively make the opponent's attack become chaotic. Caesar's nails grew rapidly, and mysterious patterns grew on the nails, and his hands were entwined with lingering black mist. Now he can only use his right hand, so he took the initiative to grab Hobert's chest. Hobert directly ignored the enemy's offensive and kicked out, magnify. Even if this kick doesn't kill Caesar, it can seriously injure him, but what Hobert didn't expect was that Caesar turned into a hazy moonlight. This moonlight shattered not far away and reassembled Caesar. Hobert frowned slightly and chased after again, exploit. Caesar really used moonlight transformation again to avoid Hobert's attack, but Hobert exploited the duration of moonlight transformation to end the moonlight transformation state early. Just when the moonlight representing Caesar was just formed, the process of moonlight transformation had already ended, leaving Caesar standing there with a dazed expression. Hobert slapped him and slapped Caesar's head directly backwards. In that crimson moonlight, Caesar, who had been knocked away again, was still not dead. He righted his head, wanting to continue his escape. Caesar's flight injured several more sailors. Most of the sailors had now awakened from their corrupted state. Seeing that even the first mate had no room to fight back, they still had no intention of attacking and immediately scattered and fled. Weaken. Hobert suddenly recalled the characteristics and weaknesses of Sanguine, so he weakened the crimson moonlight on the deck. Using Distort, he chased after Caesar, his right hand forming a claw, and pierced through the flesh tree first mate's chest from behind. Caesar looked down and saw his own dark red heart, still pulsing in a hand. With almost no struggle, Caesar fell to the ground and died. Hobert withdrew his hand, shaking the blood off his glove. Beyonders of the moon pathway are really hard to kill. Even sequence 5s of the warrior and hunter pathways with powerful attacks weren't this hard to kill. But Hobert thought it made sense. Hunters and warriors, upon losing their main attacking abilities, lost their greatest reliance. But Scarlet Scholars were not known for their powerful attacks. When encountering a demigod like Hobert who was good at frontal combat, they wouldn't be so helpless. Then Hobert found 2 familiar faces among the fleeing sailors, Combat Captain Olivier and Bosun Jerna. Hobert didn't rush to find the Admiral of Blood, but hunted down these two pirates, cut off their heads along with Caesar's, put them in a prepared cloth bag, and carried it on his back. Finally, he accelerated the extraction of the three people's beyonder characteristics and collected them. It wasn't that Hobert had given up on Senior, but he wanted to harvest the current results first, lest he fail to hunt down the Admiral of Blood in the end. Just the three heads in the cloth bag were worth more than 10,000 pounds. So even if he couldn't kill the Admiral of Blood this time, such income would be worth it. Because the enemy's reinforcements could arrive at any time, Hobert prepared to search briefly, and if he couldn't find the target, he would leave immediately. So he drew his knife and leisurely entered the cabin. Because he had been inside once before, he was quite familiar with the environment. He came to the hall on the lower level, which looked like a common activity room. The sailors here had already fled. Hobert saw Senior, with his sunken eyes, standing somewhat restrained in front of the liquor cabinet. In front of him sat a man in his 30s, with obvious South Continent skin and facial features. The man was holding a glass of beer, drinking it unhurriedly. He had delicate skin and bright hair, and every movement looked somewhat strange. Senior showed a slightly smug smile when he saw Hobert finding him. The man drinking beer suddenly said, "Senior's report was wrong. You are already a demigod. Well, I think your own chaos has affected Senior and the ship's judgment." Senior was obviously surprised. He clearly remembered that this masked youth was a Sequence 5. He had waited 7 or 8 years without any hope of advancing to demigod. Why did this masked youth have the opportunity to advance to demigod so quickly? Hobert slowly sheathed his knife. "I also recall, you are a demigod from the Rose School." During the previous battle between the Balk family of the South Continent and the Rose School, Hobert had seen this demigod in the true vision and knew that he was a Sequence 4 puppet. The puppet looked at Hobert with some surprise. "You know me?" "That's right, you have our sealed artifact. You should have contact with the Balk family." Hobert had previously used 1-102, which he had seized from the Rose School, in front of the Admiral of Blood. This was also the reason why the puppet could appear here so quickly. The Rose School realized that the favorite of the creator had been found and was targeting Senior. So they provided corresponding protection. Senior performed a very simple ritual to guide the demigods in the Rose School, allowing them to cross over from the spirit world. Hobert smiled, and at the same time released the seals on the gloves on both hands. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed at the puppet. After becoming a demigod, Hobert no longer needed to wrap the Grade 1 sealed artifacts with order crystals, as before. He only needed to use the power of the Nation of Disorder, controlled by the order crystals, to seal the artifacts. And at the level of a demigod, Hobert's use of the Nation of Disorder in the real world had been enhanced again, so the power displayed was just right. Unless it was an angel or above of the same pathway or adjacent pathway, it would be difficult to notice the particularity of the Nation of Disorder, and they would only think it was a strange magical item. This made the process of Hobert releasing the seal much simpler. Like before, he had to take out the corresponding sealed artifact from the box made of order crystals, which could easily miss the opportunity to attack. Now it was very simple, he could release the seal with a thought. The glove on Hobert's left hand was the sealed artifact 1-101 of the Marauder pathway, and the glove on his right hand was the sealed artifact 1-107 of the Arbiter pathway. When he reached out to the puppet, he was stealing his Beyonder abilities. This demigod-level sealed artifact allowed Hobert to choose the Beyonder ability he wanted to steal, and among enemies of the same demigod level, the first steal was 100% successful. The puppet had also been on guard against Hobert for a long time. Seeing him raise his hand, he immediately opened his mouth, but he didn't utter a single syllable. Instead, Hobert opened his mouth and uttered a language that no one could understand, as if it were the most vicious curse in the world. He chose to steal the puppet's ability to curse. The puppet was slightly stunned, and suddenly jumped into a reflective wine bottle to avoid the curse. But Senior didn't have such good luck. Although he also quickly transformed into a wraith state, a withered hand stretched out from the spirit world, tearing off a part of the wraith, and then disappearing. In Senior's painful cry, he returned to his normal state. His left arm disappeared, and blood was flowing from his shoulder. Taking advantage of this gap, Hobert raised his right hand. Possession is prohibited here. With this prohibition, the other party's puppet's possession would encounter great resistance, and Senior's possession would fail 100%. The puppet came out of the wine bottle and let out a sharp scream at Hobert, while several ice arrows shot towards Hobert. While Hobert dodged the opponent's attack, the puppet immediately said to Senior, who was panting, "Quickly summon Lord Jax." Jax is a Sequence 3 disciple of Silence, of the Rose School. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.